3 centuries ago, the Tower of Divine Communication descended, unleashing a horde of monsters upon the Blue Star and ushering in an era of universal awakening. Player Jiang Chen perished on the battlefield of myriad races, only to be reborn and awaken the rule-level talent known as Mind's Intent. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS grade special item, Identity Solidification Potion. Ding! Congratulations, Identity Solidification complete. You have obtained a second identity, Lilia, female. Alivial, dear child, you are the hope of my Smurf clan. Grandmother has faith in you. Cecilia, Lilia, I have a story. I wish to share it with you. Lilia, what? A female elf? You Lilia are Jiang Chen. Greetings everyone. My name is Jiang Chen, also known as Lilia. In my previous life, I was but a nameless soul. Yet in this life, I have returned, awakening the unique rule-level talent Mind's Intent, possessing both the imperial seed of humanity Godslayer and the dual identity of an elven queen. Having returned from the dead, I shall undoubtedly embark upon the singular path leading to the supreme throne of the God King. Chapter 1. My name is Jiang Chen, and I am a reincarnator in the Summer Kingdom at the foremost key high school in Suzhou and Hangzhou, class 18 of the 3rd year. Within the classroom, a young and graceful female teacher stands before her students, softly proclaiming, "Dear students, today marks the day of awakening for our graduating class." She pauses momentarily before continuing. 3 centuries ago, the Tower of Divine Communication descended, leading to the invasion of myriad races upon the Blue Star. However, as fate would have it, the path of the Great Tao is 50, and the heavens manifest 49. Humanity escapes but one. Perhaps it is divine mercy that the Blue Star simultaneously enters an era of universal awakening. This grants each of us the opportunity to awaken our talents, making feats such as moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies, no longer mere myths. In conclusion, today shall be the pivotal moment that alters your destinies. Upon finishing, the female teacher seemingly notices something, her willow-like brows arching as her delicate hand reaches into the chalk box, seizing a piece of chalk and hurling it directly at Jiang Chen. Bang! Jiang Chen abruptly awakens, leaping from his seat, exclaiming fervently, "Demon, come forth! Do not harm me!" However, upon recognizing the target of this sneak attack, he momentarily freezes, his eyes turning crimson as his voice trembles, nearly brought to tears. Teacher Su. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the entire class erupts in laughter, and Teacher Su's expression falters. She forcefully strikes the podium. Silence. Jiang Chen, go to the back and clear your mind. Jiang Chen, momentarily dazed, pinches his thigh with all his might. Why is there no pain? Of course. It must be a dream. Suzhou and Hangzhou have long since fallen. My high school homeroom teacher, Su Yin, perished in the chaos. Yet this sensation. Suddenly, a piercing scream resonates. You're going to kill me. Jiang Chen is startled. What's happening? That voice. It sounds like Lin Yao. No way. Lin Yao is currently an empress. How could she possibly be here? A quick pinch. Wow. So soft. So smooth. So tender. Then he touches. What is this? Why is it so sticky? Subsequently, Jiang Chen instinctively places his hand in his mouth and takes a lick. It has a slightly sweet taste. Is this strawberry taro bubble milk tea? This isn't really a dream, is it? Just as Lin Yao prepares to explode with anger, teacher Su Yin, unable to contain herself, erupts. Jiang Chen, enough already. When will this end? It's one thing to lag behind normally, but why must you act like this at the moment of awakening your talent? Jiang Chen's heart jolts. Awakening talent? This must be a mistake. At this moment, he finally regains his composure, glancing around to find all familiar faces. This is Xiao Hua, this is Jiang Zhengyu, and that most detestable, copper-scented fat boy, Lin Hong. The girl beside him is none other than his deskmate for 3 years, Lin Yao. She is also the future empress of the Summer Kingdom. Title Yao Guang. A series of memory fragments flickers through Jiang Chen's mind. Those former classmates and teachers, the familiar classrooms and campus, and the future he had once envisioned countless times. He takes a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. What on earth is happening? Beside him, Lin Yao observes Jiang Chen's dazed expression, frowning slightly and murmuring, "Honestly, it's always like this, faltering at crucial moments." Teacher Su Yin shoots Jiang Chen a disapproving glare and continues her lecture. "All right, let's not waste time. The awakening ceremony is about to begin, so everyone prepare yourselves." Jiang Chen, seated at the back, is engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. He distinctly remembers being on the battlefield. So how did he suddenly return to high school? Could it be that this is a dream? Or has he traversed back to the past? Or has he reincarnated? On the school playground, a row of school leaders sits upon a high platform, with a balding old principal in the center beginning to speak. "Students, Today marks our Summer Kingdom's annual Talent Awakening Day. The old principal surveys the students below and continues. I hope you all awaken powerful talents to contribute to the protection of our nation and people. Now, I declare the awakening ceremony officially begins. As the principal's words fade, students begin to ascend the stage in order of their classes to awaken their talents. Malyong, battle system, hit rate increased. Talent level, E. Lihoka, life system, cooking speed increased. Talent level, E. Wang Li, life system, equipment durability enhanced. Talent level, E. Wang Gang, battle system, summoning. Talent level, C. Li Xiaozhan, battle system, swift as the wind. Talent level, C. Zhang Ping, life system, enhanced crafting. Talent level, D. As time ticks away, Jiang Chen listens anxiously from below. He recalls awakening a B-grade talent in his previous life, enhancing magical power. The talent's effects are decent, yet due to its mere B-grade status, it only permanently increases spell attack damage by 20 and maximizes mana by 50. However, even a B-grade talent is sufficient for him to survive for over a decade amidst the invasion of myriad races. Yet, above this, there are AS, SS, and SSS grade talents. In short, any talent below grade A renders one merely cannon fodder during the invasion of myriad races. Only those of a rank or above have the potential to attain the position of a minor general. With a stroke of good fortune, one might even secure a territory to guard. As for Lin Yao, she undoubtedly possesses an SSS grade talent. She is destined to become the future empress, a figure who will instill fear across all races. A true powerhouse. Perhaps in this lifetime, he will not be the exception. The awakening ceremony continues. Soon, Jiang Chen. At last, it is Jiang Chen's turn. With a heart full of trepidation, he steps forward, inching closer to the awakening crystal ball. The teacher in charge of the awakening inquires, "Are you ready?" Simply place your palm gently upon the crystal ball and maintain contact for 30 seconds. Jiang Chen nods, placing his hand upon the awakening crystal ball and focusing intently. Suddenly, the crystal ball erupts in a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire playground. The light gradually converges, ultimately revealing a line of text. Jiang Chen, Special Department. Chapter 2. My name is Lin Yao, and I'm also a reborn one. Dingling, dingling, dingling. As the melodious chimes echoed through the air, the classroom of Class 18 gradually descended into silence. The students' gazes fixated upon the female teacher ascending the podium. She is our homeroom teacher, Su Yan, a young educator whose graceful figure and extraordinary demeanor captivate all. Her eyes glimmer with hope for her students as she speaks with a gentle yet powerful voice. Class. Today marks the awakening day for our graduating cohort. Her words caress my heart like a spring breeze. For I know that this day signifies a new beginning for each of us. Since the arrival of the Divine Tower 300 years ago, which heralded the invasion of myriad races, Blue Star has embarked upon an era of universal awakening. Every individual is granted the opportunity to awaken their talents and become formidable beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. My heart brims with anticipation, yet also with trepidation, for I am acutely aware that my fate will unfurl a new chapter following today's awakening. Suddenly, Su Yan raised an eyebrow, seized a piece of chalk, and directed it towards a particular direction, none other than towards Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen leapt from his seat, exuding an air of confrontation as if ready to duel a demon, only to erupt into a cry directed at Su Yan. "Demon, come and face me. Do not harm me." In that moment, a suspicion flickered within me. Perhaps Jiang Chen, like myself, is also a reborn soul. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom, and even Su Yan struggled to maintain her composure. She rapped the podium with her hand, her voice stern. "Jiang Chen, go to the back and collect your thoughts." Jiang Chen froze, suddenly bending down to pinch my thigh as if in disbelief of the unfolding scene. I could discern his confusion and shock, yet he remained unaware that I, too, have endured the agony and struggle of rebirth. The depth of the myriad races is indeed profound, far beyond the simplicity perceived by the current populace. Even as the empress of the Xia kingdom in my past life, I fell on the final battlefield. Perhaps this rebirth signifies a chance to start anew, a glimmer of hope for humanity. We have not lost yet. Silence. Su Yan's voice resonated once more, breaking my reverie. I glanced at Jiang Chen, a ripple of unfamiliar warmth stirring within me. This usually mischievous fellow now evoked an inexplicable sense of kinship. Finally regaining his composure, Jiang Chen surveyed the room, his gaze landing on me. Xiaohua, Jiang Jingyu, Lin Heng, and others, his expression a tapestry of complexity, as if striving to assimilate it all. At that moment, I became even more convinced that Jiang Chen is indeed a reborn soul. On the school playground, we gathered together, poised to commence the awakening ceremony. I stood quietly among the crowd, my heart tumultuous with emotions. I knew Jiang Chen harbored secrets unknown to others. His talents had once allowed him to survive the invasion of the myriad races, and I, Lilia, the future empress of the Xia Kingdom, would unveil my strength at this very moment. The voice of the old principal rang out from the stage, inspiring each soul present. Students, today marks our annual Talent Awakening Day in the Xia Kingdom. I hope each of you awakens a powerful talent to contribute to the protection of our nation and its people. Now, I declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced. One by one, the students stepped forward to showcase their talents. As I listened to the results, I silently prayed, Jiang Chen, what kind of talent will you possess this time? Malian, combat system, accuracy enhancement. Talent level, Ilihoka, life system, cooking speed enhancement. Talent level, e wengli. Support system, equipment durability enhancement. Talent level, E. Wanggang, combat system summoning. Talent level, C. Li Xiaozhan, combat system, swift as the wind. Talent level, C. Zhangping. Life system, strength and crafting. Talent level, D. I gazed at Jiang Chen. His past B-level talent, though seemingly unremarkable, had sufficed for him to endure for years amidst the invasion. As for me, my talent was SSS level, unrivaled in its might, yet I yearned to discover whether this time he would manifest something different. At last, it was Jiang Chen's turn. He approached the crystal ball, gently placing his palm upon it, and at that moment, the entire playground was illuminated by a resplendent radiance. My heart raced as I awaited the outcome. Jiang Chen, special system, time reversal. The light receded, all eyes converging upon the displayed words. I remained uncertain of what talent Jiang Chen would acquire, yet I understood that regardless of the result, our destinies would be irrevocably altered. Jiang Chen, let me witness whether in this life you can transcend your past and forge a new brilliance. The path of an empress is a solitary one. May we traverse it together this time. Chapter 3, SSS level talent, time reversal. Jiang Chen, special system, time reversal. Talent level, SSS. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Jiang Chen himself stood stupefied, having never anticipated awakening an SSS level talent. He opened the talent interface to examine talent, time reversal, quality, SSS, time reversal. At critical moments, the bearer can activate the ability to reverse time, reverting their state to a few seconds prior to evade imminent crises or rectify erroneous decisions. Usage limitation, on. Non-combat state. A maximum of 3 uses per event, with a minimum interval of 1 minute between uses, and each reversal lasting no more than 5 seconds. 2. Combat state. Limited to 1 use per battle, with a reversal duration not exceeding 3 seconds. 3. Influence scope. Primarily affects the bearer, with minimal impact on others. Specific conditions are required for precise control over others or the environment. 4. Activation conditions. Absolute focus and unwavering will are essential. Otherwise, external disturbances may lead to failure. 5. Special restrictions. Cannot be used to extend lifespan or reverse elapsed time. Its effects may be suppressed when faced with superior time control abilities. Note, this talent will strengthen as the host's own power grows, with the highest form allowing for manipulation of the rivers of time at will. Standing at the center of the playground, Jiang Chen's heart raced like a drum, clutching the fateful paper bearing his talent information. Time reversal, SSS level, this was a power he had never dared to imagine. He closed his eyes, feeling the energy coursing through him, his mind swirling with myriad possibilities. He understood the significance of this talent. In battle, he could reverse the tide at critical junctures, dodging fatal blows. In daily life, he could sidestep irreparable mistakes. However, this power was not omnipotent. It bore its own limitations, necessitating absolute composure and focus in the direst of moments. One could only say this is extraordinarily magnificent. One invincible turn of events, ha ha ha. From the audience, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wow, wow, wow. 66666 Jiangge is incredible. Did you see that? He asked from our class 18. Even Su Yan, standing before the class 18 formation, was flushed with excitement. An SSS level talent. This is truly an SSS level. How many SSS level talents emerge in an entire year in the Xia Kingdom? This could herald promotions and raises. Perhaps he might even be immortalized in history. If Jiang Chen were to ascend to the throne in the future, I could be his esteemed mentor. Amidst the fervent gazes of his peers, Jiang Chen endeavored to suppress the exhilaration swelling within him, swiftly regaining his composure. The supervising teacher beside him addressed Jiang Chen with a firm tone. Do not return to the formation just yet. Wait here. In an instant, Jiang Chen comprehended the underlying intent. Perhaps the school was safeguarding his personal safety. After all, possessing an SSS-level talent, any mishap would be an insurmountable burden for anyone to bear. The awakening ceremony continued unabated. Next, Lin Yao. As the awakening teacher enunciated Lin Yao's name, a wave of murmurs rippled across the playground. Wow, is that the goddess Lin Yao? She's stunning. Of course. She is recognized as the foremost among the top 10 beauties of our school. With such beauty, her talent surely must be exceptional. But if her talent is lacking, what will she become? Dare I ask, if she is unwilling, how long must she endure at the sewing machine? Shut up. Do you want to get yourself killed? You dare speak such words. Her family background is beyond your imagination. Meanwhile, Lin Yao, upon hearing her name called by the awakening teacher, was momentarily lost in thought. Lin Yao? How long has it been since someone addressed me that way? 5 years? Or 10? She gracefully ascended the platform, her silhouette strikingly radiant under the sun. Her heart raced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Perhaps it was still that innate talent. The teacher responsible for the awakening mechanically inquired, Are you ready? Simply rest your palm gently upon the crystal ball for 30 seconds. Lin Yao nodded slightly, placing her hand upon the awakening crystal ball, focusing her mind. Suddenly, the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire playground. The light gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing a line of text. Lin Yao, combat class, sword immortal, talent level, SSS. A thrill coursed through Lin Yao. Indeed, the teacher's declaration sparked yet another uproar. Wow, our school is truly remarkable this year. 2 SSS talents in a row. Both are from class 18. Hey, do you think Jiang Chen and Lin Yao might end up together? They should, right? They're both SSS level. They belong to the same echelon. A formidable alliance. Bringing glory to Daxia. As Lin Yao examined her talent panel, she noted, Talent. Sword immortal quality. SSS-1. Star sword. Harnessing the power of the stars. Each swing of the sword evokes the sensation of falling stars, inflicting tremendous damage upon foes. Normal attack damage is increased to 300, with a chance to briefly stun the enemy. 2. Supreme Sword of the Immortal. Condenses sword energy into a tangible blade, transforming normal attacks into long-range sword energy strikes, obliterating all in its path. Long-range sword energy attacks deal an additional 200 damage and increase attack speed by 50. 3. Elusive Immortal. A figure that flits unpredictably, making it difficult for enemies to capture, thus enhancing the evasion rate and providing a chance to trigger invisibility upon attacking. Absolute evasion rate increases by 30, with a 15 chance to trigger invisibility. 4. Sword Spirit Guardian. Surrounds the body with sword energy, forming an invisible barrier that automatically deflects a portion of damage. All defensive capabilities are enhanced by 40, additionally reducing damage from frontal attacks by 20. 5. A Sword Shocking the Swans. A talent skill that condenses all sword intent into a single strike, unleashing a sword energy powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. A single attack can deal up to 2,000 damage while ignoring 40 of the target's defenses. After use, it enters a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Note, this talent will continuously awaken new abilities as the host's strength grows, ultimately leading to the power of fallen stars and the ability to cleave the heavens with a single sword. Nothing has truly changed. Even the notes remain identical. Chapter 4. The school bell kneels, pleading for reconciliation. 2 hours later, as the awakening ceremony concluded, students returned to their classrooms in droves. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao remained behind, receiving congratulations and instructions from the school leaders. In the principal's office, the venerable principal gazed at the two with a kind demeanor, stating, As the only 2 possessors of SSS-level talents in our school, and indeed in the entire city, you are entitled to direct admission to any university in the nation. Following this, the old principal turned his attention to Jiang Chen, smiling gently as he inquired, So, Jiang Chen, which university do you wish to attend? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated making such a significant decision so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied resolutely, I wish to attend Qingbei University. Qingbei University is regarded as the premier institution for awakeners in Xi'an Nation, unparalleled in its offerings. It boasts the finest faculty and training resources in the country. The principal nodded approvingly, his face alight with satisfaction. Indeed, Qingbei University is an excellent choice. He then turned to Lin Yao. And what about you, Lin Yao? Lin Yao smiled. I choose Qingbei University as well. Her gaze briefly flickered towards Jiang Chen, a subtle warmth glimmering in her eyes. The principal erupted in hearty laughter. Excellent. In that case, I wish you both success at Qingbei University in achieving even greater accomplishments. May you bring glory to our school. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Having finalized their university admissions, the two returned to class, preparing for the final lesson of their high school journey. In the classroom, Su Yin wore a serious expression, earnestly advising each student. According to the pact between humanity and the myriad races, any awakened individual is qualified to challenge the Divine Tower. The Divine Tower, in essence, resembles a tower climbing game. Inside, there are various maps, monsters, bosses, and dungeons. Each map corresponds to a level and is subject to a maximum level limit. Upon reaching a certain level, one must complete corresponding breakthrough tasks to unlock the next map. Awakeners can battle monsters to level up, unlocking maps, and all abilities and items acquired can be returned to the real world. Generally, if an awakener dies within the tower, they merely lose a portion of experience and are teleported out of the Divine Tower, awaiting a cooldown period before re-entering, typically requiring 24 hours. However, if slain by certain special monsters, the awakener faces total death. There will be no resurrection. Thus, while immortality within the Divine Tower may no longer be a dream, it is fraught with peril. New awakens are advised to prepare thoroughly. Subsequently, Su Yin distributed a Divine Tower login device to each student. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao accepted the Divine Tower login devices, a sense of solemnity welling up within them. This small apparatus was, in fact, the key to another realm. Until his last breath, Jiang Chen remained unaware of its secrets. The Divine Tower login device was circular, its surface adorned with a faint sheen. At its center embedded a crystal-clear screen displaying intricate runes, as if imbued with mysterious power. Its edges were engraved with delicate patterns, offering a visual impact that was both ancient and imbued with a sense of technology. Teacher Su Yin explained the usage of the login device with gravity. This device requires blood to acknowledge its master. Once successfully bound, it manifests as a tattoo, permanently inscribed on the back of your right hand. It serves as your sole credential for entering the Divine Tower and symbolizes your identity. Subsequently, Teacher Su Yin added, after recognizing the master, one can communicate with the Divine Communication Tower at any time through thought. Remember, once the login device is used, it needs to be left to recharge for 12 hours. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao followed the instructions, each biting the tip of their finger to draw a drop of crimson blood onto the login device. The moment the blood touched the device, it burst forth with radiant light. A warm current surged into their bodies, and the runic patterns on the device seemed to come alive, slowly merging into their skin, transforming into an exquisite tattoo that vanished into the back of their right hands. As a class bell rang, the students began to leave the classroom in succession. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao also packed their bags, preparing to bid farewell to this familiar campus. They both understood that perhaps from tomorrow onward, they would embark on a completely new path, heading toward their respective futures. However, just as Jiang Chen stepped out of the classroom, a familiar figure appeared before him. The campus belle, Lu Ruyan. Her beauty remained as enchanting as ever. Her long hair danced gracefully in the wind, and her clear eyes glimmered with tears. Yet at that moment, she knelt before him, her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Chen, I know I wronged you before, but I truly wish to atone for my past mistakes. Please give me a chance, will you? She had once broken up with Jiang Chen due to family pressure, but now, it seemed, she regretted her decision. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Lu Ruyan under such circumstances, and his heart was a tumult of emotions. Gazing at the girl who once stirred his heart, ripples of sentiment washed over him. Her features were exquisite, her skin as white as snow, and her white attire accentuated her gentle temperament, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Yet he wondered, if he had not awakened his SSS level talent, would she have turned back? Jiang Chen stood there, watching Lu Ruyan, his heart tumultuous. Lu Ruyan, do you know? I once wished so dearly for your understanding and support. But now, everything has changed. I am no longer the boy you could manipulate at will. He recalled their separation, that heart-wrenching feeling that lingered even after more than a decade. After all, she had once been his white moonlight. Taking a deep breath, he said gently, Lu Ruyan, we have both grown. Some things cannot be reversed. I will help you, but we cannot return to the past. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Lu Ruyan's face as she stood up, dried her tears, and looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude. Thank you. I understand now. I will strive to ensure you are not disappointed. However, at the moment she turned to leave, Lu Rian could no longer suppress her tears and ran out of the classroom, her soft sobs echoing down the corridor. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, a wave of emotion surging within him. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns, and this year it is my family's turn. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling a profound sense of helplessness regarding the matter. Had he known this would happen, why had it to be so in the first place? As night fell, Jiang Chen returned to his rented room and sat steadily on the bed, gazing at the divine communication tower tattoo on the back of his hand. His inner monologue surged like the tide. Lu Ruyan, though you remain beautiful, I've already embarked on my own path. In this life, I must grow stronger to protect this world and those who truly care for me. He then closed his eyes and activated the tattoo. In an instant, he was drawn into the world of the divine communication tower. Meanwhile, Lin Yao also activated her tattoo in her own room, and moments later, her figure vanished in a flash of light. Chapter 5. Entering the divine communication tower. Awakening of the rule level talent. Soon, Jiang Chen's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. After steadying himself, he reflected, just as it was in my previous life. A melodious female system prompt echoed. Detection indicates that the awakener has entered the divine communication tower for the first time. Please establish a character ID. Jiang Chen's gaze hardened, his mind flashing with the harrowing images of deities attacking Blue Star in his past life. The land of Xia reduced to ruins, its people displaced. That feeling of helplessness was etched in his memory forever. Godslayer, Jiang Chen uttered in a low voice, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. Let me be called Godslayer. In this life, I will ensure that deities are forbidden within the borders of Xia. His resonant voice echoed in the void, akin to a solemn vow, reverberating through the heavens. Using the character ID, Godslayer, the pleasant system prompt sounded once more. Character ID creation successful. The divine communication tower welcomes you, Godslayer. Just as Jiang Chen was about to access the character panel, the system prompt rang out again. Congratulations, you have received a new player gift pack. Would you like to open it now? Open it, he replied decisively. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a special lottery opportunity. What? What is going on? A lottery opportunity? Aren't lottery chances typically rewarded for clearing every 10 levels of the divine communication tower? In my previous life, I only received a set of beginner equipment. His luck appeared promising. It seemed this life's beginning was far more favorable than the last. With a soft chime, a beam of light descended, revealing a massive spinning wheel before him. It displayed a plethora of powerful items. 1. Sword of the Stars, S-rank weapon, possessing the power to tear through the void. Capable of severing all shackles, aimed directly at the heavens. 2. Nine-tailed celestial fox, SSS rank pet, immensely powerful, ready to aid you in battle and serve as your loyal companion. 3. Elixir of Immortality, extraordinary potion. Consuming it can extend lifespan and significantly enhance attributes, allowing you to advance further in your cultivation journey. 4. Advanced Invisibility Technique, a rank skill, enabling you to conceal your presence at critical moments, evading formidable foes. 5. Stardust Fragments, rare materials used for forging top-tier magical artifacts, crafting invincible treasures. 6. Otherworldly Summoning Card, can summon beings from other realms below imperial level to fight for you, wielding immense power. 7. Tenfold Experience Card, temporarily boosts experience gain speed significantly, aiding rapid levelings. 8. Supreme Defense Shield, S-rank armor, impervious to damage, capable of withstanding powerful enemy attacks. 9. Divine Dragon Baby Spirit Beast Egg, upon hatching, yields a baby divine dragon, becoming your formidable assistant in battles. 10. Lucky Clover, greatly enhances luck, enabling you to acquire more unexpected rewards during your Tower Ascension. Wow, this is a remarkable start. Even the lowest tier of special lottery rewards is A rank or above. This is the rhythm of becoming invincible. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation, he extended his hand and gently touched the spinning wheel. Gripping the wheel tightly, he spun it forcefully while inwardly shouting, "Please let me get the nine-tailed celestial fox." The wheel spun rapidly, various treasures flashing past, ultimately stopping on a golden symbol. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS level talent, Word Manifestation. Ding! Due to the influence of an unknown power, your SSS level talent, Time Reversal, and SSS level talent, Word Manifestation, are merging. Ding! Merge successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique rule level talent, Mind Manifestation. What? Am I hearing things? What is this unique rule level talent? I never heard of it in my previous life. Isn't the highest talent supposed to be SSS level? Is there even a unique rule tier? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen opened the panel to check. Talent, Mind Manifestation. Quality, unique rule level. Description, The will of the awakened is the law. Thoughts embody truth. And words manifest reality. Ability details. 1. Manifestation of thought. The desires of the awakened are instantly realized without the need for extraneous action, achieving their goals directly. 2. Law follows will. Under the influence of the awakened's will, natural elements, material forms, and even the flow of time may be altered according to their intent. 3. Mental manipulation. Objects can be controlled remotely, exerting influence on targets without physical contact. 4. Thought teleportation. With mere intent, one can instantaneously transport themselves to any desired location. Disregarding distance. 5. Psychokinetic field. A domain is created where the commands of the awakened automatically take effect, unopposed by any. 6. Telepathic insight. The ability to sense the emotions and intentions of others, foreseeing potential future events. 7. Will enhancement. Strengthens the willpower of oneself and allies, enabling resistance to negative states and enhancing combat prowess. 8. Psychic shield. A protective barrier formed through mental energy, capable of deflecting physical and magical attacks. 9. Mental link. Establishes a connection with others, allowing the sharing of knowledge and experiences, as well as the transmission of information. 10. Will conversion. Transforms intent into tangible objects, fulfilling basic survival needs or creating means of attack. Restrictions. Power limitation. The use of abilities is constrained by the current strength of the awakened. Desires beyond this capacity cannot be fulfilled. Will consumption. Each utilization of mental abilities expends significant mental energy, and excessive use may lead to mental fatigue or even unconsciousness. Will contest. When faced with equally formidable wills, the effectiveness of abilities may diminish or fail. Environmental interference. In extreme conditions or specific barriers, such as chaotic spaces or powerful magical seals, abilities are limited. Wow, this is utterly terrifying. How is this any different from making a wish? Thus, Jiang Chen tentatively murmured within his mind, "Let me draw another prize. I desire the nine-tailed fox." Immediately, a notification chimed. Warning, hostess power is insufficient to activate talent. Warning, warning, reckless use of talent may lead to unconsciousness. How embarrassing. In plain terms, I still need to rely on strength. Item rank. SSS being the strongest, G being the weakest. Equipment rank. SSS being the strongest, G being the weakest. Skill rank. SSS being the strongest, G being the weakest. Strength division. 1st and 9th rank, Emperor level, Mythical level. Chapter 6. SSS level evaluation in the present world. At this moment, the system notification sounded once more. Please select your profession within the Tower of Divine Communication. Basic combat professions include warrior, mage, assassin, archer, swordsman, dancer, priest, among others. As for auxiliary and life professions, they were not within Jiang Chen's consideration. After all, in the future, he aims to slay gods. Should he learn cooking to stir-fry a deity? Jiang Chen declared mage. In his previous life, Jiang Chen's talent was mana enhancement. Thus, the mage profession was the one he was most familiar with from his past life. The system notification followed. Profession selected. Mage. Bestowing basic magical skills ding. Skill bestowal complete. Please check. Jiang Chen swiftly raised his right hand, touching the tattoo on his wrist to open the character attribute panel. Nickname. Godslayer. Level 10. Profession mage. Talent. Mental manifestation. Health points 100-100. Mana points 150-150. Strength 10. Agility 8. Intelligence 15. Constitution 7. Spirit 12. Attack power 12-16. Magical attack power 20. Defense 5. Magical defense 8. Hit rate 65. Evasion rate 55. Critical hit rate 5. Skills 1. Fireball. LV1 costs 5 mana points, dealing an additional 20 fire damage to a single enemy. 2. Frost spell. LV1 costs 10 mana points, reducing the speed of enemies within the area by 20 for 3 seconds. 3. Lightning spell. LV1 costs 15 mana points, dealing an additional 25 electric damage to enemies in the area. 4. Magical shield. LV1 costs 10 mana points, forming a shield around oneself that absorbs 20 damage. 5. Mana burst. LV1 temporarily increases magical attack power by 50 points, lasting 5 seconds. Mediocre. Closing the panel, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the light gate, proceeding to the first level of the Tower of Divine Communication. The first level, also known as the Novice Dungeon. Upon entering the first level of the Tower of Divine Communication, everything felt both strange and familiar to Jiang Chen, according to memories from his previous life. Clearing the first level requires defeating 10 ordinary monsters guarding the passageway. Although these monsters possess low attributes, they still require some time to deal with. As a reborn individual, Jiang Chen was aware of a secret. If he bypassed these monsters directly and reached the end of the passage, a hidden level would be revealed. This hidden level contains only a single treasure chest. However, the conditions to trigger this hidden level are quite stringent. There are 3 major conditions. First, one must quietly bypass all monsters without triggering any alarms. Secondly, at the end of the passage, there is a complex magical lock that must be solved within a limited time. Otherwise, one will be teleported back to the starting point and lose the chance to challenge. Finally, the talent level must be SSS or above to enter the level. The descent of the Tower of Divine Communication to Blue Star has occurred for over 300 years, and for those ancient families, the first 2 conditions are common knowledge. Yet the third condition continues to ensnare 9,999 novice awakened individuals. In a vast Xia country, with a population nearing 2 billion, only a handful of SSS-level awakened individuals emerge each year. To note, over the past 300 years, the total number of SSS-level awakened individuals in Xia country has barely exceeded 1,000. With favorable luck, several may appear in a year. With unfavorable luck, none may surface for years. Furthermore, during the early days of the tower's descent, no one discovered this hidden level, resulting in a remarkably low number of successful challengers. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Isn't this just a question with guarantee points? Subsequently, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and began to recall the intricate details of the hidden level. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his complexion pale, yet his lips subtly curled upward. With a flicker of thought, he found himself within the hidden level. This talent, although it consumes a significant amount, it is truly versatile. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The space was saturated with a rich magical essence, as if every stone and every breeze harbored boundless magical energy. He quickly retrieved a restorative item from his pack to replenish the mental power and mana expended during his teleportation, then approached the treasure chest within the level. The chest emanated a faint golden glow, clearly concealing precious items within. He cautiously opened the chest, revealing a collection of treasures. Star Mage Job Change Scroll. Usable after level 10. Allows the wearer to change to Star Mage. Exquisite Robe. Increases physical and magical defense. Mage's Ring. Reduces cooldown time of magical skills when worn. Stardust Fragments. A rare material utilized in the crafting of high-grade magical equipment. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ear. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the beginner dungeon hidden level with an SSS rating. Simultaneously, a grand announcement resonated throughout the entire Divine Tower. Congratulations to the player Slayer God for achieving an SSS rating in the beginner dungeon hidden level. Congratulations to the player Slayer God for SSS rating. The announcement reverberated 6 times, and the world seemed to freeze in an instant, plunging into profound silence before erupting across various channels. What? Another SSS rating has emerged? No way. I thought the highest was only SS rating. I recall the last SSS rating appeared ages ago. Some inquired, hidden level? What is that? Does the beginner dungeon have such a thing? Why was I unaware? An enlightened voice chimed in, bro. You're out of the loop. It is said that only those with SSS talents can access hidden levels. However, before the discussions could subside, 6 resounding system notifications broke through the air. Congratulations to the player Yao Guang for successfully clearing the beginner dungeon hidden level with an SSS rating. Congratulations to the player Yao Guang for SSS rating. Congratulations to the player Yao Guang. What on earth? What day is it today? 2 SSS ratings in a row? Are you still half asleep upstairs? Today is the awakening day for this year's senior class. No wonder. So, there are at least 2 SSS awakeners this year? Shoo. Don't let the outsiders hear. Meanwhile, upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Chen paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Indeed, the Empress remains the Empress. At Qingbei University, in the principal's office, Principal Jiang exclaimed, "Quick! Investigate who the SSS talent awakeners are this year." Shortly after, the staff responded, "Principal, we have found them. This year, Suang City has produced 2 SSS awakeners, one named Jiang Chen and the other Lin Yao. The imperial capital also has one, the second daughter of the Wang family." Upon hearing this, Principal Jiang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. I already know about that girl from the Wang family. Thus, these 2 awakeners must be in Suang City. He then immediately issued a command. Seal off all information related to the 2 SSS talents from Suang City. I will personally lead a team to their high school. We must ensure they join our institution. Afterward, he added, Prepare the fastest plane. We must arrive before anyone else. Chapter 7. Classmate, your troubles have flown away. On Jiang Chen's side, a gentle system notification chimed once more. Congratulations. You have cleared the beginner dungeon with an SSS rating, earning rewards. All attributes 100, luck 10, 100,000 gold, experience 200,000. Congratulations. You have cleared the hidden level with an SSS rating, earning the reward. Ultimate class evolution token. Ding. You have leveled up. Current level 10. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had directly reached level 10. Quite impressive. A swift ascent. He recalled that in his past life, he had to toil to achieve merely a C rating. In his previous life, he was merely fortunate. Otherwise, he would have been vanquished by minor monsters. Now that he was level 10, it was time to change classes. With a heart brimming with excitement, Jiang Chen retrieved the Stardust Mage class change scroll from his inventory. As the scroll unfurled, a surge of formidable magical energy swirled around him, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. His body was enveloped in concentric rings of mysterious light. Amidst the radiance, his form gradually became indistinct, as if resonating with the magic elements of the universe. Ding. Class change successful. Soon after, another system notification resounded. Ding. Detected you possess the Ultimate Class Evolution token. Would you like to use it? Ultimate Evolution. It should be quite spectacular, right? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, silently thinking. Use. Before long, the token was activated, and the system notification rang out once more, heralding his new profession. Congratulations. Your profession has successfully evolved into Supreme Mage. After the class change, a new attribute panel materialized before Jiang Chen. Nickname, Slayer God. Level, 10, 100. Rank, 0 tier. Profession, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind's Will. Health, 7,000, 100, 7,100. Mana, 1,515. Strength, 310. Agility, 308. Intelligence, 315. Constitution, 307. Spirit, 312. Attack power, 312 to 316. Magical attack power, 666. Defense, 330. Magical defense, 540. Hit rate, 75. Dodge rate, 65. Critical rate, 5. Active skills, Fireball, LV1. Frostbolt, LV1. Lightning Bolt, LV1. Magic Shield, LV1. Mana Burst, LV1. Stardust Fall, LV1. Passive skills, Mana Control, Magic Mastery, Elemental Affinity, Quick Casting. Jiang Chen then opened to view his newly acquired skills. Active skill, Stardust Fall, LV1. Level A. Effect, summons the power of the stars from the heavens, striking the target with 500 light-based magical damage and inflicting a 5-second stun effect. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Passive skills, Mana Control. Level, SSS. Effect, reduces magical consumption by 100. Magic Mastery. Level, S. Effect, increases spell damage by 100. Quick Casting. Level S. Effect, doubles casting speed. Elemental Affinity. Level, S. Effect 1. Increases elemental spell damage by 50. Effect 2. Reduces elemental spell damage taken by 50. Wow, this is incredible. Not only does the mage profession have high growth potential, but the passive effects are astonishing as well. Doubling casting speed. Skill releases with no consumption. Spell damage doubled. If it's an elemental skill, damage can increase by an additional 50. Absolutely awesome. Truly worthy of being the ultimate profession. Alright, that will be all for today. Jiang Chen silently thought. Exit. Jiang Chen's figure gradually faded from the Divine Tower, returning to his home in the real world. At that moment, a myriad of emotions swirled within Jiang Chen's heart. He still found it somewhat hard to believe. In his past life, he was merely an inconspicuous nobody. Yet in this life, he was endowed with an SSS-level talent, a candidate for the Supreme Mage. The pace of these changes was overwhelmingly swift. He rose to his feet, approached the window, gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, silently vowing, "This time, I shall not remain ordinary as in my previous life. I will harness my own strength to inscribe a legend that belongs solely to me, a legend uniquely belonging to Slayer God." The following morning, Jiang Chen awoke early, stretched languidly, and decided to step out to buy some breakfast as a treat for himself. As he swung open the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. His doorstep was teeming with people. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all his classmates. It was evident that they had gathered to ascertain whether Jiang Chen had indeed conquered the novice dungeon with an SSS rating the previous night. As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, someone shouted, "Jianggu is out." Instantly, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the entrance like a tightly sealed dam. Yang Yi, were you the one who cleared the SSS level last night? Of course. It could only be me. Our school has only produced 2 SSS level talents this year. Yang Yi, what rewards did you receive for the SSS clearance? Jiang Ge, do you have any tips for clearing the SSS level? Faced with the barrage of questions from his peers, Jiang Chen could only helplessly rub his temples. Then, with a mere thought, dozens of pairs of undergarments suddenly materialized in mid-air. Some were adorned with bows, others bore blue and white stripes. Some featured whimsical patterns, and there were even lace-trim varieties. They varied in size and shape, all floating gracefully in the air. Following Jiang Chen's mental command, they soared directly towards the pond adjacent to the community. Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously. At that moment, his classmates felt a sudden chill beneath them. A certain plump student glanced up at the sky and exclaimed loudly, "Heavens! The undergarments have come to life." Jiang Chen then innocently addressed a female classmate within the crowd, saying, "Classmate, your undergarments are flying away." The girl's face instantly flushed crimson as she hurriedly bent down to check her skirt. Her complexion deepened in color, as if it could produce droplets of water. A shriek followed. "Pervert! Scoundrel!" She then dashed off in the direction of the flying undergarments. Upon hearing her scream, a smirk crept across Jiang Chen's face as he turned back into his home, casually saying, "All right, disperse. Instead of wasting time here, why not focus on improving your skills?" With that, he closed the door behind him. His classmates exchanged glances before following the direction the girl had taken. Once back in his room, Jiang Chen's smile faded, replaced by a contemplative demeanor. Although his little trick had temporarily alleviated his immediate predicament, it also revealed a significant concern. The myriad races were not something his classmates could contend with. Revealing his strength too early posed a grave danger. As an SSS level talent, he could easily attract assassination attempts from those myriad races. After all, to them, a fallen genius posed no threat whatsoever. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone chimed with a text message, and upon opening it, he discovered it was from Lilia. "Classmate, Jiang Chen, are you free today? Would you accompany me for a shopping trip?" After reading the message, Jiang Chen frowned. What was Lilia up to? Why the sudden interest in shopping together? This was not part of his previous life's narrative. Could it be a result of the butterfly effect stemming from his rebirth? Although they were desk mates, their relationship was merely average. Why would she want to spend time together now? Was it due to his talent? Or perhaps, was it related to his earlier actions in class? Surely, it couldn't be because of that, could it? Thinking back to his previous behavior in the classroom, a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Chen. Good grief. This was the future empress. What had he done? How dare he? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Never mind. He would agree and see what her intentions were. Thus, Jiang Chen composed a text and sent it off. Lilia responded quickly, "Great. I'll come find you after 10. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock and noted that he still had some time before 10. He decided to inspect his recent acquisitions first. Jiang Chen tapped the tattoo on the back of his hand and retrieved the gear from his backpack. Equipment: exquisite robe, rarity, G-type, armor level, 5 attributes, physical defense, 10, magical defense, 20 special trait, spell flow, restores 5 mana points after casting a spell. Equipment: mage's ring, rarity, C-type, accessory level, 10 attributes, magical attack, 50, skill cooldown reduction, 20 special trait, magic amplification, grants a chance to increase the damage of the next magical attack by 20. Marvelous. He had even acquired a rare gem. If memory served him right, C-grade equipment was worth over 50,000 gold coins even during the later stages of the myriad races invasion, converted into the currency of the Summer Kingdom that amounted to 500,000. For an awakening individual with modest means, possessing this equipment during the novice phase would significantly reduce the difficulty of clearing dungeons. Once donned, Jiang Chen's magical attack power surged to 716. Thus, if he unleashed Falling Star, he could inflict 716 by 500 by 258,950 damage. Moreover, the second cast would benefit from the magic amplification effect, boosting the damage to 10,740. Of course, this was under ideal conditions, not accounting for the target's defenses. However, even a tank of the same level would have around 5,000 health at level 10, while some awakened with health amplification talents would barely exceed 10,000. If one strike wasn't sufficient, he could always launch another. At most, it would take 2 or 3 strikes of Falling Star. Such was the might of the Supreme Mage. If he equipped an even better weapon, he would be invincible among peers. As time slipped away, it soon approached 9:30. Jiang Chen tidied up and stood at the door, awaiting Lin Yao's arrival. To him, This outing was not merely a casual jaunt, but a significant step toward building a connection. He needed to present his best self, leaving a lasting impression on Lin Yao. After all, she was the future empress. Indeed, within 10 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and opened the door. There stood Lin Yao, clad in a blue checkered short skirt and a white crop top, her fair, slender legs adorned with exquisite black stockings, exuding a youthful and vivacious aura. "Good morning, Jiang Chen. Are you ready?" Her voice was melodious, and a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Wow. She was wearing JK black stockings. This was quintessential pure high school girl attire. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yao's outfit. Was this the young empress? Compared to her future self, this version of her was much more pleasing to the eye. He then flashed a sunlit smile. "Of course, I am ready. But where are we headed?" Lin Yao nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Let's go. I heard a new cafe has opened on Sunshine Boulevard. Let us go check it out." Jiang Chen internally lamented. "Oh no, coffee." Yet outwardly, he endeavored to keep his tone light and natural. "All right, Lin Yao, lead the way." Thus, they set off toward the Time Cafe. At the entrance of the cafe, Lin Yao paused momentarily, casting a gentle smile back at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, we've arrived." Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, beholding the Time Cafe before him, a peculiar sensation stirring within his heart. Time Cafe. Did this hold some deeper implication? Could it be that Lin Yao was aware of his identity as a reincarnator? That seemed implausible. After all, the current Lin Yao was merely an inexperienced novice. Upon entering the cafe, Lin Yao chose a seat by the window, while Jiang Chen settled across from her. "What would you like to order?" the server inquired as they approached. "A cappuccino, please," Lin Yao replied courteously. "I'll have a cappuccino as well," Jiang Chen echoed. The server flashed an okay gesture, smiling as she assured them, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." As they awaited their coffee, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the two, leaving them in silence. Jiang Chen, unable to restrain his curiosity, began to scan the surroundings, seeking a topic of conversation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His gaze fell upon an antique wall clock adorning the cafe. Attempting to break the silence, he remarked, "This clock possesses a unique charm, doesn't it? It appears to be an antique. What do you think, Lin Yao?" Following Jiang Chen's line of sight, Lin Yao smiled in response. "Indeed, I noticed that too. This clock exudes a certain nostalgia." Jiang Chen, sensing her interest, continued, "You seem quite attuned to these details." He nodded, tension coiling in his chest as he added, "Yes, I have a fascination with such items. I believe they each harbor a story." Lin Yao appeared intrigued by Jiang Chen's response, gently nodding. "You're right. Everything possesses its own history, much like each of us carries our past and future." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen furthered the conversation. "Exactly. Though we are merely students now, who knows what awaits us in the future?" A flicker of contemplation danced in Lin Yao's eyes before she graced him with a smile. Indeed, the future is always brimming with infinite possibilities. Upon hearing Lin Yao's reply, Jiang Chen's heart raced, as if confirming his suspicions. Something felt amiss. Was this truly the kind of dialogue a freshly awakened girl would engage in? Her tone echoed that of an empress from a bygone era. At that moment, the coffee arrived, facilitating a smoother flow of their conversation. Taking a sip, Jiang Chen resolved to delve deeper. "Lin Yao, do you believe in fate? Or rather, do you think our future can be altered?" Lin Yao's eyes flickered at Jiang Chen's question. After a brief pause, she sighed softly, gazing out at the sky, her voice imbued with an elusive depth. "I believe that every life contains elements of unpredictability. Much like the taste of this cappuccino, only by truly savoring it can one comprehend its essence." Jiang Chen felt a jolt within him. He sensed that Lin Yao's response held profound implications, subtly hinting at her own understanding of the future. No longer concealing his thoughts, he directly inquired, "Then, if we had the chance to foresee the future, what would you do?" Lin Yao turned her gaze back to meet Jiang Chen's eyes, her expression resolute and clear. "If I could indeed glimpse the future, I believe I would choose to alter the outcomes I find undesirable." At that moment, Jiang Chen experienced an illusion. Lin Yao's figure seemed to converge with that of the Empress Yaowang from his past life. Her words appeared to convey that she too was a reincarnator. Resolutely, he decided to voice his conjecture. "What if I told you that I too have glimpsed some aspects of the future? Would you believe me?" To Jiang Chen's surprise, Lin Yao's reaction was unexpectedly calm. She gently nodded, as if she had anticipated his declaration. "I would believe you. Moreover, I suspect that you and I might share similar experiences." A wave of certainty washed over Jiang Chen. He had finally confirmed his suspicion. Lin Yao was not only a reincarnator, but was also aware of his secret. After finishing their coffee, the pair exited the cafe. At the entrance, Lin Yao softly suggested, "Shall we take a stroll to the city library next?" It was evident that their conversation had yielded the information Lin Yao sought, leaving her in high spirits. The city library was a magnificent edifice located at the heart of the city, renowned for its solemn architecture and extensive collection of books. As Jiang Chen understood, the library had once been an ordinary establishment. However, 3 centuries ago, with the arrival of the Divine Tower, everything underwent a radical transformation. This ancient structure was repurposed as the largest skill library in the city, becoming one of the most enigmatic repositories of knowledge. Perhaps Lin Yao wished to acquire new skills. The thought brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. "Sure, I've just awakened, and I too need to learn some skills." With that, Jiang Chen boldly approached Lin Yao, taking her hand without waiting for her consent, and headed towards the bus stop, secretly reveling in his audacity. Meanwhile, Lin Yao felt a flicker of surprise, which soon morphed into warmth. This was the first time since her ascension that she had held hands with someone of the opposite sex. Oh, what a delightful sensation. Being an empress had been exhausting, and she hoped that in this lifetime, Jiang Chen would walk alongside her. Before long, they arrived at the city library. Jiang Chen gazed at the structure, nostalgia washing over him. "It hasn't changed a bit." He then took Lin Yao's hand and softly urged, "Let us go." Upon entering the library, both Jiang Chen and Lin Yao were captivated by the ambience. The library offered not only skill books, but also various items such as cards and folded newspapers. There were even vendors selling information. Although the publicly available intelligence was generally expensive and had been vetted to protect national interests, often concerning foreign tribes. For instance, titles like Secrets of the Three-Eyed Clan or Strategies and Countermeasures Against the Tree Folk were among the offerings. In addition to foreign intelligence, there were guides for navigating the Divine Tower, such as Master This Move to easily achieve an S-rank evaluation. The city library was not merely a sanctuary for reading and learning. It also hosted magical lectures, mysterious exhibitions, and meetings with renowned mages, attracting countless awakened individuals eager to share insights. In summary, the city library was a splendid fusion of classical and modern architecture, a cultural gem of the city, a hub of knowledge, and a nurturing ground for many awakened souls. Given that yesterday marked the awakening day for this year's seniors, the library was teeming with visitors. Although spacious, the first floor was crowded. According to his past memories, the library consisted of 5 levels. The first floor catered to those with A-level or lower awakenings, while the second to 4th floors corresponded to S, SS, and SSS level awakened individuals. The 5th floor housed the library's administrative and operational center. High-level awakened individuals could access the lower levels, but those with lower-level talents were generally prohibited from ascending to higher floors without special circumstances. Because the majority of skill books have corresponding learning requirements, low-level talent awakeners who acquire advanced skills are likely unable to learn them. This explains why high-level talent awakeners can easily overpower their low-level counterparts. It is important to note that many talents, despite being of lower rank, can yield remarkably powerful effects. For instance, Jiang Chen is aware of a C-level talent known as tenfold damage. As the name implies, the talent's effect is to inflict tenfold damage upon attack. Clearly, the effect of a typical A-level talent may pale in comparison to this talent. However, the fact that this talent is only C-level means that awakeners are unable to learn most high-level skills. Consequently, their actual combat prowess is significantly diminished. After all, the disparity between the effects of C-level skills and A-level skills is astronomical. If one were to replace it with an A-level talent, tenfold damage, the impact would be entirely different. Indeed, the tenfold damage from an A-level skill could equate to that of 4 or 5 C-level skills. According to memories from a past life, there exists a device on each level that assesses talent levels. As long as the results meet the criteria, one can ascend to higher tiers. Furthermore, to ensure the safety of awakeners, the results of these assessments are generally kept confidential. Following the guidance of his previous memories, Jiang Chen led Lin Yao to the machine, inputting some basic information as instructed, and then placing the back of his right hand on the sensor. The machine whirred to life, emitting a faint buzzing sound, and moments later, the screen displayed the result, qualified. This indicated that they were eligible to enter the learning zones of the 2nd level and above. Upon confirmation of their qualifications, a transparent elevator constructed of magic materialized beside them. Unlike ordinary elevators, this one was specially crafted by high-level mages. It could sense the talent levels of its passengers and automatically adjust its route, ensuring that each awakener could only access floors commensurate with their talents. Jiang Chen took Lin Yao's hand and stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 4th floor. The library's 4th level. The elevator smoothly halted at the 4th floor. and as the doors opened, they stepped out, immediately enveloped by the rich aura of magic that permeated the air. The books and materials here were evidently rarer and more advanced than those on the previous 3 levels, with each volume potentially harboring the power to alter one's destiny. This was a place Jiang Chen could only dream of reaching in his past life. On the 5th floor within an office, a group of administrators was busily organizing materials when suddenly an alarm rang out, indicating that awakeners had entered the 4th floor. What? Someone has entered the 4th floor? And 2 of them? It was rumored that this year, there were 2 SSS-level awakeners at the first high school. Could they be them? An elderly administrator swiftly made a decision. No matter who they are, the 4th floor is not equipped with surveillance. We must go down and investigate. Subsequently, the elder administrator personally led several colleagues in a hurried descent to the 4th floor. Chapter 10. Yao Yao, lend me some money. As the administrators rushed to the 4th floor, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao were diligently browsing the precious documents on the shelves. Suddenly, a warm voice reached Jiang Chen's ears. Young man, you're a new face, aren't you? Jiang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man with a receding hairline standing beside him, greeting him warmly. Jiang Chen nodded and curiously inquired, "How did you know I was new?" The middle-aged man replied, "Of course. This is the 4th level of the library. Only those with SSS-level talents are allowed to enter. Furthermore, you are unfamiliar faces. You appear to be high school students, which means you must be the 2 newly ascended SSS-level awakeners from yesterday's hang-e." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. Was his identity so easily discerned? This shabby school really lacks confidentiality. The middle-aged man continued, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lin Xinshu, a staff member at the city library. Just call me Old Lin." As he spoke, he handed Jiang Chen a business card with his phone number inscribed upon it. "You can contact me for skill purchases at any library in the country, and newcomers enjoy a 20 discount. He then handed over 2 half-metallic cards gleaming with golden light. "This is the Supreme VIP Gold Card of the library. It grants a 30 discount on skill or item purchases at any library nationwide." When Jiang Chen accepted Lin Xinshu's business card, his gaze fell upon the familiar name, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. This name, why does it seem familiar? That's right. It appears that Lin Heng, that fatso, has a father named Lin Xinshu, who seems to work at the library. Is this just a coincidence? Jiang Chen raised his head and tentatively asked, "Uncle Lin, do you happen to have a son named Lin Heng?" Lin Xinshu was momentarily taken aback, then beamed with pride. "Indeed, that little rascal is my son. How did you know?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. No wonder that fatso is so wealthy. Turns out he has a father with a stable job. He then explained, "Lin Heng and I were classmates in high school. I didn't expect you to be his father." Lin Xinshu laughed heartily in response. "What a twist of fate. You truly are my esteemed guests. How about this? If you need any skill books or items today, I will personally give you a discount. How does 50 sound?" A glint of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes, for he understood that this was not merely a monetary concession, but also an acknowledgement and support from Lin Xinshu. "Then I must trouble you, Uncle Lin," Jiang Chen expressed gratefully. Lin Xinshu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. You 2 will be regulars at our library from now on. I will have hunger learn more from you." After saying this, Lin Xinshu turned to leave, reminding them over his shoulder, "Once you've selected your skill books, come directly to the 5th floor to find me. I will assist you with the procedures." He then hurried off with the other administrators to attend to other matters within the library. After thanking Lin Xinshu, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao began to select skill books. The skill books on the 4th floor were specifically prepared for SSS-level talent awakeners, although the quantity was considerably less than that of the previous 3 floors. The quality was astonishingly high. Even the least of the skill books reached S-level. Skills of S-level and above held substantial value, and Jiang Chen could only afford to look for some free materials. As for the skill books, even the most basic ones started at over 1,000,000 gold coins. Jiang Chen's backpack barely contained over 100,000 gold coins, making it impossible to purchase even the cheapest option. After browsing for a full hour, Jiang Chen finally halted, standing in a corner of the library, beginning to question his very existence. "So, I am destitute? What to do? Everything looks so impressive. I want them so badly, but I truly cannot afford them. Not even with a discount. Damn it." Just then, Lin Yao approached him, observing Jiang Chen's expression, and softly inquired, "Jiang Chen, what is wrong? Is something troubling you?" Jiang Chen sighed and shared his predicament with Lin Yao. After listening, Lin Yao fell silent for a moment, then retrieved a black card from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "This is a special card my father gave me, containing 5,000,000 gold coins. You can use it for now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt even more disheartened. "Damn, so it turns out I'm the only poor one? You all seem to be wealthy second-generation heirs?" He then accepted the card, tears of anguish welling in his eyes. It should, perhaps, be okay probably to not repay it, right? This is quite the turn of events, my brothers. Starting off with a staggering 5 million thrown at me by a wealthy patron. Do you know what that feels like? Seizing a moment when Lin Yao was distracted, Jiang Chen swiftly wiped away the tears at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't let her discover his vulnerability. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he approached the counter and selected 2 skill books he had long coveted. One was an SS-level tome titled Stellar Power, and the other was an S-level book called Astral Stroll. Stellar Power is an advanced skill book that delves into the manipulation of stellar energies, granting the user the ability to harness the mysterious forces between stars, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Meanwhile, Astral Stroll is a spatial skill that enables the user to briefly traverse different locations during battle, allowing them to evade attacks or launch surprise assaults. Both tomes held immense practical value for Jiang Chen. He picked up these 2 books and ascended to the 5th floor, where he found Lin Xinshu. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's selections, Lin Xinshu nodded slightly and began to calculate the price. Stellar Power is an SS-level skill, originally priced at 5 million gold coins, while Astral Stroll is valued at 150,000 gold coins. However, since I promised you a 50% discount, the total comes to 325,000 gold coins. Jiang Chen nodded, retrieving the black card Lin Yao had given him. Placing on the POS terminal with a beep, payment successful. Lin Xinshu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the black card in Jiang Chen's hand, exclaiming, "That is." After completing the transaction, Jiang Chen bowed slightly to Lin Xinshu, saying, "Uncle Lin, thank you for your support. I shall strive diligently to meet your expectations." Lin Xinshu, regaining his composure, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and replied, "Good. I believe in your potential." Chapter 11, Recruitment. The secret of the SSS level talent. After acquiring the skills, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao departed the library together. Arriving at the bus station, they boarded the 106 bus, preparing to head home. On the bus, Jiang Chen gazed out the window, resolutely deciding. Tonight he would conquer the 2nd level of the Divine Tower. As the bus slowly approached its destination, Jiang Chen disembarked first and walked towards his home. By this time, night had descended, and the streetlights cast dappled shadows, elongating Jiang Chen's silhouette on the quiet street. However, as he reached his doorstep, a cacophony of noise greeted him. Confused, Jiang Chen wondered, who could it be? Why is it so loud? It's late. Is this a vegetable market? Looking up, he noticed a crowd gathered at his home, some standing, others sitting, conversing in small groups, seemingly waiting for something. What on earth is going on? Why is there a crowd at my doorstep? Should I run away? Just then, a middle-aged man in a neat suit approached him briskly, a broad smile on his face. "Jiang Chen, you've finally returned." He handed over a business card and introduced himself. "I'm the director of the admissions office at the Magic Technology University. We've heard you possess the rare SSS level talent, and our institution is eager to invite you to join us." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, several similarly dressed individuals squeezed forward, all presenting their business cards and brochures, each extolling the virtues of their respective schools. The names of various universities were peculiar, ranging from the Interstellar Exploration Institute to the Future City Planning University and even the Academy of Biological Evolution. Most of these institutions were unheard of, mere obscure colleges. It turned out that since the news of his SSS level talent spread, teachers from various universities had rushed to recruit this promising new star. After all, according to an unspoken rule formed over the last 300 years, it is believed that only those with SSS level talent can ascend to become emperors. This means that those who do not awaken with an SSS level talent are unlikely to break through the 9th tier and achieve imperial strength. The human imperial strength corresponds to the divine level among all races. Thus, only those with SSS level talent are deemed worthy of becoming gods. Of course, in the past 300 years, there had been one exception. It was rumored that 50 years ago, the human quasi-emperor Yi Wuhan broke through his limits in the territories of various races and ascended to imperial status. Yet his talent was merely SS level. However, from what Jiang Chen learned in his past life, Yi Wuhan actually evolved his SS level talent into SSS level during that battle, and after years of accumulation, he finally achieved his enlightenment and became an emperor. So, strictly speaking, Yi Wuhan cannot be considered as having attained imperial status with an SS level talent. Thus, although there is no concrete evidence, the belief that only those with SSS level talent have the opportunity to become emperors has nearly become a universally accepted truth. Moreover, shortly before Jiang Chen's demise in his previous life, he inadvertently learned that SSS level talent might indeed be the initial form of divine potential. Upon reaching a certain level, SSS level talent would transform into corresponding divine abilities, or, in other words, imperial status. As for why those with talents below SSS level cannot ascend to become emperors, Jiang Chen was uncertain, for in his previous life, he was merely an inconspicuous character. Perhaps Lilia knows more about this, as she is one of the few female emperors among humanity in the past 300 years. Lilia, or rather, the Radiant Empress, must possess greater knowledge. Standing amidst the crowd, Jiang Chen politely listened, yet his mind was already made up. He declined their kind offers diplomatically. Thank you for your recognition, esteemed teachers. But I've already made my choice. A middle-aged teacher, taken aback, instantly became more fervent. Jiang Chen, you may not be aware of our conditions. We can provide the best resources, the most advanced training facilities, and even personal one-on-one guidance from tutors. Representatives from other universities began to offer various conditions. Some promising generous scholarships, others presenting unique research projects, and even a few proposing to immediately grant him an honorary degree from their institution. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you all for your kind offers, but I truly have made my decision. Yet, even then, an elegantly dressed elder stepped forward. He was the president of one of the top universities in the entire Xi'an nation, Flame Monarch University. He spoke in a serious tone. Jiang Chen, I know you are an SSS level talent. Are you truly not considering our Flame Monarch University? We can provide any resources you desire. The elder attempted to continue, but Jiang Chen interrupted. I've already made my decision and will not consider other options. Suddenly, a luxurious car drove up and stopped before the crowd. The door swung open, and an elegantly poised elder emerged, striding directly towards Jiang Chen, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Chen, I'm Jiang, the president of Qingbei University. He introduced himself. Jiang continued, I have come personally to persuade you to join us at Qingbei University. We believe you will achieve the best development here. Jiang Chen felt a stir of desire. Qingbei University is indeed one of the most prestigious institutions on the entire Blue Star. However, just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He took it out to see it was a call from Lilia. Answering, he heard her voice. Jiang Chen, have you made it home? Jiang Chen replied, yes. I just arrived at the door and encountered some unexpected events. He briefly explained the situation to Lilia, who chuckled and said, it seems you are quite popular. However, I am confident that you will make the right choice. Jiang Chen nodded, feeling increasingly resolute in his decision. He addressed Principal Jiang, saying, Principal, thank you for your kindness. I will seriously consider your school's invitation. However, I require some time to reflect. Noting Jiang Chen's promise to himself, Jiang felt a sense of relief and subsequently handed Jiang Chen a business card, stating, this is my contact information. Feel free to call me anytime. I look forward to your joining. With that, he turned and entered his car, departing. The others, witnessing this, could only leave with a sense of resignation. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief as he stepped into his home. Chapter 12. Departure, the second challenge. After bidding farewell to the various school principals, Jiang Chen decided to lie down and rest for 4 hours. Although his strength had significantly increased recently, and he could manage without sleep for 3 consecutive days and nights without much trouble, he opted for sleep to ensure he would be in optimal condition. 4 hours later, Jiang Chen awoke on time. He stretched, feeling the revitalizing effects of his brief rest. Quite splendid. I feel invigorated. He then rose and moved to the window, gazing at the starry sky, silently communicating with the mysterious tattoo on the back of his hand. As he concentrated his thoughts, the tattoo seemed to come alive, emitting a faint luminescence. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, pouring all his mental energy into it. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the tattoo, enveloping him entirely. The space began to distort, forming a vortex, and Jiang Chen's body gradually vanished from his location. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself in a strange space, the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication. According to his memories from past life, the second level was also known as the Star Trials Arena. The first 10 levels were specifically designed for the training of myriad races, thus akin to the first level. The difficulty of the second level was also relatively low. Indeed, the Tower of Divine Communication was accessible not only to humans, but also to myriad races. It was only upon reaching the 10th level that the influence of various races began to emerge. If memory served correctly, the human factions occupied levels 80 to 90. This was already a commendable height. Despite the Tower of Divine Communication comprising a total of 100 levels, as one ascended, the difficulty of each level would increase geometrically. Not only did one need to achieve a 100 completion rate, but certain special conditions also had to be met to successfully claim a level. The number of levels occupied by a race essentially reflected its standing among the myriad races. It is important to note that the universe is home to countless races. The term myriad signifies infinity. Even excluding those primitive species lacking intelligence, there are still at least several 100,000. With only 100 levels in the entire Tower of Divine Communication, occupying positions between levels 80 and 90 was indeed a source of pride. Furthermore, according to the Myriad Races Agreement, each race could occupy a maximum of one level. Should a race become greedy and occupy more, they would face assault from all other races. After all, there simply aren't enough resources to go around. If a race were to seize multiple territories, it would be infringing upon the interests of all races. No race would acquiesce to that. More often than not, dozens of weaker races would unite to claim a single level. In summary, the human race is formidable. Aside from a few powerful factions, few dare to provoke the humans. This explains why Jiang Chen could continue his studies without issue until now. Of course, the strength of the human race is largely attributed to the 10 great emperors. As far as Jiang Chen understood, the human race currently boasts 10 emperor-level powerhouses. One must recognize that being at the emperor level equates to being a god, a true deity. Initially, relations between the human race and the myriad races were relatively harmonious. However, for reasons unknown, a few years later, the myriad races united and launched an invasion against the human race. Reflecting on this, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze. Following his recollections toward the central structure, silently reciting, "I have arrived at the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication." Quickly, under the influence of mind-thought law, Jiang Chen made his way into the trials arena. The moment he set foot in the star trials arena, he immediately sensed the dense power of the stars permeating the air. Sensing his presence, these star energies rapidly coalesced into a multitude of star puppets, each possessing unique star secret techniques. Soon, a message appeared in the air. Trial begins. Jiang Chen cast an innate insight spell. Name, Star Puppet Luminary. Level, 5 grade, F, Health, 1000 attack power, 80 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 30 skill 1, Star Slash, wielding a weapon to unleash Star Sword Chi, inflicting substantial damage on enemies in a straight line. Skill 2, Star Heal, absorbing star energy to restore health. Skill 3, Star Strike, rapidly moving to the target's vicinity to deliver a powerful blow. Hee. Trash. Starfall. Jiang Chen raised his staff. I haven't acquired any equipment yet. Realizing this, Jiang Chen lifted his right hand toward the sky, exclaiming once more, Starfall. Countless star energies swiftly converged in the sky, forming a small meteor that plummeted fiercely towards the star puppets. Noticing that the small meteor could only cover a fraction of the star puppets, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts. Starfall. Expand impact range by 5 times. Magic 2000. This skill has no consumption, but activating the talent requires mana. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the star puppets were instantly engulfed in the starlight. 8575, 8251, 8736. Copper coin 1000. Copper coin 1000. Copper coin 1000. The star puppets collapsed, transforming into specks of white light, dropping a small pile of copper coins. Due to Jiang Chen's level vastly surpassing that of the star puppets, coupled with their status as ordinary creatures, no experience points were awarded. A slight smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. The power of Starfall was indeed remarkable. Combined with his mind-thought law talent, it was nothing short of a massive harvesting machine. Level 5 monsters were far too weak for Jiang Chen, who was already at level 10. After defeating them, he barely earned a few copper coins. Forget about acquiring equipment or items, as he didn't even receive any experience. After vanquishing all the star puppets, the remaining star energy in the air coalesced once more, gradually forming a colossal figure. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. This was the Star Overseer. He recalled having fallen here during his previous life at the second level. Fortunately, the second level assessed completion based on kill counts. As long as he defeated a Star Puppet Luminary, he would receive at least a D grade evaluation. Otherwise, most individuals would certainly struggle to pass this level. Jiang Chen cast his insight spell again. Name, Star Puppet Star Overseer. Level, 10 grade, D health, 6000 attack power, 200 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 150 skill 1, Star Shatter, releasing a powerful star fluctuation, causing immense damage in a circular area ahead. Skill 2, Stellar Barrier, constructs a barrier of celestial power that reflects enemy attacks. Skill 3, Stellar Judgment executes multiple consecutive strikes against a single target, inflicting tremendous damage. Still garbage. A mere tap of the finger. A beam of starlight flashed. 7,075. Experience, 15,000. Copper coins, 10,086. Stellar Spirit Stone. The Stellar Governor was instantaneously vanquished, dropping a green stone and an abundance of copper coins. Another instant kill. The Stellar Puppet, Stellar Governor, was slain by Jiang Chen before it could fully materialize. It's worth noting that an ordinary awakener, upon passing the first level, will be fortunate to reach level 5. Yet the Stellar Puppet, Stellar Governor, is a level 10 monster. Moreover, the speed at which I cleared the level is astonishing. Therefore, congratulations on achieving an SSS rating for successfully clearing the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Total time taken, 24 seconds. Chapter 13. Night Wuhan intends to guard the path. Simultaneously, within the azure tranquility of the Tower of Divine Communication sky, a resonant and ethereal voice echoed. Congratulations to player Godslayer for solo clearing the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Time taken, 24 seconds. Clearance rating, SSS. Godslayer has cleared it with an SSS rating again. Who exactly is Godslayer? How can he be so formidable? A flurry of discussions erupted in the public channel. I'm not surprised that Godslayer can clear the level, but 24 seconds? This must be a cheat. Godslayer, do you not need time of travel? We surely aren't climbing the same tower. The truth revealed. Peking University. Office of the President. Jiang. This child possesses the demeanor of an emperor. It seems I need to add more chips to my hand. No, I must make another trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lin Yao's villa. Lilia, so fast. It seems I must hasten my pace as well. With that, Lin Yao's consciousness sank into the back of her right hand, and she instantly vanished from the room. City Library. Lin Xinshu. Godslayer? It must be that Jiang Chen fellow. He truly brings me honor. In a certain place within the imperial capital, in a spacious hall adorned with antiquated elegance, 10 individuals with unfathomable auras were gathered around a massive rosewood table. They were the 10 supreme emperors of the human race, presently engaged in hushed discussions regarding Jiang Chen. The speed at which Jiang Chen's power is advancing is astonishing. We must ensure his safety. A venerable elder with white hair said solemnly. This elder was none other than Yi Qingyun, the true leader of the Xia kingdom and the entire human race. The original emperor, known as the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms. At the dawn of the Tower of Divine Communication, when myriad races invaded Blue Star, Emperor Yi Qingyun was the first to awaken an SSS-level talent, rising from humble beginnings, calculating the heavenly mechanisms, ultimately achieving the title of emperor and rescuing humanity from peril. He laid a solid foundation for 3 centuries of peace for the human race. Agreed. Another robust man clad in golden armor nodded. His growth is crucial for our race. We cannot allow him to suffer any harm under our watch. A woman draped in a black robe added. The gazes of the assembly converged upon a stern-faced youth, known as Night Wuhan, who was taciturn yet possessed unfathomable strength. I have decided to personally go forth and covertly protect Jiang Chen, Night Wuhan stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. The others exchanged glances, surprised yet understanding that Night Wuhan's decision must be well-founded. Since Brother Knight is willing to take action, we shall rely on you, an elder replied slowly, and the others nodded in agreement. Night Wuhan slightly inclined his head and then vanished from sight. Back to Jiang Chen. The system prompt sounded once more. Congratulations, you have cleared the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication with an SSS rating, earning rewards. All attributes 100 gold, 100, 000, experience, 400, 000. Swish, swish, swish. A series of white lights flashed, and Jiang Chen's level instantly ascended to 16. It is worth noting that the level cap is 1000. Every 10 levels cleared unlocks an additional 100 levels. When novice awakeners first enter the Tower of Divine Communication, their level cap is automatically set to 100. Only by surpassing 10 levels and successfully clearing the 11th level will the level cap be raised to 200. Furthermore, levels 1 to 100 are classified as 0 tier. Levels 100 to 200 are classified as 1 tier. However, a 1 tier does not necessarily mean it is stronger than a 0 tier. For instance, a talent-rich awakener may at level 99, which is 0 tier, defeat a level 201 2-tier awakener. Thus, a higher tier does not equate to greater strength. However, generally speaking, those of higher tier tend to be more formidable than those of lower tier. For example, a 9th tier is almost always stronger than an 8th tier. After all, Without a modicum of strength, one could never hope to clear the 90th level. Failing to clear the 90th level means the highest level achievable is only 900, thereby making it impossible to break through to level 901 and become a 9th tier powerhouse. Only by surpassing the 90th level can one ascend to level 1000 and attain divinity emperor. As for the 100th level, it is rumored that no one has yet cleared it. Thus, as one progresses, the higher the tier, the stronger the awakeners generally become. However, at that moment, the system prompt resounded again. Due to your record-breaking completion time for the dungeon, the system rewards you with a special lottery opportunity. As the system prompt faded, a brilliant light flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes, revealing a colossal wheel of fortune adorned with various treasures and skills. Wow, another special lottery. Subsequently, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts. Activate talent. Grant me an SSS-level staff. In a fleeting thought, a beam of green light emanated from above Jiang Chen's head. Magic. 15,764. Ding. Insufficient magic. Deducting a portion of health. Health. 10,000. Friendly reminder. Excessive use of the talent, mind control, may incur unknown backlash leading to player death. Damn. Jiang Chen's face paled instantly. A trickle of blood escaping from his lips. I almost met my end. It seems I must use this talent cautiously in the future. The wheel began to spin. Various rewards whizzing past, ultimately halting on a dazzling treasure chest. Congratulations, you have drawn the SSS-level exclusive artifact, Eternal Star, can grow. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and pressed the claim button. A staff, shimmering with a gentle blue starlight, materialized in Jiang Chen's hand. It was worth it. Chapter 14. A staff with infinite growth. With the staff in hand, Jiang Chen felt as if he were in a dream. Hiss. This is a level 10 SSS staff. In my previous life, I had only ever obtained an S-grade item, which was a useless material tool. I never even glimpsed an SSS-level item before my demise. Who would have thought that in this life, I would acquire an SSS-level artifact at the second level? Though this talent is exceedingly costly to use, it is undeniably powerful. Perhaps I could manage a lottery each time. Never mind, I should tread carefully. One misstep could lead to my demise from backlash. With that thought, Jiang Chen immediately equipped the staff and clicked to view its specific attributes. Equipment. Eternal Star. Grade. SSS. Type. Staff. Level 10. Attributes. Spirit 100. Intelligence 100. Critical hit rate 10. Spell Vampirism 10. Spell Penetration 10. Skill 1. Starburst. Has a certain probability of triggering a star explosion with each attack, dealing area damage equivalent to 200 of the holder's current intelligence. Passive skill. Skill 2. Luminous Shield. Provides the holder with a shield that absorbs any damage after dealing damage, with a shield value equal to 20 of the damage dealt by the holder. Passive skill. Trait. Infinite growth. The staff can devour any item to enhance its own attributes or skills. However, each devouring requires a cooldown period of 1 day before the next, and the level of the devoured item cannot exceed 50 levels above the holder's current level. Upgradable. Growth progress. 0-100 can be increased by devouring other items. Note. Once the progress reaches 100, the staff's level will increase. My goodness. Although the base attributes are rather ordinary, it possesses 2 innate passive skills. The first passive skill is reminiscent of the mage artifact, Resonant Staff, from a certain game, isn't it? Moreover, am I seeing things? Devouring items for limitless growth? Is that truly what it implies? I dare to inquire, can it eventually devour the entire Divine Tower? If so, that would be terrifying. What? The myriad races? With a mere wave of the staff, anyone shall turn to dust. However, it is evident that this is a voracious devourer. The current attributes are probably on par with ordinary S-grade equipment. Although the growth potential is exceedingly high, it requires the consumption of various high-level items. Furthermore, judging by the trait description, devouring items seems only to enhance certain attributes, so it would be best to consume equipment, or perhaps some special items, to potentially increase unique skill traits. The more traits, the better. The more comprehensive, the more versatile. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen retrieved the star shard he obtained from opening the treasure chest after clearing the hidden level. Let us test it out. Then with a thought, Jiang Chen commanded, devour. A dazzling light flashed, and the growth progress of Eternal Star transformed to 101-100. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. By heavens. The intelligence and spirit attributes of Eternal Star each increased by 10 points. No other changes occurred. This is a fragment of the S-grade material, Starstone. Each fragment must be at least B-grade, and it only grants such a minuscule increase. It seems I must seek out higher tier items to consume. In any case, there is currently nothing else to devour. Drat, I was already poor, and now I'm even poorer. However, with this weapon in hand, invincibility is merely a matter of time. Upon equipping the staff, Jiang Chen's intelligence attribute soared to 625, and his spirit attribute reached 622, with his magical attack power escalating to a staggering 1215. Compared to before, it nearly doubled. Even his mana surged to 18,781. Consequently, a single cast of Falling Star could inflict 15,188 points of damage, capable of vanquishing 25 Star Governors. Subsequently, Jiang Chen picked up the Star Spirit Stone dropped by the fallen Star Governor. This is a valuable item. Absorbing it can directly enhance character attributes. However, it appears to be only the size of a thumb, likely a primary Star Spirit Stone. I'll make do with it. Then, Jiang Chen swiftly absorbed it. A message appeared before him. Stamina 5. For now, this shall suffice. I'll explore the Divine Core City. Divine Core City, based on memories from my past life, is situated at the very heart of the Divine Tower. It is divided into 10 major zones, each corresponding to 10 levels of the Divine Tower. The first major zone corresponds to the first 10 levels, while the second major zone covers the 11th to 20th levels. Each major zone has designated respawn points. Generally, if an awakened one perishes during their quest, they will respawn at the corresponding major zone's respawn point. Similar to the city library, high-level awakened ones can enter lower-level zones after paying a certain price, but lower-level awakened ones cannot access higher-level zones. Thus, to reach the higher-tier regions of the core city, one must strive to ascend the tower. When an awakened one clears every 10 levels, a teleportation array to the next major zone will be activated. Only by proceeding to the next major zone can they access the teleportation portal within that zone to challenge higher-level stages. For instance, if an awakened one clears the 20th level, the teleportation array from the second major zone to the third major zone will be activated. Only then can they use the teleportation array to enter the third major zone and head to the next portal to challenge the 21st level. Therefore, upon first activating Divine Core City, every subsequent entry into the Divine Tower will directly place the Awakened One in the corresponding area of Divine Core City. Moving forward, they can only progress to the next level through the teleportation portals within that major zone. In Divine Core City, Awakened Ones can purchase equipment, sell items, learn skills, and even engage in PvP battles or team up to challenge the Divine Tower. The city is filled with various shops, auction houses, trading posts, and information boards, making it an ideal place for resource exchange and information gathering. In simple terms, Divine Core City resembles a main town in a game, while the various levels function like game dungeons. Thus, the 10 major zones of Divine Core City can be likened to 10 main cities in a game. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chen arrived in the first major zone of Divine Core City. Chapter 15. The Peculiar Treant Merchant. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the first core area of the Divine Tower, he was greeted by a cacophony of discussions around him. Have you heard? The Godslayer seems to be the illegitimate child of the royal family from the imperial capital. Nonsense. The royal family's SSS grade Awakened One is a woman. The Godslayer sounds like a man to me. Perhaps their family has 2 SSS grade Awakened Ones this year? By the way, is a Godslayer male or female? Who cares? As long as the Godslayer doesn't team meet an untimely end, they will undoubtedly achieve greatness. Upon hearing the chatter, Jiang Chen quickly concealed his ID using the method he remembered. Goodness, am I already this famous? If outsiders recognize me, I'm doomed. Phew. Thankfully, it seems no one has noticed me. However, just then, a voice emerged beside him. Hey there, young man. What can I do for you? Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Chen swiftly turned around and was taken aback to see a humanoid creature resembling a tree stump sitting behind him, setting up a stall and greeting him. Oh, is this the Treant race? I recall that the Treants were relatively friendly compared to other races in my past life. During the invasion of myriad races over a decade later, they were among the few to remain neutral and even maintain trade relations with humanity. What a pacifistic race this is. However, just now, he surely did not notice his own ID, did he? Although the Treant race is known for its peaceful nature, it does not imply that all Treants share this trait. Besides, I am an SSS rank. Any race, except for humans, would wish to eliminate me at the earliest opportunity. If a human SSS rank Awakener were to fully develop, would it not mean adding a formidable Emperor-level adversary to their ranks? The delicate balance among the myriad races has been hard won. If humans were to suddenly gain another Emperor-level powerhouse, wouldn't that spell disaster? After all, a human emperor can easily contend with 2 foes. Nonetheless, I have heard that Treants generally have a penchant for collecting various treasures. Perhaps I should take a closer look. Moreover, It appears that I have not been detected. Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, deciding to feign the guise of an ordinary player as he casually perused the stalls of the Trant merchants. While surveying his surroundings, he inquired in a relaxed tone, "Well, I'm just browsing. Do you have anything worthwhile here?" Upon hearing this, the Trant merchant immediately beamed with delight, picking up a stone that shimmered with a black luminescence, and began his pitch. "Behold, this is an obsidian that I unearthed from an ancient ruin, imbued with potent energy and rumored to possess unique properties." Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of response, he hastily showcased another item. "Good sir, how about this? An S-rank sword, albeit slightly damaged, yet still exceptionally sharp." However, Jiang Chen remained unresponsive, his gaze drawn instead to an unassuming sapling that emanated a faint life force. Thus, he activated his talent and cast the insight spell, silently urging, "Reveal the information on this sapling." Magic 5000. Subsequently, the details of the sapling materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Sapling of the Tree of Life? Goodness, it truly is a sapling of the Tree of Life. How is this possible? How could a sapling of the Tree of Life appear here? The Tree of Life is the very essence of the Trant race, the embodiment of their faith and source of strength, symbolizing growth, prosperity, and eternity. To possess the Tree of Life is tantamount to possessing the entire Trant lineage. It is no exaggeration to say that the emergence of the Tree of Life would mobilize the entire Trant population. Even any news related to the Tree of Life would garner the utmost attention from the Trants, who would spare no effort to protect it and its seedlings. But how could this be? Not only is it being sold, but the seller is a Trant. What's going on? Are they blind? Do they not recognize the Tree of Life? Is it the Trants who have wronged you, or is it something else? Selling a sapling of the Tree of Life as an act of revenge against the Trant society? Suppressing the turmoil within him, Jiang Chen spoke again. "This sapling appears quite extraordinary. What kind of plan is it?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed the Trant merchant's eyes before he regained his composure and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. It was brought out by a human awakener from our Trant clan's forbidden grounds, and I do not recognize it." He continued, "However, I believe it holds significant value, which is why I spent some gold to acquire it. If you're interested, I can offer it to you at a low price." Jiang Chen's heart stirred. If this sapling is indeed connected to the legendary Tree of Life, it would be an incredible windfall. This item is a priceless treasure. If you were to sell it, every race in the universe would come clamoring for it. At the very least, it could fetch hundreds of billions of gold coins. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, coolly responding, "I'll take this sapling." "How much?" The Trant merchant's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he extended his right index finger, stating a price, 1 million gold coins. "What? Only 1 million for this? Brother, you must be joking. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the entire Trant race afterward?" Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance as he jested. "My friend, that is quite the joke. 1 million gold coins for a sapling? Do you take me for a fool?" Upon hearing this, the Trant merchant gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. "How about this? Aside from the sapling, I'll throw in everything else for you." Jiang Chen shook his head lightly, pretending to be skeptical, deliberately countering, "With that offer, I trust you even less. You know, a newcomer like me in the first major district doesn't have that much gold. The most I could offer you is 100,000 gold coins, and I cannot provide more." 100,000? That is far too little. The Trant merchant displayed a pained expression. "This treasure cost me a great deal to acquire. 100,000 is absolutely unacceptable." Jiang Chen silently chuckled, realizing he had hooked the merchant. He feigned helplessness. "Then I'll increase my offer a bit. 150,000 gold coins, but that's my final offer. I truly do not have more." The Trant merchant hesitated for a moment, then stomped his foot. "Fine, 150,000 it is. You've got yourself a deal." Jiang Chen felt elated within, yet maintained an unruffled exterior, handing over 150,000 gold coins to the Trant merchant and carefully stowing away the sapling. He then reminded, "Don't forget to package the other items for me as well." What a splendid windfall this has been. Upon returning, he must study this sapling thoroughly. After all, it is a divine tree capable of nurturing an entire race. The Tree of Life. It must be at least an SSS rank item. Even emperor-level powerhouses might not possess one. And here it is, effortlessly acquired by me. Once the transaction was complete, Jiang Chen departed the stall, preparing to log off. However, just as Jiang Chen vanished, a flicker of peculiar light glimmered in the Trant merchant's eyes, and in an instant, that figure transformed into a human, unmistakably resembling Yi Wuhan. Chapter 16. Divine Seed Training Camp. A flash of light, and Jiang Chen found himself back in his home. Phew. Finally, I'm back. One exhilarating experience. This trip to the Tower of Divine Communication has been incredibly rewarding. First, I acquired the SSS rank artifact, Eternal Star, and then I stumbled upon the SSS rank item, Sapling of the Tree of Life. It all feels surreal, as if I'm dreaming. After all, these are SSS rank items, the highest quality rewards available to all awakened beings. Unquestionably, these two items will serve as the foundation for my ascension to godhood. If I can achieve such rewards with each subsequent clearance, invincibility will merely be a matter of time. Subsequently, Jiang Chen carefully extracted the sapling of the Tree of Life, holding it in his palm for a meticulous examination. At this moment, the sapling emitted a soft green glow, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. Quite impressive. Now good night. And sweet dreams. Morning arrived, and Jiang Chen was still in deep slumber. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hearing the sound, Jiang Chen groggily opened his bleary eyes. Who is it? Can't a person sleep in peace this early in the morning? Reluctantly, he opened the door to find Principal Jiang standing outside, wearing a broad smile as he regarded him. Good morning, Jiang Chen. How'd you sleep last night? Jiang Chen, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated Jiang's visit. Good morning, Principal Jiang. What brings you here? Jiang stepped into the room, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat on a nearby chair, his demeanor turning serious. I'm here to discuss an important matter with you. I wonder if you have heard about. Jiang paused momentarily before proclaiming. The Divine Seed Training Program. The Divine Seed Training Program? Jiang Chen exclaimed, astonished. Goodness, it is indeed the Divine Seed Training Program. This is one of the most enigmatic initiatives in Xia country. It is said that the purpose of this program is to cultivate divine awakeners, those who are destined to become emperors. Moreover, even those awakeners who complete this program, even if they ultimately do not attain divinity, will at the very least become ninth-tier powerhouses. A significant portion of these ninth-tier powerhouses have ascended to the level of quasi-emperors. It can be asserted that a considerable number of the renowned ninth-tier and above powerhouses in Xia country today have undergone this program. Even the current 10 emperors are no exception. However, to participate in this program, an awakener's talent must be at least S grade. Yet in my previous life, I was merely an obscure B-grade awakener with no opportunity to engage with such classified programs. Seeing Jiang Chen's astonishment, Principal Jiang nodded in satisfaction and continued. This program has been jointly established by several of our nation's top-tier schools. Its aim is to discover and nurture young awakeners with potential, providing them with the finest resources to lay a solid foundation. With a hint of pride, Jiang added, among these institutions, my Qingbei University leads the way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen could only facepalm. Ultimately, this boils down to him enrolling at Qingbei University, doesn't it? Nevertheless, it is indeed advantageous to have a solid backing. Attending university is essential. Moreover, Principal Jiang has personally visited twice. It would be unwise to refuse. Thus, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and inquired. So, Principal Ji, is your visit once again to recruit me for enrollment? At Jiang Chen's words, Jiang nodded with gratification. Indeed, you possess an SSS level talent. There are only 3 SSS level awakeners among the entire human race this year. He then added, before I came here, I had a discussion with the Lin family. Your little girlfriend has already decided to enroll at Qingbei University. Oh, how unexpected. This cunning old fox has truly calculated well. However, I had previously discussed with Lin Yao in the principal's office, and Qingbei University is indeed a splendid choice. The best in all of Xia country. Furthermore, in their eyes, I am an SSS level talent. My treatment will surely be among the very best. If it were my past life, I wouldn't even have qualified to dream of such an opportunity. Just think about it. With so many people in all of Xia country, only a few tens of thousands are admitted each year. It is akin to 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. It can be said to be a sacred place that most awakeners yearn for. Moreover, entering a top-tier university would facilitate access to more advanced resources and networks. As a future emperor, my future comrades must at least be 9th tier, right? Thus, Jiang Chen nodded. I am willing to join Qingbei University. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Principal Ji Yang's face immediately broke into a satisfied smile. Welcome, Jiang Chen. Your presence will add new brilliance to Qingbei University. Ji Yang exclaimed with excitement. However, I have one condition, Jiang Chen suddenly stated. What condition? As long as we can accommodate it, we will certainly meet your request. Ji Yang replied promptly. I wish to have the freedom to arrange my training and study schedule, Jiang Chen declared. I do not wish to be overly constrained. Principal Jiang pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. No problem. This is the most fundamental requirement. As an SSS level awakener, our general role is to provide resources as support. I believe you must have your own plans. A future emperor cannot be confined to a singular path. Moreover, I can provide you with the utmost support within my authority. Thank you, Principal, Jiang Chen replied. Haha, no need for thanks. I look forward to your remarkable performance at Qingbei University, Principal Jiang said, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder with a smile. Subsequently, Principal Jiang stood up, satisfied, preparing to leave. Before departing, he added, by the way, Jiang Chen, in 10 days a designated person will come pick you up, and you will officially enter the Divine Seed training camp. In the meantime, you can prepare well. I believe you will shine there. Jiang Chen made an okay gesture. All right. Goodbye, Principal. Safe travels. As Jiang exited the room, Jiang Chen promptly shut the door. He then leaped back onto his bed. Finally, he's gone. Now, time to catch up on sleep. Chapter 17, An Eerie Dream. At midday, Jiang Chen remained sprawled on his bed, his brow furrowed, as if immersed in a terrifying dream. His breathing was somewhat rapid, and his body occasionally trembled, his fists clenched as though he were battling some force within his dream. In the dream world, the sky was as if drenched in ink, an abyssal black, with turbulent dark clouds swirling ominously, and thunder echoed incessantly, as if the heavens were lamenting, heralding the impending apocalypse. Jiang Chen's consciousness floated in the void, and wherever his gaze fell, he beheld desolation and despair. The battlefield was strewn with corpses. Rivers of blood flowed freely, and the bodies of both humanity and myriad races lay intertwined, forming a hellish tableau. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries arose in the distance, capturing Jiang Chen's attention. He looked up, and with an omniscient perspective in the dream, he perceived everything clearly. Jiang Chen gasped in horror as he witnessed countless armies of myriad races surging forth like a tempest, wildly invading human territory. Instantly, flames of war erupted, blazing fiercely and casting a crimson hue across the land. Innocent lives were mercilessly extinguished upon this soil, a scene of carnage that was harrowing beyond description. Faced with such formidable foes, the warriors of humanity did not falter. They stepped forward bravely, resolutely resisting. With their own flesh and blood, they forged impenetrable defenses, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the coalition of myriad races. However, despite the indomitable courage of the human warriors, the sheer number of the enemy was overwhelming. They poured in ceaselessly, as if inexhaustible, placing unprecedented pressure upon humanity. The situation for the humans grew increasingly dire, each moment fraught with the risk of extinction. At this moment, Jiang Chen also felt an unparalleled weight pressing upon him as he stood alone on the battlefield, resembling an unyielding fortress. Faced with this predicament, Jiang Chen did not retreat an inch. Instead, a blazing fire ignited within his heart as he sought to gather all his strength for one final breakthrough. Indeed, Jiang Chen was exerting every ounce of effort to attempt a breakthrough to the divine level. As time ticked away, his body began to emanate a mesmerizing and resplendent radiance. This brilliance intertwined like myriad golden lightning bolts, forming a dazzling cocoon of light that enveloped Jiang Chen completely. This was a most significant omen of his impending ascension to the divine realm. On the other side of the battlefield, the 10 great emperors, representing humanity's last hope and defensive strength, unfalteringly stepped forward to engage in fierce combat with the enemy. Each strike reverberated through the heavens and earth, carrying the might to reshape the very landscape and shake mountains. They were all striving to buy Jiang Chen the time he needed to break through to the divine level, because they understood that if Jiang Chen could successfully break through this bottleneck and ascend to the realm of divine strength, it would herald a monumental shift for the entire human race. Once Jiang Chen stepped into the divine domain, humanity would gain a formidable warrior of unparalleled might. Consequently, the balance of power would undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and the previously stalemated situation could be irrevocably altered. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary prowess, he would undoubtedly play a decisive role at critical moments, guiding humanity towards the dawn of victory. However, just as the battle reached its zenith, a shadow clad in dark crimson suddenly manifested in the skies above Blue Star, its overwhelming aura suffocating all beneath it. Upon opening its eyes, the very fabric of reality shifted as a blood-red canopy enveloped the heavens. This entity appeared to be an ancient presence hailing from the far reaches of the cosmos, its power seemingly transcending the divine level, each movement imbued with cataclysmic force. With merely a glance, the 10 immensely powerful emperors, who had safeguarded humanity for centuries, erupted in a torrent of blood, their bodies shattering into crimson mist. These 10 emperors had once stood atop the pinnacle of the world, wielding unmatched strength and authority, capable of commanding life and death itself. Yet before this being, they were utterly powerless, obliterated in an instant without a shred of opportunity for resistance. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Jiang Chen felt his spirit stir even in slumber, his eyes reddening as if on the verge of weeping blood. His lips trembled slightly, coalescing into a singular word: kill. This utterance seemed to resonate with boundless murderous intent and fury, echoing throughout the entirety of the dream realm. However, at this very moment, when he was on the brink of breaking through the divine level, Jiang Chen found himself utterly paralyzed, unable to take any action. In that fleeting instant, an extraordinarily potent force of darkness surged forth, and he was discovered. A raspy, deep voice then reverberated. "Ha! At last I have found you." Accompanied by this voice, a purplish-red light shot forth from the being's eyes. Boom. Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness entirely. In the waking world, Jiang Chen jolted awake, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and with his heart racing uncontrollably. He sat up, rubbing his temples in an attempt to dispel the dizziness left by the dream, his mind awash with questions. Was this truly a dream? Why did it feel so vividly real? Could it be a premonition of the future? If so, what calamity awaited humanity? The invading forces in his dream seemed far more numerous than ever before. And who was that shadow? What was its identity? How could it possess such overwhelming power? Could it surpass the divine level? What realm lies beyond the divine, to cause the demise of 10 emperors with a mere gaze? And what did it mean by "I've found you"? Was it specifically targeting me, with an SSS level talent corresponding to the divine level? Could it be that my unique rule level talent transcends the divine? Is it possible that my talent attracted it? This is terrifying. One glance leading to the fall of gods. I've never even heard of such a thing. I can only hope it was just a dream. Please, don't let it be aimed at me. If it truly is, that would spell great trouble. My strength is still insufficient. By the way, where's Lilia? Why didn't I see her in the dream? With her talent, she should be nearing emperor status by now, right? Why did she not appear? Has something happened to her? At this thought, Jiang Chen felt a sudden pang of longing for Lilia, deciding he should check on her and discuss matters regarding the training camp. Chapter 18. I suspect you're seducing me. Jiang Chen sprang from his bed with a nimble flip, swiftly donning a tidy outfit. He grabbed his phone and, with deft fingers, sent Lilia a message. "Yao Yao, are you free this afternoon? I have something important to discuss." Before long, a notification chimed from his QQ account. "Hush, hush. Classmate, I'm here, come over. Location, Jiang Chen. Okay, I'll be there soon." With that, he opened the door, checked the location information, and prepared to set off. However, upon seeing the address, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Where does Lilia live? Huayangyunding? That's the largest villa district in the city. It said that only those with fortunes exceeding 100 billion can reside there. And even if you meet that threshold, you still need connections. Otherwise, entry is impossible. The residents are all prominent figures. Damn, the rumors at school were still too mild. This isn't just having a bit of background. This is a connection to the heavens. 100 billion. How many people in the country can claim that? And that's the minimum standard. No wonder 5 million can be given away so casually. Ugh. With such a wealthy background and her own excellence, this empress will be hard to pursue. Before long, Jiang Chen made his way downstairs and hailed a van, instructing the driver, "Master, to Huayangyunding in the city center, please." The driver regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, displaying a look of skepticism, yet replied, "Sure." As the van sped along, Jiang Chen continued to ponder about Lilia, increasingly alarmed. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the villa district, where a uniformed security guard approached, expressionless, and blocked their way. "No entry without permission," the guard stated coldly. Jiang Chen quickly explained, "I'm here to see Lilia." The guard shot Jiang Chen a dismissive glance and scoffed, "Looking for Miss Lin? Do you have an appointment?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What? An appointment is required?" The guard let out a derisive laugh, mocking, "No appointment means no entry. Do you think this place is just for anyone to waltz in?" Jiang Chen clenched his fists and activated his insight skill. Nickname, Iron Pot Stewing Big Goose. Level, 346. Occupation, talent. Health points, magic points. What a bizarre nickname. A foodie, perhaps? No wonder he has such a big belly, and a mere security guard is over level 300. This gatekeeper is stronger than teachers from elite schools. Is this what the life of the wealthy is like? Forget it, I can't win. Jiang Chen could only furiously clench his fists, but he still restrained his anger, explaining, I'm a classmate of Lin Yao. We have urgent matters to discuss. The guard waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, country bumpkin. Don't waste time here. Infuriated, Jiang Chen glared at the guard and shouted, What gives you the right to say that? I'm here to see someone, not to beg. The guard snickered derisively. With someone like you think you can enter Huayan Yending? You should take a good look at your own status. Damn it. How dare you look down on me? I shall remember you. Jiang Chen clenched his fists in anger once more, and at that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He resolved to employ his extraordinary talent, mind control, to teach that conceited security guard a lesson. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and silently wished. Let him feel an urgent need to relieve himself. One he cannot control. As Jiang Chen focused his thoughts, the security guard was suddenly besieged by an overwhelming urge to urinate. His expression shifted dramatically as he scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for a place to relieve himself. However, with people bustling about, he could only endure. Get lost, you bumpkin. The guard waved his hand dismissively at Jiang Chen, but his tone betrayed a hint of panic. Observing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Aware that his talent had begun to take effect, this ability is truly remarkable. Pranking a third-tier powerhouse is as effortless as eating or drinking. Henceforth, anyone who crosses me shall be dealt with. He deliberately slowed his pace, strolling leisurely while keenly observing the guard's reactions. Indeed, it was not long before the guard's face turned crimson, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He squirmed restlessly, striving to alleviate the indescribable discomfort. Damn it, I am a third-tier powerhouse. How can I not even control my urge to urinate? The guard cursed inwardly, but the more he cursed, the more intense the urge became. Finally, just as Jiang Chen was about to step into the villa area, the guard could no longer hold it in. With a pain scream, he found his trousers completely soaked. Damn it, today is truly unfortunate. The guard muttered curses under his breath as he hurried away to change his pants. Jiang Chen glanced back, a glint of amusement in his eyes, before nonchalantly entering the villa area. Huh, that will teach you to offend me. This scene was witnessed by passers-by, who cast peculiar glances at the guard, deepening his humiliation. Following the address, Jiang Chen arrived at Lin Yao's residence, pulled out his phone, and sent her text. Jiang Chen, Yao, I've arrived. I'm right downstairs. Soon, a reply came, coming down now. 5 minutes later, the villa's door swung open, revealing Lin Yao clad in a pink pajama set adorned with 2 little bear motifs, holding 2 luscious green grapes in her hand as she gracefully emerged from the villa. Her legs, bare beneath her shorts, were as fair as jade, straight as 2 green onions. She moved with a lightness akin to a celestial being descending to earth. In Jiang Chen's somewhat dazed gaze, she popped both grapes in her mouth. Delicious. Is she really coming out in her pajamas? How utterly adorable. You don't consider me a stranger at all. Moreover, those legs, they are too straight and too fair. Is this how one evaluates candidates? Sister, you are an empress. Your persona is crumbling. First, it was those JK stockings, now pajamas. I have reason to suspect you are trying to seduce me. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard in an attempt to mask his nervousness. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lin Yao beamed a sweet smile. Jiang Chen, why are you still outside? Kumin. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head. I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't expect your building to be so hard to enter. Lin Yao chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I'm sorry, the community management is quite strict. Come in, let us chat at home. With that, Lin Yao flashed a gentle smile and naturally took Jiang Chen's hand, softly saying, let us go up and talk. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wow, how direct. She is holding my hand. Soon, they arrived in the living room, where Lin Yao invited Jiang Chen to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Thank you. Jiang Chen accepted the glass. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Lin Yao. Flustered by his attention, Lin Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Why are you staring at me? Realizing his indiscretion, Jiang Chen hastily shifted the topic. Yao, I came to ask you about the training camp. Chapter 19. The Multitude Hunting Grounds. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, striving to appear composed as he addressed Lin Yao. I've heard that you are also going to participate in that so-called Divine Seed training camp. Is that true? Lin Yao nodded, a serious glint in her eyes. Yes, the president of Qingbei University, Ji Yang, has approached me. What exactly is this program for? Jiang Chen endeavored to suppress his curiosity. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. As far as I know, this program is also referred to as the extraterrestrial hunting plan. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What? The extraterrestrial hunting plan? Are you implying that it is related to the multitude? Lin Yao inhaled deeply, seemingly organizing her thoughts before beginning her explanation. Jiang Chen. Have you heard of the multitude battlefield? Jiang Chen nodded. I have heard of it. It is the battlefield between our human race and the multitude. Exactly. The original intent of this program is to hunt the multitude. Participants will be sent to the multitude hunting grounds, located at the periphery of the multitude battlefield, where numerous extraterrestrial beings reside. Participants will be tasked with exterminating these beings to hone their skills. Their mission is to hunt extraterrestrials in that area for a month. During this time, they will face life and death challenges, and slaying extraterrestrials will yield points, determining the ranking of all participants. Moreover, these points can be exchanged for bountiful rewards, and those with high rankings may even be honored by the state, as slaying extraterrestrials at the battlefield's edge counts as military merit. However, unlike a formal entry into the multitude battlefield, the awakened participants in this plan are the elite of this year, so various academies will dispatch experts to provide covert protection. Generally, this means that for most participants, it will be their first entry into the multitude battlefield, and it is also the safest opportunity. One could say this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for us young awakeners to gain genuine experience. After all, once we truly enter the multitude's total battlefield, there will be no one to protect us. After finishing, Lin Yao continued. This program will commence in about 10 days. Based on past experiences, within 10 days, nearly all participants will have broken through the first 10 levels and reached above level 100, which is tier 1. Some of the stronger participants might even surpass level 200. Therefore, to ensure effective training in the multitude hunting grounds, participants will generally have to deal with extraterrestrials below level 300 themselves, while those above level 300 will be managed by the leading instructors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's understanding deepened. So that is how it is. The multitude hunting grounds. I do recall such a place from my past life memories. It seems to lie at the border between the human realm and the multitude. As it is situated at the edge of the total battlefield, the extraterrestrial beings there are not particularly formidable. It is said that some of these beings were captured and kept by human powerhouses for training. However, in my previous life, I lacked the qualification to comprehend such plans, naively thinking that confining lower-tier extraterrestrials was superfluous. Reflecting upon the past, it is evident that although those of foreign descent may be deemed inferior, easily extinguishable by beings of level 500, they nonetheless serve as excellent training fodder for a group of fledgling warriors around level 100. After expressing this thought, Lin Yao reminded, Jiang Chen, this opportunity is rare. If you wish to participate, you must prepare diligently. Moreover, the wilds of all races and the battlefield of all races are in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of encountering formidable foes. Jiang Chen nodded, deep in contemplation. Monsters of level 300. In my previous life, I barely reached level 460 before my demise. Am I truly to engage with the battlefield of all races in just 10 days? It seems I must commence preparations forthwith. I shall begin my ascent in the tower upon my return. Although the wilds of all races are merely a scaled-down version of the battlefield, their proximity poses a serious risk. One could inadvertently encounter powerful adversaries. This is no jest. Even in the periphery, one misstep could lead to demise. However, in this life, I possess the singular talent of rule level. I can conquer at least one layer of the tower each day. Perhaps in 10 days, I shall enter the second major region of the divine core city. With this thought, Jiang Chen turned to Lin Yao and proposed Yao Yao. Shall we form a team, then? It would be delightful to have companionship. Lin Yao smiled gently, a warm glimmer in her eyes, and readily agreed. Of course. Hearing her affirmation, Jiang Chen beamed. Then it is settled. I shall begin my ascent upon my return, until we meet in 10 days. After bidding farewell to Lin Yao, Jiang Chen returned to his rental abode. He opened his attribute panel to review his stats. Nickname, Godslayer level, 1675. Rank, 0 tier profession. Supreme Archmage talent. Mind manipulation, health points. 1, 310, 013. 100 mana points. 1, 915, 019. 150 strength. 510 agility. 513 intelligence. 625 constitution. 517 spirit. 622 attack power. 312, 316 magical attack power. 1, 215 defense. 630 magical defense. 940 hit rate. 75 dodge rate, 65 critical hit rate, 15 active skills, Fireball, LV1, Frostbolt, LV1, Lightning Bolt, LV1, Magic Shield, LV1, Mana Burst, LV1, Falling Stars, LV1, Passive Skills, Mana Control, Magic Mastery, Elemental Affinity, Rapid Casting Equipment, Eternal Star, Ring of the Mage, Exquisite Robe. Gazing at the panel before him, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. Phew. These attributes render me invincible among my peers. Yet in 10 days, I shall face monsters of level 200. Furthermore, to achieve commendable results, I will likely need to slay foes exceeding level 300, possibly even encountering those of level 400. I must attain near level 300 prowess in 10 days. Alas, if I do not strive harder, even the lowly guards will prove too formidable for me. It is time to work tirelessly. Chapter 20. I am Yi Wuhan. I am Yi Wuhan, born into an ancient and enigmatic lineage. Since the advent of the Divine Tower 300 years ago, my family has vigilantly guarded humanity's borders against the incursions of foreign races. In this era, despite the international recognition of the threat posed by these races, my family continues to bear a unique responsibility to shield humanity from the lurking dangers of those hidden in the shadows. From a young age, I was instilled with the belief that as a descendant of the Yi family, my mission is to ensure the safety of mankind and uphold peace. During my formative years, the elders taught me that strength is the sole pathway to protect those I hold dear. They also posited that an individual's constitution significantly influences the awakening of their innate talents. Thus, I commenced a rigorous training regimen from childhood, persisting day after day, regardless of the elements, in my pursuit of martial prowess. As I matured, my exceptional talents and determination became evident. Not only did I advance rapidly in martial arts, but I also began to display acumen in strategy and leadership. I understood that brute force alone could not resolve all conflicts. Wisdom and strategy were equally vital. Consequently, I immersed myself in a myriad of texts, studying military strategy, history, and philosophy, striving to become a well-rounded warrior. My reputation gradually spread, establishing me as a distinguished figure among the younger generation. At the age of 18, coinciding with the National College entrance examinations, perhaps my years of effort finally bore fruit. For I awakened the rare SS-level talent, Mind Controller. This extraordinary ability enables me to perceive and influence the emotions and wills of others. Undoubtedly, a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. My family regarded me as the heir, placing great expectations upon me. Fully aware of the weight of this responsibility, I intensified my training, diligently climbing the tower to enhance my strength. After completing my examinations, I chose to enroll in the National Military Academy, aspiring to better serve humanity through systematic training and education. Throughout my tenure at the academy, I not only honed my tactical and strategic knowledge, but also forged friendships with like-minded individuals, engaging in discussions and mutual growth. Upon graduation, I was dispatched to the front lines, becoming a pivotal figure in the fight against the foreign races. It was there that I encountered her, a clever, brave, beautiful, and kind-hearted warrior named Lu Su. She was not only my comrade, but also the most significant person in my life. Together, we faced countless life-and-death trials, standing against the onslaught of foreign races. In her presence, I discovered my Mind Controller ability growing ever stronger, and we fell in love. Yet, happiness is often fleeting. On a stormy night, the foreign races launched a surprise attack, and Lu Su was gravely injured while covering my retreat, ultimately collapsing in my arms. In that moment, the anguish within me surged like a tempest, shattering my world. Amidst overwhelming sorrow and fury, my SS-level talent underwent a qualitative transformation, evolving into the supreme SSS-level talent. God of Mind. This not only granted me the ability to control and alter the minds of my enemies, but also allowed me to harness the power of the mind for formidable combat prowess. Moreover, I became endowed with the potential for divinity. After that, I felt as if I had transformed. My gaze turned colder, my swordsmanship sharper, with each strike imbued with profound sorrow and boundless strength. By chance, I uncovered a greater conspiracy lurking behind the foreign races. They sought to unite and breach humanity's defenses, utterly conquering this land. I promptly reported my findings to the authorities and proposed a strategic layout. The nation took this matter seriously, appointing me as a general tasked with thwarting this unprecedented crisis. Through a series of meticulously planned and arduous battles, I successfully dismantled the foreign races plot, securing a precious peace for humanity. Despite my illustrious achievements, I remained humble and unassuming, eschewing pride. I am acutely aware that behind every triumph lies the sacrifice and dedication of countless warriors. Therefore, I extend my utmost care to my subordinates and treat the populace with kindness and compassion. My prestige has soared, and the people laud my wisdom and benevolence. Consequently, the state has entrusted me with significant responsibilities, appointing me as a great general to safeguard the tranquility of the human realm. After the departure of the Willow Catkins, I devoted all my energies to the battle against the myriad races. As the number of slain adversaries increased, my strength burgeoned rapidly, and one fateful day, I comprehended the essence of martial arts. Upon entering the path, I attained the imperial level, transcending even to the divine. I became the youngest emperor in the annals of human history. My might is sufficient to shake the heavens and the earth. My very existence is a nightmare for all other races. Yet, I have always maintained a heart of humility and diligence. For I know that all of this is for the sake of the Willow Catkins, for the peace she could not witness. After ascending to the throne, I did not rest on my laurels. I understood that our limited strength could not ensure everlasting peace for humanity. We must seek out and cultivate a new generation of powerful guardians to bear the mantle of protection. After countless nights of effort and observation, I discovered Jiang Chen, a young man endowed with extraordinary talent. His potential is boundless, his will unwavering, and his heart is attuned to the welfare of the world. I perceived a brilliance within him, reminiscent of my own in days gone by, perhaps even surpassing my own strength. Jiang Chen's SSS level talent, time reversal, is an exceedingly rare and formidable ability, enabling him to manipulate time with his thoughts. If wielded wisely, this power could serve as a tremendous boon for humanity. However, after prolonged observation, I found it peculiar that I had never witnessed Jiang Chen utilizing his time-manipulating abilities. Could it be that the temporal talent is truly so fearsome? Why is it that even I, a being of divine caliber, cannot unravel its mysteries? Nevertheless, I pay no heed to such concerns. As long as Jiang Chen is advantageous to humanity, that is sufficient. I do not wish for him to tread a path laden with solitude and suffering. Thus, after discussions with the other 10 emperors, I resolved to voluntarily become his mentor, guiding him in the proper use of his powers and how to confront the challenges within. Subsequently, I, representing the tree people, gifted him a sapling of the tree of life as a token of our meeting. May it one day become a significant aid on his journey to divinity. I now prepare to meet Jiang Chen, to formally take him as my disciple. Standing in the ancient courtyard, gazing at the youth within the rented dwelling, my heart swells with anticipation. Jiang Chen, you shall be the future of humanity. I shall do all within my power to aid your growth, to mold you into a true guardian. I firmly believe that with you, humanity shall usher in an entirely new era. Chapter 21, Eruption, 70 million damage. Inside the rented room, Jiang Chen closed his panel, his consciousness sinking into the tattoo on his right hand. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in an instant, he found himself in the core city of Tongshan. Welcome to the core city of Tongshan. This time, Jiang Chen wasted no time and headed straight for the 3rd level of the tower. Tonight, there was no need for any preparatory work. According to Jiang Chen's memories from his past life, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the 3rd level remained the maze of spirits. Indeed, it is a form of labyrinth. It is said that the 3rd level is a trial set by a certain deity, where only those with great fortune and immense opportunities can discern its truths. Those who conquer this maze shall receive divine blessings, paving their extraordinary paths. The maze of spirits consists of a total of 100 levels. However, thus far, the best achievement in human history has only managed to reach a 99 exploration rate, meaning that only 99 levels have been cleared. Within the maze, each level presents multiple directional choices, all shrouded in mist. Once the next level is selected, all other paths vanish. These levels may contain enhancements, detriments, rewards, or monster guardians. Every 10 levels, a formidable boss-level guardian lurks, and only by defeating them can one proceed to the next challenge. Failure in battle results in a 10 decrease in exploration rate and a return to 10 levels prior, necessitating a restart of the challenge, which tests the player's patience significantly. It is said that the final level has a unique restriction. Although there is only one level to choose from, no one has yet fulfilled the conditions to enter. Legend has it that whoever can access the 100th level and successfully clear it is likely to break the limitations of the Tongshan Tower, achieving an unprecedented SSS level clearance rating. The randomness of the maze is exceedingly strong. This time, it all hinges on talent. It's a gamble. Jiang Chen made up his mind, stepping briskly into the teleportation array, a beam of white light engulfing him, and the familiar prompt echoed in his ears. Wishing you success in clearing the Tongshan Tower soon. Jiang Chen took a deep breath as the white light gradually dissipated, revealing that he stood at the entrance of the maze of spirits. The surroundings were cloaked in dense fog, rendering his vision a mere blur. Clearly, each step here demands heightened vigilance and decisiveness. Let us give a try. With that, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, a thought stirring within him, activating his talent, mindful method, upgrading insight technique to Eye of Insight. Ding. Insufficient magic. Ugh. How disappointing. What a useless talent. It can't even function. Is it merely for pranking others? Forget it. I'll just pick randomly. He then carelessly chose a direction to enter the level. At that moment, a vortex suddenly materialized in the space, and a shadowy figure gradually emerged. By its attire, if memory serves me right, it should be a lizard man. How unfortunate. Typically, the first 10 levels are predominantly enhancement states. I didn't expect to encounter a monster right off the bat. What bad luck. Raising his hand, he cast Fireball. Critical hit. 4864. Experience 20,000. Copper coins 14. 567. Instantly vanquished. To my surprise, the experience awarded is still on par with my past life. At this rate, after finishing the 3rd level, I might reach around level 40. Without pausing, Jiang Chen stepped into the vortex, entering the 2nd level. The 2nd level, like the first, was also enveloped in dense fog. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen randomly selected a direction. Health 500. Jiang Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was a beneficial effect. He pressed onward and soon arrived at the 3rd level. This time, he chose the left path. There a gigantic python coiled in the center, flicking its tongue, its eyes glinting with malice. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed Fireball. 2356. Huh? It didn't die? No matter. Let us try a lightning spell. Jiang Chen raised Eternal Star, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from his staff, striking the giant snake. 2586. The giant snake was swiftly struck by the lightning, convulsing a few times before collapsing, dropping a plethora of copper coins. Experience 25,000. Copper coins 18, 567. Although this was technically the 2nd time across 2 lives that Jiang Chen entered the 3rd level, he was nonetheless astonished by the massive experience points granted by the giant snake. My goodness, the growth rate remains terrifyingly high. According to this calculation, encountering a minor boss level guardian on the 10th level would yield no less than 200,000 experience points. It seems that reaching level 40 is a rather conservative estimate. In my previous life, I fell on the 20th floor, but perhaps in this life I might have the chance to clear the game. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly making his way to the next level. Suddenly, the scene of the 4th level transformed, and he found himself at the foot of a towering mountain, with a staircase winding up the mountainside. Goodness, he had stumbled upon a maze of beneficial attributes. Although the attributes provided by the maze were temporary, they would greatly assist in clearing the 3rd layer. What a windfall! Without hesitation, he ascended the stairs, and with each step he took, a message appeared before him. Constitution 5, Strength 3, Health 110, Magical Attack Power 50, Experience 500, in less than 10 minutes. Jiang Chen had climbed nearly 500 steps, witnessing a significant enhancement in all his attributes. His experience points surged by tens of thousands. It is worth noting that while the attribute boosts were temporary, the experience gained was permanent. Suddenly, a massive tiger leapt out from the side, lunging at him with bared fangs and claws. Jiang Chen sidestepped, brandishing his staff to unleash a fireball. Boom! 4364 damage dealt. Experience 10,000. Copper coins 8,567. The tiger was immediately reduced to ashes. Though monsters could appear within the maze, they were generally weak, and correspondingly, the rewards in terms of experience were considerably lesser. Onward. It's important to note that this mountain was approximately 800 meters high. He had to climb nearly 7,000 steps. Intelligence 8, Spirit 6, Experience 400. Time swiftly passed, and Jiang Chen soon reached the final step. Before him stood a stone tablet inscribed with rows upon rows of names, densely packed and nearly illegible. Yet the first name was prominently displayed. Tianjizi. Huh, Tianjizi? Wasn't he the first emperor of the human race, the emperor of heaven's secrets? Had he also encountered the maze of beneficial attributes? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen discovered a line of small text on the stone tablet. Attack the stone tablet with all your might, and rewards will be distributed according to the damage dealt. Incredible. A ranking stone tablet? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, activating his talent while silently reciting. Consume all magical energy to maximize the damage of falling stars. With anticipation, he raised his staff, Eternal Star, and swung it towards the sky. A deep blue beam as thick as a barrel descended, striking the stone tablet with tremendous force. Magic damage, 248, 645. Critical hit, 70, 794, 991. Hiss. This was terrifying. With the enhancement from the level S attributes, Jiang Chen's magical attack power approached 25,000, and his magical energy reached around 250,000. Coupled with his talent, Mind S will, after consuming all magical energy, falling stars dealt over 100-fold damage increase, resulting in a staggering critical hit of 70 million damage. If we disregard defense, this damage could likely eliminate even a typical 7th-tier powerhouse in an instant. It's worth noting that in my previous life, I had only a few 100,000 health points at tier 4. If I had to expend some life force, wouldn't that amount to over 100 million? How careless of me. I should have known to sacrifice half my life force. However, regarding the third layer of the Divine Tower, even with immense attribute boosts, no one could deal such damage, right? It seems I must find opportunities to further explore the use of my talents. The stone tablet shimmered, and a line of grand text materialized. Congratulations. You have secured the first place ranking. Rewards are as follows. Experience 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Gold 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Special lottery opportunity X1. With a flurry of notifications, Jiang Chen's level rapidly ascended, and in the blink of an eye, he reached level 65. What a delight. He had jumped a staggering 46 levels. Moreover, he had garnered 5 million gold coins, converted into currency from the Summer Nation. That amounts to 50 million. I never anticipated such unexpected gains. Chapter 22, The Child of Destiny. The subtitles gradually faded, and the surrounding environment began to shift, enveloped once more in thick mist. Excellent. Onward to the next level. This journey had already proven immensely rewarding. My attributes have undergone a dramatic transformation, even without utilizing my talent to enhance damage. A single falling stars can easily deal around 300 000 damage. Time to replenish some mana. Subsequently, Jiang Chen rummaged through his backpack, retrieving several low-level mana potions and gulping them down quickly. Glug, glug. Mana 250. Mana 250. Mana 250. This time the gain was rather meager. It was even less than the 0.5 mana regeneration per second he had naturally. Oh well, considering that a normal version of Falling Stars only consumed 200 mana. It would suffice. No time to waste. With that thought, Jiang Chen swiftly stowed away the remaining potions and chose a direction at random to proceed to the next challenge. In the subsequent levels, he encountered primarily beneficial challenges, and even when he occasionally faced monsters, under Jiang Chen's currently formidable attributes, a simple attack could easily vanquish them. Jiang Chen's exploration progressed at an astonishing pace through the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. Before long, he arrived at the 10th level. Jiang Chen paused momentarily, and the mist around him began to coalesce, ultimately manifesting a green-skinned creature with a shiny bald head and a long, pitch-black tongue hanging from its mouth. Ugh! How utterly grotesque. After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen cast a detection spell. Name, Bloody Butcher. Level 20. Grade, D. Health, 30,000. Attack power, 1,500. Physical defense, 1,000. Magical defense, 1,000. Skill 1. Slaughter Slash. The Bloody Butcher swings a massive shadow axe, inflicting 300 physical damage in a linear area ahead. Targets hit will have a 30 chance to be slowed for 2 seconds. Skill 2. Dark Healing Tongue. The Bloody Butcher's black tongue can lick surrounding targets during each attack, siphoning some of their essence while restoring at least 5 of its maximum health. Skill 3. Fearsome Roar. The Bloody Butcher opens its mouth wide, unleashing its long tongue while emitting a deafening roar, instilling fear in nearby enemies, reducing their attack and defense by 10 for 5 seconds. What on earth are these disgusting skills? Siphoning essence? Please don't lick me. Get lost. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately raised his staff and unleashed Falling Stars. Boom! Instant kill. 328, 468 damage dealt. Experience 250, 000. Copper coins 60, 078. Shadow Reaper. The Bloody Butcher had not even had time to react before being obliterated by the falling starlight. Though the creature was hideous, the experience and copper coin rewards were quite generous. The crux of the matter lies in the unexpected emergence of a D-class battle axe. Alas, it is of no use to me. However, should I find myself devoid of superior alternatives, it could serve as a material for the devouring process of my eternal star. Yet, the low level of this axe suggests that its attributes may contribute little. I am left pondering whether, despite being a weapon, it might still unlock some peculiar and eccentric attributes. How intriguing. Subsequently, Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly, stowing the spoils into his backpack before striding forth into the next challenge. In the real world, as Jiang Chen traversed from the 4th to the 10th level, a tempest brewed. Every social platform, including QA sites, news outlets, and media, was ablaze with the same announcement. Extra. Extra. The ranking stele within the true realm of the third layer of the Tower of Divine Communication has just been refreshed. The Godslayer currently occupies the first position. It is rumored that the first great emperor of humanity, Emperor Tianji, dealt a staggering damage of over 30 million. What damage will the Godslayer achieve? 50 million? Or even 100 million? Will the Godslayer surpass the old emperors to become the future supreme emperor of humanity? Whispers suggest that the Godslayer is the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianji, participating in the third layer with special artifacts, solely to maximize ranking rewards. Attention! Attention! It is said that foreign races are now hunting the Godslayer, with a bounty reaching 1 billion gold coins. The rise of the Godslayer. Is it a boon or a bane for humanity? For the average player, merely entering the ranking stele is a formidable challenge. It is essential to note that among the entire human race, there are only 1 million slots available. Over the past 3 centuries, an overwhelming number of awakeners have inscribed their names upon the stele, resulting in those who now qualify for the rankings to be at least S-class or higher in talent. Naturally, for the prodigies and various gifted individuals, attaining a place on the list is relatively effortless. However, they are far more concerned about the damage they inflict. The greater the damage dealt, the stronger the individual is perceived to be, and it reflects their potential for the future. Within the third layer, where most are generally below level 30, to inflict tens of millions in damage is a staggering feat. This not only signifies invincibility among peers, but also implies the ability to transcend 2 or 3 major realms to vanquish opponents. Such individuals, once they attain godhood, will undoubtedly be invincible in their tier, just like the legendary Emperor Tianji, who, during the inception of the Tower of Divine Communication, single-handedly averted catastrophe and elevated humanity from the depths of oblivion to become one of the mighty races, a singular force that instilled dread across myriad clans. This is a paradigm-shifting powerhouse. One person can propel an entire era. One individual can transform an entire world. This is destiny, and it is singular. In the imperial capital, within a grand hall, 10 emperors once again convened around an ancient rosewood round table, the atmosphere solemn and grave. Emperor Tianji, Yidvingyun, wore a serious expression as he slowly broke the silence. I have verified that the Godslayer, also known as Jiang Chen, has inflicted a staggering 70 million points of damage within the true realm of the third layer. Upon hearing this, the other emperors were momentarily taken aback, quickly falling into a brief silence. This figure surpassed the achievements of any of them during their youth by leaps and bounds, even exceeding what they had once deemed the limits of possibility. They all recognized Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, yet none had anticipated he would reach such terrifying heights. 70 million? One of the emperors repeated softly, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Emperor Tianji continued, in my youth, I too left a mark in the third layer. Yet my record was a mere 28 million. The other emperors exchanged glances filled with complex emotions. Clearly, Jiang Chen's performance had far surpassed their expectations. They understood that such power, if misdirected, could lead to dire consequences. Observing the hesitance of the others, Yi Wuhan contemplated for a moment before slowly declaring, I have decided to formally take Jiang Chen as my disciple, guiding him to appropriately wield this power and avert any potential tragedy. The other emperors expressed their unanimous agreement. Then let us entrust this matter to Brother Yi. They were acutely aware that should such power fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, it would spell calamity for humanity. Hence, they must ensure that Jiang Chen's path of growth is both righteous and resolute. We must closely monitor his actions and provide the necessary guidance and support, added another emperor. Furthermore, we need to protect him from external interference and threats, proposed yet another. Thus, the 10 emperors reached a consensus, deciding to unite in safeguarding this beacon of hope, ensuring his path to growth remains unobstructed, while also nurturing a new protector for humanity. Meanwhile, far away within the Tower of Divine Communication, Jiang Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had become the focal point of attention in the imperial capital. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in exploring the third layer, each step etching the unique legend of the Godslayer. Chapter 23, The Tower Spirit. 2 hours later, within the Tower of Divine Communication, third layer. 99th Challenge. A streak of starlight traversed the sky, striking the guardian of the challenge, Lord of the Flame Demon. Boom. Magic. 20,000. Instant kill. 2, 523, 164. Upon reaching the 99th level, Jiang Chen once again received a substantial increase in attributes, with his magical attack power surpassing the 30,000 threshold. Thus, Even though the Flame Demon Guardian was a level 45 S-class boss with a staggering total health of 2 million and nearly 10,000 in dual defenses, it was still obliterated under the tenfold enhancement of Fallen Star. Seeing the Flame Demon collapse, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He mused, surely, even the great emperors of yore could not have achieved such feats. After the Lord of the Flame Demon fell, a bounty of items scattered across the ground. Experience 800,000. Coins 694, 587. Heart of the Inferno chestplate. Heart of the Inferno boots. Heart of the Inferno staff. Heart of Flames. Eruption scroll. With a flash, Jiang Chen leveled up once more. Goodness. Truly, an S-class monster yields such a bountiful drop. These were all A-class items, each piece valued at around 1 million gold coins. What a windfall. I must collect these and examine them more thoroughly upon my return. Now, only the final challenge remains. This is a place that no one in human history has ever cleared. As the corpse of the Lord of the Flame Demon vanished, a 2-meter-high portal of light appeared in its stead. After gathering his spoils, Jiang Chen gazed apprehensively at the portal. Is this the gateway to the 100th challenge? It appears there is but a single door. Should I enter directly? And once inside, how shall I overcome the 100th challenge? The 10 emperors before me undoubtedly ventured here. Yet, without exception, they all concluded their journeys at the 99th challenge, never progressing further. The same question loomed before Jiang Chen. If this is a riddle, and the previous emperors failed for various reasons, can I solve it? Jiang Chen had not yet the audacity to presume he could surpass the great emperors of his time. Never mind. Having arrived at this point, it is prudent to venture inside and take a look. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and stepped through the luminous portal. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in an expanse of pure white. Not far ahead, a colossal, pale golden crystal orb floated, exuding a faint yet mesmerizing spectrum of colors. This is the awakening crystal orb. Jiang Chen was thoroughly familiar with this appearance. However, while the orbs at school were soft blue, this one was resplendently golden. Moreover, they differed in size, yet everything else was strikingly similar. What does this mean? A test of talent? From the looks of it, the pale golden crystal orb suggests a higher echelon than the pale blue one, does it not? Thus, the condition for passing the 100th level must be to possess a talent surpassing SSS grade? How astonishing. I never anticipated that the so-called special restrictions referred to talent level. It is no wonder, given the prowess of the 10 great emperors of humanity. Even if this level is challenging, there would inevitably be 1 or 2 individuals who could surmount it. Nevertheless, since it is a measure of talent, it all makes sense. After all, the highest known talent level to date is merely SSS. However, the one thing I fear least is the comparison of talents. Unique, rule level. I ask you, who else can rival this? This is unprecedented. While the circumstances among the myriad races remain unclear, as far as humanity is concerned, I am undoubtedly the sole individual in 3 centuries to transcend the SSS level. If even I cannot pass, then this level may indeed be rendered superfluous. With this thought, Jiang Chen brimmed with confidence, hastening towards the awakening crystal orb, raising his right hand to touch its crystalline surface. The moment Jiang Chen's palm made contact with the orb, it erupted in a dazzling display of multicolored light, enveloping him entirely. After a brief interval, the radiance receded, revealing a message before Jiang Chen's eyes. Ding! Talent assessment in progress. Observing the text, Jiang Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Indeed, this is promising. Soon enough, ding, assessment complete. Ding, Challenger S talent level detected as unique rule level. Ding, preconditions met, challenge qualification obtained. Ding, level challenge adversary, Godslayer. Huh, what is this? ISNT the passage supposed to be immediate? The talent level is merely a prerequisite? What could the challenge entail? As the text gradually faded, the entire space fell into a profound silence. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen, what is going on? Why is there no movement? Are they toying with me? Just as Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, an ethereal and gentle female voice resonated throughout the space. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Jiang Chen's face twisted in bewilderment. What do you mean you've awaited my arrival? Specifically for me? Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura manifesting behind him. Whirling around, he beheld a stunning woman hovering in midair. Wow, Jiang Chen was left speechless. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The woman's complexion was like pristine jade, her figure exquisite and curvaceous, with a slender waist and long legs, her arms delicate and seemingly boneless. her fingers elongated and elegant as if crafted from fine jade. Moreover, goodness, she was the epitome of perfection. The most striking detail was that she wore nothing but a pink crystal breastplate and a pair of blue bikini shorts. This is quite the benefit. Astounded. I am the guardian of this divine tower. The woman spoke softly. You have passed the talent assessment, but this is merely the first step. Next, you must face the true challenge. Jiang Chen clenched Eternal Star, ready to embrace battle. What challenge? The woman smiled faintly, producing a wand. Defeat me, and you shall pass this final level. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and offered a suggestion. How about you wear more clothing first? Otherwise, I might find it inconvenient to engage. The woman. Chapter 24. Cheating. I did not intend to. The woman furrowed her brow and waved her hands, conjuring a flowing, powder blue gown to cloak herself. Immediately afterward, she declared, to ensure fairness, my level will be restricted to the maximum of the first 10 tiers, that is, level 100. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen promptly activated his insight skill to examine the woman's attributes. Name: Luo Shi, Spirit of the Divine Tower. Level 100. Grade: SSS. Health: 10,000,000. Attack power: 120,000. Physical defense: 80,000. Magical defense: 80,000. Skills. Description: Luo Shi, the guardian spirit of the divine tower. Possesses extraordinary beauty and mysterious powers. Goodness, a level 100 with 10 million health. How am I to contend with this? Despite being able to inflict 70 million points of damage when attacking the ranking stone, the stone does not account for defense. 80,000 is unlikely to break through her defenses, right? Even with the wand's innate penetration, she still has nearly 70,000 in defense. And I possess merely over 30,000 in magical attack power. Perhaps I could try my talent? My magical energy has already surpassed 300,000. Is it possible to take her down? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and began to silently chant. Curse her. Reduce her defense to 0. As the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen's face paled, yet within, he felt a surge of joy. Magical energy, 189,467. It worked. The stronger the power, the more terrifying this talent becomes. It's truly versatile. On the opposite side, Luo Shi sensed something amiss. Her expression shifting as she quickly retreated while rapidly waving her wand to summon 7 or 8 shields for herself. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with delight. Too late. He immediately raised Eternal Star, aiming at Luo Shi and unleashing a starry strike that nearly took half her health. Magical energy, 138,676. Health, 150,000. Life sacrifice. Boom! A deep crimson beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Luo Shi entirely, shattering layer upon layer of shields and striking her directly. Shield resistance, 5, 784, 664. Shield resistance, 6, 794, 998. Shield resistance, 4, 761, 645. Critical hit. Instant kill, 38, 769, 464. In an instant, the garments adorning Luo Shi were obliterated by the power of the stars, reduced to nothing but ashes. Her flawless form was laid bare to the air, radiating with brilliance under the starlight. Jiang Chen wiped his nose, his gaze flitting toward Luo Shi, becoming flustered and at a loss. He panicked. This is awkward. I am, after all, a model student. How could I have allowed this to happen? Yet, she is undeniably stunning. Wait, will she die from this? Surely not. Her true level is at least above 900, very likely a deity. However, with her level suppressed, Moments latte. A light green number floated above Luo Shi's head, alleviating Jiang Chen's worries. 10,000,000, Guardian of the Divine Tower. Phew, what a relief. Fortunately, the Tower of Divine Communication has bestowed its protection. Otherwise, a calamity would have ensued. If I were to truly slay the spirit of the tower, will I be blacklisted by it? Upon witnessing the garments on Luo Shi completely obliterated by his own actions, Jiang Chen hastily uttered, I apologize, it was not my intention. After a moment of silence, Luo Shi shook her head and replied, this is of little consequence. However, congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial. What? Of little consequence? Could it be that, Luo Shi is the spirit of the Tower of Divine Communication, which means, strictly speaking, she is not human at all, but rather a unique spiritual entity akin to a tool spirit. This is not surprising, for among the myriad races of the universe, only the human race places such significance on cultural rituals. In my past life, I had heard tales of peculiar minor races, such as the bee people, who flew about in the nude. It is rumored that they do so to facilitate the collection of various floral nectars. Moreover, the progenitors of this race appear to have evolved from a distinct species of bees from a minor world. Ah, forget it. No need to dwell on such trivialities. These minor races can be entirely subdued by a mere 6th-tier awakened being from the human race. Perhaps they have long since become subservient to more powerful races. In any case, it is highly improbable that I would encounter them. However, should fortune smile upon me and I do cross paths with one, I might just capture it for amusement, erased. Oh right, not for myself, but a friend of mine has expressed great interest. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in his reverie, the tower spirit Luo, she conjured a flowing white dress and gracefully approached him, saying, "Truly commendable for someone with above SSS level talent. May I inquire the name of this ability?" Jiang Chen was taken aback, yet his heart surged with tumultuous excitement. What? Even the spirit of the tower is unaware of its specific details? Does this imply that my talent surpasses that of the Tower of Divine Communication? His heart raced uncontrollably as he inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his mounting exhilaration. He gazed at Luo Shi, deciding against concealment, and slowly replied, "Mind's law of following." Upon hearing this, Luo Shi echoed, "Mind's law of following, I see." "What do you mean, I see? What are you talking about, sister? Why can't I comprehend this?" Noticing Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Luo Shi chuckled softly. "For now, this knowledge is unnecessary. Just know that possessing talent above SSS level grants you the potential to transcend the divine." Jiang Chen was astounded. The potential to transcend the divine. Truly, my conjecture was not unfounded. There indeed exists a realm beyond the divine. But what could that realm be? And what of that previous dream? Though Jiang Chen had speculated about it before, hearing it articulated by Luo, she evoked an entirely different sensation. Once Jiang Chen processed this, Luo, she spoke again. "Your current level is still too low. Knowing these matters would not benefit you. Let us discuss your rewards for passing the trial." Chapter 25. An unprecedented SSS rating. With that, Luo, she waved her delicate hand and began to manipulate the air. Jiang Chen stood frozen in place. What is happening? Does the spirit of the tower possess a panel? Isn't the reward simply bestowed? Nevertheless, as the first awakened being in history to completely conquer the 3rd tier, the reward should not be lacking. Anticipation surged within him. 20 seconds later, Luo, she ceased her actions, lifted her gaze, and winked at Jiang Chen. All done. No sooner had her words left her lips than a playful system notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ears. "Dear adventurer, congratulations. You have successfully defeated the charming, graceful, and irresistibly adorable tower spirit, achieving a perfect clearance of the 3rd tier of the Tower of Divine Communication. Rating received, SSSS. Ding, rewards are being prepared. Please hold on." What is the situation? Why does this notification feel so peculiar? The charming and graceful tower spirit. Does this not refer to Luo, she herself? So, this system announcement was issued by Luo, she herself. Was she typing when she opened the panel just now? Moreover, did I not just see correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4. Goodness. 4 S's. Other esteemed figures required to clear 99 trials to earn an SS rating. Yet I have directly received an SSS rating. Could it be that Luo Shi's manual manipulation was intended for this? Damn. Simultaneously, a grand and authoritative announcement resonated from the pinnacle of the Tower of Divine Communication, echoing throughout the entire world a full 10 times. Congratulations to Godslayer for perfectly clearing the 3rd tier of the Tower of Divine Communication. Clearance rating, SSSS. Congratulations, Godslayer, on your flawless triumph. The announcement reverberated 10 times across the world, rousing all who were in slumber at the stroke of 1 a.m. The official world chat channel of the Tower of Divine Communication was soon inundated with a flurry of messages. What the heck? What is happening? Was TI asleep? How am I hearing this announcement? What? The announcement can even emanate from the Tower of Divine Communication? What the heck? What the heck? What is this? 4 S's? Hey, I counted for you, it's 4. 6 don't say 6. This is 4 S's. Even the esteemed figures of the past could not achieve this. I'm still striving for an A rating while others have already attained SSS level. In the next moment, the world chat channel fell into silence, with all messages from the human players vanishing. Everyone was stripped of their chatting privileges, and all messages in the chat channel were completely erased. A total silence ensued, just as everyone was perplexed. A message adorned with a colorful VIP badge suddenly appeared at the top of the chat box. Special top notice, Divine Machine. LV1000 from this moment forward, including myself. No one is permitted to disclose personal information about Godslayer. Violators will be deemed traitors to the human race and will face pursuit by the Imperial Capital Guard. 10 minutes later, chatting privileges were restored, and the world chat channel erupted once more. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? It's the Divine Machine. The Divine Machine has spoken for Godslayer. What the heck? It's the legendary Imperial Capital Guard. It is said that the members are all at least 9th-tier powerhouses. I declare, from this day forth, Godslayer shall be my revered grandfather. Anyone who dares to reveal my grandfather's information shall face my wrath. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, still engaged in profound dialogue with Luo, she inside the tower, suddenly sneezed, blissfully unaware that he had gained countless grandchildren in an instant. In the Imperial capital, the 10 esteemed figures convened once more, seated around a rosewood round table in their customary order. This marked the third gathering within a mere week. Traditionally, such meetings occurred only once a year. Yet now, due to Jiang Chen, 3 have transpired in just a week. An SSS rating. Unprecedented. After issuing the warning, Yi Qingyun spoke up. It appears that our plans must undergo significant alterations. A graceful empress suddenly spoke. The flawless completion of the 3rd level suggests that his talent may surpass our understanding. Indeed, his potential is immense. Yi Wuhan declared solemnly. Regardless, we must ensure his protection. After a brief pause, he added, let us not forget that individual. Enough, Wuhan. Ye Vingyun interjected abruptly, shaking his head to signal Wuhan to refrain from further mention. An elderly emperor then voiced, indeed, Jiang Chen might be our sole hope, possibly surpassing us all. At this, Yi Qingyun nodded. Then let us initiate the level 1 combat preparedness plan. Wuhan, expedite your plans. Agreed, 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 agreed. In the alliance of all races, dozens of formidable alien leaders convened. At the head of the assembly, a middle-aged man adorned with dragon horns declared, this youth possesses extraordinary potential and could very well become a being akin to our lord. A wolf-like alien leader, with a fiercely menacing demeanor, growled, this youth cannot be spared. We must dispatch someone to eliminate him at once. A fox-like alien leader proposed, the human emperors are not to be trifled with. A rash move could spark a great war. Instead, let us. Absolutely not. We cannot disturb our lord at this crucial juncture of his breakthrough. If we provoke him, we may not survive the repercussions. Then let us first arrange for personnel to infiltrate human territory and gather intelligence. Yes, that is a sound idea. Let be the 9-tailed heavenly fox clan. It is said that the humans have a keen interest in your kind's female foxes, and you're most likely to make contact with the Godslayer. We should attempt to win him over. If that fails, do not hesitate to eliminate him in his cradle. But there are no buts. During this mission, your clan will take the lead among the other races. Should any issues arise, coordinate with the other clans. Upon hearing this, the leader of the 9-tailed Heavenly Fox clan rejoiced. Yes. Thank you for your trust, Alliance Leader. My subordinates shall obey and ensure the mission's success. At your service. At your service. At your service. At your service. In the Divine Communication Tower, Jiang Chen, you have now achieved an SSS level clearance rating, which means you will become the target of many. Luo, she gazed intently at Jiang Chen. What about my reward? With a light chuckle, Luo, she pointed, and a beam of purple light shot into Jiang Chen's brow. Your reward is the entirety of the 3rd level of the Divine Communication Tower. Chapter 26. The Divine Mark Leading to Godhood. At the very moment the purple light penetrated Jiang Chen's brow, a series of system notifications echoed in the ears of all the humans still within the Divine Communication Tower. Congratulations to player Godslayer for achieving an SSS rating in clearing the 3rd level of the Divine Communication Tower. Rewards. All human buffs in the Divine Communication Tower. Oath of Glory. Limited time buff, Heart of Valor. Increases human health and attack damage by 20 within the Divine Communication Tower. Lasting for 6 hours. Limited time buff, Resilient Shield. Increases damage reduction for humans in the Divine Communication Tower by 25, lasting for 6 hours. Limited time buff, Light of Rebirth. Allows humans to resurrect immediately at full status after death. This buff will disappear upon resurrection, lasting for 6 hours. Oath of Glory. All humans exploring within the 3rd level will receive a 50 boost to all attributes, lasting indefinitely. Moments latte. The chat channels of various websites erupted in a frenzy. Countless messages flooded in at breakneck speed. Wow, everyone look, this is the buff for all humans. Long live the Godslayer. I've been stuck on the 59th level for ages. I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight. If I can clear it, I'll become a 6th-tier powerhouse. Ah, long live the Godslayer. Revive. This is an extremely rare resurrection buff. I can't wait. I need to go tower climbing right now. Get off me, you annoying woman. I need to get up and climb the tower. Rumor has it that a powerful being with a waning lifespan is emerging in the capital. They are preparing to climb the tower all night to break through their current level and gain another life. Stop rambling. The Divine Core City is almost at capacity. While it's busy, let me advertise Godslayer Power Pills. You deserve it. With it, Mom won't worry about my insufficient damage while climbing the tower. Link. I wanted 2. Godslayer Strength Potion, not 998, not even 998, just 998, and you can take it home. Link. And me. Godslayer Ultimate Girlfriend, cute, charming, sweet, and spicy. With me, tower climbing will never be lonely again. All brothers and sisters are welcome to join my broadcast room for team climbing. The stronger you are, the lower the price, free for tier 8 and above. Link. A universal buff for all humans. Such a phenomenon has never occurred before. Over the past 300 years, counting the 3 emperors who fell in the initial wars among the races, there have only been 13 emperors among the human race. Though the emperors of your occasionally triggered buffs, they were limited to single-layer enhancements. This is the first time a buff benefiting all humans has emerged. For the entire human race, that means billions of people. Warm reminder, the entire human race consists solely of the Great Summer Kingdom and several smaller nations. As all other great nations were annihilated in the initial invasion due to the absence of emperor-level powerhouses. To put it bluntly, within the next 6 hours, the overall strength of the human race will experience a significant leap. With this surge of buffs, 3rd tier to 4th tier, 4th tier to 5th tier, and even 8th tier to 9th tier. Other buffs may be commonplace. However, Resurrection, the Light of Rebirth, is an exceedingly rare resurrection buff, granting a second life. In subsequent levels, death does not offer a second chance. With this buff, one can act without restraint during their first life. After resurrection, they can continue to take action. This greatly increases the margin for error in completing levels. Although the human race currently boasts 10 emperors, these have been amassed over the course of 300 years. Furthermore, typical battle emperors offer little more than a deterrent. More importantly, reliance must be placed on 8th tier and 9th tier powerhouses. After all, when an emperor intervenes, it signifies a racial war. In the Divine Communication Tower, 3rd level, upon hearing Luo Shi's words, Jiang Chen was left utterly stunned, his mouth agape. What? The entire 3rd level? Is it what I think it is? No way, no way. It must be noted that over the course of 300 years, the entire human race, with 10 emperor-level powerhouses, has only managed to occupy a single layer. And now, here he was, a mere 0 tier, with the qualification to claim an entire layer? That hurts. This isn't a dream. Just then, a notification from the Divine Communication Tower resounded in Jiang Chen's ears, calculating rewards. Congratulations. You have achieved an SSS rating in clearing the 3rd level of the Divine Communication Tower. Rewards. All attributes 1,000, luck 10, gold 2 million, experience 100 million. Congratulations. You have achieved an SSS rating in clearing the 3rd level, receiving an additional reward. Divine Mark. Ownership of the 3rd level of the Divine Communication Tower. Swish, swish, swish. Ding. Your level has increased. Ding. Your level has reached its maximum, level 100. Please proceed to the 11th floor to transcend your limits. However, Jiang Chen paid no heed to the rapidly ascending level, but instead directed his gaze towards the tower-shaped special insignia in his hand, gleaming with a silvery light. What in the world? The Divine Communication Insignia? With a sense of curiosity, Jiang Chen opened it to examine. Divine Communication Insignia. When the holder's level reaches 999, upon using the insignia, their level increases by 1. If successfully triggered, it automatically selects the most suitable divine position for the holder, and upon achieving divinity, the insignia disappears. Note, this effect does not stack with SSS grade talent effects. Hiss. What is this thing? Is it truly that formidable? Upon reaching level 999, one can become a deity with a mere usage? No need for any breakthroughs whatsoever? Goodness. This is indeed the Divine Communication Insignia. It is noteworthy that an SSS grade talent awakener requires additional conditions to ascend from level 999 to 1000 and achieve divinity. With this insignia, one can become a deity directly. However, as someone with an SSS grade talent or higher, it is possible that I may not require it. Nevertheless, I could keep this insignia as a bargaining chip. Perhaps in the future, it could help elevate another emperor among the human race while also yielding considerable benefits for myself. Surely, those powerful individuals stuck at level 999 must find this extremely appealing. Most S-grade powerhouses do not lack strength, but rather fail to meet the necessary conditions. For instance, in my previous life, I heard tales of an S-grade talent awakener who, single-handedly, achieved an extraordinary counterattack, defying the heavens and slaying gods with their prowess at level 900 of the 9th tier. Such formidable beings do not lack strength. They simply have not met the required conditions, hence their inability to break through. This is precisely why the human race widely propagates the notion that only those with SSS grade talents can attain divinity. After all, they have directly slain gods, yet still cannot break through to level 1000. Furthermore, SSS grade talent awakeners are not guaranteed to successfully pass the trials to ascend to the divine level. Over the past 3 centuries, while the number of SSS grade talent awakeners has exceeded 1,000, only 13 emperors have emerged. That is merely a 1% ratio. On average, an emperor-level powerhouse emerges only once every few decades. He have struck gold. Subsequently, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to another reward in the form of a sheet of paper. Ownership of the 3rd floor of the Divine Communication Tower, and Sign 1. The holder may freely enter and exit the 3rd floor of the Divine Communication Tower, and periodically receive additional experience points and resource rewards. Note, the quantity of experience points and resource rewards is influenced by the number of human awakeners who have cleared the 3rd floor, as determined by the system. 2. The holder may freely designate targets to prohibit from entering the 3rd floor. Note, prohibition time can be set to either limited or permanent. 3. The holder may set certain parameters for the levels of the 3rd floor. Note, the maximum difficulty cannot exceed the limits of the 10th floor. 4. The holder may designate an heir to inherit this privilege upon their death, until a new holder is born. Note, ownership can also be directly transferred. 5. The holder's information will be permanently protected by the Divine Communication Tower and automatically concealed. Chapter 27. I have acquired an entire world. It took Jiang Chen approximately 3 minutes to read through all the content on the paper. Phew, it truly is the ownership of the 3rd floor. From the implications above, not only can I enter and exit the 3rd floor at will, but I will also receive a certain quantity of items and resource rewards periodically. Does this mean that I will essentially become the big boss from now on? Henceforth, all awakeners who clear the 3rd floor will effectively be working for me. How delightful, reaping rewards while reclining. No wonder everyone aspires to be the boss. As for the other function, the ability to enter the 3rd floor will serve as a remarkably powerful life-saving skill, doesn't it? Just imagine, if a battle reaches a critical point and I find myself outmatched, I can immediately utilize this privilege to escape, akin to possessing a spatial skill that guarantees a 100 chance of instantaneously teleporting to an absolutely safe location. Moreover, upon returning to the 3rd floor using this privilege, I can re-emerge at the combat site, catching my adversaries off guard. For instance, if our combat strengths are comparable, I could first retreat to the 3rd floor to prepare my skills, then return directly to the battlefield for a surprise attack. Even if I encounter an opponent of superior strength, I could hide within the tower for several hours, reappearing only after they have departed. I can assure you, they would never deduce that I had retreated to the interior of the Divine Communication Tower. After waiting several hours for me to reappear, my adversaries would undoubtedly leave. This is true instant teleportation. I wonder if there is a limit to the number of uses. After all, one must recharge for 12 hours after each tower run before entering again. How does one sign this? Luo Shi. It's quite simple. You just need to place the Divine Communication Tower tattoo on the back of your right hand against the bottom right corner of the paper, and the system will automatically record it. Jiang Chen nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Luo Shi's instructions to imprint the tattoo on the paper. 3 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations. Your signature has been successfully recorded. Signatory, God Slayer. As the system's notification faded, Jiang Chen felt as if something had been added to his consciousness. This must be the special connection between myself and the 3rd floor, right? Following this, Jiang Chen swiftly opened his character panel, where a new territory panel was prominently displayed. Nickname, God Slayer. Level, 100-100. Rank, 0 rank. Profession, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind S Will. Health points, 811-008-1100. Mana points, 119260119-260. Strength, 3358. Agility, 3365. Intelligence, 3567. Constitution, 3368. Spirit, 3558. Attack power, 38234-225. Magical attack power, 8755. Defense, 3586. Magical defense, 6468. Hit rate, 75. Dodge rate, 65. Critical hit rate, 15. Active skills, Fireball, LV1, Frost, LV1, Lightning, LV1, Magic Shield, LV1, Mana Burst, LV1, Starfall, LV1. Passive skills, Mana Control, Magic Mastery, Elemental Affinity, Rapid Casting. Equipment, Eternal Star, Mage's Ring, Exquisite Robe. Territory, 3rd floor of the Divine Communication Tower. These attributes can only be described as satisfactory. However, they somewhat fall short of the expectations set by my rule-level talent. Nevertheless, I currently possess only one weapon that is somewhat adequate. Once I acquire the level 100 set, I expect my attributes to multiply several times. There is no helping it. My level has risen too swiftly. I simply have not had the time to change equipment. Furthermore, the progress in other aspects has not kept pace. After all, I previously thought that finishing the 3rd floor would elevate me to level 40. Yet who could have imagined I would rocket straight to level 100? Disregarding all else, let us first experiment with the territory function. Subsequently, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, a thought stirring within him, and he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts. Is this the core city of divine communication? Am I moving this swiftly? I'm here already? There is not even a hint of delay. At this rate, even a 9th-tier powerhouse would struggle to keep up with me. Perhaps, not even divine beings, provided there is no prior obstruction, could manage to retain me. I must return and test it out. 5 seconds later, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his face aglow with astonishment. It was astonishingly fast. The return was equally swift. Not even 5 seconds had passed. It was almost as if, with a mere thought, he could enter, unlike the tower, which requires a countdown. Jiang Chen turned to Luo Shi beside him, exclaiming with excitement. This territory function is utterly remarkable. It's simply an invincible escape artifact. Luo Shi nodded with a smile. Indeed, your current level is still rather low, and many features remain inaccessible. What you have now is merely the most fundamental aspect. It is essential to understand that each level of the Divine Communication Tower is, in fact, a world of varying sizes. Henceforth, every time you enter the 3rd level, you will default to appearing here. Jiang Chen. So, does that mean I have essentially acquired an entire world? Luo Shi. Naturally, this level is specifically designed as a trial for those with SSS level talents and above. The potential is immense. However, at the moment, it is merely a nascent form of a world. Jiang Chen. Can I bring others in? Luo Shi. Well, not for the time being. Jiang Chen. Huh? All right. Luo Shi shot Jiang Chen an exasperated glance. Silly. This restriction is to protect you. Moreover, while you cannot bring anyone in at present, you do have the ability to expel others. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in comprehension. He understood the adage that a commoner bears no guilt, yet the one who harbors treasure does. A level 100 novice awakened individual possessing an entire world would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of numerous high-tier awakened beings. Although Jiang Chen harbored no concerns about Lin Yao leaking a secret, Lin Yao herself had close friends. It's akin to sharing a secret with my best friend, who then divulges it to their best friend. Eventually, everyone would know. Among such a multitude, surely a few would let something slip. Furthermore, the talents and abilities of awakened beings are exceedingly diverse. For instance, Jiang Chen was aware of one known as dual remnants, which could remotely read the memories of awakened individuals weaker than oneself. Moreover, it's not just ordinary people. Even emperors might intervene upon learning of such news. Once they seize it, they might even proclaim it's all for the sake of humanity. Consequently, the most effective method of keeping a secret is to bury it deep within oneself. With this thought, Jiang Chen turned his gaze back to Luo Shi, inquiring, So, since you mentioned it's merely a nascent form, what must be done to elevate the world S level? Luo Shi glanced at Jiang Chen with a hint of disdain. Your level is still too low. Come back and ask me this question when you reach tier 5. This. Chapter 28. The Great Memory Erasure Technique? After saying this, Luo Shi seemed to recall something and reminded him. By the way, don't venture into levels 4 through 10. Jiang Chen. Why not? Luo Shi. Those levels are intended for newcomers. What purpose would your presence serve? I see you've already reached level 100. You should directly participate in the tier advancement trial. Once you pass, come find me, and I will send you to the 11th level. If there is nothing pressing, you should promptly exit. With that, Luo Shi waved her delicate hand, and Jiang Chen instantly transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. Jiang Chen Yu, in a whirl of motion, Jiang Chen found himself within the first core city. What in the world? What is happening? This isn't my territory anymore? Why the abrupt departure? Damn it. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she can be. How foolish I was to trust you. Ugh, you heartless vixen. Regardless, I must procure some equipment. 30 minutes later, navigating through the throngs of people, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of an equipment shop. If memory serves me correctly, this shop is the most affordable in the entire first-core city. This is the one. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to step inside, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Catch the thief. Someone has stolen my precious treasure. Immediately, a group of burly men rushed out of the shop like arrows. Oh dear, is it really this thrilling? I just arrived and am already embroiled in such chaos. However, based on my past experiences, the large shops within the core city are typically certified by the Divine Communication Tower. Any equipment or items within certified shops cannot be taken out without passing inspection. Generally, they would be automatically reclaimed by the system after a certain distance. So, why is there still thievery occurring? Could be a special talent? Yet, as Jiang Chen pondered, a dark figure tightly grasped a circular jade pendant glowing with red light and hurled it into the shop at breakneck speed. Jiang Chen, quick on his feet, sidestepped just in time. Damn, that was close. I almost got hit. I thought it was a special talent, but it turns out to be an utterly clueless novice. This aligns more with reality. If it were a special talent capable of circumventing the rules of the Divine Communication Tower, that individual would need at least an S-level talent. Such a person would hardly resort to stealing a pendant. Nonetheless, why does that figure seem so familiar? Never mind. Let us go inside and see. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and entered the equipment shop. Inside, a group of muscular men with fierce expressions surrounded a young girl in a black dress. Damn, is that Lu Rian? The Lu family is a prominent clan in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lu Rian is, after all, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. How has she fallen to the point of resorting to theft? Surely her monthly allowance exceeds 100,000, right? What a twist of fate. I must investigate further. Hee. As Jiang Chen stepped forward, Lu Rian seemed to see a savior, breaking through her captors and hiding behind Jiang Chen, her voice tinged with tears. Brother, they're being mean to me. What's going on? Has she lost her mind? Why is she calling me brother? Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure, turning to meet Lu Rian's gaze, asking, Lu Rian, what is your situation now? Lu Rian, brother, save me. What the hell? What is happening? Sister, what on earth are you doing? Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, the shopkeeper approached, patting his shoulder and whispering, Young man, it seems you two are acquainted. In that case, I shall disregard the pendant that this lady just took and consider it a favor owed to you. However, the price of this pendant is 1 million gold coins. What do you think? Jiang Chen turned to the shopkeeper, scoffing. What a worthless pendant, valued at 1 million. Furthermore, hasn't it been returned? The shopkeeper raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Lu Rian. But look at this lady. Jiang Chen followed the gaze of the shopkeeper and turned around, only to see Lu Rian exclaiming, What the hell? How unlucky can I get? Immediately, Jiang Chen produced the black card gifted by Lin Yao, and with a nonchalant demeanor amidst the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, he said, Charge it. The shopkeeper quickly regained his composure. With a fawning tone, he remarked, This card you possess is the supreme black gold card of the Lin family, with only 100 in existence across the entire Blue Star. Since this is your first visit, I shall offer you a 50 discount. That amounts to 500,000 gold coins. The Lin family is that formidable? Moreover, this card, of which only 100 exist throughout Blue Star, is perhaps the only one Lu Rian owns. How indulgent of her. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. The shopkeeper gingerly took the black card, retrieved a POS terminal from behind the counter, and swiped it. Ding! Payment successful. Young man, here you go. The shopkeeper, holding the black card with both hands and a smile in his eyes, presented it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen impatiently accepted the card, grasped Lu Rian's hand, and strode towards the exit. Lu Rian, are you a dog? Why are you licking? Hurry up and come with me. Are you embarrassed? Such misfortune. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. Affection level 1. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen led Lu Rian to a secluded alley. Damn, although Lu Rian appeared a bit foolish, her hands were truly exquisite, delicate and smooth, a delight to touch. The best part was that they were cool to the touch, providing a genuinely pleasant sensation. Jiang Chen pulled her to a quiet corner to sit down and inquired earnestly, Rian, how did you end up here? And why were you mistaken for a thief? Lu Rian blinked innocently and asked, Brother, what is a thief? Is it delicious? Jiang Chen sighed, just end it. I am exhausted. It seemed that he wouldn't extract any meaningful information from Lu Rian. However, if she wasn't feigning ignorance, her demeanor resembled the rumored effects of a memory erasure technique from his past life. It was said that those who had been excessively brainwashed might regress in their mental faculties, with severe cases even becoming simpletons. After all, given Lu Ruyan's background, she couldn't possibly be unaware of the rules of the Divine Tower. Yet, she foolishly attempted to steal something. Wasn't that courting disaster? Moreover, she seemed to be an A-grade awakened individual, even if she truly desired a jade pendant. 1,000,000 gold coins was a trivial sum for the Lu family to part with. Never mind. It would be best to return and ask Yao Yao if she knew what was happening. But could Lu Ruyan even make it back on her own in her current state? Chapter 29. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen said to Lu Ruyan, "Stay put, be a good girl, and wait for me here." He then closed his eyes, beginning to communicate with the connection to the third layer in his mind. With a swish, Jiang Chen found himself in the mysterious realm. Lu Oshi, are you there? Come out. Lu Oshi, are you there? Come out. Lu Oshi, Lu Oshi, Lu Oshi. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the space. Got it. You're so noisy. Can't a person get some sleep? What do you want? I have a friend whose mind is unclear. How can I bring her out of the Divine Tower? Well, that's indeed a bit troublesome. Is she male or female? Female. Since she's female, just press your foreheads together and activate the tattoo on the back of your hand. Remember, focus your attention. If that doesn't work, just give her a kiss. After all, this situation has never occurred before. An intellectually impaired person cannot enter. Ultimately, you just need to guide her to concentrate on you. What on earth? Why do I feel like you're being mischievous? Stop blabbering and get out. I still need to rest. In a whirlwind of motion, Jiang Chen found himself back in front of Lu Ruyan. Damn, this was the second time. This was Luo, she throwing him out again. Is this what you call ownership? Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. The ancients were right. They did not deceive me. Never mind, let us give it a try. I can only hope for the best. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen approached Lu Ruyan. He gently cupped her face, pressing their foreheads together. Focusing his spirit, Jiang Chen activated the tattoo on the back of his hand. In an instant, a peculiar energy flowed between them. Lu Ruyan's gaze gradually sharpened. She looked at Jiang Chen with a bewildered expression. Success. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Ruyan suddenly went limp and collapsed into his arms. At that moment, both of them transformed into a flash of white light and vanished from the spot. In Jiang Chen's rented room, a flash of white light appeared, and two figures descended, landing accurately on Jiang Chen's 2.8-meter-long bed. Thud, thud. Ouch. What is this? So heavy? Are you trying to crush me? With my pinnacle 0-level strength at 100, you've managed to give me a herniated disc. Jiang Chen extended his arms and forcefully pushed Lu Ruyan away, disdainfully stating, "Get off." Lu Ruyan gazed at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. "Brother, are you abandoning me too?" "What? Abandoning you too? What on earth happened? Were you cast aside by the Lu family?" This shouldn't be. After all, she was an A-grade awakened individual. Moreover, how did she end up in this state to enter the Divine Tower? Or did she become like this after entering the tower? Yet, she also mentioned being abandoned. This implies she became foolish before entering the Divine Tower. What a sensation. It feels like there's a grand conspiracy at play. I should ask Yao Yao. She would have received news of such events in the Lu family immediately. Quickly getting up, Jiang Chen composed a text message and sent it to Lin Yao. Yao Yao, please reply when you see this. I encountered Lu Ruyan in the Divine Tower today. She seems a bit off, almost foolish. Has something happened in the Lu family recently? After sending the message, Jiang Chen tossed his phone aside. It was currently 4 in the morning. Lin Yao probably hadn't woken up yet. Time for a shower. After climbing for several hours in the tower, he felt quite fatigued. First, he would take a refreshing shower. Lu Ruyan, you stay here and don't cause any trouble. I'm going to wash up. Don't mess up my place, understood? Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen. Truly a simpleton. Poor child. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. He picked up his phone and was astonished to find a reply from Lin Yao. Classmate, you still don't know? A few hours ago, you cleared the 3rd layer and received an SSS rating. An elite from the imperial capital intervened and performed a memory erasure on everyone who had seen you. As you know, your relationship with Lu Ruyan was quite deep, so they were a bit harsh during the brainwashing. Now she's been abandoned by the Lu family. What? So the root of the issue was actually me? Is this the cycle of causality? Jiang Chen sighed and raised his gaze towards Lu Ruyan, who sat vacantly on the edge of the bed, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Well, it's best to temporarily shelter Lu Ruyan. Once she regains her composure, I shall return her home. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly turned around. Looking at Jiang Chen, her voice barely above a whisper, "Will you abandon me, brother?" A wave of compassion surged within Jiang Chen as he approached her, gently ruffling her hair, and reassured her, "No, brother will never forsake you." Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Lu Ruyan's face, and she dashed from the bed to envelop Jiang Chen's waist in a tight embrace. Alas, I am not adept at caring for children. However, Lu Ruyan does possess a remarkable figure. I would estimate at least a C cup. Ruyan, you must sleep here, while brother will take the bed outside. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Ruyan erupted into tears. "No, I don't want to leave, brother. Has brother forsaken me? Goodness. It seems I must bring in another bed." Though Lu Ruyan appears to possess the intellect of a mere 3 or 4-year-old, her body is that of an 18-year-old woman. Sharing a bed could easily lead to misunderstandings. I, as a paragon of virtue, would never take advantage of another's vulnerability. All right, Ruyan, do not cry, do not cry. Brother is not leaving. He merely needs to fetch a small bed. Lu Ruyan's face brightened immediately, obediently nodding her head. MHM, oh dear, if she recovers in the future, will she face social embarrassment? After considerable effort, Jiang Chen finally managed to bring the bed into the room. He looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, I hope this night passes peacefully. However, just as he lay down, preparing to sleep, Lu Ruyan unexpectedly snuggled closer, blinking her eyes as she asked, "Brother, can you tell me a story?" "Of course. Ahem. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple, where an old monk and a young monk resided. The old monk said to the young monk, once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple. This tale is quite familiar to Ruyan. It's not very engaging. All right, let us try a different one." Jiang Chen cleared his throat once more and began to narrate. According to legend, Pangu created the heavens and the earth. Niwa fashioned the deities, and the Yin and Huang emperors battled by the Yellow River, giving rise to the mortal realm. First, Sangjie invented characters, chronicling the tale of Dei shooting down the suns, followed by Jingwei spreading her wings. After concluding the story, Jiang Chen transitioned to singing a nursery rhyme. In what kind of garden do we dig? Planting what kind of seeds to bloom, what kind of flowers? In a little garden, we dig, planting little seeds to bloom little flowers. In a grand garden, we dig, planting large seeds to bloom large flowers. Lu Ruyan listened intently, soon drifting into slumber. Observing her exquisite sleeping visage, Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth within his heart. He couldn't help but reach out with his right hand to caress Lu Ruyan's cheek, gradually succumbing to sleep himself. This feeling is rather pleasant. Chapter 30, The Protective Laws? 5 hours later. Dinkling. The alarm clock that Jiang Chen had set earlier sounded promptly. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and instinctively slapped the clock's position. Slap. That sound seems off. Jiang Chen quickly opened his eyes to find Lu Ruyan clutching her left hand tightly to her chest, drool pooling at the corner of her mouth, while a vivid red handprint adorned her left cheek. My apologies. Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Wait, something feels amiss. I distinctly recall Lu Ruyan sleeping on a large bed last night. How did she end up in my embrace? Moreover, she didn't wake from such a heavy slap. Could it be a residual effect of memory loss? Ruyan, wake up. Jiang Chen hastily nudged Lu Ruyan several times, yet received no response. Forget it. She is as unresponsive as a dead pig. This may work in my favor. I can complete my ascension trial first and return afterwards. With my strength, it shouldn't take long. However, hey, let go of my hand. Goodness, you're holding on so tightly. No matter. Jiang Chen extended his right hand and pressed firmly against Lu Ruyan's chest, creating a gap for his left hand. And with a determined pull, he finally freed his left hand. Jiang Chen shook his head, still somewhat uneasy. Encountering you has brought me misfortune. He then conjured paper and a pen from thin air, beginning to write. Dear Ruyan, brother has to step out for a bit. If you awaken and feel hungry, please remember to help yourself to some milk from the fridge. After finishing, he placed a note at Lu Ruyan's bedside, donned his clothes, and began his morning routine. After a brief wash, Jiang Chen initiated communication with the tattoo on his hand, vanishing from the room in an instant. The Divine Tower. First Core City. Jiang Chen's figure reemerged as a streak of white light, materializing in the central square of First Core City. However, he was taken aback to find the place teeming with people, to the point that standing room was scarce. He casually grabbed a passerby to inquire, Hey brother, what is going on today? Why are there so many people here? The person initially regarded Jiang Chen with a puzzled gaze, seemingly astonished by his question, before patiently explaining. Aren't you from around here? How could you not know? It's because of the God Slayer. The esteemed God Slayer cleared the 3rd layer last night with an SSS rating. and the system granted an abundance of buffs that apply to all of humanity. Everyone is gathering here to enter the tower, hoping to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Brother, heed my advice, you should hurry in as well. The buffs last for only 6 hours. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it. I'm off now. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again. Farewell. Without allowing Jiang Chen to respond, the individual swiftly freed himself from Jiang Chen's grasp and hurried towards the teleportation array. That explains it. Never mind. I shall focus on the trial area. It's crucial to note that after ascending in rank, the changes are not merely superficial. The Awakened One's strength will also see a significant enhancement. If memory serves correctly, for each rank ascended, an awakened individual gains an additional 10 in final damage and 10 in final damage reduction. For instance, a first-rank awakened individual receives an extra 10 in final damage and 10 in final damage reduction. Conversely, a 9th-rank awakened individual enjoys an additional 90 in final damage and 90 in final damage reduction. However, it is important to understand that any form of increased final damage and final damage reduction can never exceed 99.99, nor can it ever reach 100, not even upon attaining godhood. Yet, the fact that final damage reduction can never hit 100 does not imply that beings below godhood can achieve deicide through sheer damage output. For according to rumors from Jiang Chen's past life, divine beings seem to possess a unique law that protects them. It is said that without mastering the corresponding laws, it is utterly impossible to slay a god. For instance, if you're a level 1 awakened and manage to inflict a staggering 10 quintillion points of damage upon a god-level awakened, even after accounting for their 99.99 damage reduction, the actual damage dealt may reach 100 billion, yet it would still be futile to attempt god-slaying. Moreover, once an awakened has grasped the laws, even a rudimentary understanding grants them a lifespan of at least 10 millennia. It is worth noting that the theoretical maximum lifespan of a 9th-tier awakened is merely 3,000 years. This stark disparity in power between divine entities and 9th-tier awakened is the fundamental reason for the gulf that separates them. The distinction between god-level beings and those below is so profound that they scarcely belong to the same species. As for the specifics, they are beyond the comprehension of Jiang Chen, a mere 4th-tier pawn in his previous life. Without further contemplation, Jiang Chen swiftly moved toward the location etched in his memory, quickly entering the trial zone. However, at that moment, the entrance to the trial area was already teeming with individuals. The situation was unavoidable. The buffs bestowed by the system only took effect within the tower, and the Ascension trials likewise unfolded within its confines. This meant that a plethora of awakened individuals were congregated at the trial's entrance, eagerly awaiting their turn to ascend, hoping to leverage this wave of buffs to soar to greater heights. After all, it was uncertain when the next SSS-rated evaluation would occur. Upon witnessing a queue extending several hundred meters before him, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in frustration. Damn, it was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He might as well have lingered at home for an extra hour, waiting for Lu Ruyan to awaken before coming here. Speaking of which, would Lu Ruyan find some task for him to do upon waking? For heaven's sake, she better not stir up trouble for him. He could hardly withstand the upheaval. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Beauty in the Adjacent Room. Supplementary note. Not everyone awakens during the college entrance examination. 30 minutes later, it was finally Jiang Chen's turn, primarily because the buff effect had expired just a few minutes prior. As a result, a significant number of awakened, believing themselves insufficiently powerful, had opted to leave the queue prematurely. Thus, Jiang Chen strode forward, chest held high, stepping into the teleportation array of the trial zone. Immediately, the system began its countdown. 3, 2, 1, teleportation commencing. Ding. Dear Godslayer, welcome to trial room number 9527. The sudden system notification startled Jiang Chen considerably. What the hell? Did it just announce his divine ID directly? Fortunately, all trial rooms were single occupancy, completely isolated from one another, so the sound likely wouldn't carry beyond these walls. However, in trial room number 9526, a tall and statuesque beauty who had been fiercely battling her opponent momentarily froze upon hearing the system alert. What the heck? The God Slayer. My neighbor is the God Slayer. Has he reached level 100 already? I must rush back and inform grandfather of this news. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a robot opponent lunged forward, seizing the beauty in a tight embrace. Beep. Target detected as excessively powerful. Initiating self-destruct sequence. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Seconds later, the beauty emerged from a cloud of thick smoke, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. How careless of me. Ugh, what is this, a sour scent? Phew, thankfully I passed. Hee, I shall soon be a first-tier powerhouse. Back in trial room number 9527, Jiang Chen was left dumbfounded by the tremendous explosion resonating from the adjacent room. What on earth? Was that explosion really that loud? What on earth are they doing next door? Were they fighting that fiercely? Wait, if I can hear the sounds, does that mean I've been exposed? Never mind, it's not like I show my face. What am I even worried about? The countdown was nearing completion. Only 10 seconds remaining. Just then, the system began its countdown, and the 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. As the final digit reached 0, a deep red subtitle materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Trial commences. As soon as the subtitle appeared, the floor of the trial room emitted strange cracking sounds before sinking, revealing a square opening. Soon, a black robot was pushed upward onto a circular platform, standing steadily on the horizontal surface. Observing this, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of recognition. It appears that the trial from 0 to 1 tier is identical to the one I experienced in my previous life. A robot is randomly generated by the system, and defeating it will complete the trial. If memory serves, this robot's attributes should mirror my own. Of course, they only share attributes. The skills possessed by the robot are far superior to those of a current A-grade awakened. Some of these robots even wield SSS-level skills. Hence, for awakened individuals of lesser strength, it presents a formidable challenge. Fortunately, there are 3 opportunities each week to challenge the Ascension trial. Furthermore, there is no penalty for dying during the challenge, so with a bit of time and some combat skills, success is virtually assured, even for those with G-grade talents. For someone like me, it is undoubtedly a piece of cake. After all, I, Jiang Chen, am the one who dealt 70 million damage on the stone tablet, overshadowing even the Emperor. No more joking around. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Jiang Chen struck a dashing pose, then brought his fingers together, pointing skyward, and shouted, "Sword, arise!" As his words echoed, the power of the stars began to coalesce in the air, gradually forming a colossal azure crystal sword. Jiang Chen deftly directed his fingertip toward the robot, and the blue giant sword, seemingly responsive, shot directly at the robot. Magic, 18, 997. Instant kill, critical hit, 379, 496. A damage value exceeding 300,000 floated above the robot's head, as the power of the stars obliterated it into fragments. Jiang Chen's heart soared with exhilaration. Wow, this is my first time executing such a maneuver. I never anticipated the results would be so spectacular. It appears that as long as I possess sufficient magical energy, any skill can be utilized to dazzling effect under the influence of my innate talent. Starfall, though it is originally intended to summon starlight to strike a target, under the influence of my talent, it has transformed into the summoning of a giant sword. Upon rough calculation, transforming a standard beam attack into an extraordinary blue light sword appears to require an additional expenditure of approximately 4,000 magical points. For now, it seems best to use it sparingly. It's not cost-effective. After all, the base consumption for an A-grade Starfall is merely 200 magical points. Nevertheless, this bodes well. Just then, a black subtitle appeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Trial passed. Following this, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Dear Player Godslayer, congratulations on successfully completing the Ascension trial. Ding. Your tier has been elevated. Current tier, first tier. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a first tier enhancement effect, an increase of 10 in final attack damage, and an additional 10 in final attack damage mitigation, with a duration of permanence. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a tier-up reward. 500 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. Your level cap has been raised, with the current maximum reaching level 200. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the teleportation array to the 11th floor. Ding. In 1 minute, you will be automatically transported back to the core city of divine communication. Please prepare yourself. Just 1 minute remaining. I recall that when I previously ranked first on the leaderboard, I seem to have obtained a special lottery opportunity that I never got around to using. Now is the perfect time. Subsequently, Jiang Chen opened his backpack, swiftly located Special Lottery Chance 1, and promptly clicked Use. Before Jiang Chen materialized a colorful spinning wheel, it whirled rapidly. The pointer gradually slowed down, ultimately halting in the golden zone. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained an SSS grade item. Invincibility Potion. Invincibility Potion upon use. You will enter a state of absolute invincibility for the next 30 minutes, immune to all damage and negative effects. Wow, what a remarkable item. An invincibility potion, no less. Alas, it is a one-time use. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for self-preservation. Given my current popularity, there must be millions who would covet my life. It may very well come in handy sooner or later. The minute is almost up. Time to head back. Lu Ruyan, please do not cause any trouble for me. Chapter 32. The water in there is not drinkable. Imperial capital. Wang family. The moment Wang Xinran exited the trial room, she eagerly returned to the real world from the core city of divine communication. Once back in her chamber, she immediately took out her phone to compose a text message. Wang Xinran, Grandpa, I participated in the tier-up trial today and encountered the God Slayer. He was right next to me. Soon, her phone chimed with a notification. Beep. The old man, oh, my precious granddaughter. Did you see him? What does he look like? Handsome, isn't he? Should I arrange a connection for you? Wang Xinran was left speechless, thinking about the absurdity of it all. She quickly replied, Grandpa, don't you find this surprising? He just cleared the 3rd floor yesterday, which means he definitely hasn't entered the 4th to 10th floors. So, how did he qualify for the tier-up trial? I recall that the Divine Communication Tower mandates that one must completely clear all 10 floors and reach level 100 to unlock the tier-up trial. The old man, well, perhaps he has alternative means to directly participate in the tier-up trial? Don't concern yourself too much. Encountering such a genius is a rare opportunity. However, Grandpa, I can't shake off the feeling that things aren't this simple. There must be secrets we are unaware of. My dear, some matters are best left unknown to you. Just know that Godslayer's information has been classified as an SSS grade dossier by the Emperors, and the less you know, the better. Moreover, I've heard that Godslayer will participate in the Divine Seed training program in a week. I suggest you focus on enhancing your abilities. Perhaps you'll cross paths then, with both of you possessing SSS grade talent. Do not embarrass Grandpa. Oh, understood, Grandpa. Jiang Chen's rental apartment. After the trial concluded, Jiang Chen promptly activated his tattoo and returned home. However, upon appearing on his bed, he found no sign of Lu Ruyan. Damn, just as I feared. Where has she gone? Ruyan, huh? Gurgle, brother, you're back? Phew. Thankfully, she is not lost. But that voice seems to be coming from the bathroom. Jiang Chen then followed the sound to the bathroom, pulled aside the curtain, and saw Lu Ruyan holding a ceramic bowl, preparing to scoop a bowl of water from the toilet to drink. Little Ruyan. No, don't. That's the bathroom. It's filthy, and the water is undrinkable. Undrinkable? No way. You haven't already drunk it, have you? I haven't. Ruyan just came in and hasn't drunk anything yet, brother. Then what did you just drink? Oh, the milk from the fridge. It's all gone. But Ruyan is still a bit thirsty. Brother. ISNT Ruyan, very clever? Jiang Chen, yes. You are exceptionally clever. Phew. I'm glad I returned in time. Otherwise. I'm sorry. I couldn't help but laugh. All right, Ruyan, come here. Okay, brother. Hearing Jiang Chen call her over, Lu Ruyan immediately tossed the bowl into the toilet and dashed towards Jiang Chen. Goodness, that was the bowl I eat from. In the next moment, a soft, fluffy figure charged into Jiang Chen's embrace. This is rather pleasant. Jiang Chen, with an exasperated expression, raised his hand and gently pinched Lu Ruyan's delicate face, saying softly, Let us go. Brother will take you downstairs to buy some things. From now on, you're not to come to the bathroom for water, understood? Lu Ruyan wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, obediently nodding her head. I'll listen to brother. Oh, that tickles. Don't rub your head against me. At this rate, it will surely ignite a fire. Should I send her to Yao Yao's house? 2 girls living together should be much more convenient. However, Ruyan and Yao Yao are not very familiar with each other. Additionally, judging by how Ruyan is acting, it's clear she has made up her mind to cling to me. Oh well, I'll just take care of her for now. Apart from being a bit silly, she is quite good. Quite good. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen returned upstairs carrying a large bag filled with various items for girls. It contained everything from undergarments to sanitary napkins and snacks, essentially a complete set. He even bought a pink Barbie doll. Look at this moment. Lu Ruyan was gleefully holding it and squeezing it. Lu Ruyan, you're my living ancestor. I owe you for my past life. Jiang Chen felt he would never forget the look in the supermarket owner's eyes, as if he were witnessing a trafficker of innocent girls. Damn, I am destined for greatness. Greatness, do you understand? Lu Ruyan, you are my greatest source of embarrassment in this lifetime. But who could blame me for being kind-hearted? Little girl, the strange uncle has come to collect the interest now. Immediately, Jiang Chen cast a mischievous grin at Lu Ruyan. However, her innocent demeanor made it difficult for him to overcome the mental hurdle. You are impressive. I concede. I'm afraid of you. Let's go, Ruyan. Let us head inside first. Lu Ruyan, without looking back, casually replied. Is the Barbie doll really that fun? After returning to the room, Jiang Chen opened his QQ account edited a message, and sent it to Lin Yao. Yao Yao, I just successfully tiered up. I'm now a first-tier powerhouse. Muscle. Lin Yao responded almost instantly. Wow, that was fast. Congratulations to you, the first-tier powerhouse, Jiang Chen. I am still preparing to challenge the 6th level. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Huh, thank you, Yao Yao. By the way, let me tell you something. Subsequently, Jiang Chen briefly explained Lu Rian's situation. After a while, Lin Yao replied, So what do you intend to do? Are you going to keep bringing her along? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, I'm not quite sure. For now, I'll take her with me. She is quite dependent on me, and I don't feel comfortable leaving her with someone else. Lin Yao fell silent for a moment before responding. All right, if you need any assistance, let me know anytime. Jiang Chen felt a warmth in his heart and replied, Okay, Yao Yao, thank you. After closing the chat window, Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Rian, who was playing with her Barbie dolls, and sighed. Sigh, let her play for now. After all, nothing significant should happen. Everyone awakened on the same day. Yet Lin Yao has already ascended to the 5th level. It seems everyone is working hard. If it weren't for my connection with Luo, Shi, I might still be struggling on the 4th level. This implies that I am still not striving enough. I must continue to prepare for climbing the tower. Chapter 33. I don't eat beef. After spending some time in the room, Jiang Chen, feeling bored due to the cooldown period of the Divine Tower login device, decided to upgrade his equipment before entering the 11th level. Although monsters' attributes do not gain enhancements in final damage and damage reduction when advancing from 0 to 1st tier, the fundamental attribute growth of monsters in the 11th level surpasses that of the 10th level by at least 50. Of course, with Jiang Chen's strength, he could still defeat the monsters in the 11th level with a single strike of Falling Star. However, unlike the first 10 levels from the 11th level onward, each subsequent level is occupied by various clans. Of course, occupation does not imply that the levels are guarded by foreign clans. Once a level is occupied, the entire level remains in game mode. Furthermore, starting from the 11th level, with certain exceptions, a maximum of 5 players can form a team to explore together. Therefore, generally, one does not encounter foreign races while challenging the levels. This occupation indicates that the clans, like Jiang Chen, can earn experience points and item rewards after a certain period, and can also adjust and fine-tune the level information within their authority. For instance, if the NTH level is occupied by the Bull Demon clan, which is in opposition to the human race, then the Bull Demon clan can set all monsters in a level to inflict an additional 50 damage to the human race, while reducing damage taken by 50 for their own clan. While this may seem unfair, from the perspective of the Divine Tower, both the human race and the Bull Demon clan are living beings, thus possessing both benefits and drawbacks, making it reasonable by the system standards. Although these attribute adjustments have certain numerical limits, the overall enhancement for the Bull Demon clan is indeed substantial. Therefore, once a clan occupies a certain level of the Divine Tower, they will set special conditions to assist their kin, making it significantly easier for their members to clear that level. In other words, the more levels a clan occupies, the more members from that clan will successfully pass through that level, leading to greater rewards, while the opposing race will have fewer members passing through and consequently less reward. Moreover, they can alter some of the basic settings of the levels, such as the weather. For instance, the Snowman clan can configure the weather in the level to be favorable for their ice and snow environment, thereby increasing their probability of clearing the level while decreasing that of other hostile races. This is one of the critical reasons why all races in the universe strive tirelessly to occupy more levels. Furthermore, a more crucial factor is that once a clan successfully occupies a certain level, they can arrange for their members to enter that level directly after paying a price. They can then interfere with the awakeners exploring the level, delivering devastating blows to the talented awakeners of opposing races. This is precisely what Jiang Chen fears the most. Of course, there is an alliance among the various races, including humans, that generally prohibits such actions. Otherwise, they would face joint sanctions from all races. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, I should be quite well known by now. Virtually every being within and outside of Blue Star is aware of the infamous name of God Slayer. Given my uniqueness, it's likely that all races, except for the human race, desire to eliminate me before I can pose a threat. Thus, while Jiang Chen is confident in passing the 11th level, he is apprehensive that the occupying race may discover him and send formidable individuals to intervene. For example, if a race discovers him and dispatches a 9th-tier powerhouse, even with the level's balancing mechanism in place, they would still retain at least a 5th-tier power level. Naturally, such situations are merely exceptions. Generally, the information of awakeners challenging the levels is strictly protected by the Divine Tower. Moreover, the cost of such an intervention is significant. Therefore, As long as the hostile races do not receive prior notice, such occurrences are unlikely. In summary, starting from the 11th level, Awakeners must not only challenge the Divine Tower, but also remain vigilant against the potential appearance of foreign powerhouses. This is the true challenge Jiang Chen faces in the subsequent levels. Since all equipment and items obtained by Awakeners within the Divine Tower, along with their own strength, can be completely brought back to the real world, Blue Star has numerous shops dedicated to selling equipment and items. Now, Jiang Chen is preparing to purchase a complete set of equipment on the largest trading website in all of Blue Star. Jiang Chen skillfully opened his phone, entered Tengu Trading Center on Wanda Network, and subsequently downloaded the Tengu software. Once the software was downloaded, Jiang Chen opened it, filled in the tier section with first tier, casually registered a nickname, and began browsing for equipment. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's gaze landed on a set named Starshine Guardian, an A-grade level 100 set. Oh, this set looks splendid. It suits me well. He promptly clicked to contact the seller and began composing a message, attaching the equipment information. Hello, boss. May I inquire about the price of this set? Is there any room for negotiation? 3 million feels a bit steep. In less than 15 seconds, the customer service representative replied, Dear customer, I do not eat beef. Hello. This set was originally priced at 3 million. It is very suitable for beginners at the first tier. However, we understand that this is your first visit to our store. So we recommend that you click the follow button in the upper right corner to receive an 85% discount. Upon reading the seller's response, Jiang Chen began to calculate in his mind. Following for the 85% discount. Moreover, using my Supreme Black Gold card for the first time on the platform might yield an additional 50% discount. Therefore, the actual expenditure would likely be around 1,275,000 gold coins to acquire a complete set of level 100 A-grade equipment for less than 3 million gold coins is quite a bargain. Thus, Jiang Chen proceeded to bind his card. Beep. Verification code error. Beep. Real name authentication failed. Beep. Card binding failed. Damn. I almost forgot that this card was a gift from Lin Yao. I've grown so accustomed to using it. After all, the previous 2 times required merely a card swipe, and there was absolutely no need for the card binding procedure. Oh well, never mind. Perhaps I should consult Yao Yao. However, before Jiang Chen could make his inquiry, a new message arrived on his Penguin account. Classmate, XXXXXX. How considerate. I recall that such verification codes are typically valid for a mere 5 minutes, so I must hurry to bind the card again. Chapter 34. It is said that playing with Barbie dolls can enhance intelligence. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in placing his order. He should expect the delivery within the day. After all, awakened individuals are extraordinary beings endowed with special abilities. Moreover, his package was specifically entrusted to the renowned Beifeng Express of the Blue Star, which could deliver goods to any location in Xia country within a single day without fail. Satisfied, Jiang Chen set his phone down and glanced towards Lu Ruoyan's position, letting out a sigh. Alas, that silly girl. Still playing with Barbie dolls? I fail to comprehend. Is it truly enjoyable? Little Ruoyan, I shall take a short rest. Please be mindful and refrain from causing chaos. If someone rings the doorbell, do remember to wake me up, all right? I know. You're so tedious, brother. Jiang Chen. How can little Ruoyan actually find me bothersome? Sigh. Suddenly, I find myself reminiscing about the old Lu Ruoyan. If it weren't for the unwavering opposition of the Lu family head back then, perhaps. Alas, it's better not to dwell on sorrowful matters. Now, I am a possessor of a rule-level talent, a being destined for divinity. Should I still concern myself with trifles? Nonetheless, how could they dare abandon such a pitiable and adorable little Ruoyan? Once I find the opportunity, I shall ensure that the Lu family head experiences the extent of my prowess. Time to rest. When the equipment arrives, I must seize the night to ascend the tower. Jiang Chen lay on his bed, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. 6 hours later, dinkling, 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 the alarm rang, causing Jiang Chen to abruptly open his eyes, only to discover 2 soft objects resting upon his face, faintly emanating a delicate fragrance. Once he steadied his mind, he was taken aback to find that he had fallen asleep resting on Lu Ruoyan's legs, with his face nestled between her bosom. Oh wait, wasn't Lu Ruoyan playing with Barbie dolls? How did she end up on my bed? Jiang Chen awkwardly lifted his head, and their eyes met miraculously. Lu Ruoyan's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush as she softly murmured, Brother, you're awake. I was worried you might catch a chill, so? Upon witnessing Lu Ruoyan's reaction, Jiang Chen was startled. Huh, is she shy? This doesn't seem like the behavior of a 3-year-old. Could it be that playing with Barbie dolls can indeed enhance intelligence? Perhaps I should buy her a few more later? Moreover, she was worried about me catching a chill, so she cuddled up to me while sleeping. Her reasoning seems significantly more coherent than before. Never mind. I shall discuss this with Yao Yao later. After all, she is the Empress Yao Wang from her previous life. In situations like this, she must possess far greater understanding than I do. For now, I shall get up and retrieve my package. Ruoyan, please wake up. My delivery has arrived. Oh, all right. With that, Lu Ruoyan sat up obediently like a little cat. Jiang Chen, sister, I admit my wrongs. Was it truly necessary to punish me in such a manner? At least put on some proper clothing. Your collar is all undone. Even an old man would shed tears. I now have ample reason to suspect you are an undercover agent sent by the Liu family to seduce me. Not dwelling on that thought, Jiang Chen swiftly rolled out of bed, dressed, and headed downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted a young man clad in a yellow robe, holding a box the size of a palm, patiently waiting below. As Jiang Chen approached, the young man in yellow inquired, "Sir, what are the last 4 digits of your phone number?" Jiang Chen, XXXXX. The young man in yellow glanced at the box he held and asked again, "Is the Tengu number the one that says I shouldn't eat beef?" Jiang Chen nodded gently, yes. The young man in yellow replied, "All right. Please present the goods receipt for me to scan." Jiang Chen took out his phone, opened the logistics app, and displayed the receipt to the young man in yellow. Beep. Transaction successful. Following this, the young man in yellow handed the box to Jiang Chen and offered a blessing, "Wishing you a pleasant life." "Thank you." Jiang Chen accepted the box and politely expressed his gratitude. After obtaining the package, Jiang Chen hurriedly ascended the stairs, returning to his room and promptly locking the door. This was a delivery worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. If discovered by the neighbors, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Although for Jiang Chen, 1,000,000 gold coins was not an exorbitant amount. For an ordinary person, it represented a fortune that could take several lifetimes to accumulate. 1,000,000 gold coins equated to 10 million Xia country dollars. Such a colossal sum of wealth was sufficient to ensure a lifetime of comfort for the majority of ordinary citizens. Upon closing the door, Jiang Chen swiftly unwrapped the package, revealing a splendid golden watch nestled within. Is this the storage watch? Truly befitting a delivery worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. Even the packaging was crafted from such high-end materials. According to Jiang Chen's knowledge from his previous life, a storage watch is a special spatial item akin to the storage bags found in fantasy novels. It is said to be crafted by awakened individuals with spatial talents using special methods, with the materials alone costing at least 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the creator's strength must be at least 5th tier or higher, if a talent awakened below 5th tier were to attempt crafting it using special methods. The resulting space would be exceedingly limited. From Jiang Chen's perspective, the space within his storage watch is likely around 5 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to a small room. Such a high-tier storage watch typically costs between 300,000 to 500,000 gold coins. In his previous life, Jiang Chen could only dream of affording such a luxury. Even if he were to stumble upon one, he would undoubtedly sell it for money. From this perspective, the item he ordered is valued at 3,000,000 gold coins, and thus he received a storage watch worth approximately 300,000 gold coins as a bonus. It seems the store is quite sincere. Just then, Lu Ruoyan suddenly leaned in, fixated on the watch. "Brother, what is this? It looks so beautiful." Jiang Chen, seizing the moment, playfully teased, "This is food, specially bought for you, Ruoyan. Would you like to give it a try?" As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Lu Ruoyan immediately reached out, grasped the watch, and took a bite. "Ah, thank you, brother." With a crack, Lu Ruoyan suddenly began to cry pitifully. "Wah, brother is deceiving me. This isn't food. Ruoyan can't bite it. Bad brother. Smelly brother." With that, she sprang up and threw the storage watch onto the floor. "Jiang Chen, what the heck? You actually bit it. Just a moment ago, I suspected you were an undercover agent sent by the Liu family to seduce me, but now I have no doubts. With that level of intelligence, you wouldn't survive a single episode as an undercover." Shaking his head, Jiang Chen picked up the watch from the floor and casually lifted Lu Ruoyan's skirt to wipe it clean. "Oh, bad brother, what are you doing? Be good. Don't make a fuss, Ruoyan. Listen to me. Ruoyan is so mad. Ruoyan won't play with a bad brother." Having spoken, Lu Ruoyan rose from her seat, returning to her bed to continue playing with her Barbie dolls. Ahem. It seems she is not as hopelessly foolish as one might think. Chapter 35. The Brain's Self-Protection Mechanism. After Lu Ruoyan settled in, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, swiftly retrieving his gear from his storage watch. He activated his insight spell to examine the specific attributes of the equipment. Equipment: Starlit Dreamweaver Armor. Quality: A. Type: Chest Armor. Level 100. Attributes: Maximum Health Bonus, 5,000. Physical Defense Bonus, 500. Magical Defense Bonus, 300. Affix, 20 reduction in light-type combat damage. Equipment, Starlit Wing Shawl. Quality, A-type, cloak. Level 100. Attributes, maximum health bonus, 2000. Maximum mana bonus, 5000. Physical defense bonus, 200. Magical defense bonus, 400. Magical attack bonus, 500. Affix, increases all magical damage dealt by 15. Equipment, Starlit Diadem. Quality A. Type, helmet. Level 100. Attributes, maximum health bonus, 2000. Intelligence bonus, 150. Spirit bonus, 200. Magical resistance bonus, 15. Affix, 30 chance to ignore mental control skills. Equipment, Starlit Cloudwalker boots. Quality, A. Type, footwear. Level 100. Attributes, agility bonus, 300. Critical hit rate bonus, 10. Affix, each time a skill is cast. Movement speed increases by 20 for 10 seconds. Equipment, Starlit Bracelet. Quality, A. Type, bracelet. Level 100. Attributes, intelligence bonus, 200. Critical hit rate bonus, 10. Bonus magical damage, 20. Additional block chance bonus, 15. Affix, each time a unit is slain, increase maximum health by 1, stacking up to 50, lasting 30 seconds, refreshing upon a kill. Equipment, Starlit Whisper Ring. Quality, A. Type, ring. Level 100. Attributes, intelligence bonus, 200. Spirit bonus, 200. Magical attack bonus, 15. Affix, upon slaying a target. The next magical attack will deal an additional 30 damage. Equipment, Starlit Sentinel Necklace. Quality, A. Type, necklace. Level 100. Attribute, Constitution bonus, 200. Intelligence bonus, 200. Maximum health bonus, 20. Affix, restores 20 maximum health when on the brink of death. Equipment, Starlit Blessing Amulet. Quality, A. Type, accessory. Level 100. Attributes, intelligence bonus, 400. Spirit bonus, 400. Magical defense bonus, 15. Magical attack bonus, 15. Affix, restores 1 maximum mana per second, effective in combat as well. Set skill. Upon collecting all 8 pieces of the Starlit Guardian series, one acquires the special skill, Starlit Guardian, 88. Upon reviewing the equipment's attributes, Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. With this set of gear equipped, his damage potential could very well double. Other attributes would likely see a significant enhancement as well. Truly, it deserves its status as an A-quality level 100 set. Its attributes nearly rival those of average quality level 200 equipment. While the base attributes may appear unremarkable, the accompanying percentage effects are astonishingly powerful. This ensemble not only augments offensive capabilities, but also significantly bolsters defensive prowess. The sole drawback is that none of the 8 pieces provide any crowd control effects. However, he could utilize his talents to inflict various control effects on enemies, just as he did when facing Luo Shi, employing his talent to curse her, rendering her defenses null. Likewise, should he inadvertently fall victim to an enemy's control skill, he could likely dispel it by expending a certain amount of mana. With such a game-changing talent at his disposal, what he truly lacked was not damage capability, but rather mana and health. Indeed, as long as his mana reserves were sufficient, even the simplest fireball spell could be transformed into a colossal asteroid. If he were to invest even more of his vitality, a single fireball could potentially wreak havoc on a grand scale. Now let's examine the set skill. An A-grade set skill should be formidable, indeed. Jiang Chen eagerly clicked on Starlit Guardian. Starlit Guardian. Upon activation, gain a star shield equivalent to 250 of maximum health. While the shield exists, increases light-type skill damage by 40 and damage reduction by 40, with a 50 chance to immunize against control skills, lasting for 5 minutes. Once the skill expires, any remaining shield converts proportionately into health restoration, transforming at a rate of 5 per second. Upon witnessing this set skill, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, this life-saving capability is extraordinary. I can hardly contain my excitement. Tonight, I must put this to the test. Now, even if a 5th-tier powerhouse were to suddenly appear on the 11th floor, he would possess a fighting chance against it. The talent that sacrifices vitality is no joke. Without further ado, Jiang Chen donned all 8 pieces of equipment, radiating a soft starlight. The sudden luminescence captured Lu Ruoyan's attention as she dressed her Barbie dolls. Wow, brother, you look so handsome, and you even glow. With that, Lu Ruoyan tossed her Barbie aside and dashed to Jiang Chen's side, eagerly reaching out to him. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, little Ruoyan, would you like to wear it? Lu Ruoyan nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. I want to. Seeing her enthusiasm, Jiang Chen was suddenly reminded of a psychology book he had read in his past life. The book described that individuals like Lu Ruoyan often suffered from some form of psychological trauma, leading their minds to regress to childhood. It was highly likely that Lu Ruoyan had sustained damage to a part of her brain due to excessive memory erasure techniques, and her subconscious, in a bid to protect itself, forcibly reverted her mental state back to her younger years. Indeed, this exemplifies a self-protective mechanism of the brain. Typically, with a period of rest and self-repair, the mind can achieve a commendable recovery. Thus, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and gently encouraged her. Then you must grow up quickly. Once you do, you will be able to wear it. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Ruoyan clenched her petite fists. Her eyes filled with determination as she nodded. Ruoyan will work hard to grow up. At this, Jiang Chen let out a resigned sigh once more. Alas, this is still the mental level of a small child. At this rate of recovery, when will it ever end? I fervently wish for her swift recovery. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to engage in any activity. After all, in merely a week, I must partake in the illustrious Seed training program. It is evident that one cannot bring companions along for such an endeavor. There is simply no time to tend to her needs. I must inquire with Yao Yao to see if she possesses any similar mental abilities that may prove beneficial. In a few hours, the cool-down period for the login device will conclude, and I shall rest a little longer before continuing my arduous grind. Ruyan, come here and keep your brother company as he slumbers. As he spoke, Jiang Chen patted the space beside him, and upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan promptly climbed from the large bed onto Jiang Chen's smaller one, nestling obediently in his embrace. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Jiang Chen gazed down at the peacefully slumbering Lu Ruyan, his heart swelling with affection. Alas, poor child. Chapter 36. The Solitary Path to Sovereignty. As night descended, Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes, instinctively yawning. How delightful! I have awoken naturally this time. The login device. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to the login tattoo on the back of his right hand. He noticed that the tattoo was now gently emanating a golden glow. Excellent. The cooldown period has concluded. I can resume my tower climbing. Subsequently, Jiang Chen turned to the slumbering Lu Ruyan beside him, displaying a look of helplessness. Alas, this girl is rather pitiable. I wonder when she will recover. Nevertheless, this issue cannot be resolved in haste. I shall focus on climbing the tower first. Enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. The 11th level. Here I come. The Divine Communication Tower. First Core City. A flash of white light enveloped Jiang Chen as he reappeared in the central plaza of First Core City. If memory serves me correctly, Luo, she mentioned that I should seek her out before entering the tower this time. It seems she has something significant to convey. Thus, I shall look for her. It won't take much time. Jiang Chen quickly made his way to a secluded corner, and taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, he vanished from sight. Third level. Mysterious space. Jiang Chen's figure transformed into a beam of white light and materialized in the mysterious space of the third level. Luoshi, are you here? I am. As Jiang Chen's voice echoed, a graceful figure clad in a pink gown appeared before him. At that moment, Luoshi scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in her eyes. Your aura seems significantly stronger than before. It appears you have successfully passed the Ascension trial. Jiang Chen scratched his head, smiling as he replied. Yes, thanks to you, I achieved Ascension. Luoshi nodded with a smile, her expression turning serious. You should be aware of the rules of the Divine Communication Tower, generally. Awakeners must completely clear the first 10 levels and successfully complete the Ascension trial to activate the teleportation array to the next core city. Having said that, Luoshi shifted her gaze to Jiang Chen and continued. In your case, you are an exception, having bypassed the novice trial from the 4th to the 10th levels. This means you have only fulfilled the second condition while failing to meet the first. Therefore, you cannot activate the teleportation array to the next core city. What I can do is assist you in unlocking the teleportation array to the second core city, allowing you to enter the 11th level from there. With that, Luoshi turned to Jiang Chen, playfully inquiring, So, young man, are you prepared? Upon hearing the question, Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely fixed on Luoshi. I have been ready for quite some time. Luoshi nodded slightly, a strange glow emanating from her hand. Moments later, a blue portal manifested before them. Step inside, young man. I wish you good fortune. Luoshi smiled warmly. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen entered the portal, and the scene before him shifted instantly. The Divine Communication Tower. Second Core City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of white light flashed as multiple figures were simultaneously transported to the central plaza of the second core city. As Jiang Chen's vision gradually clarified, he took a step forward, prepared to head towards the teleportation array leading directly to the 11th level. However, just as he moved, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey, friend, please wait a moment." What is the situation? Who is this? Do I know him? Why is he calling me? Hearing the man's shout, Jiang Chen halted, turning his bewildered gaze towards the individual. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's pause, the man's face lit up with joy as he approached swiftly, extending a friendly hand. "Hi, friend. Nice to meet you. My divine communication ID is Ancient Spirit Swordsman. You must have just arrived in the second core city, right? I've heard that starting from the 11th level, the party feature will be activated, allowing us to climb the tower together. Coincidentally, we already have 4 members here, and with you, we will have a complete team of 5. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. What do you think, friend? Would you like to join us in climbing the tower?" Upon hearing the enthusiastic invitation from the young man, Jiang Chen swiftly shook his head, rejecting the offer outright. No, please find someone else. Good sir, what a jest. I am a god slayer. How could a god slayer possibly team up with others? Forming a party only exposes personal information, does it not? My apologies, my friend. It's not that I am aloof, but I truly do not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. More importantly, if I were to join your party, it's likely that the imperial capital would dispatch individuals to enforce a forced memory wipe upon you. Alas, it is quite challenging. This is for your own good. Ever since awakening my unique rule-level talent, I have existed in a realm apart from the vast majority of people in this world. I walk a solitary path towards sovereignty. This path is both the loneliest and the most desolate one. My allies will only be those prodigious individuals who have awakened SSS-level talents, such as Lilia. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute rejection, Ancient Spirit Swordsman appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before politely smiling at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, undeterred, turned away and departed, secretly relieved not to have been ensnared for too long. He quickened his pace towards the location of the teleportation array. Soon, he arrived before the immense teleportation array. Standing in the center of the vast array, Jiang Chen felt the surrounding energy surging, excitement and nervousness coursing through him. He took a deep breath and immediately activated the teleportation array. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished into the array. The 11th level. I have returned. Chapter 37. Have I transformed into a female elf? Jiang Chen directly entered the mysterious space of the 11th layer of the Divine Tower through the teleportation array. Dear God Slayer, may you swiftly conquer the Divine Tower. According to Jiang Chen's memories from his previous life, the dungeons from the 11th to the 20th layer form an interconnected, colossal instance known as the Forest of Elves. Within this enchanted forest reside a myriad of elven beings, and the awakened ones who venture inside must embody one of 2 factions, the Red Elves or the Blue Elves. It is important to note that the distinction between the Red and Blue Elves pertains solely to the Challenger's class and attribute growth, rather than their skin color. The Elven race, apart from possessing wings and pointed ears, bears a striking resemblance to the human race in nearly all other physical features. Moreover, this level boasts an additional distinctive feature. The awakened ones may freely choose their gender. Upon establishing their identity, they will engage in the subsequent 10 layers of challenges under this guise. Only upon successfully clearing the 20th layer can the awakened restore their original information. Upon entering the 11th layer, the awakened one's basic attribute panel will be reset. However, their talents and personal rank will be fully preserved. Typically, those daring the 11th layer are freshly ascended to the 1st rank. Thus, the level of the awakened one's talents serves as the most pivotal factor influencing the difficulty of the challenges. Intriguingly, the affiliation of the 10 layers from the 11th to the 20th is entirely that of the elven race. Yet, this does not imply that the elven race occupies all 10 layers. Rather, the entire elven alliance, composed of hundreds of large races from the myriad of beings, claims these layers, with the elves themselves as the leaders of this alliance. If memory serves correctly, the elves occupy the 20th layer of the Divine Tower, while the 11th layer that Jiang Chen is about to challenge belongs to the Treant race, a subset of the Elven Alliance. Indeed, this is the same race to which the large merchant he encountered in the first core city belongs. It appears that the Treants only dominate the lowest tier of the 90 layers of the Divine Tower, seemingly a weaker race. However, considering that the total number of layers available in the Divine Tower, including the 3rd layer already claimed by Jiang Chen, amounts to only 91. This alone attests to the Treant's considerable strength, placing them within the top 100 among the myriad races. Ding. Please select your race. Without further contemplation, two options appeared before Jiang Chen, red elf or blue elf. Contemplating the choices, Jiang Chen fell into a brief reverie. If I recall correctly, red elf belongs to the strength-based elves, focusing on physical attack attributes. Conversely, blue elf pertains to the intelligence-based elves, specializing in magical attack attributes. Therefore, I shall choose blue elf. Ding! Congratulations, selection successful. Defeating opponents from the opposing faction's NPCs and completing tasks will accumulate exploration points. Just as anticipated, there is no difference from my previous life. Upon taking on the role of an elf, the awakened must partake in faction battles within the Forest of Elves. The narrative will gradually unfold with the progression through layers, even if the faction represented by oneself ultimately fails in its quest for power. As long as one does not perish along the way, they can still successfully pass the 20th challenge, guaranteeing at least a C-grade evaluation. Should one die midway, they must await the cooldown for the next login to continue their trials. At that moment, two more options appeared before Jiang Chen, male elf or female elf. In my previous life, I chose male elf. In this incarnation, given my unique circumstances and the need to conceal my identity, I shall select female elf. This time, I have absolutely no ulterior motives. It is purely for the sake of disguise. After all, from the perspective of the myriad races, a heroic figure like the Godslayer would never disregard their identity to alter their gender. It is all about breaking conventional thinking. Ding! Congratulations, selection successful. No sooner had the words left the system's interface than a radiant array of colors enveloped Jiang Chen. Ding! Character appearance transformation in progress. Ding! Character class assignment in progress. Ding! Character panel generation in progress. Ding! Transformation successful. Eagerly, Jiang Chen opened his latest attribute panel. Name? Unnamed. Race, blue elf. Gender, female. Level, 1. Class, Wind Whisper. Talent, Mind's Will. Grade, SSS. Health points, 200. Magic points, 500. Physical attack, 20. Magical attack, 50. Physical defense, 20. Magical defense, 20. Skills, magic arrow, magic shield, healing, chain lightning, windbind. Description, an awakened blue elf descending from the heavens, a naturally gifted SSS level elf, possessing unparalleled potential. Splendid, a flawless inheritance of talent. This is a guaranteed success. An SSS level attribute panel right from the start. As for a name, I shall call myself Lilia. Ding. Teleportation will commence in 10 seconds. Adventurer, please prepare adequately. Dear blue elves, here I come. At the moment the system's countdown reached 0, darkness enveloped Jiang Chen. Beneath the holy white tree, the sacred ground of the blue elf race, an array of jubilant voices filled the air. Mimi, Gulu, Walla Walla. Ding. Detection of the adventurer's first arrival, synchronizing elven language. Ding. Language synchronization successful. Look, a new elf has emerged from the holy tree. Mia, quickly summon the guardian. As you command. Momins latte. A female blue elf named Mia returned with a venerable elder with hair and beard as white as snow. It is known that most elves are born from SSS-grade items beneath the holy white tree, and upon birth, they possess an astonishing lifespan of nearly 500 years, 5 times that of humans. As for the Guardian, at the 11th layers level, they are at least a second-rank powerhouse. They can even transcend the constraints of the dungeon layers, achieving a third-rank status, when factoring in the elven race's extended lifespan alongside the nurturing of the holy white tree. Elves above the 3rd rank can live for at least 5,000 years. Thus, the Guardian before me may have existed for over 4,000 years. A veritable living fossil in the field of archaeology. The Guardian approached the holy white tree, hands clasped together in reverence, bowing slightly as they murmured, Mealy mealy, gilly glue. Thank you, holy tree. Child awaken. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of response, the Guardian repeated, Child awaken. At this moment, Jiang Chen was enveloped in a sphere of light, suspended like a fruit upon the holy white tree. Almost every 3 seconds, a green subtitle appeared before Jiang Chen. Congratulations. Nurtured by the holy white tree. Constitution 5. Congratulations. Nurtured by the holy white tree. Intelligence 5. Congratulations. Nurtured by the holy white tree. Strength 5. Congratulations. Nurtured by the holy white tree. Spirit 5. Only a fool would leave. Isn't it delightful to lie here and boost my attributes? Meanwhile, the Guardian, seeing Jiang Chen's continued dormancy, anxiously paced back and forth, eyes fixated on the glowing sphere, and inquired once more, Child. Why do you not wish to awaken? Chapter 38. Come join me in the hot springs. Inside the luminous sphere, upon hearing the guardian's inquiry, Jiang Chen felt an alarm ringing in her heart. Oh no! I forgot that there is a time limit for the birth attribute. The guardian is becoming agitated. At this moment, within the 11th layer of the dungeon, the elven race should be in the midst of the red-blue duel period. If I linger any longer, I might be mistaken for a spy sent by the red elves. Consequently, Jiang Chen began to struggle within the radiant sphere, attempting to descend from the sacred white tree. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Adventurer, will you be born? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen promptly responded in her mind. Yes. As soon as she made her choice, the sphere enveloping her erupted in brilliant light. The surrounding blue elves were astonished by this spectacle, chattering among themselves around the sacred white tree. Wow, what a commotion. Her potential grade must be S level, right? No. With such a disturbance, I believe it's at least SS level. Nonsense. It's been ages since any of our blue elves have exhibited SS level potential. Don't forget, even our elven queen is merely SS level. Quiet. The guardian is still watching. Indeed, it won't be long now. Once she is born, we will know for sure. After approximately 10 seconds, the sphere enveloping Jiang Chen suddenly fell from the branches of the sacred white tree, gradually dissipating. Before them stood an exquisitely beautiful female elf, clad in a gown resembling crystalline armor, her legs curled up like a newborn baby nestled in the sacred pool nourished by the sacred white tree. Wow, she is so beautiful. Indeed, she looks adorable. I want to hug her. That armor. A born warrior. Step aside. The guardian is coming. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's emergence, the guardian was overjoyed and hurried over, extending her palm as if performing magic, conjuring a pale blue crystal ball that resembled the talent awakening crystal balls from high school campuses. Before Jiang Chen could even open her eyes, the elder, referred to as the guardian, pushed her right hand forward, and the crystal ball emitted a deep blue beam of light aimed directly at Jiang Chen. Moments later, as the beam vanished, a gigantic screen appeared before the sacred white tree, prominently displaying some of Jiang Chen's basic information. Nickname, Lilia. Race, blue elf. Gender, female. Level 1. Potential level, SSS grade. Description, a special blue elf born of the divine power of the sacred white tree, a natural SSS grade elf possessing unparalleled potential. Before Jiang Chen could react, a chorus of exclamations erupted around her. An SSS grade. Look, oh my goodness. It's been ages since any of our blue elf kin have exhibited SSS grade potential. Long live the sacred tree. With her, we might actually win this war. Indeed, as long as we have her, defeating the red elves is merely a matter of time. Amidst the astonished cries of the elves, the guardian parted the crowd and approached Jiang Chen, softly saying, Welcome, little one, to the blue elf clan. Jiang Chen rose gracefully, akin to a newly sprouted bud, brimming with vitality and hope. Is this truly the guardian? She doesn't seem as formidable as the rumor suggested. With a slight smile, she responded to the guardian. Thank you. I will do my utmost to contribute to the blue elf clan. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the guardian's eyes, for she sensed that during this time of war, this SSS grade prodigy might be the blessing bestowed upon the blue elf clan by the sacred white tree. Stepping forward, she reached out her right hand, attempting to caress Jiang Chen's hair, gently saying, Child, your arrival is a miracle for us. Now, you need to learn about our world and understand your mission. Seeing the elder extend her hand, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered with alarm, slightly retreating to the side. Nonetheless, the elder's hand accurately settled atop her head. Ugh, so cold. Don't touch me. Goosebumps are rising. And what is this mission? Fear not, child. The elder withdrew her hands and instructed a nearby elven maiden. Avery, please take her to the elven sacred spring for her baptism. I entrust her to you for now. The maiden paused, then a smile of joy illuminated her face. At once, guardian, what on earth is happening? The elven sacred spring? Isn't that the legendary experience, spring water? Is this the benefit of having an SSS grade panel? This treatment is extraordinary. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen followed Avery to a spring radiating a gentle green life essence. Wow, so this is the elven sacred spring? The surrounding air is filled with the scent of life. It's utterly delightful. Huh, why is there a figure in the sacred spring? Who could it be? Just as Jiang Chen began to ponder, Avery followed her gaze and softly introduced. That is our blue elf clan Saintus. Recently, the clan has been unsettled, with the red elves' attacks becoming increasingly fierce. It is said the Saintus was gravely injured in the last battle. Thus, she has been granted permission by the guardian to recuperate in the sacred spring. Upon finishing, she gazed at Jiang Chen with a hint of envy and concern. If all goes as expected, there may soon be another great battle. I love fighting. It's my favorite. Whereas the exploration if there is no combat. She then turned to Avery and inquired, "What should I do now?" Avery smiled and replied, "You simply need to meditate in the sacred spring and work diligently to enhance your strength. When the time for war arrives, you will naturally know what to do." Jiang Chen nodded and, following Avery's guidance, leaped into the elven sacred spring. Ding! Congratulations. You have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations, you have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations, you have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations. You have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Oh my, this feels amazing. The sensation of the spring water penetrating my body is exhilarating, and the experience gained is remarkably substantial. The speed of leveling up is akin to riding a rocket. In less than 10 seconds, I've soared past level 10. Hey, Lilia, why aren't you undressing? You'll contaminate the sacred spring water. Hurry up. If the guardian gets angry, no one can bear the consequences. Huh? Undress? That doesn't seem right. Am I really going to strip in front of you? A female elf? How impolite is that? Wait, I'm a female elf too now. Besides, what is the big deal about being seen? After all, this body isn't truly mine. Crossed out, Jiang Chen steeled her resolve and promptly shed her chest plate in the spring water, followed by her short skirt, which she grasped tightly in her hand before tossing it onto the shore. Once she completed this act, Jiang Chen cast a glance filled with anticipation at Avril. Avril, will you join me? Upon hearing this, Avril's expression fell, and she waved her hand dismissively. Oh no, I cannot. Without the guardian's permission, I lack the qualifications. With that, she delicately retrieved a crystal glass the size of a thermos from her sleeve, crouching carefully at the edge of the shore to fill it with the sacred spring water. Lilia, you take your bath first. I will wait for you outside. Remember to call for me when you're done. And just between us, the water here is the essence of life. Drinking it directly will yield even better results. With that, the elven maiden Avril skipped lightly toward the entrance. After Avril departed, Jiang Chen began to contemplate. If memory served her correctly, the evaluation for clearing the 11th level was based on the total score derived from the challenger's performance within that layer, as assessed when the awakened exited the level. Given her current level and performance, her evaluation should at least be AB grade, right? This layer allowed a total duration of 6 hours. There were still over 5 hours remaining. Time to enjoy the bath. Chapter 39. How did I hear that you were just born today? Once Avril had left, Jiang Chen rose and scrutinized her reflection in the water. How beautiful. She never imagined she would experience being a woman in this lifetime. The water revealed the enchanting figure of a stunning elven girl, her green hair dampened by the spring, cascading messily over her shoulders. Her features appeared as though meticulously crafted by a divine hand, breathtaking beyond verbal description. Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled something and reached down toward a certain part of her body. Oh, it's gone. It's truly gone, she exclaimed in astonishment. Am I going to have to squat to urinate from now on? Next, Jiang Chen reached for where her Adam's apple once resided. Oh, that is also absent. Damn, aside from my height still being 175 meters. All other physical characteristics have changed completely. Look at that. Her chest was now prominently rounded, luminescent white. Her waist, arms, and legs had become more slender, with skin that was fair, delicate, and smooth, resembling a naturally pure elven beauty. She appeared entirely like an adorable maiden, bearing no resemblance to a boy whatsoever. Alas, after having lived as a boy for over 30 years in her previous life, transitioning to a girl now felt quite disconcerting. She had no experience in this regard and was utterly ignorant of the lifestyle habits of girls. Moreover, she couldn't possibly have her menstrual cycle, could she? Although it hadn't arrived yet, she would need to assume the identity of a female elf in the Tower of Divine Communication for at least 10 days. 10 days. Who knew when it might arrive during that time? What would she do then? This is a disaster. She hadn't considered this at all. She had been so focused on concealing her identity. As Jiang Chen pondered her life choices while soaking, the elven saintess in the distance seemed to sense something. Opening her eyes and gazing in Jiang Chen's direction. Then, with a furrowed brow, she vanished in an instant. You are the newly awakened elf with SSS level potential that the Guardian spoke of. A celestial voice suddenly resonated from above Jiang Chen's head. What? Where did that voice come from? Jiang Chen jumped in surprise, quickly rising from the pool and scanning her surroundings warily. No need to search. I'm right here. As the words fell, a breathtaking elf with 3 pairs of wings appeared suspended in midair. How stunning! Jiang Chen's eyes fixated on the ethereal figure, involuntarily murmuring in astonishment. What in the world? Another 3060? What's going on? Are all the beautiful NPCs in the Tower of Divine Communication inclined to wear bikinis? First, it was Luo Shi, and now it's the elven saintess. Is this some unspoken rule within the Tower of Divine Communication? The more beautiful the female NPC, the less clothing she wears? I just want to ask, do you really not fear catching a chill with those long legs exposed to the air? What are you saying? The elven beauty frowned slightly. Oh, my apologies, sister. You are simply too beautiful, and I couldn't help but express it, Jiang Chen quickly explained, regaining her composure. The elven beauty did not linger on pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cecilia, the designated sole heir of the Blue Elf clan. What the heck? Was such an introduction truly necessary? Did she fear I would usurp her position as saintess? Is a palace intrigue unfolding right at my arrival? As a man, I have no interest in the position of saintess. Oh, so you are the esteemed saintess Cecilia. The guardian often speaks highly of you. Jiang Chen feigned surprise, beginning to ramble. A glimmer of doubt flashed in Cecilia's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. The guardian has mentioned me to you? Indeed. The guardian said you are the most beautiful and formidable legendary saintess of the elven race in centuries. Meeting you today, it is indeed as the rumors claim. Jiang Chen praised fervently. However, Cecilia's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Are you certain? I heard that you were just born today. The speed of information dissemination is astonishing. How could they know so quickly? No, wait. When I was born, she should have still been soaking in the spring. So the news must have been spread through some special means. Nevertheless, given your eloquence, I shall overlook it. Cecilia chuckled lightly, observing Jiang Chen's discomfort. Cecilia then gently descended, walking gracefully upon the water's surface to stand before Jiang Chen. Oh wow, that is some impressive water walking skill. Sister, please don't come too close. I'm not accustomed to it. I might nosebleed. Jiang Chen nervously stepped back, but Cecilia pursued her closely. What are you hiding from? We are both female elves. Do you fear I might harm you? Cecilia teased, suddenly grasping Jiang Chen's chin and lifting her face upwards. Let me have a good look at you. The two were remarkably close, and Jiang Chen could even catch a faint fragrance emanating from Cecilia. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Help! How careless of me! Brothers, I'm being flirted with. Surely, she cannot be a lesbian? Cecilia scrutinized Jiang Chen's face, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. You are rather pleasing to the eye, though your prowess leaves much to be desired, she muttered to herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's spirit soared. This was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate her abilities. She took a deep breath, preparing to channel the energy within her. It was important to note that the attitude of NPCs within the dungeon would significantly influence the final score upon completion. However, at that moment, Cecilia unexpectedly extended her other hand and gently tapped Jiang Chen's forehead. A refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and Jiang Chen felt a remarkable clarity enveloping his mind, as if he had entered a wondrous state. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a gift from the elven saintess Cecilia. Blessing of the saintess. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly focused his thoughts to examine the specifics of the blessing. Blessing of the saintess. Within the range of the elven sacred spring, experience acquisition efficiency is doubled. Jiang Chen gazed at Cecilia in astonishment. No need to be surprised. This is merely a small gift for our first meeting, Cecilia said with a smile. Now, I must continue to recuperate, and you should practice on your own. Make haste in your growth, for a new battle is about to commence. With that, before Jiang Chen could respond, Cecilia gracefully stepped forward, instantly reappearing at her previous training location. Phew, she has finally departed. The pressure from the saintess was simply overwhelming. It was unbearable. Fortunately, I currently inhabit a female body, which provides a natural resistance to the same sex. Otherwise, I would surely be spurting blood. Chapter 40, SSS rank, item, identity, Stabilization Potion. 5 hours later, a melodious system notification suddenly rang out, awakening the slumbering Jiang Chen. Ding! Adventurer, please note, there are only 5 minutes remaining in this challenge. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes, stretched lazily, puffed out his proud chest with satisfaction, and let out a yawn, fully awakening. Yes, indeed, as early as the second hour. Jiang Chen had grown excessively bored while waiting and had found a stone in the spring, resting his upper body upon it and falling asleep. However, in order to continuously receive experience rewards, his lower half remained submerged in the pool. What a delightful slumber, truly worthy of its reputation as the source of life. The elven sacred spring. After several hours, it felt as though my very essence had evolved. Moreover, after more than 5 hours, calculating the experience gained at 20,000 per second, I had accumulated an astounding nearly 400 million experience points. Eagerly, Jiang Chen opened his personal attribute panel, only to discover that, propelled by the immense experience rewards, his level had surged to an astonishing 186. Naturally, this level pertained to Jiang Chen as the elven Lilia, while his true self remained at level 100, unchanged. After all the experience rewards had been attributed solely to Lilia. It can only be said that the elven sacred spring is extraordinarily potent, combined with Cecilia's blessing of the saintess. Lying idle for over 5 hours had yielded 400 million experience points. Without this buff, I might not have even received 200 million. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt a surge of delight. This is solid. Level 186. Only 14 levels remain before reaching the maximum limit of the 11th tier. If I were to grant myself a few more hours, reaching level 200 would be a mere formality. Furthermore, unlike other levels, the challenges from the 11th to the 20th tiers of the Divine Communication Tower do not rely solely on the Awakener's personal panels, but rather on their attributes as elves. This means that any Awakener entering these 10 tiers will have their attributes reset, rendering it comparatively fairer than other challenges. In these 10 tiers, a G-rank talent Awakener, with a stroke of luck, might even achieve a better evaluation than an S-rank talent Awakener. Of course, due to the perfect inheritance of talents. Higher talent levels will undoubtedly make the initial stages easier. Thus, given that I have already reached level 186 at the 11th tier, subsequent challenges should pose little difficulty. It is worth noting that the majority of Awakeners, even if they manage to reach the 20th tier, might not attain level 200. The 5 minutes soon elapsed. In the next moment, the system notification rang out once more. Ding! Calculating score. Calculation complete. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the 11th tier of the Divine Communication Tower. Clear evaluation. SSS. Ding! Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Ding! Congratulations. For achieving an SSS evaluation and clearing the 11th tier of the Divine Communication Tower, you have received rewards. All attributes 500, luck 5, 1, 000 gold, experience 1. 5 billion. With a flurry of white light, Jiang Chen rapidly ascended over 30 levels. This time, the upgrade pertained to Jiang Chen himself, specifically his role as the God Slayer. Quite splendid indeed. As expected, I achieved an SSS evaluation while reclining. This challenge can be said to be the easiest of my life, both in this life and the last. There is no denying it. My starting potential was SSS, regarded by the Elven Guardians as a blessing from the Holy White Tree. It is essential to note that the Elven Sacred Spring is one of the sacred relics of the Elven race, holding a status equivalent to that of the Holy White Tree and the Tree Folk's Tree of Life. If one were to classify it by rank, it would certainly be an SSS grade item. Even the life-giving water that springs forth from the spring can be considered an S-rank item. Most elves within the Elven race do not even qualify to approach the Elven Sacred Spring. This explains why, despite someone bathing in the sacred waters, Avril still cautiously filled a crystal cup to take back for drinking. Essentially, only the Guardian, the Elven Queen, and the Elven Saintess are entitled to bathe in the sacred waters. Now, including myself, that makes 4 individuals. However, perhaps this substantial benefit was granted by the Guardian in preparation for the impending battle. Yet, just then, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ear once more. Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the recognition of the Elven race, and the system rewards you with a special item. Identity Stabilization Potion. What is happening? Identity Stabilization Potion. What does it mean? Is it what I think it is? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen clicked to view. Identity Stabilization Potion. SSS grade item. Upon use, the identity chosen by the adventurer in the 11th tier will be permanently retained, allowing for free switching between the new and original identities. Upon the death of the current identity, the user will immediately switch to another life form and continue to exist. A must-have for the crafty. This a new disguise? Could it be that I can freely switch between human and elven identities in the future? But I'm male, yet my elven identity is female. Does this imply that I can be both male and female, genderable? Oh heavens, what a calamity. I'm simply digging my own grave. Had I known, I should have chosen a male elven character upon entry. wouldn't that have been more delightful? However, there is no other choice. According to the description, this is a second life. It must be utilized. Thus, Jiang Chen began to console himself. The elven race possesses notable advantages when compared to humanity. For instance, elves enjoy an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan and possess an innate affinity for magic. Furthermore, their dual identities are not easily discerned. Alas, enough of such thoughts. I shall first seek my garments by the shore, and then return home. I wonder how Xia Ruyan is faring at home. I hope she hasn't wreaked havoc. Just then, at the moment the rewards were distributed, 3 system notifications resonated throughout the entire Divine Tower. Congratulations to the player Jiang Chen for successfully clearing the 11th floor of the Divine Tower with an SSS rating. Congratulations to the player Jiang Chen for achieving an SSS rating. Congratulations to the player. The Alliance of All Races has received news from within the Divine Tower that Jiang Chen has just cleared the 11th floor with an SSS rating. At this pace, he should ascend to the 12th floor by tomorrow night. His growth rate is astonishingly rapid. Should we send someone to the elven race? Not yet. We must not startle the snake. Inform all races to proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 41. A gift from a level 1000 awakened one. After being transported back to the second core city, Jiang Chen, with a mere thought, found himself precisely on the large bed of his rented room. Ah, that hurts. You naughty brother. Bad brother. Huh, Xiaorian? What happened? Get up, get up. You're pulling my hair. Oh dear, how awkward. Just as Jiang Chen was about to apologize, a sudden wave of intense dizziness enveloped him, and he vanished from the room. Before disappearing, he heard Lu Rian's murmurs. Huh? Where did that naughty brother go? He was just here. How did he suddenly disappear? Is this some sort of magic trick? In the early hours of the morning, atop the Tianhong building in Suhang City, when Jiang Chen opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing on the rooftop of the tallest building in the city. Before him stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his back turned to Jiang Chen, hands clasped behind him. What's going on? Have I been kidnapped? Gathering his courage, Jiang Chen boldly inquired, Who are you? Why have you abducted me? The shadow remained silent, still facing away from him. Speak. Who the hell are you? Kidnapping me for no reason. And what else with the cosplay? Facing away from everyone? As Jiang Chen pondered, the shadow slowly turned to face him, revealing a countenance adorned with what he believed to be a benevolent smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Wuhan. Holy cow. Holy cow. Holy cow. It's actually him. Yi Wuhan, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity, and the youngest among them. His comprehensive strength ranks among the top 5 in human history. I can't believe it's him. But what purpose does he have in bringing me here? It is said that this emperor possesses an understanding of the human heart, commonly referred to as mind reading. Thus, one must not harbor frivolous thoughts in his presence. Moreover, this man is the very backbone of humanity. One must maintain a sense of reverence. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Chen respectfully asked, Great Emperor, what business do you have with me? Yi Wuhan chuckled softly and shook his head. Do not worry. You need not be so formal before me. I typically do not easily speculate on others' thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen exhaled in relief. Phew, that is good to know. Huh, wait. If he doesn't speculate on my thoughts, then why did he say that? He must have known my thoughts, which is why he offered me such reassurance. Damn, so you are this kind of emperor. Noticing Jiang Chen's expression gradually darkening, Yi Wuhan adopted a more serious demeanor and shifted the conversation. Jiang Chen, I am aware of you. I have been observing you for quite some time. Observing me for a long time? What does that mean? This emperor has been tracking me? How come I never noticed? Well, of course, Yi Wuhan is a level 1000 god-tier powerhouse, hiding from someone like him. Especially as a mere rookie, just breaking through to level 100 is indeed effortless. Furthermore, as a human emperor, he wouldn't bother to scheme against a novice awakening at level 1. To put it bluntly, a single sneeze from him could send me to my demise. Moreover, this explains why, after so long, not a single foreign race has come to disturb me. It seems they were all dealt with behind the scenes. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression return to normal, Yi Wuhan nodded in satisfaction. You have deduced correctly. Hearing Yi Wuhan's acknowledgement, the mysteries weighing on Jiang Chen's heart finally found clarity. Indeed, this was no surprise. With the Emperor's prowess, eliminating a few insignificant pests would be both easy and simple. However, is this what you mean by not speculating on others' thoughts? You sly old fox. As if sensing Jiang Chen's thoughts, Yi Wuhan appeared unconcerned and directly dove into the main topic, jesting. Jiang Chen, did you know that you're now the most sought-after star on the entire Blue Star? Your name tops the foreign race bounty list, with a staggering bounty of 1 trillion gold coins. Even providing the slightest information related to you could earn 1 billion gold coins in reward. It can be said that if not for us great emperors intervening, countless foreign beings seeking your life could encircle Blue Star several hundred times. Goodness, is it really that terrifying? That S at least several hundred billion. ISNT it? One could drown me with just a single spit. But, can I report myself? That S 1,000 billion gold coins. With that wealth, wouldn't I be invincible? Perhaps I could try transforming into a female elf, casually leaking some information, and voila, 1,000,000,000 gold coins would be mine. Haha, that sounds delightful, a feasible plan. However, just as Jiang Chen was immersed in his fantasies, Yi Wuhan interjected, I advise you to abandon such childish thoughts. The number of foreign races is excessively vast, each possessing myriad unique abilities. The moment you reveal even the slightest true information, it could lead to your real identity being deduced. You have a point. This method is indeed not prudent. But, esteemed Emperor, could we refrain from mind reading? Sensing Jiang Chen's resistance, Yi Wuhan waved his hand. All right, enough of that. I came here primarily to present you with a few gifts. With that, he flipped his right hand, revealing a deep black cloak and a book in his grasp. This cloak is named Dark Feather. Once donned, it allows for perfect concealment of one's aura, imperceptible to anyone below the god tier. It also offers a degree of defensive capability. Yi Wuhan handed the cloak to Jiang Chen, then produced the book. This is an SSS-rated skill book I acquired many years ago, containing a powerful survival skill that should be of assistance to you. Jiang Chen accepted the cloak and the skill book, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Wuhan offered a faint smile. No need for thanks. You have made significant contributions to humanity, and these are rightfully yours. Jiang Chen, I hope you will continue to strive, making even greater contributions to the protection of Blue Star. Jiang Chen solemnly nodded. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations. Yi Wuhan patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Well then, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. As Yi Wuhan began to turn away, Jiang Chen quickly called out to him. I have a friend who has been severely affected by excessive memory erasure techniques. Her mind is now akin to that of a small child. I hope Your Majesty can lend her assistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan retrieved a small ceramic vial from his sleeve and handed it to Jiang Chen. I possess a few special elixirs that permanently enhance mental attributes. You can dissolve it in water for her to consume. Generally, as her mental strength increases, the after effects of the memory erasure will gradually dissipate. With that, Yi Wuhan vanished in an instant, leaving Jiang Chen alone on the rooftop, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen finally came to his senses and hastily shouted, Hey wait, Your Majesty, you need to send me back. Goodness, this building is hundreds of stories high. Chapter 42. How could the illustrious Emperor of humanity possibly commit such a blunder? Jiang Chen waited alone on the rooftop of the Tianhong building for nearly 10 minutes. Yet there was no response from Yi Wuhan. Darn it, he really left me here. How could he abandon me like this? This building is hundreds of stories tall, nearly 2,000 meters above the ground. How am I, a newly awakened Tier 1, supposed to get down? Take the stairs? I would surely be mistaken for a thief by the security guards. This shouldn't be. As a seasoned emperor, Yi Wuhan should not be so careless as to make such a grave error. You can't expect me to use my innate abilities to teleport directly to the ground. Can you? Clearly, that's out of the question. At my current level of power, I certainly cannot teleport over 2,000 meters. Good grief. This is infuriating. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Chen, and he instinctively murmured, Dark Feather. That's right. The cloak that Yi Wuhan, the Emperor, gifted me is called Dark Feather. Given the presence of the word feather, it might possess flying capabilities. Thus, Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the dark feather cloak in his hands, as if he had discovered a lifeline. Equipment: Dark Feather. Quality: SSS. Type: Cloak. Level 100. Basic attributes: Maximum health bonus: 20,000. Maximum mana bonus: 40,000. Physical defense bonus: 3,000. Magical defense bonus: 3,000. Magical attack bonus: 3,000. Strength bonus: 1. 314. Agility bonus: 1. 314. Intelligence bonus: 1. 314. Constitution bonus: 1. 314. Spirit bonus: 1. 314. Attribute 1. Increases all magical damage dealt by the wearer by 20. Attribute 2. Reduces all magical damage taken by the wearer by 20. Attribute 3. Reduces all physical damage taken by the wearer by 20. Attribute 4. Automatically conceals the wearer's information. Beings below divine level are unable to discern it through insight techniques. Attribute 5. The basic attributes conferred by the equipment will automatically grow with the wearer's level, up to a maximum of level 1000. Attribute 6. Consumes minimal mana and grants the ability to fly. In flying mode, the cloak can optionally transform into either light wings or cloak. Description. Crafted by Yuan Xiaohong, the god of craftsmen, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity, using an immense amount of effort and a fusion of top-tier materials. This cloak is among the pinnacle of SSS-grade equipment. Note, cannot be dropped, automatically binds upon wearing. Wow, these attributes are truly terrifying. Just the basic attributes alone surpass the total of the entire Starry Guardian set. Moreover, these attributes are not even in their complete form. They will continue to grow as the wearer's strength increases. My goodness, I never would have guessed that Yi Wuhin would gift me SSS-grade equipment. This welcome gift is indeed exceedingly valuable. Furthermore, one of the special attributes of this cloak is flight. I knew it. How could the illustrious Emperor of Humanity make such a blunder? Additionally, as indicated in the description, this equipment was crafted by none other than Yuan Xiaohong, the god of craftsmen, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity. Yuan Xiaohong, a legendary figure indeed. He is the second emperor in the history of humanity. According to historical records, during the early days of the arrival of the God-connecting tower, humanity could barely defend against the invading forces from myriad races using only conventional weaponry. However, due to the alterations in the world's rules following the tower's arrival, even the once formidable nuclear weapons proved ineffectual against entities of Tier 7 and above. If we couldn't even handle Tier 7 beings, then it was futile to think of using nuclear weapons against divine-level existences among the alien races. Yet perhaps the heavens were merciful. In the very first year of the tower's arrival, humanity miraculously produced over a dozen SSS-level awakened talents. Among these SSS-level awakened individuals were the Emperor of Secrets, Yi Qingyun, and the God of Craftsmen, Yuan Xiaohong. The talent awakened by Yuan Xiaohong was the only publicly recognized SSS-level talent among all existing emperors, known as divine crafting. Indeed, as its name suggests, the owner of this talent receives an inexplicable boost in power when crafting equipment, significantly enhancing the chances of success. Moreover, the equipment crafted by the possessor of this talent boasts attributes superior to that of other equipment of the same level by 2050. Furthermore, once the awakened individual reaches Tier 9, they can utilize their talent to transcend a major tier and directly forge divine-level equipment, namely SSS-grade gear. Typically, crafting talents can only produce equipment corresponding to the current tier of the craftsman, whereas divine crafting allows for the creation of gear that surpasses the craftsman's own tier. For instance, at Tier 8, one could craft SS-level equipment, and upon reaching Tier 9, SSS-level gear. Even more astonishing, if the awakened individual's strength reaches Tier 10, achieving divinity, they would theoretically possess the potential to forge equipment that exceeds SSS grade. Historical accounts reveal that over 300 years ago, Yuan Xiaohong leveraged this talent, and, after attaining Tier 9, sacrificed a great deal of his own vitality and utilized a wealth of high-grade materials to successfully forge dozens of SSS-grade pieces of equipment in a single effort. However, the immense toll took its price. He ultimately aged overnight, his hair turning white from the strain. It is precisely due to these extraordinary artifacts that the celestial Emperor Yi Qingyun was able to lead the SSS-grade gifted awakeners of his era. Wielding the power of a quasi-emperor to confront and repel the godlike beings of other races time and again. It is said that this stalemate persisted for nearly 2 decades, after which Yi Qingyun successfully ascended from the realm of quasi-emperor to that of true emperor, marking the dawn of humanity's first authentic deity. Only then did the human race begin to possess a voice among the myriad of tribes. If one were to rank all the emperors in human history, Yi Qingyun would undoubtedly hold the first position, with Yuan Xiaohong following as a close second. Without the emergence of these two emperors, humanity would have certainly faltered during its nascent period. In summary, he is a venerable figure deserving the utmost respect from all of humanity. Jiang Chen swiftly donned the dark feather, immediately feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. I never expected to acquire my second SSS-grade artifact so effortlessly. Moreover, this remarkable piece was crafted by the artisan god, Yuan Xiaohong, himself. Unlike the Eternal Star, this equipment does not require the consumption of any items. It grows in tandem with one's levels. This saves an immense amount of resources for its upkeep. Of course, if one were to draw a comparison, while the current attributes of Dark Feather seem to surpass those of Eternal Star, the latter possesses a far greater potential ceiling. Indeed, if Jiang Chen so desired, he could activate the devouring function of Eternal Star, right now, consuming dark feather to turn it into nourishment. Once he had adorned himself with the dark feather, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and activated the cloak's flight function. Instantly, the cloak transformed into a pair of translucent wings shimmering with a soft blue glow, fluttering rhythmically from his back. With a mere thought, the wings began to beat rapidly, propelling him hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. In that moment, Jiang Chen experienced an unparalleled sense of freedom, as if the entire world lay prostrate beneath him. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the flow of the wind and basking in the exhilaration of flight. Just a moment later, Jiang Chen found himself soaring into the vicinity of his rented apartment. How astonishingly swift! The speed of flight is truly remarkable. It is indeed worthy of its SSS grade classification, covering over 10 kilometers in less than 5 minutes. This velocity far exceeds that of an ordinary automobile. What's more, the energy consumption is absurdly low. It consumes merely 1 to 2 points of magical energy per second. And after such a lengthy flight, he had only expended a few hundred points. Compared to his over 100,000 points of magical energy, this consumption is negligible. Well then, since I have arrived home, I shall simply use my talent to teleport inside. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Chen instantly appeared in the bedroom of his rented apartment. However, upon taking in the scene before him, he was met with a sight that set his heart racing. There lay Lu Ruoyan, sprawled across the bed in a starfish position, fast asleep, with remnants of snacks adorning the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she had indulged in some treats, and without washing her face, collapsed in a bed. Goodness, such a lack of cleanliness. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he approached and gently shook Lu Ruoyan's arm. Ruoyan, wake up, your brother is back. Lu Ruoyan murmured softly, gradually rousing from her slumber. As she rubbed her eyes and recognized Jiang Chen, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she sprang from the bed, leaping into Jiang Chen's embrace like a koala, clinging tightly to him. The suddenness of Lu Ruoyan's assault left Jiang Chen momentarily frozen, his heart racing at the sensation of her softness against his chest, accompanied by a faint, tantalizing fragrance. Brother, you're back. Lu Ruoyan's voice was laced with a hint of drowsiness. I missed you so much after speaking. She nuzzled her cheek against Jiang Chen's neck. The sensation was electrifying. I can't take this anymore. Sister, you're practically wearing nothing. Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly, gently patting Lu Ruoyan's smooth back. All right, Ellen, you should get down now. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan pouted slightly, reluctantly loosening her grip. Once she descended, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that Lu Ruoyan had not detected his unusual reaction. Ruoyan, why are you only wearing your underwear to sleep? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Brother, it's just too hot in the room, so I took off my extra clothes. I feel much cooler sleeping like this. Lu Ruoyan mumbled softly, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Jiang Chen. Hearing her reasoning left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. Indeed, it was summer, and in Suzhou and Hangzhou, even the early morning temperatures were unreasonably high. However, one cannot simply shed all outer garments. There are 2 people living in this space. You are a girl. Don't you understand modesty? Moreover, that sleeping posture is quite unbecoming. Besides, there is an air conditioner in the bedroom. If you're hot, you could just turn it on. Sigh, given Lu Ruoyan's current state of mind, I can't expect her to know how to operate the air conditioner remote. Well, I might as well give her the elixir sent by the Nightless Emperor and see if it has any effect. With that thought, Jiang Chen deftly retrieved a ceramic vial from his system bag, uncorked it, and poured a small yellow pill into his palm. Here, Ruoyan, open your mouth and take this. Lu Ruoyan shook her head. Brother, what is this? Is it bitter? Not at all. It's a pill. Taking it will benefit your health and can cure your ailment. Jiang Chen explained patiently. I want to eat it. Brother is tricking me. Ruoyan isn't sick. Ah, this is hard to persuade. Then how about I eat it with you? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, retrieving another pill, and, right before Lu Ruoyan's eyes, tossed it into his mouth, chewing it like a jelly bean. Spirit power 2,000. Wow, is it really that terrifying? An instant boost of 2,000 spirit power. What a pity. There were only 2 pills in the vial. If there had been more, I could have shared some with Yao Yao. Look, Ruoyan, I've eaten it, and it's not bitter at all. Now it's your turn. Huh? Well, okay then. Lu Ruoyan reluctantly closed her eyes and opened her mouth, and Jiang Chen promptly placed the pill in her mouth. After swallowing the pill, a proud smile spread across Lu Ruoyan's face. Brother, I swallowed it. Yes, my little Ruoyan is truly amazing. Jiang Chen watched eagerly as Lu Ruoyan ingested the pill, hoping for immediate results. However, after a few minutes, no discernible changes manifested in Lu Ruoyan. What could be the matter? Could it be that this elixir failed to alleviate the after effects? That should not be the case. This is the elixir bestowed by the Emperor. Yet, just as Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, Lu Ruyan suddenly yawned, exclaiming, "Brother, I feel so drowsy all of a sudden. I long for sleep." Indeed, after consuming the elixir, she required ample rest to gradually mend her damaged brain cells. If she were to recover suddenly, it could lead to a disarray of memories, inflicting further harm on her mind. "Then, you should rest well," Jiang Chen replied. He gently assisted Lu Ruyan in lying down, covered her with a blanket, and casually picked up the air conditioning remote to set it to a temperature of 24 degrees. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen quietly settled beside the bed, gazing at Lu Ruyan's tranquil face, his heart brimming with anticipation. As seconds ticked by, Lu Ruyan's breathing gradually steadied. At some point, Jiang Chen found himself dozing off, resting his head on the blanket covering Lu Ruyan, snoring softly. Chapter 44. Got a time. Morning. Inside Jiang Chen's rented apartment, a piercing female scream suddenly shattered the silence. Jiang Chen, how did you end up here? What did you do to me last night?" At that moment, Lu Ruyan trembled all over, clutching the blanket tightly, huddled in a corner of the bed. Her face etched with terror. "What the hell? Are you insane? It's early morning, and you're screaming like that. You could scare someone to death." Jiang Chen was jolted awake by Lu Ruyan's shrill cries, quickly rising to his feet, staring at her in utter disbelief. After a moment, the realization dawned upon him, and a look of joy spread across his face. "Little Ruyan, you recovered?" However, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened as she retorted, "What little Ruyan? Jiang Chen, how did you end up here? What did you do to me last night? And why am I only in my underwear?" You couldn't have. Hearing Lu Ruyan's response only validated his suspicions, and Jiang Chen's heart surged with elation. This is marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. She has finally returned to herself. No more babysitting. The heavens have indeed bestowed their favor upon me. Amen. Thank you, Emperor Wuhan. Soudainly, Liu Wuyon exclaimed, it hurts so much." She instinctively raised her hands to cradle her head, shouting once more, "Ruyan, what is the matter?" After a few seconds, Lu Ruyan lowered her hands, slowly lifting her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her expression a complex mixture as she looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, what happened? Thank you for taking care of me these past few days." That's a bit too formal," Jiang Chen responded, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I suddenly feel that my dear little Ruyan is much more endearing. Ruyan, now that you've recovered, what do you plan to do next?" Lu Ruyan inquired. "Jiang Chen, could you please fetch my clothes? I need to get up." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot to help you change last night, since it was so late," Jiang Chen replied, his face reddening as he slowly picked up Lu Ruyan's intimate garment from the floor and handed them to her quickly. "These are dirty. I want to wear the new ones I bought last time." "Goodness, you're quite difficult to please," Jiang Chen sighed, opening the wardrobe and rummaging for a while before producing a brand new pink dress, which he swiftly offered to Lu Ruyan. Upon receiving the garment, Lu Ruyan immediately lifted the blanket to cover herself entirely and hurriedly dressed beneath it. Afterward, she didn't forget to get out of bed and go to the mirror to fix her hair. Watching Lu Ruyan's silhouette, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of sadness. He sensed that she might soon depart. "Thank you for your care during this time." Lu Ruyan turned around, smiling warmly at Jiang Chen. "It's nothing. I'm just glad you're all right," Jiang Chen replied, forcing a smile. "So what are your plans now? Are you going back to the Lu family?" Lu Ruyan shook her head despondently. "No, the Lu family has abandoned me once. I have no intention of returning." "Then what do you plan to do?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. "I don't know," Lu Ruyan said, gazing blankly out the window. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen suggested, "If you have nowhere to go for the time being, why not continue staying here with me?" Lu Ruyan turned sharply, surprised by Jiang Chen's proposal. "Is that really all right? What's wrong with it? You've been here for quite a while already. Besides, now that you've just recovered, it would be very safe for you to go out alone," Jiang Chen reassured her. "But living together would be inconvenient, wouldn't it?" "Not at all. I'll be leaving for a trip in a few days anyway. By then, you will have the place to yourself." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ruyan finally nodded. "All right then." After contemplating briefly, she playfully remarked to Jiang Chen, "If there is nothing else, I'll be off to climb the tower. I've wasted so much time that I've only just cleared the second level. Go ahead. Strengthening your abilities is of utmost importance." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Lu Ruyan returned the nod, focusing her attention on the Divine Tower login tattoo on her hand. The instant Lu Ruyan vanished, Jiang Chen heard a voice in his ear. "Jiang Chen, why not let us get back together?" Get back together. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, standing in place as waves of emotion surged within him. Memories of their past began to flood his mind, recalling the moments he shared with Lu Ruyan. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the reasons for their breakup. However, now that Lu Ruyan had distanced herself from the Lu family, He shook his head, watching the spot where Lu Rian had disappeared, softly murmuring, "Let's talk about it once you emerge from the Divine Tower." After Lu Rian vanished from the room, Jiang Chen immediately locked the door, retrieving Eternal Star and the Starlight Wing Veil he had recently exchanged. Let's see how this goes. A-class equipment items. I estimate that consuming them will significantly enhance the attributes of Eternal Star. With a thought, Jiang Chen commanded, "Devour." A dazzling light enveloped the room as the growth progress of Eternal Star suddenly surged to 5,200. Intelligence 100. Spirit 100. Ding. Congratulations. Your weapon, Eternal Star, has leveled up. Indeed, A-class equipment is formidable. Previously, when devouring star shards, the progress value only increased by 10 points. Yet this time, it jumped by 95 points. It's worth noting that star shards are also B-class materials, only one tier below Starlight Wing Veil. It appears that the growth progress values and attributes gained from devouring equipment items are significantly higher than those from other types of items. Let us examine the upgraded attributes. Equipment, Eternal Star. Grade, SSS. Type Staff. Level, 20. Attributes, Spirit 210. Intelligence, 210. Critical hit rate 10. Spell Lifesteal 10. Spell Penetration 10. Skill 1, Starburst. Skill 2, Radiant Shield. Attribute 1, Infinite Growth. Attribute 2, Magical Amplification. Growth progress, 5,200, can be enhanced by devouring other items to elevate weapon levels. Oh, it seems an additional attribute has been added. With curiosity, Jiang Chen proceeded to investigate. Magical Amplification. All magical damage dealt is increased by 20. Goodness. Isn't this the original attribute of Starlit Wing Fabric? Moreover, if memory serves correctly, it was previously a magical damage amplification of 15. This suggests that devouring equipment may have a chance to perfectly inherit attributes and provide a certain enhancement. Does this imply that the more equipment one devours, the more attributes Eternal Star will possess, ultimately leading to greater invincibility? Surely not. There must be a limit to the number of attributes, right? After upgrading the staff, Jiang Chen retrieved the SSS grade skill book gifted by Knight without a trace from his inventory. Since Emperor Knight bestowed upon him such a formidable cloak, this skill book should be equally impressive. Got a time, passive skill. Level, SSS. Effect, when the player's health is at or below 20, this skill automatically activates, bestowing protection from the powers of time and space, entering a state of temporal flow that lasts for 15 seconds, during which all damage and negative effects are nullified. Upon learning this skill, if the total damage received exceeds 80 of the player's maximum health, the excess is entirely disregarded, and the player is forcibly placed into the temporal flow state. Cooldown, 1 hour. Hiss, how terrifying. This essentially means maintaining 20 health after sustaining excessive damage, then being invulnerable for 15 seconds. Furthermore, this differs from typical invincibility, as invincibility skills are generally countered by effects that ignore invulnerability. However, in this case, damage is lost. At present, Jiang Chen cannot conceive of any special effects capable of countering the powers of time and space. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen promptly clicked the Learn button. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to an SSS grade skill. Chapter 45. The Days of an Exiled Nation. Upon completing the skill acquisition, Jiang Chen felt an emptiness within as he found himself alone in the room, rendering the atmosphere rather dull. Moreover, with over 5 hours remaining until the login device for the Divine Tower refreshes, there was little to occupy his time. Thus, Jiang Chen, feeling idle, began to lie on the bed, lost in thought. After a while, he suddenly sat up, as an extraordinarily important thought struck him. The level certification agency of the Xia Kingdom. This agency serves as the most official means of combat power certification, universally recognized across the Blue Star, according to Jiang Chen's previous life experience. The testing machines utilized by this agency were crafted from a special material brought forth by divine-level beings from within the Divine Tower, and in terms of authority, even the higher-ups of other races must acknowledge it. The combat power certification is divided into 5 major levels: Warrior, General, King, God of War, and True God. Generally speaking, Awakeners at level 03 are classified as warriors, possessing a degree of combat capability, yet relatively weak, often regarded as cannon fodder on the battlefield of myriad races. Awakeners at level 46 typically attain the rank of General, showcasing a significant enhancement in strength compared to warriors, enabling them to confront more formidable foes. Upon surpassing level 6 and reaching level 78, an Awakener is deemed a king, endowed with greater extraordinary power, serving as a backbone in battle and a true measure of combat effectiveness on the battlefield of myriad races. As for entities exceeding level 9, they are hailed as gods of war, standing at the pinnacle of combat power, unmatched by any, representing the foremost strength of humanity in the open. The final level, the 10th tier Awakener, commonly referred to as an emperor-level powerhouse, embodies true divinity, wielding the most potent forces in the universe, revered as true gods. However, this is merely the general understanding, as the certification agency assesses the genuine combat strength of the Awakeners themselves. Yet within this world, there eternally exists a unique breed known as geniuses. For geniuses, it is entirely plausible to defeat a level 4 Awakener while still at level 3, thereby achieving certification at the general level. To illustrate with Jiang Chen himself, despite being merely a novice Awakener of level 1 for less than a week, the damage he inflicts already rivals that of level 5 or even level 6 Awakeners, indicating that his damage potential can leap over the warrior level directly to the general level. Furthermore, the tiers from warrior to true god are further subdivided into 10-star ranks. The stronger the Awakener, the higher the star rank. For instance, a 10-star god of war possesses far greater strength than a 1-star god of war. It is no exaggeration to state that, despite both being classified as gods of war, a 10-star god of war could effortlessly contend against 3 to 4 1-star gods of war simultaneously. In summary, 1's combat power certification level essentially reflects their true combat prowess, with the exception of the 6th Elder. Oh dear, how could I have overlooked this? Perhaps I've been too busy lately to remember. It is important to note that combat power certification not only validates 1's strength, but also entails a monthly stipend from designated agencies based on the current certification level of the Awakener, credited to their system account. If memory serves correct, a 1-star warrior receives a monthly subsidy of 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, at the warrior stage, for each star level increase, an additional 10,000 gold coins can be claimed, meaning a 10-star warrior can receive up to 100,000 gold coins monthly. Similarly, a 1-star general, akin to a 10-star warrior, can also receive 100,000 gold coins monthly. However, at the general stage, each star level increase allows for an additional 100,000 gold coins. So starting from a 2-star general, one can claim 200,000 gold coins monthly, and upon reaching a 10-star general, they can directly claim 1,000 gold coins monthly. Following this logic, a 10-star king and a 1-star god of war can receive 10,000 gold coins monthly, while 10th tier gods of war and true gods can claim a staggering 100 million gold coins each month. It is noteworthy that the exchange rate of gold coins to Xia Kingdom currency is 1 to 10, meaning that even the lowest level 1-star warrior, upon successful certification, equates to a monthly income of 100,000 Xia Kingdom currency. For most ordinary people, a monthly subsidy of 100,000 Xia Kingdom currency translates to a life of ease, where one can comfortably live without worry. With this realization, Jiang Chen hastily rolled out of bed, grabbed his phone, and opened the ride-hailing app to summon a black car. Do not question why Jiang Chen did not utilize Darkfeather's flight capability to directly reach the certification agency for his combat power level. The answer lies in the chaotic initial descent of the Divine Tower, where numerous Awakeners recklessly wielded their powers, almost leading to a systemic collapse of the entire nation. For instance, over 300 years ago, there existed a nation known as the Little Sun. At that time, a 9th-tier Awakener in that country misused his abilities for nefarious deeds, and unsurprisingly, he found himself the target of a nationwide manhunt. It is said that this 9th-tier Awakener, in a bid to resist the official pursuit, resorted to colluding with foreign races, which subsequently led to a series of events culminating in the annihilation of an entire nation. Henceforth, from that moment on, the realm of Xia instituted a comprehensive prohibition on weaponry without prior authorization. Consequently, should any Awakener dare to wield extraordinary powers outside the Divine Tower or the battlefield of 10,000 races, they may be reported, and upon a successful denunciation, they would face exceedingly severe penalties. Furthermore, the informant would be rewarded handsomely by the state. Chapter 46. My name is Lu Ruyan. I am Lu Ruyan, born into the illustrious Lu family of Suzhou and Hangzhou. From a tender age, I was cherished and adored by my family, basking in their endless affection. My childhood was a tapestry woven with vibrant dreams and carefree laughter, each day unfolding like a melodious poem, resonant and beautiful. However, as time passed, I gradually came to realize that, as the legitimate daughter of the Lu clan, My shoulders bore the weight of familial expectations and responsibilities, akin to invisible mountains pressing down upon me, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, the twists of fate drastically altered the trajectory of my life. In my first year of high school, I encountered Jiang Chen, a boy who unexpectedly intruded upon my existence, his presence etched indelibly in my memory, like an indelible mark. His arrival was akin to a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring ripples of emotion within me. We strolled together along the cobblestone paths of our campus, exchanging laughter and sharing our dreams and secrets. In those moments, we were filled with hope for the future, believing that as long as we held hands, we could traverse mountains and rivers, reaching the shores of happiness together. When our gazes met, we could see the vastness of the stars and the ocean in each other's eyes, hearing the melody of blooming flowers. Before long, we fell in love. Our romance blossomed like the springtime in Suzhou and Hangzhou, tender and radiant. During the season of cherry blossoms, we vowed eternal promises, dreaming of sharing every beautiful moment in the days to come. In my second year of high school, I was honored to be named one of the top 10 beauties of the school, a distinction that set me apart among my peers. Both a source of pride and an invisible burden, I understood that beauty is ephemeral, while true strength often springs from inner resilience and talent. Thus, I devoted myself more fervently to cultivation and study, desiring to be recognized not merely for my appearance, but for my capabilities and intellect. I began to showcase my talents both within and beyond the campus, striving for excellence in academics and the arts. I participated in various competitions, earning numerous accolades, determined to demonstrate through my actions that I am not just a pretty face, but a woman of substance and intellect. However, as my senior year approached, familial pressures and arrangements surged like a tidal wave, placing my relationship with Jiang Chen in jeopardy. Eventually, the Liu family, citing family interests, staunchly opposed our bond. They believed I should not squander my time on a boy without a promising future, fearing that this romance would jeopardize my prospects. Thus, under familial pressure, we were compelled to part ways, leaving my heart as desolate as a flower drenched in autumn rain, wilting in sorrow. On the eve of the college entrance examination, I unexpectedly awakened an A-level talent, igniting a flicker of hope within me, believing that I could finally earn my family's recognition and reclaim the love I had lost. However, fate played its cruel hand. Jiang Chen's talent was astonishingly revealed to be SSS level, filling me with remorse. That day, at the entrance of the classroom, I summoned my courage, yearning to rekindle our past. I knelt at the doorway, hoping for Jiang Chen's change of heart, but the outcome shattered my hopes. His rejection cut through my heart like a sharp blade, severing the last vestige of my dreams. His gaze was cold and unyielding, betraying no emotion, as if he held no reminiscence of our shared past. I could not fathom whether, in that moment, he too harbored unspeakable bitterness. I was bewildered, questioning why fate tormented me so cruelly, why it sought to strip me of my final hope. In that instant, it felt as though I had lost the entire world. To make matters worse, Jiang Chen's SS-level talent was soon publicized, and he made a remarkable showing within the Divine Tower. To protect him, the powerful figures of the imperial capital decided to intervene, erasing the memories of all who had encountered Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, as his first love, I bore the brunt of this memory-erasing spell. As a result of this forced amnesia, my mental faculties were severely compromised, regressing to the level of a 3-year-old child. Upon learning of this, the Liu family could not accept my diminished state and callously discarded me, as if I were a useless object, carelessly cast aside. At that moment, I felt like a lost lamb, wandering through a sea of humanity, unable to find my way home. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest that I inadvertently activated a login device, re-entering the Divine Tower. However, in my current state, my mind was juvenile, and everything appeared novel to me. Out of curiosity, I impulsively pilfered a jade pendant from a shop, unaware that this very pendant would become the link that reunited me with Jiang Chen. After stealing the pendant, I was apprehended by the shopkeeper, who mistook me for a thief, dispatching several burly men to retrieve me. Just as fear gripped me, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, purchasing the pendant for 500,000 gold coins, thereby rescuing me. In that moment, I felt an unprecedented sense of security. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took me to his home, where he cared for me with utmost attention. In his home, I once again experienced the warmth and affection I had longed for, deepening my feelings for him. A few days later, he unexpectedly presented me with a mysterious elixir, claiming it could aid in restoring my memories. Without a hint of doubt, I swallowed the elixir without hesitation and soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I found my mind miraculously restored to its former self, including the memories forcibly erased by the imperial powers. From that moment on, my feelings for Jiang Chen solidified even further. Now, standing at the crossroads of my life, a singular thought occupies my mind: to diligently ascend the divine tower and enhance my strength. This endeavor is not merely to match Jiang Chen's pace, but to prove my own worth. After enduring so much, I refuse to be a mere pawn of fate. Unwilling to lose myself again, I aspire to grow strong, to show the Liu family that I am not as fragile as they presume. Without them, I can still thrive. I hope for the day when I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen, facing this magnificent yet brutal world together, to confess my heart to him once more, assuring him that despite the storms we weather, my feelings remain unwavering. I am fully aware that the path ahead will not be easy. However, I am prepared. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I will pursue my own happiness, reclaiming the tomorrow that belongs to us. I, Liu Ruyan, always believe that only through the baptism of wind and rain can one behold a more resplendent and vibrant rainbow. I am determined to prove myself within the Tower of Divine Communication, not for any other reason, but for that unwavering love and my commitment to the future. Chapter 47, Warrior Test, First Stage, Damage Assessment. International Hotel, Suwon City. Half an hour later, the black rideshare vehicle carrying Jiang Chen gradually came to a halt in front of a towering skyscraper. At first glance, this appeared to be a large hotel. Yet in essence, it served as a branch of the Combat Power Certification Agency of the Xia Kingdom in Suwon City. This arrangement not only provided a measure of confidentiality from foreign races, but also offered a temporary residence for awakened individuals arriving from remote areas. According to Jiang Chen's memories from his previous life, the Combat Power Certification Agency was divided into two main sections: the Combat Assessment Area and the Mercenary Task Area. Indeed, the other area was known as the Mercenary Task Area, which functioned as an official platform for freely posting and accepting tasks. Awakened individuals could undertake various missions, earning not only money, fame, and status, but also precious cultivation resources and opportunities to enhance their own combat prowess. These tasks included, but were not limited to, hunting foreign beings. Moreover, awakened individuals accepting certain special missions enjoyed the privilege of utilizing extraordinary powers within the city. If, during the course of their tasks, an awakened individual were to be reported, they could simply present the relevant task documentation to avoid punishment. As Jiang Chen alighted from the vehicle, he was greeted by two security personnel clad in black uniforms standing at the entrance. Their serious demeanor and full armament exuded an air of authority. After presenting his identification to the two, Jiang Chen successfully entered the building. Upon stepping into the lobby, a young female staff member approached with a smile, inquiring, "Good day. Sir, how may I assist you?" After explaining his purpose, the girl pointed towards the elevator on the right, saying the combat assessment area is on the 5th floor. "You may take this elevator up." Jiang Chen nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." Inside the International Hotel Combat Assessment Area, as Jiang Chen entered the testing area lobby, he was taken aback to find what should have been a bustling hall now eerily vacant. How strange. What is going on here? If memory serves me right, isn't this place usually teeming with people? How is it that there's not a soul in sight? Could it be that the emperors have anticipated my arrival for the combat test and cleared the premises in advance? He dismissed the thought. Never mind. Regardless, the testing here is generally self-service and does not require manual operation. Besides, with no one around, it indeed facilitates the concealment of one's identity. With that thought, Jiang Chen hurriedly approached the service window. After scanning his iris, a mechanical voice prompted him. "Beep, please sign in at the self-service machine and obtain a queue number." Jiang Chen felt exasperated upon hearing the announcement. Queue? For what? There is not a single person around. Nevertheless, he complied with the prompt and found a self-service machine. He needed to input some personal information, such as his name, level, profession, Tower of Divine Communication Challenge layers, and Divine Communication ID, among others. Notably, while this information was entered only once, it would be randomly scrambled, making it impossible for anyone to trace Jiang Chen's true identity, even when all details were combined. For instance, searching for Godslayer might yield the following details: nickname, Godslayer, name, Li Tai Bai, level, 205, profession, poet, wine and sword hero, layers, 85. Just like in the example above, searching for Godslayer would reveal the real name as Li Tai Bai, with a level of only 205, yet astonishingly having climbed to the 85th layer. Essentially, all information would be jumbled and randomly recombined, ensuring that no one other than the individual could uncover any genuine details about the tester. Thus, it was exceedingly secure. and there was no need to worry about information leakage. These measures were fundamental policies established by the state to protect awakened individuals coming for combat testing. Otherwise, a substantial number of awakened individuals would be reluctant to participate. After entering his personal information, the prompt sounded again. Beep. Detection indicates that this is the awakened individual's first participation in a combat test. This assessment will commence with the warrior stage. Beep. Your current queue number is 101. Please proceed to room 1 for testing. Inside room 1, the testing chamber, Jiang Chen swiftly twisted his hands, loosening his muscles and joints. Beep. Detection confirms the tester has entered the room. The test will officially commence in 10 seconds. The countdown concluded rapidly, and a red light flashed across the wall, followed by an emotionless mechanical voice echoing within the sealed room. Warrior test, first stage damage assessment. Are you prepared? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen responded, ready. No sooner had he spoken than a stone, roughly the size of 2 basketballs, materialized directly in front of him. Beep. The first stage of the warrior test, damage assessment, officially begins. Beep. Please attack the stone. Jiang Chen raised his right hand, summoning eternal stars, and unleashed a falling stars attack upon stone. Magic, 20,000. Critical hit, 1,786,164. A faint red beam descended from above, striking the stone and inflicting nearly 1.8 million points of critical damage. In mere moments, the stone was obliterated by the overwhelming force of the magical attack. Beep. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the warrior test. Damage assessment. A slight smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. After all, was it not simply a matter of having hands? He had never feared anyone when it came to damage. Not even the emperors could intimidate him. Beep. The system detects that the Challenger S strength is excessively formidable, automatically transitioning to the war general level test. What? Because my strength is too great, I'm jumping straight to the war general level test? Well, that is quite fortuitous. It will save a considerable amount of time. Beep. War general test. First stage, nerve reaction speed test. Are you prepared? A glint of confidence flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Bring it on. Suddenly, a green circle illuminated on the floor of the room. Beep. Test begins. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a green laser shot forth from the circle at an astonishing speed toward Jiang Chen. The beam, approximately 6 millimeters in diameter, whizzed past him, and with a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded it. Whoosh! The beam struck the wall, leaving behind a small circular mark but failed to penetrate the surface. Phew! How frightening! In my past life, I had not undergone the war general level combat test, since my final combat power remained at the 9-star warrior level after reaching the 4th tier. I never expected that the first stage of the war general test would involve a laser speed assessment. However, it seems to be merely a light beam without causing any substantial harm. Thankfully, Yu Wuhin gifted me a cloak that significantly boosted my agility. Otherwise, I might not have passed. Chapter 48. Instantaneous Ascension to 8-star War General. However, before Jiang Chen could react, a barrage of lasers erupted from the green circle, hurtling directly towards him. Startled, Jiang Chen swiftly dodged. What is happening? How can there be more than one? I was careless. Unfortunately, he was unable to evade in time and was struck by 2 of the lasers, one impacting his arm and the other his thigh. Ouch, that stings a bit. I didn't realize these lasers could inflict damage, yet the sensation oddly resembles that of an injection. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the neural response test at the general level. Please proceed to the next stage. Phew, thank goodness. Heaving against the wall of the testing room, Jiang Chen took deep breaths to regain his strength for the upcoming challenge. 10 seconds later, a mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! The second phase of the general test, defensive capability test, is about to commence. Are you prepared? Defensive capability test. As of now, my greatest asset is my offensive capability. By harnessing my talent and expending the requisite mana, I can exponentially amplify my damage output. However, I wonder if this talent can also enhance my defense. This presents a splendid opportunity. If I succeed, I could emerge as a melee mage adept in both offense and defense. Time to put it to the test. Ready. As Jiang Chen's words fell, countless ice spikes materialized around him, swiftly launching toward him. Taken aback, he hurriedly employed his talent to expend mana and conjure a protective shield around himself. Mana, 20, no. Shield value, 400,000. Incredible. It actually worked. Gazing at the substantial shield enveloping him, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. However, in an instant, the ice spikes hurtled towards him, colliding against the shield with a cacophony of clinks. Shield, 26, 549. Shield, 27, 577. Shield, 21, 564. Shield, 24, 349. Jiang Chen realized that the attack power of these ice spikes far surpassed that of the previous lasers, and their numbers were significantly greater. Shockingly, his 400,000 shield began to show signs of imminent collapse. Alarmed, he increased his magical output, summoning another shield valued at 400,000, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of the ice spikes. Mana, 20,000. Shield, 400,000. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A myriad of attack styles ensued: fireballs, wind blades, lightning, and more. Finally, after enduring for a considerable duration, all attacks ceased. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the defensive capability test at the general level. The mechanical voice echoed again. Phew, that was quite a challenge. Onward to the next phase. Following this were the stamina test, damage test, and magical affinity test. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen completed all with ease. Through this testing, Jiang Chen finally attained a concrete understanding of his capabilities. He was above the level of general, yet below that of king. For him, the test posed little difficulty. Moreover, he discovered a crucial aspect. His talent, mind's flow, exhibited remarkable efficacy when applied singularly. For instance, 20,000 mana could generate a shield worth 400,000, or amplify the damage of falling star tenfold. However, if he attempted to simultaneously allocate 10,000 mana to create a shield while enhancing skill damage, the results would drastically diminish, capping at a shield value of 150,000 and a damage multiplier of 75. Although the precise reasoning remained unclear, this testing undeniably validated the versatility of mind's flow, proving its ability to conjure shields from thin air. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's proficiency with mind's flow had become increasingly adept. Almost instantaneously upon the thought's inception, his talent would activate, conjuring the desired transformations. At that moment, the room's wall transformed into a grand screen, displaying a plethora of data scrolling continuously, generating a personalized report card for Jiang Chen. Ding! Congratulations! The general test has been completed, and your specific test results are being compiled. Please hold on. A few seconds later, neural response test, S grade. Defensive capability test, S grade. Damage capability test, SSS grade. Considering all results, your general test rating is S. Ding! Congratulations! Your combat power certification level is 8-star general. As the announcement concluded, a medal descended from above, gracefully hovering before Jiang Chen. The front of the medal bore the engraving of 8 small stars alongside a soldier's visage, while the reverse was inscribed with the bold character for general. Is this the medal for an 8-star general? How marvelous! I never anticipated that in this life. At merely level 130, I would achieve what eluded me at over level 400 in my past life. When I reach level 400, perhaps I could even attain the title of God of War. After claiming the general medal, a document appeared on the screen, outlining the various benefits and privileges Jiang Chen would enjoy as an 8-star general. Each month, he would receive a stipend of 800,000 gold coins, equivalent to 8 million in Xia currency, deposited on the first of every month by the staff of the combat power testing zone into the corresponding bank account. It is worth noting that Jiang Chen currently possessed a mere 5 to 6 million gold coins. Thus, 800,000 gold coins represented a substantial sum for him. With eager anticipation, he continued to read. As an 8-star general, he possessed the privilege of purchasing real estate at half price, enabling him to acquire property in any city within Xia. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, half-price housing. I am in dire need of a home. Once I purchase a property, I won't have to squeeze into that cramped rental with Lu Ruyan anymore. This is a tremendous stroke of fortune. Once I earn a bit more, I must secure a place. Jiang Chen pressed on. Furthermore, general-level warriors were entitled to numerous special rights, such as priority service, complimentary access to certain public facilities, tax reductions, and more. Incredible. So this is what it means to be at the general level. No wonder everyone aspires to elevate their combat power certification levels. It turns out that reaching the general level grants such extraordinary benefits. Jiang Chen continued to peruse. The general test requires re-evaluation every 3 years. Should a warrior's combat power certification level advance within that time frame, the reassessment period will be recalibrated. Well, this isn't a problem. Forget 3 years. At my current rate of progress, I might reach the king level in less than a month. Once the level certification is completed, warriors can claim tasks in the mission area using their medals, receiving corresponding rewards upon completion. Additionally, the general level medal, once activated, can transform into a special mask, concealing the wearer's identity, rendering it undetectable by awakeners below level 7. Below the 7th tier, it is generally understood to be below the rank of Battle King. I never anticipated that the Battle General medal would possess such a peculiar function. However, with my SSS grade cloak, the Shadow Feather, it remains undetectable below the Divine level. Thus, this ability seems somewhat superfluous. Chapter 49, Mission, Acquire the Water of Life. After testing his combat strength, Jiang Chen directly proceeded to the mercenary task area designated for battle generals, eager to discover a suitable mission. Standing at the center of the task hall, he gazed upward at the large screen, which displayed hundreds of tasks endlessly scrolling by. Help me obtain the contact information of the God Slayer. Reward, 10 million gold coins. Protect the second young lady of the Wang family, Wang Xinran, for 1 week. Reward, 1 million gold coins. Travel to the werewolf clan and eliminate the werewolf squad leader, Haha Carl. Reward, 800,000 gold coins. Find an appraiser to evaluate an S-grade weapon for me. Reward, 500,000 gold coins. Online search for a girlfriend. Rewards based on looks. Reward, 50,000 to 5 million gold coins. Upon reviewing these bounty tasks, Jiang Chen could only feel speechless. What on earth? The contact information of the God Slayer is worth 10 million gold coins? Brother, I seriously suspect you're a spy. Are you planning to spend 10 million to acquire the personal contact of the God Slayer, then resell it to the other races for 100 million, pocketing a cool 90 million? You're something else. I'll remember you. I must ask Knight Wuhan, the Knight Emperor, to investigate this. Alas, unfortunately, none of these tasks were particularly suited to him. Subsequently, as Jiang Chen continued to scan the scrolling screen, his attention was captured by one particular task. Travel to the Elf clan and acquire the Water of Life. Reward, calculated by quantity, 100,000 gold coins per drop. This task seems promising, just in time, as I plan to enter the 12th level upon my return. Moreover, given my status in the Elf clan, taking a few drops of the Water of Life would not be excessive, would it? After all, I've bathed in the sacred spring of the elves. Excellent. This is the one. Jiang Chen approached the task podium and confidently selected the task. Seeing this, the sweet-faced receptionist immediately smiled and inquired, Sir, are you certain you wish to accept this task? Indeed, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Very well, please hold on a moment. After a brief operation on the computer, she handed Jiang Chen a card-shaped task certificate. This is your task certificate. Please complete the task as per the requirements outlined. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to contact us. After receiving the task certificate and glancing at the details, Jiang Chen smiled at the receptionist and then gracefully turned to leave the task hall. All done. Time to head home. As evening descended, Jiang Chen had returned to his rented apartment. Just as he prepared to take a bath to unwind, he discovered several pieces of women's lingerie haphazardly strewn across the bed. Whose clothes are these? Why are they all over the place? Considering the time, Lu Rian should have returned from the Divine Tower by now. Thus, Jiang Chen raised his voice, calling out, Lu Rian, are you there? Did you come back? However, silence met his inquiry. Why is no one responding? Could it not belong to Lu Rian? Has a thief broken in? Surely not. With confusion, Jiang Chen cautiously approached the bedside, picked up one of the pieces of lingerie, and brought it close to his nose for a sniff. Surprisingly fragrant. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a clang, and a graceful figure wrapped in a towel emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Lu Rian. At that moment, her hair was damp, and faint wisps of steam enveloped her, her cheeks slightly flushed, exuding an unparalleled beauty. Jiang Chen, you're back? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lu Rian stammered slightly. However, when her eyes fell upon the lingerie in Jiang Chen's hand, her complexion turned as red as a ripe apple. How could you hold my clothes? With that, she swiftly clutched the towel with her left hand, fearful of it slipping, and reached out with her right to snatch the lingerie from Jiang Chen's grasp. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. I see you're home. It's such a mess. I thought a thief had entered. Lu Rian lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied. I just finished my bath and Haven Tea had the chance to tidy up. Observing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, playfully thumping his back. Well, you should tidy up while I go take a shower. I'm exhausted after a long day. Once Jiang Chen departed, Lu Rian hurriedly gathered the lingerie and shoved it into the wardrobe, then began to straighten the bed. Her emotions were somewhat complex at that moment. For some inexplicable reason, seeing Jiang Chen again filled her with an unaccountable anticipation. After showering and changing into a fresh outfit, Jiang Chen stepped out of the bathroom to find Lu Ruyan had already made the bed and was quietly waiting for him at the edge of it. He approached and sat across from her, inquiring with concern, "How did your adventure in the Divine Tower go today? Was it successful?" Lu Ruyan raised her proud little head, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. "Well, I made it to the 3rd level this time, passing a total of 77 challenges. I received an A-grade evaluation, and the system rewarded me with a substantial amount of experience. I've already leveled up to 48. After saying this, a hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. "It's a pity. I wasted several days previously. That is still quite impressive." Jiang Chen smiled, reassuring her at this rate. "You'll soon break through to the next tier." Suddenly, with a bashful expression, Lu Ruyan gazed at Jiang Chen, her eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and expectation. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiang Chen gently asked, "Ruyan, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Lu Ruyan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and softly murmuring, "And no, it's nothing." However, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, as if she wished to say something but found it difficult to voice. "Oh, Ruyan, if there's nothing else, I'm planning to enter the 12th level of the Divine Tower tonight. All right, I'll wait for your return." With that, Jiang Chen nodded and then closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the tattoo of the login device on his hand. Moments later, his figure vanished from the rented apartment. Chapter 50. Even a pig could achieve SSS level clearance. In the Divine Tower, 2nd Core City. A flash of white light enveloped Jiang Chen as he instantly materialized in the central plaza of 2nd Core City. The primary objective of Jiang Chen's venture into the Divine Tower was to secure an SSS level evaluation for the 12th tier and, if fortune allowed, collect some water of life from the sacred spring of the elves. However, before that, Jiang Chen decided to first seek out Luo Shi in the 3rd tier, as he had forgotten to adjust the challenge information for that level in his haste before. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen's figure instantaneously materialized within the enigmatic realm of the 3rd level. "Luo Shi, are you there?" In an instant, Luo Shi's silhouette appeared before Jiang Chen. "What is it? Do you need something?" "Huh? How peculiar. The sun seems to have risen from the west today. You actually put on your clothes before coming out." "Well, I came here to inquire about how to adjust the information for the challenges in the 3rd level," Jiang Chen replied. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's query, Luo Shi smiled gently and said, "It's quite simple. You can directly access the territory information from the character panel and make your adjustments there. However, do remember that the difficulty of the challenges should neither be too high nor too low, as it could potentially affect the challenger's experience and evaluations." Following Luo Shi's guidance, Jiang Chen opened the character panel and located the territory information. Territory, 3rd level of the Divine Tower owner, Godslayer challenge drop rate setting, challenge experience setting, race bonus setting, race penalty setting, challenge bonus setting, challenge penalty setting, bonus challenge quantity setting, challenge penalty quantity setting, challenge minion strength setting, challenge boss strength setting, Maze True Realm trigger probability, hiss. This is terrifying. I never expected there would be so much adjustable information. By calculating this way, even if a pig were to enter, it could potentially pass the 100th challenge flawlessly. No wonder all races are vying for control of the Divine Tower. It is worth noting that the current content of the 100 challenge is no longer the same as before. The previous 100 challenge was to defeat Luo Shi and earn an SSS rating. However, once Jiang Chen successfully became the owner, the information for the 100 challenge automatically changed to facing a level 100 SSS class boss, and passing it would grant an SSS rating. Just imagine if in the future, anyone could achieve an SSS rating upon successfully completing the challenge. What an immense advantage that would be. Note, the 3rd level is one of the novice trial challenges, hence its relatively low difficulty. After adjusting the challenge information, there exists a possibility for all to achieve an SSS rating. Note, the subsequent challenge difficulties are high. Thus, the likelihood of achieving an SSS rating through mere adjustments is practically non-existent. However, Jiang Chen is currently unaware of this. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen began to adjust the challenge information. He weakened the difficulty of certain challenges while enhancing the challenge of key ones. In the race section, Jiang Chen boldly set the bonus for all human races to a 30 increase in all attributes, while non-human entities would suffer a 30 decrease. After completing the settings, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He believed that such adjustments would provide challengers with a more engaging gaming experience. "Hee, I hope they will appreciate my changes," Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Subsequently, he closed the interface, preparing to set off for the 12th level. "All right, thank you, Luo Shi," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "You're welcome." Luo Shi gently shook her head. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, her figure gradually faded from view. Now that the modifications were complete, it was time to embark on his journey to the 12th level. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen successfully entered the internal challenges of the 12th level. Just as he was transported into the 12th level, he was astonished to find himself standing naked in a pool of water. What in the world is this? Why am I in a pool without any clothes on? Wait, this is the elven holy spring. Alright, if I recall correctly, due to the complete connectivity of the challenges from the 11th to the 20th levels, time within the instance freezes 5 minutes before the challenger exits the tower. When the challenger seamlessly transitions to the next level, their character automatically appears in the spot where they vanished from the previous level. In simpler terms, it's akin to saving and loading a game. Darn it, I need to find some clothes. However, as Jiang Chen approached the shore, a frantic voice echoed from the entrance of the archway at the elven holy spring. Help! Help! Lilia, are you there? The red elves are attacking. What? They're attacking already? I remember that in my previous life, the red elves only came when I reached the 15th level. Why are they launching an assault at the 12th level this time? Is there truly a butterfly effect within the instance world? Luoshi, don't panic. Please tell me the specifics of the situation. Jiang Chen quickly donned his clothes and rushed to the archway. He saw Avril running towards him in a flustered manner, hastily stating, Lilia, the Red Elf clan has heard that our clan has a new elf with SSS level potential, and they want to capture you for research. Avril took a deep breath and continued, they've already advanced to the forest outside our tribe. The Guardian has sent me to find you and urged you to hide. What the heck? This is indeed a butterfly effect. They're coming for me. Jiang Chen's resolve solidified. No, I cannot hide. Since this battle is instigated because of me, I cannot shrink away. I must save my kin. Avril's affection level, 5. But you are merely a newly awakened elf. How can you contend with the red elves? Avid exclaimed anxiously. Don't worry, I have a plan, Jiang Chen reassured her. You go back and inform the Guardian. I will be there shortly. With that, Jiang Chen promptly opened his character attribute panel. Name, Lilia, Godslayer. Type, Blue Elf. Gender, female. Level, 186. Class, Wind Whisper. Talent, Mind Law. Following grade, SSS health points, 270. 200 magic points, 410, 500 physical attack, 6, 820 magical attack, 10,096 physical defense, 5,020 magical defense, 8, 960 skills, magic arrow, magic shield, healing, lightning chain, wind binding. Description, an awakened blue elf descending from the heavens, a naturally SSS grade elf with unparalleled potential. Wow, this panel is quite impressive. The red elves? Capturing me for research? Just wait for the surprise I have in store for you. After closing the panel, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way towards the elven forest, recalling the directions from his previous life. Chapter 51. The Sprouting Conflict, Initiating the Red-Blue Showdown. Upon arriving at the elven forest, Jiang Chen discovered that the guardians of the blue elves and the leaders of the red elves were embroiled in a heated argument over their territorial claims. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to observe the unfolding events from a nearby thicket, concealing himself within the tall grass to eavesdrop. At that moment, chaos erupted among the red elves. You audacious smurfs! How dare you seize our clan's SSS-level prodigy? Today, you must surrender him, her, to us. Indeed, she, is the genius of our lineage. Return him, her, to us at once. In response, the Smurf Guardian spat on the ground and retorted, what utter shamelessness! How can you claim him, her, as your clan's genius? Lilia was born beneath the sacred white tree of our Smurf clan. She inherently belongs to us. If you assert she is your genius, then why was she not born from your sacred spirit tree? Thus, she is the pride of our lineage, the greatest blessing bestowed upon us by the sacred white tree. You have no right to claim her. Upon hearing the Smurf Guardian's words, the leader of the red elves gaped in disbelief, fuming as he stomped in place, bellowing, nonsense. What ridiculous glory. You merely wish to exploit her talent for your own benefit. Noticing the leader's agitation, the Smurf Guardian smirked, her eyes filled with disdain, as she continued to sneer. Exploit? We are diligently nurturing her, so she may become a true powerhouse. It is you red elves who seek to snatch her away and utilize her gifts. The leader of the red elves trembled with rage, fiery anger flashing his eyes, as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Smurf Guardian, furiously exclaiming, preposterous. Nurturing? You are clearly stifling her potential. She could become stronger, yet she is shackled by your selfishness. Witnessing the leader's fury, the Smurf Guardian's smile grew more radiant, and she calmly retorted, stifling? No, we are providing her with the finest environment for growth. Moreover, only we can offer her the protection and support necessary for her flourishing development. Unable to contain his anger any longer, the leader of the Red Elves raised his voice, vehemently questioning the Smurf Guardian. The finest growth environment? Do you mean the premature depletion of her potential? What you are doing is nothing short of strangling her future. Undeterred by the leader's inquiry, the Smurf Guardian remained composed as she countered, "Ha, depleting her potential? You may not know that just a few hours ago, I arranged for Lilia to enter our clan's sacred fairy spring for a baptism." The leader of the Red Elves, agitated, waved his arms, his eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "What? The sacred fairy spring? How dare you? No, she is ours. No matter what. I must bring her back to the Red Elf clan today." With a provocative expression, the Smurf Guardian smirked. "Even if you take her away, what will that achieve? You will only constrain her development with endless rules and restrictions, robbing her of the freedom she deserves." The leader of the Red Elves, burning with rage, gritted his teeth. "We have the most exceptional mentors in the world, able to provide her with the best guidance and resources. Just this alone makes us incomparable." The Smurf Guardian smiled slightly before promptly rebutting, "The best? That is merely your self-congratulatory boast. For Lilia, a free environment is the most suitable place for her growth. Here, she can explore the world at her leisure, uncovering the potential of her SSS-level fairy lineage." The leader of the Red Elves could no longer contain his fury and prepared to confront the Smurf Guardian, shouting vehemently, "You hypocritical scoundrels! Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. You merely wish to exploit her power to fulfill your ambitions." The Smurf Guardian disdainfully shook her head, her gaze growing cold as she firmly responded, "Schemes? Huh, how utterly laughable. We have no schemes. We simply desire for her to live freely and discover her own path." Seeing the unwavering stance of the Smurf Guardian, the leader of the Red Elves proclaimed loudly, "In that case, let our young fairies engage in a fair and just duel. Let us see who is more qualified to guide her toward the future." Upon hearing this proposal, the Smurf Guardian pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly in agreement to this challenge. "Very well, let our younger generation decide." Turning to her kin, her eyes filled with anticipation and trust, she asked in a low voice, "Who wishes to represent our Smurf clan in battle? This is a fight for honor and dignity. Only the brave may take this mantle." At that moment, numerous Smurf clan members exchanged glances, their faces reflecting indecision. Suddenly, a blue-haired youth stepped forward, his gaze resolute and daring. "I shall do it, Guardian." This young lad, named Blue Wind, possessed flowing azure hair and a handsome, determined visage. He was a paragon of the Smurf clan, ever eager to contribute more to his people. In this moment of challenge, he unhesitatingly chose to step forward. Seeing Blue Wind volunteer for battle, the Smurf Guardian nodded appreciatively. "Good child, it shall be you. I hope you can secure victory for our Smurf clan." Meanwhile, the leader of the Red Elves also turned to his kin, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He called out, "Who wishes to represent our Red Elf clan in battle?" Before he could finish, a red-haired girl emerged from the crowd. Though small in stature, she radiated a powerful aura. Her name was Rexia, a rising star among the Red Elves. She proudly lifted her head and confidently declared to the leader, "Leader, I shall do it." In the grass, Jiang Chen crouched, observing the escalating confrontation with astonishment, his worldview nearly shattered. "Wow, is this old hag truly this formidable? How can she articulate so well? She has directly provoked the leader of the Red Elves to the point of steaming nostrils. Is she a spy sent by Zuin?" However, as both sides selected their champions, Jiang Chen could no longer remain hidden in the grass. What? A red versus blue showdown? If I recall correctly, defeating the opposing side's fairy should yield substantial progress points, right? How could I miss such a splendid opportunity? Thus, Jiang Chen rose, stepping out from the grass and striding toward the Smurf Guardian, saying, "Guardian, since this matter originated with me, please allow me to represent the Smurf clan in battle." The Smurf Guardian looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, exclaiming in a flustered tone, "Lilia, what are you doing here? This is not your place. Quickly return. Quickly." What is wrong with this old hag? She seemed so composed just now, but upon my arrival, she has become flustered? Is she truly afraid of me being taken by the opposing side? Chapter 52, Forbidden Spell, Abyssal Light Array. Upon the appearance of Jiang Chen, a red sprite with an angular face hurriedly approached the leader of the red sprites, covering her mouth with her hand. She leaned in to whisper a few words into the leader's ear. A few seconds later, the leader's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively directing her gaze towards Jiang Chen's location. "What? You mean to say she is Lilia, the SSS-level blue sprite?" After a brief moment of shock, the leader of the red sprites slowly stepped out, her eyes piercing as they fixated on Jiang Chen, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashing across her features. She spoke vehemently. Since you are indeed Lilia, allow me to personally assess your strength. I am eager to discover from where Olivia derives her audacity to claim that they can provide you with the finest nurturing environment. Gula, do not overstep your bounds. Lilia is merely a fledgling sprite. Suddenly enraged, Olivia, the blue sprite guardian, stepped forward, shielding Jiang Chen behind her. Today I shall ascertain just how formidable this SSS-level prodigy truly is. A wicked smile crept across Gula's lips as he gestured behind him. Instantly, dozens of figures surged forth from the underbrush, pouncing towards Jiang Chen like famished wolves. It was evident that these red sprites were all seasoned assassins, each possessing remarkable combat prowess. Even in the face of such an onslaught, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed. However, Olivia, standing beside her, could no longer contain herself. What, Gula? You dare to ambush with assassins? You are courting death. With that, Olivia summoned an ice-blue staff in her right hand, and with a gentle flourish, a vast protective shield unfurled, enveloping all the blue sprites behind her. She then darted beyond the shield's protection, her wings unfurling as she ascended into the air, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the red sprite assassins. Raising her staff, she began to chant a spell. Melomi Lilia Mana. Suddenly, Jiang Chen observed the sky above her darkening ominously, as if the heavens were about to collapse. Thick clouds rapidly coalesced overhead, ultimately forming a colossal, swirling black vortex. Forbidden Arts, Abyssal Light Beam Array. Olivia's impressive display left Jiang Chen utterly astonished. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You truly are something, old lady, coming right out with your ultimate move. You have my admiration. After the brief moment of awe, Jiang Chen swiftly ducked back, wary of the potential fallout. The other blue sprites behind her gasped in admiration, their faces alight with awe. Wow, is this our guardian? So powerful. Long live our guardian. Go, guardian. Show those red sprites a lesson. Wow, truly, our guardian is remarkable. Of course, the guardian has protected our blue sprite clan for over a century. Her strength is unfathomable. Approximately 5 seconds later, the black vortex began to whirl with incredible speed. Concurrently, as the vortex spun, dozens of thick black beams shot forth, striking the group of red sprite assassins charging towards Jiang Chen. In an instant, every one of the red sprite assassins fell. No. Majika, Olivai, Marodahai, my beloved children. Upon witnessing the swift demise of the sprite assassins, Gula, the leader of the red sprites, suddenly broke down in tears. Damn it, Olivia, just wait. I will make you pay for this betrayal tenfold. With that, Gula stomped her foot against the ground and began to chant an obscure incantation. Soon, a massive teleportation array materialized beneath all the red sprites, and with a flash, they vanished from sight. Oh, they just ran away? No parting shot? What happened to your earlier bravado? As Jiang Chen lamented this turn of events, a melodious system notification chimed in her ear. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully assisted the blue sprite guardian Olivia in repelling the invading red sprites. System reward. 50 million experience points. Completion evaluation. Level 1. As the system rewards poured in, Jiang Chen felt a subtle shimmer of golden light envelop her. The rewards are indeed bountiful. Yet what a pity. These experience points only count towards Lilia's character. My own form remains unchanged. However, if I receive a few more rewards like this, Lilia should swiftly ascend to level 200. Right. On the other side, with the red sprites having vanished, Olivia exhaled a deep breath, clearly fatigued from unleashing such a powerful magical attack. After retracting her staff, she slowly descended from the air, her gaze tinged with curiosity as she looked at Jiang Chen, her voice weary yet gentle. Lilia, why did you come here? Did I not instruct Olivia to find you a safe place to hide? Jiang Chen scratched her head, feigning embarrassment as she replied, Grandma Olivia, I was worried about your safety, so I stealthily followed. At her words, Olivia's eyes glimmered with a touch of tenderness as she spoke softly. Good child. You must not do this again. You are still quite weak, and you must learn to protect yourself. Jiang Chen nodded, then curiously inquired, Grandma Olivia, that skill you just used was incredible. How did you learn it? Olivia smiled, reaching out to pat Jiang Chen's head. This is a forbidden spell passed down through our blue sprite lineage. Only SSS-level sprites can hope to master it. What say you? Do you wish to learn? What? You wish to teach me a skill? And only SSS-level sprites can learn it? So does that mean Olivia is also an SSS-level sprite? Jiang Chen gasped. This was astounding. To be an SSS-level sprite equated to having the potential akin to that of a human with SSS-level talent. With proper nurturing, one could ascend to divinity. Moreover, a skill requiring SSS level potential likely belonged to the SSS-tier as well. How could she pass up such an opportunity? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen eagerly nodded. Grandma, I want to learn. Seeing Jiang Chen's eagerness, Olivia's face broke into an enigmatic smile, and she nodded, very well. However, little Lilia, mastering this forbidden spell requires not only exceptional talent, but also diligent practice. You must be prepared to endure hardship. Upon hearing Olivia's words, Jiang Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. What nonsense! Hard work? Practice? Ha! You must be unaware that all I need to do is hold the skill book and tap it against my head to learn, right? Gee, what a windfall! Thus, Jiang Chen firmly declared, Grandma, I am unafraid of hardship, as long as I can grow stronger and protect everyone like you. Lilia is willing to endure any suffering. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Aloyer nodded in satisfaction, a look of contentment gracing her features. Excellent. Come with me. Chapter 53. The candidate for the guardian of the elven race. With that, Aloyer waved her hand and called out to a nearby female elf. Cecilia, please escort them back. What? Cecilia is here too? This was an old acquaintance from their candid exchange. She had been hidden in the bushes earlier, her view obstructed, and had failed to notice her presence. At your command, guardian, Cecilia replied, her gaze subtly shifting to Jiang Chen, and her left eye flickering almost imperceptibly. However, this minute gesture did not escape Jiang Chen's keen observation. What on earth? What does that mean? Is she afraid I might usurp her position as the saintess? Sister, I swear to the heavens, I am truly uninterested in the position of the saintess. Just then, Aloyer interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts with a sudden exclamation. Lilia, follow me. With that, Aloyer took the lead, stepping towards the domain of the Blue Elves. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen followed Aloyer to a magnificent palace. Curiously lifting her head, she beheld a plaque inscribed with the 4 grand characters, Elven Treasury. Wow! In her previous life, she had often heard tales of the elves' immense wealth and their exceptional prowess in collecting treasures. It was said that although the elves might not be the most formidable race overall, they were among the wealthiest in the realm. Today's encounter confirmed such assertions. Just look at this. They had constructed an entire palace solely as a treasury for their treasures. How astonishing. One must understand this was still within the 12th layer, within the confines of the Divine Connection Tower. The highest level of these elves could only reach a mere 200 levels, and even with special items breaking through world-level restrictions, they could barely reach 400 levels. Lilia, we have arrived. Casting Lilia. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality. Raising her right index finger to her lips, her expression slightly naive as she inquired, Grandma, is our elven race truly this affluent? Indeed, Lilia replied proudly. Our elven race has been renowned for our treasure collection since ancient times. This is merely one of our many treasuries, with countless more treasures scattered across the world. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in awe. Wow, what treasures lie within? Aloyer smiled mysteriously, stepping forward to place her palm against a nearby indentation, causing the grand doors to automatically swing open. As the doors parted, a blinding light surged forth, momentarily dazzling Jiang Chen and leaving her momentarily disoriented. Once Jiang Chen regained her vision, she discovered the palace brimming with treasures, glistening gemstones radiating a spectrum of colors, precious magical weapons, ancient skill tomes, and more. Wow! Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, dashing inside to explore every nook and cranny. These are the legacy treasures of our elven race, each possessing unique powers and historical significance. Aloyer explained patiently, following closely behind. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze was drawn to a resplendent staff adorned with a massive red crystal that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. What is this? Jiang Chen inquired curiously. That staff was once wielded by the elven queen of yore and possesses formidable magical power, Aloyer elucidated. That's incredible, Jiang Chen marveled. Aloyer, observing the longing in Jiang Chen's eyes, smiled and remarked, Alas, our elven race has not seen a true elven king in many years otherwise. At least point, post, However, should you become the guardian of the elven race in the future, you may yet have the opportunity to wield it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen stood frozen in place. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Guardian? Does she mean to cultivate me as the next guardian of the elven race? No wonder. It all makes sense now. I had been wondering why this old crone was so intent on supporting me. But becoming the guardian of the elven race doesn't seem like a bad thing at all. Moreover, if I truly become a guardian, my scores upon clearing the 20th layer will surely increase significantly, right? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Chen hesitantly asked, Grandma, do you mean you wish to train me as the next guardian? At Jiang Chen's question, Aliware nodded affirmatively and began to explain. Indeed, Lilia, do you know? To become a guardian, one must possess SSS level potential or above. Only elves of SSS level potential or higher are qualified to break through world level restrictions and reach 400 levels. Our blue elf tribe has not seen an elf with SSS level potential for many years. Wow, so it is true. My suspicions were correct. It seems this old crone is undoubtedly 400 level. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she looked at Aliware. I will strive to meet those expectations, Grandma. Seeing Jiang Chen's determination, Aliware smiled contentedly. Very well. However, before that, you must also work diligently to enhance your strength. Therefore, this staff cannot be given to you just yet. When you are truly prepared, return here, and it will rightfully belong to you. Good child, follow me. With that, Aliware led Jiang Chen to a bookshelf, pointing to a particular tome and beginning her introduction. This is our blue elf tribe's unique forbidden spell, the SSS level skill, Abyssal Light Beam Array. You may take it and study it diligently. It may prove immensely beneficial to you. Jiang Chen joyfully accepted the book. Thank you, Grandma. Aliware once again patted Jiang Chen's head, encouraging her. Yes, strive hard, my child. I hope you will soon become the guardian of our blue elf tribe. Once Aliware finished her words, Jiang Chen hastily interjected. Grandma, may I select a set of equipment for myself? Of course. Aliware hesitated momentarily before responding with a smile. The equipment here is all prepared for future guardians. You may choose freely. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen excitedly dashed off to explore the treasury. Observing this, Aliware could only retract her hand, shaking her head in exasperation with a soft sigh. This child. Chapter 54. The Trial from the Elven Saintess. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen returned to Aliware, her expression radiant. In her hands, she held a pink longbow of 200 level and a complete set of 200 level magical gear. Kantma idivaya. I have made my selection. Aliware cast a gentle glance at the equipment Jiang Chen held, momentarily taken aback, and kindly reminded her, Good child, these are all 200 level items. You cannot yet utilize them. In response, Jiang Chen joyfully waved the longbow, her eyes shimmering with excitement. I know, but I believe I will be able to use them soon. I'm already at level 190, and I expect to reach level 200 in no time. With that, Jiang Chen promptly opened her character panel, displaying her level information for Aliware to see. Nickname, Lilia. Race, Blue Sprite. Gender, female. Level, 190. Potential level, SSS. Hiss. As Jiang Chen's character panel was revealed, Olivia gasped, clearly taken aback by the astonishing display. You actually did it. Olivia's voice conveyed her disbelief, and she quickly stepped forward, gently gliding her fingers across the screen, seemingly wishing to scrutinize every detail. How is this even possible? It has barely been any time since you were born beneath the sacred white tree. Observing Olivia's astonishment, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pride, instinctively puffing out her chest with a sense of superiority. It's the sacred spring of the elves. After a soak, I instantly reached level 190. Moreover, I feel my potential has been awakened. If given just a little more time, I am certain I can ascend to level 200. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Olivia instinctively remarked, No wonder it's the sacred spring. Subsequently, Olivia bestowed a warm smile upon Jiang Chen, gently caressing her hair, her eyes brimming with affection. Child, you truly make me proud. However, the path to leveling up is not without its challenges. The trials ahead may prove even more arduous. At her words, Jiang Chen clenched her tiny fist, brimming with confidence as she declared, Rest assured, Grandmother, I will endeavor to succeed. Witnessing this, Olivia nodded with a smile, softly saying, In that case, you should stow away this equipment. With Olivia's consent, Jiang Chen joyfully stored all the gear in her backpack. Thank you, Grandmother. I shall return to level up now. As Jiang Chen prepared to depart, Olivia suddenly called out to her, handing her a token. Wait, this is the entrance token for the sacred spring. Once you return, head directly to the spring for your baptism. Strive to reach level 200 as soon as possible. Jiang Chen stepped forward, gleefully accepting the token from Olivia's hand. All right, thank you, Grandmother. After bidding farewell to Olivia, Jiang Chen soared toward the direction of the sacred spring. However, midway through her flight, she encountered an unexpected visitor, Cecilia. Cecilia, what are you doing here? Yet, Jiang Chen's inquiry elicited no response from Cecilia. At that moment, her gaze was resolute and serious, clearly indicating that she had something of great importance to convey. The two faced off for a considerable time, until Cecilia finally spoke. Lilia, do you know? The guardian of the blue sprite tribe can only be one, so I wish to test your strength first. Jiang Chen felt a profound sense of injustice at Cecilia's words, her heart racing with 1,000 thoughts of exasperation. What the heck? Big sister. I have no desire to be a guardian at all. It was Olivia who insisted on choosing me. You should discuss this with her, not block me. Thus, Jiang Chen furrowed her brow and slowly replied, Cecilia, I have no interest in the position of the Holy Maiden. Hearing Jiang Chen's retort, Cecilia fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing her with a deep gaze, as if assessing the sincerity of her words. Ultimately, she sighed deeply, her tone softening. Alas, I understand you do not wish to be embroiled in this conflict, but the guardian has made her decision. As an elder of our tribe, her choice is of utmost significance to us. Since she has chosen you, you cannot remain uninvolved. Therefore, we must determine through a contest who is more worthy of becoming the new guardian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded resignedly, fully understanding Cecilia's position and recognizing the inevitability of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to face Cecilia's challenge. Very well, if that is the case. Let us resolve this matter fairly. With Jiang Chen's decision made, 2 lines of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Trial begins. Friendly reminder. This trial is in sparring mode. Both parties must retain at least 1 HP. Sparring mode? How intriguing. This is a rare sparring scenario. It is known that awakeners can revive upon death within the levels, losing only a bit of clearance score. However, NPCs within the Divine Tower, unless they possess revival skills, generally cannot be resurrected. Thus, sparring mode typically exists to protect the lives of NPCs. It seems Cecilia is indeed an important figure. Even the system is safeguarding her. Before Jiang Chen could ponder further, Cecilia charged at her with a long sword in hand. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Chen sidestepped to evade the attack. Immediately, she conjured a bow without strings in her left hand, aiming at Cecilia and unleashing a magical arrow. In an instant, she fired 3 arrows at Cecilia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magic value, 50,000. Critical hit, 364,500. Magic value, 50,000. Critical hit, 355,946. Magic value, 50,000. Critical hit, 358,794. Under the enhancement of the talent, Mind Control, the 3 arrows shot by Magical Arrow inflicted over 350,000 damage each, completely depleting Cecilia's health bar. Furthermore, bolstered by the talent, the arrows struck with tremendous force, sending Cecilia flying backward. Wow, was she that fragile? Instantly defeated, Jiang Chen scratched her head, flapping her sprite wings as she flew towards Cecilia. Upon reaching Cecilia, Jiang Chen extended her right hand. Get up, Cecilia. Lying on the ground, Cecilia's eyes flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable. To her, although Lilia's potential level had reached SSS, she was still merely a fledgling sprite. Suddenly, an idea struck Cecilia. Seizing the moment when Jiang Chen was off guard, she flipped over and pinned the unsuspecting Jiang Chen beneath her. Jiang Chen hissed. What the heck? You. This is so unfair. You sneak attacked me while I was trying to help you up? Chapter 55. Cecilia, I promise you. At this moment, Jiang Chen remained pinned beneath Cecilia, unable to move. She struggled a few times, but no matter how hard she tried, it bore no fruit. Speechless. Who would have thought this seemingly delicate elven figure could unleash such immense strength? Had she not relied on her talent earlier, it was uncertain whether she could have bested Cecilia. Indeed, to become the holy maiden of the blue sprite tribe, she possesses considerable prowess. Hey, Cecilia, what do you intend to do? Get up quickly. However, Cecilia not only disregarded him, but also suddenly leaned in close to Jiang Chen's ear, gently blowing a breath. Lilia, I shall not relent. The position of guardian is one I must attain. Hiss. It was unbearable. The sensation was utterly exquisite. This elven maiden, surely, she must be afflicted with some ailment. How unfortunate I am to encounter such a person. After uttering these words, Cecilia unfurled her ethereal wings and soared away into the distance. Once Cecilia departed, Jiang Chen gradually sat up from the ground, gazing at her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of helplessness. She had genuinely wished to resolve the matter peacefully, yet she had not anticipated Cecilia's unwavering determination. Sigh, never mind that. There are more pressing matters to attend to. I shall seek experience at the sacred spring of the elves. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved that a visit to the sacred spring was indeed the better course of action, for her immediate objective was to elevate her level to 200. Since learning from Aloyre that the level cap could be transcended, Jiang Chen's ambition had shifted from merely reaching level 200 to aspiring towards level 400. Moreover, she was currently engaged in a mercenary task of the warlord tier, acquire the water of life. Hee. One drop of the water of life equals 100,000 gold coins. If I were to transport an entire barrel, wouldn't I be as wealthy as a nation? Well, of course, that remains a mere fantasy. After all, the individual who issued the task likely does not possess wealth to rival that of a nation. Nevertheless, even if such wealth is unattainable, a significant profit is assured. In any case, to the sacred spring of the elves I shall go. Yet, just as Jiang Chen prepared to unfurl her wings and fly towards the sacred spring, a system notification suddenly resonated. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the Blue Elf Clan's Saint Cecilia. Reward, 20 million experience points, completion rating, level 1. As the system notification concluded, a golden light flickered across Jiang Chen's form. Wow, how splendid. An unexpected boon. Why can't there be more saints like her? I could easily defeat 10 with one hand. Hee. Subsequently, Jiang Chen swiftly accessed her character panel, and to her delight, she discovered that she had indeed leveled up once more. Her current level had reached 191. Excellent. Now, only 9 levels remain until she reaches 200. Hee. Not a cause for alarm. After all, there is still over 2 hours remaining until the 12th stage concludes. Plenty of time to grind for levels. Sacred Spring of the Elves, here I come. The Sacred Spring. Soon after, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the Sacred Spring of the Elves. However, she was astonished to find a complete set of women's clothing piled up on the shore. Huh, someone arrived before me. Who could it be? Why are they entirely undressed? Is it Aloyre? Or perhaps Cecilia? Judging by the style of the garments, it is highly likely to be Cecilia. Why do I keep encountering her everywhere? So annoying. Realizing it was probably Cecilia, Jiang Chen lifted her head, scanning her surroundings, yet she saw no one in sight. Forget it. No matter. A bath is of utmost importance. Every second wasted is experience points lost. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to think no further, shedding all but her breastplate and shorts before stepping into the spring water to soak. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to immerse herself entirely below the waterline, a pair of arms suddenly reached from behind, attempting to embrace her. In an instant, Jiang Chen reacted, raising her hands, bending at the waist, and firmly grasping the hands that reached for her. Moments later, Jiang Chen spoke out loud. Cecilia, I know it's you. What do you want now? Hee. I knew I couldn't keep it from you. I wish for you to agree to relinquish the position of guardian to me. With that, Cecilia leaned in slightly closer, playfully blowing a breath against Jiang Chen's ear. Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Jiang Chen furrowed her brow, gradually releasing her grip, turning to face Cecilia, her mind filled with confusion. To her, Cecilia did not seem to be the type who coveted power. Why then was she so adamant about the position of guardian? Thus, Jiang Chen decided to inquire further. Cecilia, could you tell me why you were so fixated on the position of guardian? Hearing the question, Cecilia fell silent for a moment before finally speaking, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Do you know, when I was very young, my dearest kin was murdered by the chieftain of the Red Elf clan, Gula. Fortunately, the guardian appeared just in time to save my young life and grant me a new beginning. Therefore, I vowed to become stronger, solely to one day avenge my family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow swell within her heart. She began to comprehend Cecilia's fixation. After speaking, a fierce glint of hatred shone in Cecilia's eyes as she continued. Only by becoming the guardian can I hope to gain the power needed to confront Gula. Thus, I must become the guardian. After listening, Jiang Chen gently offered a word of comfort. Cecilia, I can assist you. Together we can confront Gula. At this, Cecilia resolutely shook her head, her eyes shimmering with vengeful light. No, Lilia, you do not understand. This battle is mine alone. It must be completed by me personally. Hearing this, Jiang Chen fell silent. She understood that everyone has their own mission and responsibility, and for Cecilia, her mission might very well be revenge. Therefore, Jiang Chen gently extended her arms, embracing Cecilia's slender waist and pulling her close. I promise you, Cecilia. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Cecilia's face. Thank you, Lilia. After expressing her gratitude, Cecilia suddenly released Jiang Chen from the embrace, standing tall as she declared, now, let us bathe in this sacred spring together and enhance our power. Chapter 56, Identity Solidification. 2 hours later, suddenly, 2 system notifications rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Friendly reminder. Only 5 minutes remain until the level completion evaluation. Ding. Time within the instance world has begun to freeze. The challenge will forcibly conclude in 5 minutes. Players, please prepare. Phew. Finally, it's over. Meditating is no easy feat. I am utterly exhausted. Indeed, just 2 hours ago, under Cecilia's insistence, Jiang Chen found herself seated face-to-face with her in the pool, meditating to absorb the water of life. Although Cecilia was breathtakingly beautiful, as a modern urban youth who could quickly level up by defeating monsters and completing quests, Jiang Chen simply could not endure such a prolonged meditative practice. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Chen felt as though she had found a lifeline, swiftly rising from the pool and lightly massaging her calves. Hee. The system indicates that time has come to a standstill. Does this mean I can? With a mischievous grin, Jiang Chen cast a glance at Cecilia, who remained seated cross-legged in the pool. Subsequently, he slowly extended his right hand, gently grasping Cecilia's smooth, jade-like chin. TSK. Quite the beauty. Alas, what a pity. I'm a model youth. I never take advantage of others' misfortunes. Moreover, engaging in unlawful activities is not my usual practice. But who could forget how you bullied me earlier? You nearly crushed me. It is only fair that I reclaim some interest. Thus, Jiang Chen's right hand began to descend, directly seizing Cecilia's waist and giving it a gentle twist. Revenge is mine. All done. After this brief interlude, Jiang Chen swiftly emerged from the water, retrieved his clothes, and donned them. Once dressed, he pulled out a pre-prepared 10-liter bucket from his system backpack. Next, Jiang Chen activated his innate talent, positioning the bucket's opening towards the elven spring water, the water of life. Under the influence of his rule-level talent, the spring water was automatically siphoned into the bucket. In less than a minute, it was filled to the brim. What a tremendous profit. If we consider that 1 milliliter of water equates to approximately 20 drops, then 10 liters translates to about 200,000 drops. The task I accepted clearly stated, each drop of the water of life is worth 100,000 gold coins. Thus, this single bucket holds a value of 20 billion gold coins. Moreover, it is a treasure in scarce supply. No wonder it is said that the elven race is exceedingly wealthy. Just this pool of water of life alone could rival the entire fortunes of certain other races. Coupled with the rare treasures hoarded by the elves, if wealth were to be ranked, they would undoubtedly be among the top in all realms. It must be said, the elven race is truly alluring. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the system notification chimed precisely. Ding, calculating score. Ding. The system detects that your level has prematurely reached the cap of 200, achieving a clearance evaluation of level 1. Calculation complete. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 12th level of the Celestial Tower. Clearance evaluation, SSS grade. Ding. Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Ding. Congratulations. For achieving an SSS grade clearance of the 12th level of the Celestial Tower, you are awarded 500 all attributes, 5 luck, 1,000,000 gold coins. Experience points, 200 million. Listening to the notification, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of exasperation. This reward, how is it that compared to the 11th level? It has merely increased by 50 million experience points. This is rather dismissive, isn't it? As the system's notification faded, a brilliant gold light enveloped Jiang Chen once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not bad. The effect of 200 million experience points propelled him directly to level 172. It seems quite likely that he could reach level 200 before conquering the 15th level. Friendly reminder, due to differing races, the experience points required for the Slaying God panel and Lilia panel are dissimilar. After reviewing his status, Jiang Chen turned to see Cecilia still meditating in the pool, a faint smile gracing his lips. Farewell, Celestial Tower, the second core city. A flash of white light illuminated Jiang Chen's form as he instantly reappeared in the central square of the second core city. Ugh, what a discomfort. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel dizzy and nauseated? This shouldn't be the case. I am now so close to level 200, mere moments away from becoming a second-tier powerhouse. Why should a simple teleportation leave me feeling so queasy? Oh, whatever. It's not a big deal. I shall return home. Jiang Chen, suppressing his physical unease, concentrated all his attention on the login tattoo on the back of his right hand. Early morning, in his rented apartment, Jiang Chen transformed into a beam of white light, appearing on the large bed within his rented room. Back again. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan on the adjacent bed. Discovering she was sound asleep, a hint of a smile adorning her lips, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, shaking his head with amusement. This girl. Perhaps she is lost in a beautiful dream. There's still a few hours until dawn. I should check my panel. Thus, Jiang Chen waved his right hand, summoning a virtual screen before him. Nickname, Godslayer. Identity, being solidified. Level, 172, 53. Tier, first tier. Profession, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind-Linked Magic. Health points, 211, 600, 211, 600. Mana points, 309, 780, 309, 780. Strength, 6, 278. Agility, 6, 896. Intelligence, 7, 467. Constitution, 6, 258. Spirit, 9, 234. Attack power, 9, 825. Magic attack power, 25, 356. Defense power, 15, 886. Magic defense power, 22, 168. Hit rate, 85. Dodge rate, 75. Critical hit rate, 15. Skills in A. Equipment, in A. Territory, in A. What on earth? How come my magic and health points are even less than Lilia's panel? Wait, what is this? Identity being solidified. What does it mean? I distinctly remember not using an identity solidification potion. Could it be? Jiang Chen's complexion turned pale as he frantically searched his system backpack, yet he found no trace of the identity solidification potion. After searching through it 10 times. What the hell? Did it activate automatically? Damn it. Could it be that my earlier dizziness and nausea were due to this? This cannot be. No way. Celestial Tower. I am not prepared to fully transform into a girl yet. If the solidification is completed, will I have to constantly switch between male humans and female elves in the future? Chapter 57. Submitting the task, earning 20 billion with fury. After a brief moment of panic, Jiang Chen took 3 deep breaths, attempting to clear his mind completely. He resolved to set aside these troubling thoughts for the time being. It would be best to catch some sleep first, and as soon as dawn breaks, he would head straight to the Combat Power Certification Center to submit his task. Morning arrived. Jiang Chen yawned and slowly opened his bleary eyes. When he was fully awake, he discovered that Lu Ruyan had vanished from the rented apartment. Huh, this woman, ever since regaining her senses, seems to be deliberately avoiding me. Whenever I return, she is either sleeping or has entered the Celestial Tower. And as soon as I step into the tower, she happens to return. However, this is quite advantageous, as it spares us the awkwardness of being alone together. Jiang Chen shook his head, deciding to freshen up first before heading to the task center to submit his mission. After washing up, Jiang Chen stood before the mirror, scrutinizing himself closely. Quite impressive. Remarkably handsome. He is truly stunning. So much so that he is only slightly inferior to the legendary authors. However, why does it seem that my skin has become whiter, more delicate, and even more hydrated than before? Could it be the work of the identity solidification potion again? Subsequently, Jiang Chen adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, ensuring everything was in impeccable order. Simultaneously, he opened his backpack space to confirm that he indeed had the elixir of life with him. With everything prepared, Jiang Chen patted his backside with satisfaction and stepped out of his rental apartment. Outside, the bright sunlight illuminated the streets, heralding the dawn of a new day. Jiang Chen casually hailed a black taxi, heading straight for the Power Certification Center at the International Hotel in Swang City. Upon reaching his destination, he noticed that the Power Certification Center was unusually bustling, with numerous players and mercenaries queuing in anticipation. He nimbly maneuvered through the crowd to the front desk of the mercenary task area, where a neatly uniformed young lady was standing. "Hello, good morning, miss. I am here to submit a task," he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the task voucher from his backpack and presenting it to her. The young lady took the voucher, examined it closely, and her expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Oh my, this task. Sir, you are truly remarkable to have accomplished such a feat." Hearing her praise, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride, though he feigned nonchalance, replying, "Oh, it's nothing much, just a stroke of luck." The young lady smiled, saying, "Please hold on a moment, sir. I need to verify the task information." With that, she swiftly operated the terminal, and moments later, she looked up at Jiang Chen and announced, "The task issuer has made a request. She wishes to meet with you in room 301 of the hotel for a transaction within the next 30 minutes. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. "All right, please let her know that I will be there." After receiving the room key card from the young lady, he promptly turned and left the front desk, seeking the elevator to ascend to the 3rd floor. As he entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This transaction was of great significance, involving a substantial sum of gold coins. Should word of it get out, it would undoubtedly bring him more harm than good. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen pulled out the general level power medal from his backpack, giving it a gentle wave. The metal instantly transformed into a red mask, obscuring half of his face. Perfect. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Chen swiped the card to enter the designated room, quietly taking a seat on the sofa to await his transaction. In less than 10 minutes, the door swung open once more, and a tall, extraordinarily graceful woman strode in. Her confident and elegant gait radiated an undeniable, powerful aura, clearly indicating that she was not to be trifled with. Noticing that Jiang Chen was the sole occupant of the room, the tall woman inquired with a somewhat indifferent tone, "Are you the one here to deliver the task?" Jiang Chen turned to face her, nodding slightly. "Yes, I have brought what the task requires." At his response, the tall woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over the mask he wore, seemingly assessing his strength and sincerity. After a moment, she approached the table, placing the task documents down, and lightly tapped the surface with her finger before stating, "What I need is 1 liter of the elixir of life. Are you certain you can provide it?" That gaze, that tone, what do you mean by that? Seeing me wearing a general-level metal mask and already doubting my abilities? It was you who posted the task in the general-level task area, and now you dare to question my capability. Damn. Although Jiang Chen felt a bit irked, he maintained his composure and retrieved the bucket containing the elixir of life from his backpack, slamming it onto the table with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "Here, it is. The elixir of life, you wanted 10 liters. What? You actually have so much?" The tremor in the tall woman's voice revealed her shock, her breathing quickening as she was evidently taken aback by the sight before her. She couldn't help but approach the bucket, gently touching its side. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, as if she could sense the immense vitality contained within the elixir of life, even through the bucket's barrier, and a glimmer of greed began to flicker in her eyes. "So, do you believe me now?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms, his gaze slightly aloof as he regarded the woman before him. "All right, I will verify it immediately." The woman took a moment to compose herself, retrieving a uniquely designed device from her bag to begin testing the contents of the bucket. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat bored, surveyed the surroundings, sensing that there was something peculiar about this woman. A few minutes later, the testing concluded, and a satisfied smile graced the woman's face. "Pleasure doing business with you. Here is your payment. It contains 20 billion gold coins." She handed him a dazzling golden card. Jiang Chen was instantly taken aback, his scalp tingling in shock. "What? This card contains 20 billion. Who is this woman? How can she casually produce such a staggering amount of gold coins? Ugh, I can't take it anymore. She must be a top-tier heiress. If only I had brought more with me." Jiang Chen accepted the golden card with slightly trembling hands, secretly relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively earlier. He then inserted the card into the room's built-in verification machine. After a series of operations, the screen immediately displayed gold balance 20,000,000,000. Gasp! How much is that? 10 zeros. It really is 20 billion gold coins. This isn't a dream. Wait a moment. The room was booked by her. The card machine couldn't be a counterfeit device she set up in advance, could it? After confirming the gold balance, Jiang Chen promptly transferred the entire sum of 20 billion gold coins to his bank card, checking the balance once more, which displayed a series of numbers. Gold balance 20,004,628,309. The figures were accurate. Not a single discrepancy. It seems the machine wasn't a forgery after all. There truly are 20 billion gold coins. Ha ha ha. I will be a billionaire from now on. Once the transaction concluded, the tall woman handed him a business card, smiling as she said, "I hope we can continue to trade in the future. Here is my contact information." Jiang Chen accepted the card with both hands, noticing it bore the 2 characters, Suran. Chapter 58, Yao Yao, I have arrived. After completing the transaction, Jiang Chen exited the Power Certification Center, preparing to head directly to view properties with his newfound fortune. He stood by the roadside, contemplating where to purchase a home. Where would be the best place to buy a house? How about Huayangyending? Not only is it the finest villa area in all of Suang City, but Lin Yao also resides there. If it's close by, we can look out for each other. Perfect. It's settled then. Once the house is purchased, I shall bring Lu Ru Yin over. When I move to the capital for my studies, the house can be temporarily left for her to reside in. After all, I'm not short of funds at the moment. If necessary, I can always acquire another property upon my arrival in the capital. Wealth affords one a certain indulgence. Hee hee. After contemplating for a few minutes, Jiang Chen casually hailed a black taxi by the roadside. "Driver, to Huayangyending, please." As he settled into the vehicle, a sense of delight washed over him, and he waved his hand nonchalantly at the driver. Upon hearing the destination, the driver took a moment to scrutinize Jiang Chen through the rearview mirror, slightly astonished. In his perspective, Huayangyending is the most luxurious villa district in the city. inhabited by individuals of considerable wealth and status, where the average person would lack even the qualification to enter. However, the driver refrained from probing further, abruptly pressing the accelerator, and the car sped off towards Huayangyunding. At the sales center of Huayangyunding, it is customary for villa districts to have security personnel to ensure the safety of the homeowners, often denying entry without prior appointments. However, the sales center was an exception. To expedite property sales, there were no security checks, and enticing offers were posted at the entrance to encourage potential clients to tour the properties. After all, it is widely acknowledged that some affluent individuals might outwardly present as lacking even a decent outfit, but can readily produce a sack full of cash when it comes to serious matters. Thus, Jiang Chen effortlessly entered the sales center. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties?" Upon entering, Jiang Chen was greeted by a young lady, her face adorned with a professional smile. He nodded confidently and replied, "Indeed, I am here to view the villas. I have a keen interest in this area." The young lady maintained her professional demeanor, yet a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in her eyes. "May I ask if you have an appointment? Our villa district typically requires prior reservations to ensure client privacy and safety." "Huh, privacy? Safety? Isn't that merely a matter of identity?" Jiang Chen thought to himself, subtly shaking his head. "No, but I'm indeed interested in making a purchase." Upon hearing this, the young lady hesitated briefly, but quickly adjusted her attitude, adhering to her professional standards. "In that case, we need to verify your qualifications. Could you provide proof of assets?" According to regulations, if a client did not have a prior appointment, they typically needed to possess assets amounting to at least 10 billion to proceed with a purchase. Hearing this, a slight smile played on Jiang Chen's lips as he thought of the 20 billion gold coins he had just acquired. Here we go. He promptly retrieved his bank card from his pocket, waving it in front of the young lady and allowing a hint of mischievous delight to cross his face. "I have it. Lead the way." The young lady's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the card, and an exhilarating joy surged within her. Goodness, could he truly have assets exceeding 100 billion? He looked so young. After a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure and led Jiang Chen to a card reader. "Please present your proof of assets," she said, her tone slightly tinged with anticipation as she gestured for him to swipe his card. After all, this was a significant client. If she could finalize this deal, her commission could range from several million to tens of millions. Who wouldn't he be excited? Jiang Chen followed the young lady to the card reader, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Quite delightful. Look at that gleam in her eyes. They're practically sparkling. Following her instructions, he inserted his card into the reader and swiftly pressed the confirmation button. A beeping sound emanated from a machine, and the screen displayed the words "assets qualified," though it did not reveal the specific balance. "Ah, this must be to protect the client's privacy," thought Jiang Chen. "Since the assets are qualified, I can now arrange for you to view the properties." The young lady's demeanor instantly became more enthusiastic. "Please follow me. I will provide you with a detailed introduction to our villa district." 2 hours later, Jiang Chen emerged from the sales center, satisfied, armed with various brochures. He had successfully purchased a villa, conveniently located close to Lin Yao's residence. This is settled. No more cramped living with Lu Ruyan in a rental. I could prepare to move right away. Moreover, being so near to Yao's home would make future communication a breeze. Though it cost nearly 1 billion, it was well worth it. Jiang Chen exited the sales center, his spirits soaring. He eagerly sent a text message to Lu Ruyan, sharing the delightful news and the location of their new home. "Lu Ruyan, I just bought a new house. After you return from the tower, remember to pack your things. We'll be moving soon. Location. No need to notify Yao, right? I'll surprise her later." 10 minutes later, following the map to his new abode, Jiang Chen stood before his new home, feeling a wave of emotions. This is splendid. Utterly luxurious. In my past life, I would have never dreamed of residing in such a place. Just the most ordinary door in this villa cost hundreds of thousands. Time to go inside. He approached the entrance, aligning his face with the door's display screen. Beep. Facial recognition in progress. Beep. Iris scan in progress. Beep. Verification successful. Beep. AI smart butler Xiao Lu at your service. Welcome home, esteemed owner. Look at that. No need to even lock the door upon entry. How very upscale. I need not fear burglars at all. Stepping into the villa, Jiang Chen was greeted by the refreshing scent of flowers wafting through the air. He closed his eyes, savoring a few deep breaths. This is splendid. The house is even maintained regularly before it is sold. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? Moments latte. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the pre-downloaded moving app, and prepared to contact a moving company. After arranging the moving company, Jiang Chen decided to pay Lin Yao a visit, intending to surprise her. There was no rush for the move. After all, he had secured insurance, and any missing items could be compensated by the insurance company. Besides, the previous rental was merely a small space, even with the furniture included. It barely amounted to 1 or 2 million gold coins. If not for a hint of nostalgia, he could easily discard everything from the old place. The new villa was practically ready for immediate occupancy with all essentials provided. As Jiang Chen exited the villa, the smart butler activated the smart management system, automatically locking the door behind him. Ah, how convenient. Subsequently, Jiang Chen made a sharp right turn and walked straight for approximately 100 meters, arriving directly at Lin Yao's doorstep. The proximity was undeniably remarkable. Although the two villas were not directly adjacent, they were merely separated by a modest garden. Standing before Lin Yao's residence, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and rang the doorbell, filled with anticipation for Lin Yao's astonished expression, especially since he had just purchased the adjacent villa worth a staggering 1 billion gold coins. However, after several rings of the doorbell, there was no response. Huh? What could be the matter? Is Yaya not home? Did she venture to the Tower of Divine Communication? He decided to wait a bit longer. 5 minutes later, he sighed, forget it, I might as well head back. Yao is probably not in. Just as Jiang Chen was about to depart, the front door suddenly creaked open. Lin Yao appeared, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her hair somewhat tousled, and dark circles evident beneath her eyes, clearly just awakened. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Chen hastily turned around, and upon noticing that Lin Yao was only in her nightgown, he was momentarily taken aback. Yao, did you come out without wearing shorts? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's remark, Lin Yao looked at him in exasperation, then gently pinched the corner of her nightgown to reveal a pair of adorable pink shorts underneath. I am wearing them. Oh, how direct, Jiang Chen thought, realizing that they were merely hidden due to the nightgown's length. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. Yao, why you have dark circles under your eyes? Have you been very busy lately? Lin Yao rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and stretched, then pointed at the dark circles on her face. Oh, I successfully passed the 10th level of the Tower of Divine Communication last night. After clearing the 10th level, I proceeded to challenge a first-tier trial. I'm utterly exhausted. I haven't slept at all yet. By the way, Jiang Chen, what brings you all the way here? Wow, you're amazing. You've cleared the 10th level already? If I remember correctly, it's been less than a week since your awakening, right? Based on a maximum challenge duration of 6 hours and the 12-hour cooldown for the device post-challenge, you've hardly stopped at all. A gentle reminder, single challenge durations can be less than 6 hours. Is it really that intense? My goodness, you're incredible. No wonder you could become the Empress in your past life. People say success equals 99% effort and 1% talent. But I see you embody both talent and effort to the fullest. Combined, that's 200%. If you're not the Empress, who else could be? I'm in awe, truly humbled. I just purchased the villa next door, so we'll be neighbors now. I specifically came to inform you. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, gesturing towards the luxurious residence beside him. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yao's eyes, quickly followed by a weary smile. Congratulations, Jiang Chen. However, I might not be able to celebrate with you right now. I'm too tired and need to catch up on some sleep. Observing Lin Yao's fatigued demeanor, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and gently said, then you should hurry back to rest. I won't disturb you any longer. He quickly added, by the way, if you feel hungry or need anything, feel free to message me. I'll be around during the day. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lin Yao felt a warmth spread through her heart. She nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. All right. Thank you, Jiang Chen. I'll head back now. Take care. As Jiang Chen watched Lin Yao retreat into her home and then turned to leave, he began to reflect upon his own progress. Clearly, he had not been diligent enough in his tower climbing. Look at Lin Yao. As soon as the cooldown period ended, she would immediately dive back into the tower. Meanwhile, he spent 6 hours on challenges, another 6 hours sleeping, and 12 hours cooling down when going out. Averaging a mere 1 level per day, it was evident that he could utilize the cooldown period to rest instead of wasting additional time. Had he managed his time as efficiently as Lin Yao, he would likely have reached at least the 15th level by now. Without Luo Shi's assistance for skipping levels, he would probably have just cleared the 5th level and be striving to conquer the 6th. While Jiang Chen pondered these thoughts, a sudden ringtone interrupted him. Checking his phone, he discovered a message from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen, could you come and pick me up? I've arrived at the entrance of Huayang Yunding Community, but the security guard won't let me in. Ah, this situation feels oddly familiar. Oh, right, I remember there was a security guard at the entrance, whose name seemed to be something like Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Damn, I recalled. It was indeed him. Previously, he had prevented Jiang Chen from entering while he was looking for Yao. Little did he know, This time, it was Lu Ruyan who was being barred from entry. Truly dedicated. Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation, quickly typing a response. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After sending the message, Jiang Chen promptly tucked his phone into his pocket and sprinted towards the community entrance. At the entrance, Jiang Chen soon arrived to find Lu Ruyan seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with a plump figure. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was indeed the same security guard known as Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Remarkable. Buddy, you're quite the dedicated one. With you around, I don't have to worry about burglars in the villa. I should definitely give you a good review and ensure a chicken leg with my next meal. Otherwise, it will be a disservice to your diligence. As he thought this, Jiang Chen hurried forward, presenting a smile he deemed friendly, and greeted, Hello, little security guard. How are you? Upon hearing the voice from behind, the security guard swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing Jiang Chen, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Ah, Mr. Jiang. Greetings, Mr. Jiang. Wait, why is this little security guard so amicable this time? Moreover, he even knows my name already. I only purchased the house a few hours ago. Such swift communication. Jiang Chen mused, realizing that this security guard was indeed quite something. It was evident that he was exceptionally thorough in his duties. One could only assume that the monthly salary for a security guard in such a wealthy enclave likely exceeded 10,000. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, cheerfully stating, Yes. That's me. This is my friend, Lu Ruyan. Please allow her pass. The security guard's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Ruyan, and he immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Ah, it's you, Miss Lu. Please come in. Please come in. Saying this, he promptly opened the gate. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan entered the residential complex, while the Iron Pot Stewed Goose respectfully followed behind, paying homage to the pair. Upon entering the community, Lu Ruyan curiously inquired of Jiang Chen, Why is the security guard so courteous to you? With a mysterious smile, Jiang Chen replied, Well, I can't divulge the specifics, but let's just say there have been a few minor frictions in the past. Once inside the villa, Jiang Chen suddenly addressed Lu Ruyan, saying, Ruyan, feel free to choose a room to rest in. The place is spacious enough. Call for me if you need anything. After speaking, Jiang Chen swiftly retreated to a room, promptly locking the door behind him. Indeed, just moments ago, he had sensed a peculiar warmth radiating from his abdomen, a warm current swirling around his belly. This was the first indication that the sapling of the Tree of Life had finally responded, if his memory served him right. Since the sapling had stealthily entered his lower dantian, it had remained dormant until now. This was the first sign of change. Consequently, Jiang Chen immediately sat cross-legged on the bed, immersing his consciousness into his lower dantian, attempting to explore within. Before him, a golden halo was rotating steadily within his body. Ah, is this the Tree of Life? It doesn't resemble a tree at all. Why is it transformed into this strange form? Shouldn't it be green instead of this? Quickly suppressing his bewilderment, Jiang Chen cast an insight spell at the halo. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 1. Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Point Bonus, 2000. Mana Bon Bonus, 1000. Physical Defense, 100. Magical Defense, 100. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 50. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 50. Effect 1. Natural Healing. While under the protection of the Tree of Life, the character recovers 2 of their maximum health and mana points per second. Effect 2. Vibrant Life. Upon entering combat, the holder's health and mana recovery speeds are increased by 20, lasting until the battle concludes. Effect 3. Life Guardian. When the character is attacked, there is a certain chance to trigger, temporarily increasing damage reduction by 20 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Effect 10. Unlocked at level 1000. Characteristic, Devour Gold to gain growth progress, with a maximum growth level of 1000. Growth progress, 0-100. Attributes can be enhanced by consuming large amounts of gold. What in the world is this? A Tree of Life that chooses to devour gold instead of absorbing life force. You mischievous tree. Surely you can't possess self-awareness? I seriously suspect you knew I recently acquired several 100 billion gold coins, and that's why you decided to manifest. Little rascal, you've revealed your true colors. However, these attributes are indeed enticing. Moreover, upon reaching level 1000, I can possess 10 special effects simultaneously, with a plethora of gold at my disposal. I should test this out. As Jiang Chen's thoughts settled, a mountain of gold coins suddenly appeared in the room, flooding the space with a dazzling golden light that nearly buried him. Whoa, I was careless. And this is just from taking out 5 million. No matter. Devour 5 million for me. Let's see how far you can grow. Then, with a wave of his mind, Jiang Chen softly commanded, Devour. In an instant, the pile of gold coins, as large as a small mountain, shimmered rapidly before vanishing entirely. After completing this, Jiang Chen once again turned his attention inward, eagerly anticipating the changes within the Tree of Life. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 3. Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Point Bonus, 6,000. Mana Point Bonus, 3,000. Physical Defense, 300. Magical Defense, 300. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 150. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 150. Growth Progress, 50,400. Attributes can be enhanced by consuming large amounts of gold. Gasp. Oh dear. My precious gold. A full 5 million. And it only raised 2 levels. Based on this progress, it seems I need to consume 1 million gold coins to level up from 1 to 2, and from level 3 to 4. That's a staggering 400 million. No way. Is it escalating exponentially? It can't be, can it? Even if it's not a strict exponential increase. You certainly are a voracious consumer of gold. Damn. After all the effort I put into earning those 20 billion gold coins, how did I end up with such a spendthrift creature? Sigh. It appears that next time I venture into the 13th floor, I should extract some life water to sell. Now, you will devour another 600 million for me. I want to see if it truly escalates exponentially. As Jiang Chen poured another 600 million gold coins into the mix, the halo within him began to spin rapidly. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 10. Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Point Bonus, 20,000. Mana Point Bonus, 10,000. Physical Defense, 1,000. Magical Defense, 1,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Intelligence, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 500. Growth Progress, 9250300000. Attributes can be enhanced by consuming large amounts of gold. Staring at the panel before him, Jiang Chen instinctively wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, releasing a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, it's not exponential. However, it seems that after reaching level 10, the method of calculating growth progress has changed. Moreover, no new effects have emerged. It seems likely that new effects will only appear after reaching level 400, at which point I will attain the 4th tier. The attribute enhancements are quite satisfactory. In any case, I shall nurture it gradually. Chapter 61. Admission Letter from Qingbei University. Moments latte. Under the generous feeding of Jiang Chen's abundant gold, the halo that had transformed from the Tree of Life quivered gently, as if it had just finished a hearty meal. Subsequently, the halo gradually contracted, ultimately forming a diminutive seedling radiating a soft green glow, slowly floating within Jiang Chen's Dantian space. Ah, this is quite remarkable. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang suddenly. Dinkling, dinkling. Huh, who could that be? How cliché. Still using a phone call. Wouldn't WeChat suffice? Pondering this, Jiang Chen promptly withdrew his consciousness from the introspective state, reaching for his phone beside him. Upon unlocking the screen, he discovered it was Ji Yang calling. What does this old man intend to do? There are still 45 days until the commencement of the God-level seed training program. Why is he calling at this moment? Jiang Chen swiped to answer the call, perplexed, and inquired, "Hello? Principal Ji, is there something you need?" On the other end, Ji Yang's voice came through. Jiang Chen. "Where have you gone? I couldn't find anyone at your home. What the heck? He actually came to my house again." Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless and patiently explained, "Well, Principal Ji, I just moved this morning." Upon hearing this, Ji Yang suddenly understood. Ah, that explains it. No wonder I knocked for so long without anyone answering. He then quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Jiang Chen, where are you living now? I'll come find you." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen replied, "How about this, Principal Ji? I'll send you my address through WeChat." After hanging up, Jiang Chen opened WeChat, composed a message, and swiftly sent his new address to Ji Yang. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen received a flurry of messages on WeChat. "Ji Yang, Jiang Chen, I've arrived at the entrance of your community. Ji Yang, however, I've been stopped by a rather portly security guard. Ji Yang, he adamantly refuses to let me in, insisting on seeing an appointment confirmation. Could you come out to greet me? What? Is this going to be another case of the iron pot stewing the goose? Is he really that impressive, daring to stop even the president of Qingbei University? Could it be that he has awakened the legendary strongest security system, stopping anyone in their tracks? He is truly remarkable. Brother, I shall bestow upon you the title of the strongest security guard in the city." Shaking his head, Jiang Chen hurriedly exited his home, jogging towards the entrance of the community to welcome Ji Yang. At the entrance of the community, upon spotting Jiang Chen, the security guard immediately stood upright and saluted. "Good day, Mr. Jiang. It's an honor to meet you." Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Hello, little security guard. I'm here to pick someone up. Please open the gate. Of course. The security guard promptly opened the entrance, allowing Jiang's vehicle to enter the community. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, Jiang leaned out the car window and quipped, "Finally, I can get in." Jiang Chen chuckled, looking at him. "Principal Ji, you are the president of Qingbei University. How could he dare to stop you?" Jiang shook his head helplessly and smiled wryly. "Doesn't he know who I am?" Inside, Jiang Chen beckoned Jiang to take a seat and poured him a glass of water. Jiang lifted the cup, took a small sip, and smiled. "Jiang Chen, I've come specifically to deliver your admission notice." "What? Really? You came all this way just to deliver my admission notice? Am I really that significant?" Jiang Chen was struck with astonishment. Seeing him so shocked, Jiang chuckled and, with satisfaction, retrieved a booklet emblazoned with the 4 golden characters of Qingbei University. Handing it to Jiang Chen. "Congratulations, Jiang Chen. You have officially been accepted into our university." Jiang Chen, momentarily dazed, extended his hand to receive the booklet, overwhelmed by a sense of unreality. Accepted just like that? Soon, he would be a university student. In his previous life, due to a low aptitude level and lack of funds, he hadn't even qualified for university. In this life, he had so effortlessly gained admission. Moreover, to Qingbei University, no less. "Thank you, Principal Ji. I will certainly study hard and will not disappoint your expectations." Upon receiving the admission notice, Jiang nodded in satisfaction. "I believe you will become a source of pride for our school. By the way, I've already handled your enrollment procedures in advance, so when the semester starts, just go directly to report." After saying this, Jiang quickly stood up, preparing to leave. "Well, since the admission notice has been delivered, I should be on my way. Next, I'm headed to Lin Yao's house. She has an admission notice as well. If I recall correctly, she live around here too?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly interjected, "Principal Ji, Lin Yao is probably still at home catching up on sleep. Let me take it to her." Jiang nodded in agreement. "That would be good. Thank you for your help." Afterward, Jiang once again retrieved a booklet from his briefcase, which bore the 4 golden characters of Qingbei University, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen swiftly extended his hands to accept the second admission notice. "All right. Once Lin Yao wakes up, I will deliver it to her." Jiang Chen carefully tucked both admission notices away and escorted Jiang downstairs. Before departing, Jiang reminded Jiang Chen that in 3 days, someone would come to take them to participate in the God Level C training program, and urged him to prepare in advance. After bidding farewell to Jiang, Jiang Chen returned home and immediately sent a WeChat message to Lin Yao, inquiring if she was available. Upon receiving her affirmative reply, he promptly made his way to Lin Yao's doorstep with the admission notice. After ringing the doorbell a few times, the door slowly opened, revealing Lin Yao in loose pajamas, her hair tousled, clearly just awakened. Moreover, dark circles around her eyes hinted at the aftermath of a late-night gaming session. After handing Lin Yao the admission notice, Jiang Chen took his leave and returned home. Upcoming, the Academy Arc, Chapter 62, Cecilia, I am back again. After returning to his room, Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. The training program was originally set to commence in 10 days. It was now unexpectedly starting a couple of days early. Perhaps the elite schools considered that some awakened individuals were traveling from distant locations. Hence the unified decision to advance the schedule. Regardless of the reason, 3 days from now heralds a new beginning. Since Lin Yao is working so hard, he couldn't afford to lag behind. As soon as the login device cooldown refreshed, he would promptly set off to challenge the 13th level. With nothing else to attend to, he decided to take a brief rest to adjust his state. Once he entered the 13th level, he would once again transform into a female elf. Ugh, his head was already spinning. Time for a nap. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a series of urgent doorbell rings broke the silence. Jiang Chen shook his groggy head, slowly awakening, and checked his phone. What the heck? It's only 2 o'clock. What's going on? His eyes felt heavy. He must have slept for less than 2 hours. Who could it be? Yao Yao. Aside from her, he had no acquaintances left. All his former classmates had been subjected to memory alteration. It must be her. Without further thought, he decided to see who it was. Upon opening the door, he found several movers standing outside, their hands laden with various packing materials, evidently representatives from a moving company. One of the lead workers, spotting Jiang Chen, politely inquired, "Hello, sir. We are from a moving company. Did you schedule our services?" It then dawned on Jiang Chen that he had indeed booked a moving company earlier that morning to transfer his belongings for the previous rental. He nodded and replied, "Yes. It was my appointment. I apologize, I just woke up and am still a bit disoriented." The mover smiled in response, "It's perfectly fine. We have already transported all the items from the previous house and are ready to commence the moving process." Subsequently, Jiang Chen stepped aside to create a path and address the movers. All right then, you may begin bringing everything in now. Following his command, the lead worker began directing the others in the careful transfer of belongings. Jiang Chen stood by, observing as each familiar item was gently placed into the new home. An indescribable sense of satisfaction swelling within him. He chuckled himself, I'm going to be someone of importance from now on. How delightful. The movers toiled for a full half-hour before the last of the items were unloaded from a truck. Throughout the process, Jiang Chen diligently checked each piece to ensure their pristine condition. Once the moving was complete, the lead worker climbed back onto the truck, poking his head out of the window to say to Jiang Chen, boss, we're all set. Don't forget to leave a good review. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen flashed an okay gesture in return before commencing a thorough inspection to avert any overlooked items. However, just as he finished checking and prepared to retreat to his room for a brief rest, a sudden glimmer flashed across the back of his right hand. Jiang Chen paused in astonishment, and then ecstasy flooded over him. It worked. How fortuitous. Just as the moving was completed, the cooldown period has ended. I can once again enter the divine tower. Hee, my beloved Cecilia, I'm coming back for you. He hurriedly strode into his room, striking a confident pose as he began to attune his mind to the tattoo on his hand. Moments later, he transformed into a beam of white light. Vanishing from the spot, in the second core city, Jiang Chen's figure materialized instantaneously in the central square. Yet, unlike before, this time he felt a searing pain in his head as if it were about to explode. What the hell is happening? Is it because I didn't rest well? Or perhaps the identity solidification potion is to blame? This is bad. If this keeps up, something dreadful is bound to happen. In Blue Star, he was a male human, but on the other side, he would become a female elf. Over time, would he risk developing a split personality? Half male, half female. The thought was terrifying. Damn it, I truly regret my choices. If only I had selected a male elf character back then. Now, he had unwittingly stirred up a plethora of troubles. What was even more infuriating was that he hadn't even actively used the identity solidification potion. Cursed Tower, who authorized you to use it on me automatically? Did you even consider my opinion? After 2 long minutes, the headache gradually subsided, prompting Jiang Chen to curse aloud. Damn it. Tower, if I get the chance, I'll devour you. However, what the hell? My voice. Why is it so high-pitched? He quickly lowered his head, attempting to catch a glimpse of his toes. To his shock, he realized he could no longer see them. His exclamation drew the envious gaze of a nearby passerby, a woman, who scoffed, Tisish, not being able to see your toes is a blessing. I dream of that. Yet, Jiang Chen remained engulfed in profound shock. This time, he had transformed into the female elf Lilia even before entering the 13th level. This marked the first instance of him changing identities outside of a level. How could he not be astonished? This signified that the identity solidification potion had nearly fully taken effect. He would genuinely possess dual identities from now on, both male and female. More critically, this transformation was beyond his control. At any moment, he could experience a headache and suddenly become female, or, after a nap, awaken to find himself reverted to male. The thought was chilling. Imagine this scenario. One day, while chatting with Lin Yao, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head, his voice becoming high-pitched, then sprouting pointed ears and wings, instantly transforming into a female elf. Lin Yao would surely suspect him of being an undercover elf, wouldn't she? Would she brandish a sword and attempt to slay him? The imagery was too disturbing to contemplate. Tower, just wait. The great beauty Jiang, will remember this debt. Steering clear of the crowd, Jiang Chen hastened towards the teleportation array that led directly to the 13th level. Moments later, he stood before the array, pausing to reflect. According to the narrative progression of the level, he was to be chosen as the Saintess of the Blue Elf clan. Although he had previously vowed not to contest the position of Saintess against Cecilia, that was merely a verbal agreement between the two. The guardian of the Blue Elf clan, Lady Olivia, might not abide by such a promise. After all, in Olivia's eyes, Cecilia lacked the SSS level potential and could not transcend the level cap of 200 to reach 400, thus unable to possess the power needed to protect the entire Blue Elf clan. Therefore, it was highly probable that Olivia would still insist on making him the Saintess of the Blue Elf clan. Alas, poor Cecilia, I'm so sorry. Chapter 63, Grandmother. I am willing to become the Saintess. With this thought, Jiang Chen shook his head in anguish. Damn it, as a grown man, I am about to become a Saintess of the Elf clan. If anyone finds out about this, I might as well dig a hole to hide in. Oh well, since I'm already here, I might as well accept it. There is no other way. Moreover, to fully complete the identity solidification, it will likely take some time. If it becomes too overwhelming, I can always seek assistance from Luo Shi. She is a spirit of the tower. She surely knows everything about the situation within the divine tower. However, was it possible that the identity solidification potion was actually a gift from her to him? Never mind. I'll just enter the 13th level, continuing to dwell on this 1T yield any results. With that, Jiang Chen shook his head once more and stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, her figure vanished from the second core city. In the 13th level, the elf's sacred spring. As Jiang Chen entered, time resumed its flow within the 13th level. At that moment, Lilia slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Cecilia before her. Her mind momentarily blank. Wow, this is quite the surprise. Sister, you were enjoying your bath so well. Why did you suddenly stand up? What a shock. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, Lilia feigned calmness and inquired, Cecilia, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stand up? Aren't you going to continue your bath? Cecilia gazed at Lilia with a look of complex emotions in her eyes, gradually speaking. Lilia, just now. The Guardian invoked a sacred clan's secret to summon all the Smurfs to the base of the sacred white tree. She stated that she has a matter of utmost importance to announce. Observing the intricacy of Cecilia's expression, Lilia felt a surge of bewilderment within her. An announcement is an announcement. What does that gaze imply? Surely it cannot be the proclamation of my ascension as the new Smurf saint? Fear not. Even if she were to declare me a saint, I would undoubtedly refuse her. My true form is male. Why should I be a saint? If anything, I should be a holy child. Contemplating this, Lilia softly remarked, since it is the Guardian who has summoned us, let us hasten our steps. Upon hearing this, Cecilia nodded slightly. All right. With Cecilia's assent, Lilia took her hand, asserting, no time for baths then, let's first go to the shore to dress. With that, Lilia, disregarding Cecilia's potential reluctance, pulled her hand and headed towards the shore. Behind them, feeling the warmth of Lilia's palm, a delicate blush miraculously appeared on Cecilia's fair cheeks. Half an hour later, at the base of the sacred white tree, as Cecilia and Lilia soared through the air towards their destination, they were astonished to discover that hundreds, if not thousands, of Smurfs had already gathered there. From a distance, Lilia could sense the formidable aura emanating from these Smurfs. Hiss! It seems the Smurf clan possesses profound strength. These hundreds of Smurfs are likely all at least level 200. What could possibly necessitate the gathering of so many? It cannot genuinely be the announcement of my becoming the new saint, can it? As the two approached, a female Smurf adorned in a flowing white robe and wielding a silver staff gracefully flew towards them. She was none other than the guardian of the Smurf clan, Olivia. As Olivia approached, she cast a slightly apologetic glance towards Cecilia before turning her gaze to Lilia, her voice gentle as she spoke. Children, follow me. With that, Olivia soared towards the sacred white tree and landed gracefully upon a high platform before the multitude of Smurfs. Upon sighting Olivia, the gathered Smurfs erupted in unison. Long live the Guardian. Witnessing this, Cecilia quickly turned to Lilia, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Lilia felt a wave of exasperation wash over her, ultimately managing a sweet smile as if to reassure her. Let's proceed. With that, Lilia immediately grasped Cecilia's hand and flew towards the direction of Olivia. Upon their arrival, Olivia greeted them with a warm smile and waved them closer. Come here, children. As Lilia and Cecilia stood beside Olivia, the Guardian suddenly directed her gaze towards the assembly of Smurfs below. Children, today I have a significant announcement to make, Olivia stated, lifting Lilia's hand with her left. This young lady to my left, while perhaps unfamiliar to some, may be recognized by name. She is Lilia, the newly awakened SSS level Smurf of our clan. After discussions with the Council of Elders, we have unanimously decided to appoint Lilia as the new saint of our Smurf clan. Therefore, from this day forth, Lilia shall be our second saint. Furthermore, she shall possess the same rights as Cecilia to become a guardian of the Smurf clan. Upon hearing this proclamation, the Smurfs below erupted in jubilant cheers. Long live Lilia! Long live the new saint! Long live the Guardian! Yet, Lilia found herself utterly bewildered. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Olivia, scarcely able to process the words she had just heard. What? A saint? Me? They truly chose me as the new saint. Goodness. Olivia, could this possibly be a mistake? I have only just been born a few days ago. We already have Cecilia as the saint. Why must I be chosen as well? This hardly seems fair to Cecilia. Noticing Lilia's reluctance, Olivia affectionately ruffled Lilia's hair and began to explain with a smile. Child, this is the design of fate. Your arrival has brought hope, a sentiment shared throughout the Smurf clan. Moreover, being a saint is not merely a title. It is a mantle of responsibility and mission. Besides, do you not wish to inherit the treasure of the fairies? You must realize that only by becoming a guardian will you be qualified to inherit. Oh, this sly fox. You're using this to tempt me. Blast it. For the fairy treasury, I must sacrifice myself. Furthermore, aside from a bit of awkwardness, becoming a saint appears to bear no negative consequences for me. And considering the wealth of the fairy clan, perhaps I could leverage my identity in the real world to deceive them as a fairy. Upon reflection, becoming a fairy seems to present more advantages than disadvantages. Having come to this realization, Lilia promptly nodded. Very well, Olivial, I am willing to become the saint of the Smurf clan. As soon as Lilia's words fell, a series of system notifications reverberated in her ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Identity solidification progress. 50. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Lilia's character panel attributes. 20. Permanent. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Total Smurf clan reputation. 100,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Instance completion evaluation level. 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. You have received the buff, Fairy Saint. Chapter 64. I am Cecilia, the saint of the Smurf clan. I am Cecilia, the current saint of the Smurf clan, endowed with an astonishing potential of SSS level. In my life, each day is imbued with responsibilities and challenges, as I bear the sacred duty of safeguarding the entire clan. From the moment I was recognized as a saint, I vowed to become the mightiest fairy. This ambition is not solely for my own sake, but also for the memory of my departed kin and the future of the entire Smurf clan. Since childhood, my parents were cruelly slain by the Red Fairy clan leader, Gura. Thankfully, the timely arrival of the Smurf Guardian saved me from a tragic fate. At that pivotal moment of my destiny, I was suddenly revealed to possess SSS level potential. Consequently, Guardian Olivia rejoiced and naturally took me as her adopted daughter, appointing me as the saint of the Smurf clan. In this era devoid of a fairy king, the status of a saint ranks only below that of a guardian. From that moment onward, I embraced the monumental responsibility of protecting the entire Smurf clan. I swore to transcend all limits, breaking through the level 200 barrier to reach level 400. For only then would I possess the power necessary to avenge my parents. Henceforth, each day has been dedicated to relentless training, yearning for the day when I shall realize this ambition. However, in the year I turned 22, a piece of news struck me like a bolt from the blue. A new SSS level potential sprite had been born, named Lilia. I was acutely aware that, given my current prestige among the elven kin, if there were to be any sprite capable of jeopardizing my status as the Holy Maiden, it would undoubtedly be her. Following the conclusion of a minor racial skirmish, I learned that Lilia was set to embark on a journey to cultivate within the elven sacred spring. Thus, I took the initiative to intercept her along the way. Fueled by the trepidation regarding my own standing, I resolved to challenge her, eager to discern what set this SSS level prodigy apart. Eventually, through meticulous planning, we found ourselves meeting in a tranquil clearing. Lilia appeared utterly perplexed by my actions. Yet under my insistence, we engaged in a duel. The outcome, however, left me utterly astounded. She dispatched me with a single devastating blow. Her strength far exceeded my expectations, leaving my mind swirling with questions. Lilia, a mere fledgling sprite who had only descended days prior, why did she exhibit power that surpassed level 200? Regardless, that battle imprinted upon me the sheer terror of SSS level potential. I began to reflect on my fears and insecurities, simultaneously recognizing that perhaps Lilia's arrival was not entirely a harbinger of doom. After our confrontation, I grappled internally, acutely aware that I could not afford to lose my position as the Holy Maiden. It was my sole hope, the cornerstone of my vengeance for my parents. Hence, I resolved to take action to safeguard my future. Under the shroud of night, I stealthily infiltrated the elven sacred spring, waiting for Lilia to arrive for her bath. However, it seemed she had caught sight of my garments left upon the shore, suspecting my presence nearby. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, she hesitated not, swiftly shedding her attire. In that moment, her form became ethereal within the spring's waters, illuminated by the soft glow of the moon, rendering her all the more serene and resplendent. Summoning my courage, I stealthily approached from behind, seizing her in a sudden embrace. The unexpected assault elicited a startled cry from Lilia, but upon recognizing me, her expression gradually shifted to one of calm. It was evident, as expected of an SSS level sprite, that Lilia was remarkably perceptive. With a mere glance, she discerned my apprehensions. Later, under her inquisitive gaze, we engaged in a brief conversation. Although our exchange was succinct, she ultimately promised, for reasons unknown to her, not to contest my claim to the title of Holy Maiden. However, I was acutely aware that such a verbal agreement lacked solidity. It could not withstand true unpredictability, nor could it alter the resolve of the Guardian. Without further contemplation, we decided to immerse ourselves in the warm spring waters, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Before long, 2 hours slipped by in a rush, and just as I was contemplating the possibilities of the future, the sudden summons from the Guardian shattered the serenity. In an instant, a heavy weight settled in my heart. I knew the moment had finally arrived. The Guardian's summons signified that Lilia's assessment ceremony was about to commence, and there was a substantial likelihood she would be officially designated as the new Holy Maiden of the Blue Elf clan. The verbal agreement between Lilia and me now felt utterly feeble. I understood that I had to make a choice, either accept this reality or take more decisive measures to protect my position, for I could not relinquish my status. I am Cecilia, the Holy Maiden of the Blue Elf clan, and my destiny is mine to command. However, just as I wavered, Lilia suddenly took my hand, guiding me towards the direction of the sacred white tree. The sacred white tree, a venerable and hallowed tree, was said to have witnessed the entirety of the Blue Elf clan's history, with many of its kin descending from its boughs. No one dared to defy an oath beneath its boughs. Before long, we arrived within the vicinity of the sacred white tree, and following Olivia's guidance, we alighted beside her, one on each side. The surrounding kinfolk regarded us with awe. Beneath the sacred white tree, Guardian Olivia stood solemnly, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing the mists of time, glimpsing the contours of the future. At that moment, Lilia and I stood side by side before her. I could distinctly feel Lilia's hand trembling slightly in mine, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and a hint of trepidation for the unknown. As anticipated, Lilia was instantly ordained as the new Holy Maiden. Yet, to my astonishment, Guardian Olivia did not revoke my title. It is known that, according to clan customs, there can be only one Holy Maiden among the elves at any given time. Chapter 65, Coronation, SSS level equipment, Holy Maiden's Crown. As a series of system notifications echoed, Lilia stood frozen in place. Goodness, are the rewards truly this bountiful? Had I known the rewards were so generous, I wouldn't have hesitated. However, what does a 50 solidification progress mean? Could it be that once the solidification reaches 100, I would immediately transform into a female elf? Speaking of which, what is the current total progress? Why is there no display? Oh, please, God Tower, be gentle and don't suddenly turn me into a female elf. My heart may not withstand it. Noticing Lilia lost in thought, Olivia subtly nodded, appearing satisfied with the reaction. It seems the effect is quite good. I was worried you might not be interested. Subsequently, Olivia addressed the gathered elves once more, proclaiming loudly, "In that case, from this moment forth, Lilia shall officially become the second Holy Maiden of our Blue Elf clan." With that, Olivia waved her hand, conjuring a crown-like item from thin air and gesturing it towards Lilia. "Child, come forth." Huh. This item bears an uncanny resemblance to the one Cecilia wears on her head. After a moment of surprise, Lilia approached Olivia, employing her insight skill to examine the crown. Equipment, Holy Maiden's Crown. Quality, SSS. Type, accessory. Level, 200. Attributes, maximum health increase, 50,000. Maximum mana increase, 25,000. Physical defense increase, 6,000. Magic defense increase, 6,000. Magic attack increase, 6,000. Strength increase, 1,000. Agility increase, 1,000. Intelligence increase, 1,000. Constitution increase, 1,000. Spirit increase, 1,000. Effect 1. Increases all elemental magic resistance by 20. Effect 2. Increases all elemental magic damage by 20. Effect 3. 50 chance to become immune to mental control skills upon successful immunity. 20 chance to reflect the effect. Effect 4. Naturally instills a certain degree of intimidation against sprite-type beings, causing a 20 reduction in all attributes when engaging in combat with sprite-type beings. Introduction. This crown, forged from ancient magical metal, stands as the emblem of every priestess of the Smurf tribe, symbolizing supreme honor and responsibility. Is this the priestess crown? Incredible. To become a priestess and receive a level 200 SSS quality piece of equipment right away. By all accounts, this gear should only be a notch below the dark feather, correct? It is noteworthy that, although within levels 10 to 20, the attributes of the elf identity Lilia are calculated independently and do not inherit from the panel of the character slasher. However, the items can be perfectly carried out. This is akin to acquiring an SSS-level piece of equipment for free. As Lilia approached, Olivia smiled and spoke again. "Good child, bow your head. I shall personally place it upon you." Upon hearing Olivia's words, Lilia obediently stepped forward and slightly bent over. Subsequently, Olivia skillfully placed the priestess crown gently upon her head. "Good child, simply beautiful." The moment Lilia donned the crown, she felt a warm energy emanating from her head, swiftly spreading throughout her body, while a faint blue glow radiated from her form. Observing this, the Smurfs below erupted into cheers, celebrating the birth of their new priestess. Instinctively, Lilia reached up to touch the crown on her head, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of responsibility. She was somewhat perplexed, having only come into existence a few days ago. The guardians of the Smurf tribe treated her as if she were family. After all, they were merely NPCs of the elf category within the Tower of Divine Communication. Why did it seem they possessed more genuine emotion than real people? Perhaps. Although this world is fictitious, love is indeed real. However, this was entirely different from her previous life. Shouldn't they merely be the elf-type creatures designated to provide experience for challengers? Half an hour later, Lilia's coronation ceremony had long concluded. After dispersing the other Smurfs, Guardian Olivia brought Lilia and Cecilia to the elf treasury. At the palace entrance, she announced, "Children, we have arrived." Saying this, Olivia swiftly placed her palm into the golden recess on the door, opening it wide. "Today is a day worthy of celebration. I grant you both the privilege to select one item of your liking as a gift." As the grand door swung open, Lilia's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dashed into the palace with incredible speed. Observing this, Olivia smiled and gently rubbed her forehead, exclaiming to Cecilia, "Oh dear, this child is always like this." Once inside the palace, Lilia, like an inquisitive child, eagerly explored every nook and cranny, her heart swelling with uncontainable joy. This was the treasury of the Smurf tribe. Not only S-level items, but potentially dozens of SSS-level artifacts resided within. One extraordinary opportunity. This time, she must secure an SSS-level item to take home. Lilia excitedly glanced around, her eyes shimmering with fervor and curiosity. Though it was not her first visit, she remained awestruck by the profound heritage of the Smurf tribe. Ancient and mysterious scrolls, as well as formidable artifacts, were all present. One could say that any item taken from here would fetch an exorbitant price outside. Meanwhile, Cecilia was also on the lookout for her own treasure within the treasury. Her gaze soon landed upon a bow radiating a soft blue light. This was the elven divine bow, known as the Arrow of Starlight, boasting an SSS quality. It was said that this bow was crafted from fragments of fallen stars, capable of shooting arrows of light that penetrate all darkness. She stepped forward, grasping the bow, feeling an innate familiarity as if it had been tailor-made for her. On the other side, Lilia's gaze swept back and forth across the treasury before finally resting on a thick tome. The cover of the book was inscribed with intricate runes, emitting a faint silver glow. Compelled, she approached the tome, reaching out to grasp the skill book while activating her insight ability. Name: Blessing of the Elven God. Type: Passive skill level. SSS Effect 1. Upon learning the skill, the character receives a blessing from an unknown entity, granting an additional 100 base intelligence for every level gained. Effect 2. Upon learning the skill, the character receives a blessing from an unknown entity, granting an additional 100 base spirit for every level gained. Effect 3. Upon learning the skill, the character's final damage dealt and final damage reduction are permanently increased by 20. Upon reading the skill description, Lilia was momentarily taken aback. This skill appears remarkably powerful. However, the Elven God presents a significant dilemma. Should she select it? Would she be monitored by the Elven God after learning it? Moreover, there was no Elven king within the Tower of Divine Communication, let alone the Elven God. Thus, it was evident that the Elven God referred to the deity of elves in the real world. Why then would the skill book be found here? Chapter 66, Strength Beyond the Slasher. The Frost Dragon? With that thought, Lilia suddenly felt a flash of insight before her. She realized that while learning this skill might expose her to the scrutiny of the unknown Elven God, posing a risk of revealing her identity. Her panels as Lilia and Slasher were entirely independent. In other words, these were two separate lives. Thus, if she were to learn this skill under her identity as Lilia, the Elven God would most likely discover Lilia and not Slasher. Furthermore, considering that her identity solidification progress was nearing 100, was there truly any difference between Lilia learning and Slasher learning? With no further hesitation, Lilia decisively seized the skill book and slapped it against her forehead, mastering it instantly. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the SSS level skill, Blessing of the Elven God. Upon mastering the skill, she found that her identity as Lilia of the Smuff tribe had ascended to new heights. Name, Lilia, Slasher. Type, Smuff gender, female level, 200 cap, class, Wind Whisper talent. Heart's Thought Flow quality, SSS health points, 320, 200 magic points, 720, 310 physical attack, 15, 320 magical attack, 70, 0, 87 physical defense, 12, 0, 20 magical defense, 62, 768 skills, magic arrow, magic shield, healing, chain lightning, wine binding equipment, moonlight breath helmet, moonlight breath robe, moonlight breath gloves, moonlight breath pauldrons, moonlight breath belt, moonlight breath boots. Description, an awakened Smuff from the heavens. A natural SSS level elf, possessing unparalleled potential. Gasp. This is terrifying. This skill is truly formidable. It must be noted that Lilia is currently at level 200. Upon acquiring this skill, she will miraculously gain an additional 200, 100 points in mental attributes, as well as 200, 100 points in intelligence. Furthermore, donning the SS level Breath of Moonlight set, which she acquired during her previous venture in the Elven Treasury, her attributes will soar to astonishing heights. Such prowess may very well surpass even that of the Godslayer. With her innate talent, Mind's Embrace, combined with an enormous mana pool of 720,000, a mere cast of Chain Lightning could potentially manifest into a colossal thundercloud, obscuring the skies for miles around. Moreover, it seems that her talent, Mind's Embrace, is intrinsically linked to her magical power. The Elven race, naturally endowed with a high affinity for magic, possesses exceptional magical growth potential. Thus, could it be said that Lilia, in comparison to the Godslayer, is more suited to this talent? With the enhancement of 700,000 mana, it is likely that even the Godslayer, if isolated, would be unable to contend with Lilia. However, Lilia does possess a critical flaw. Her physical defense is exceedingly poor. Once both individuals had selected their rewards, Guardian Olivial spoke up. Children, have you made your choices? If so, we must return. Upon hearing Olivial's words, Cecilia gracefully readied her bow and approached Olivial, taking her place behind her. Observing this, Lilia also resolved to follow suit and stepped toward Olivial. Grandma, I have made my choice as well. Olivial nodded with a smile. Excellent, let us return. Lilia obediently nodded, and together with Cecilia, followed Olivial back to the heart of the tribe. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching the tribal center, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Roar, roar, roar. A deafening roar erupted from the heavens as a massive ice-blue frost dragon hurtled towards them with astonishing speed. Its colossal form sliced through the air, stirring a chilling wind that seemed intent on freezing all life in its path. Stunned by the tremendous roar, Lilia froze in place, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. What? A dragon? There are dragon-like creatures in the 13th floor of the Tower of Divine Communication. This is absurd. How can this be possible? I never encountered one in my past life. This is a dragon. Dragon creatures, regardless of the world, undoubtedly reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. They are inherently SSS-level monstrosities, possessing the strength of a warlord from birth and easily capable of slaying war kings upon maturity. As Jiang Chen understood, the current leader of the Alliance of All Races appeared to be from the Dragon Clan. Cecilia, upon witnessing such a massive figure, trembled uncontrollably, her calves quaking slightly, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Grandma, look! There, a dragon. Following Lilia's gaze, Olivial glanced upwards, her expression immediately turning grave. A dragon. That is the natural enemy of the Elven race. Inherently high in magical affinity, with an abnormally high magical defense. The magical skills of the Elven folk are but a jest in the face of the Frost Dragon's substantial magical resistance. Moreover, this Frost Dragon, residing in the northern ice fields, particularly favors the Elven race as its prey. Therefore, for Olivial, the appearance of the Frost Dragon is undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. We must hasten back, Olivial cried out, promptly activating her teleportation skill, whisking Cecilia and Lilia back to the tribal center in an instant. Chapter 67, Lilia, I despise you. In a flash of light, the three of them reappeared at the tribal center. The remaining blue elves, still present, erupted into a cacophony of frantic shouts upon their arrival. Can't see me, can't see me. Oh my, who are those three? They're so brave. Standing that close. Hey, you all need to hide. Are you blind? That is the Guardian. Oh my, it's the Guardian. The Guardian has come to save us. Guardian, we are here. Mommy, I'm so scared. Will I be eaten by the dragon? As the three of them arrived, The majority of the blue elves looked upon them with admiration, slowly emerging from their hiding places to bow slightly in their direction. Guardian, please slay the dragon. Guardian, please slay the dragon. Guardian, please slay the dragon. Witnessing the throngs of blue elves beseeching Lilia, Lilia felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She never anticipated that Lilia would command such reverence among the blue elf race. This scene could easily be described as a manifestation of spiritual devotion. Just look at those sparkling eyes. In this light, Lilia's status among the blue elves is likely akin to that of the divine emperor among the human race. As Lilia pondered these thoughts, she was suddenly roused by Lilia's concerned yet serious voice. Children, find a place to hide. Leave the dragon to me. Cecilia, take Lilia over there. With that, Lilia pointed toward a certain direction. Lilia immediately turned to look where Lilia was indicating, and she was taken aback. Ah, this. Are you sure? You want to crawl into a tree hollow? Are you certain this hollow can withstand the breath of the frost dragon? Your intellect. Is it a bit? Beside her, Cecilia, sensing Lilia's doubts, urgently interjected, Lilia, that log is part of the sacred white tree and can perfectly conceal our presence. There is no time to hesitate. We must go. Saying this, Cecilia grasped Lilia's hand and began to run towards the tree hollow. However, she soon realized Lilia was rooted to the spot. I knew it. So that is how it is. What a misunderstanding. I almost thought Lilia had lost her wits. But hiding? That is not my style. Hee hee. I shall become a dragon-slaying warrior. Lilia's resolve solidified as she gazed ahead, her fists clenched tightly. I can join the fight. I want to slay the dragon alongside Grandma. Cecilia was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Lilia, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Heavens, that is a dragon, the natural enemy of the elven race. A being that even the guardian may struggle to defeat. Aren't you afraid? Lilia, have you lost your mind? Seeing this, Lilia was momentarily stunned, then smiled with warmth, stepping forward to gently pat Lilia on the shoulder. Good child, possessing courage is indeed commendable. However, this battle is exceedingly perilous. You should first seek refuge alongside Cecilia. Wait until grandmother has vanquished the malevolent dragon before emerging. Noticing Lilia's lack of faith in her abilities, Lilia shook her head resolutely. No, grandmother, I'm not afraid. I will be careful on my own. Besides, I sent grandmother here to protect me. Unable to persuade Lilia otherwise, Lilia let out a gentle sigh and tenderly caressed Lilia's cheek with her palm. Well then, little Lilia, do remember to stay close to grandmother. With that, Lilia swiftly brandished her staff, enveloping Cecilia and Lilia in a deep blue protective shield. Cecilia exclaimed, Ah, this is terrible. I don't recall volunteering to partake in this battle, did I? Lilia, I despise you. Just wait. After completing her incantation, Lilia flapped her wings vigorously and ascended into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lilia cast a spell of insight upon the frost dragon. Name, Sheravi, young, level, 350 gender, female type, frost dragon rank, SSS max health, 48,000,000 max mana, 20, 500,000 physical attack, 260,000 magical attack, 450,000 physical defense, 225,000 magical defense, 385,000 skill 1, Dragon Claw skill 2, Dragon Might skill 3, Dragon Roar skill 4, Dragon Kin skill 5, Frost Breath skill 10, Dragon S reverse scale hiss. It truly is an SSS level panel. How careless of me. This dragon is utterly terrifying. I can only imagine that a mere brush could lead to my demise. Moreover, these attributes are undoubtedly the most formidable I have ever encountered. Without exception, if all goes as expected, Lilia should not stand a chance against her, right? Subsequently, Lilia's gaze fell upon the protective shield surrounding her. Shield value, 50,000,000. Goodness, Lilia is formidable as well, starting with a staggering 50 million. It's no wonder she carries two burdens yet still possesses the confidence to slay a dragon. Even if she stands still and absorbs damage with this amount of shielding, it would likely take several minutes to deplete it. At that moment, the frost dragon, circling above, seemed to sense something, taking a deep breath. Suddenly, its gaze shifted toward Lilia, and it unleashed a tremendous dragon roar. Be advised, you are affected by the skill Dragon Might. All attributes decreased by 15. Be advised, you are affected by the skill Dragon Roar. All attributes decreased by 15. What? So fierce. A single roar has diminished my attributes by 30. What now? With such a significant decrease, I fear that even exhausting all my mana will not allow me to obliterate this dragon's defenses as I did with Lucy last time. This is dire. What should I do? I previously believed that I had gained sufficient strength to confront a dragon, only to overlook that a significant disparity in attributes can easily compensate for the gaps left by talent. This principle is akin to a level 1 with an SSS level talent awakening being nearly incapable of defeating a level 999 with a G level talent awakening, except for fixed level 1 characters. Last, could it be that I will truly meet my end here? Chapter 68. Guardian, Lilia has been captured. Following that earth-shattering roar, the Guardian Olivia's complexion paled noticeably. It was evident that she too had suffered greatly. However, when she regained her composure, she noticed that the frost dragon's gaze was fixated intently on Lilia, a glimmer of delight evident in its eyes. Damn it, is indeed targeting Lilia. Without a moment's hesitation, Olivia soared in front of them, waving her staff to cast another layer of black shield upon them. Congratulations. You have received a blessing from Guardian Olivia. Final damage reduction temporarily increased by 20. Duration, 1 hour. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew tense, the frost dragon Sherivi began to speak human language, her voice clear and melodious. The ancestor did not deceive me. She is indeed a newly awakened SSS level spirit. But why is she a female spirit? Never mind. Regardless of gender, the ancestor cannot be mistaken. I'll take her back first. Witnessing the dragon speak, Lilia was taken aback. Wow, is this truly magical? A dragon can speak human language and sound so beautiful. Oh, I almost forgot. The system provides a built-in translation feature. That explains it. However, a newly awakened SSS level spirit. Is she referring to me? Goodness. Miss, do I know you? Why would a dragon want to capture me? Are you hungry? With my small stature, I doubt I'd even suffice as a snack. And what is the deal with being a female spirit? Are we promoting gender discrimination here? Do you not understand that everyone is advocating for gender equality now? Just as Lilia was engulfed in confusion, Olivia suddenly shouted at the dragon, "Wretched dragon, what do you intend to do?" Upon hearing the rebuke, Sherivi let out a cold huff, her enormous dragon eyes warily fixed on Olivia. I am here to reclaim what rightfully belongs to our frost dragon kin. In her view, Olivia radiated powerful magical waves, nearly on par with her own. Hearing this, Olivia stepped forward, firmly shielding Lilia behind her. Nonsense. She is clearly one of our blue spirit clan. I shall never surrender her to you. As Olivia stood her ground, Sherivi's eyes glinted with determination. Gradually, her colossal form began to descend, shaking the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Moments later, the vast dragon form vanished, transforming into a girl of approximately 15 or 16 years. Gazing at the youthful visage of the girl, Lilia was once again left astounded. Wow, this is a minor? Oh my, she is indeed a minor. How terrifying. Truly terrifying. It is no wonder she is of dragon lineage. Even in her youthful form, she possesses such formidable strength. Just imagine her when she matures. What chaos might ensue. Behold this youthful visage, still bearing traces of innocence. Just then, Sherry Wei suddenly spread her arms wide, adopting a stance that boldly proclaimed, "If you seek a fight, I shall not shy away. Today, I am determined to take her away. What can you possibly do about it?" Upon hearing this, Elvira's expression hardened, and she stood her ground, raising her staff high. A cerulean circular field of magic unfolded around Sherry Wei, enveloping her within. Well then, do try, she challenged. Lilia, you and Cecilia should depart. I shall handle this. Witnessing Sherry Wei's formidable prowess, Lilia's earlier confidence evaporated, and she grasped Cecilia's hand, attempting to flee into the distance. Think you can escape? Not so easily. With a fierce roar, Sherry Wei summoned a vast wall of ice that abruptly manifested on the ground before them, seeking to obstruct Lilia and Cecilia's path. Thud, thud. The sound of two resounding impacts echoed as the pair collided with the ice wall. Ouch. What the heck? Why is this thing so hard? Seeing that she had successfully blocked their escape, a sly smile crept upon Sherry Wei's lips. Huh. I traversed nearly 1,000 miles just for you. Do you think I would let you flee so easily? You insolent wretch. Elvira bellowed in fury, raising her staff to unleash a spell directed at Sherry Wei. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between Elvira and Sherry Wei, as magical energies clashed within the field, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Meanwhile, Lilia was in a state of distress. Feeling utterly helpless, she believed that after their time together, Elvira had treated her quite well and should not have to face danger alone on her behalf. It was essential to remember that their adversary was a frost giant dragon. If she perished, it would merely result in a loss of experience or a slight decrease in her completion score. However, for Elvira, as a unique NPC within the dungeon, her death would mean permanent disappearance. Though she might be respawned when other awakened challengers entered the dungeon, Lilia would never again see the familiar Elvira. As Elvira began to falter, Lilia clenched her teeth, resolving not to remain idle any longer. She released Cecilia's hand and soared directly toward Sherry Way, conjuring a stringless bow in her grasp, aiming it at Sherry Way, and cried out, "Grandmother, I'm here to assist you." However, just as Lilia prepared to unleash her magical arrow, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind her. Taking advantage of her distraction, the shadow seized her arm and yanked her into the engulfing darkness. In an instant, both Lilia and the shadow vanished from sight. Cecilia, who had been observing the battle, was taken aback as Lilia abruptly disappeared, then became frantic, jumping up and down. "Guardian, Lilia has been taken. He finally got her," accompanied by a tinkling laugh. Lilia suddenly found herself grasped by a colossal dragon claw, soaring through the air at breakneck speed. What is happening? I was in the midst of casting a spell. How did I end up in the sky? Chapter 69. The Frost Dragon Clan from the Real World. Holy cow! Is that a dragon claw? Upon realizing the massive claw that had captured her, Lilia nearly burst into tears, struggling violently. "Oh no, I'm being abducted. Let me go, you fiend. Where are you taking me?" Sensing the commotion from the dragon claw, Sherry Way chuckled, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her vast dragon eyes. "Are you certain? We are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Do you truly wish for me to release you?" "What the? 10,000 meters? High altitude?" At Sherry Way's response, Lilia was immediately seized by terror, her body shaking involuntarily, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from fright. "Mama, help! I'm so scared. I have acrophobia." 2 hours later, Frost Dragon's Nest. Lilia slowly opened her eyes. Upon regaining clarity, she found herself before a gargantuan dragon-like creature coiling nearby. "Where am I? A dragon's lair? Ah, young one, you have awakened." Just as Lilia pondered her bewilderment, the immense dragon-like being spoke. Startled, Lilia swiftly drew her bow and aimed it at the dragon, leaping back several paces. "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions." Observing Lilia's intense reaction, the dragon spoke again, attempting to soothe her. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Lilia demanded, her eyes brimming with caution. "Fear not, young one. I am Zeneria, the matriarch of the Frost Dragon Clan. I have brought you here to ask for your assistance with a matter." Upon hearing Zeneria's words, Lilia felt somewhat reassured and discreetly activated her inside ability to examine the dragon's attributes. Name, Zeneria. Level 1000. Gender, female. Type, Frost Dragon. Rank, SSS. Maximum health. Maximum mana. Physical attack. Magical attack. Physical defense. Magical defense. Skills. Description: a top-tier powerhouse from the real world, matriarch of the Frost Dragon Clan, permanently sealed within the Tower of Divine Communication for reasons unknown. What? Level 1000? This must be a god, Lilia thought, incredulous. Surely my eyes are deceiving me. Let me check again. She rubbed her eyes and activated her inside ability once more. The result was the same. Gasp. Level 1000. It truly is 1000. A being of such caliber. Why would she have brought me here? This is disastrous. Wait. No, something is amiss. The description states, a top-tier powerhouse from the real world, permanently sealed within the Tower of Divine Communication for reasons unknown. What does this imply? Could it be that her request for assistance pertains to this? Lilia took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "Elder, may I inquire as to the specifics of the matter you mentioned?" Zeneria nodded and began to recount. "Hundreds of years ago, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I was bound by a mysterious force and sealed here, unable to escape. After years of investigation, I discovered that only a being from outside this realm could possibly break this seal. Thus, I wish to ask for your help in lifting it." What? The implication of her words was unmistakable. She knew that Lilia was someone who had come from beyond the Tower of Divine Communication. However, for centuries, countless challengers have ventured into the 10th to 20th floors of the Tower of Divine Connection. So why did she choose herself? It is noteworthy that, excluding all races, there have been no less than 10 Emperor-level powerhouses among the human race alone. Why did she not seek their assistance, but instead opted to capture me? Stealing herself, Lilia spoke. "Senior, I am merely an ordinary adventurer with modest strength. I fear I may not be up to the task." Upon hearing this, Zuinelia smiled as if she had anticipated the response, saying, "Do not worry, young friend. Your current abilities may be lacking, which is precisely why I do not require you to break this seal at this moment." With that, Zuinelia gracefully swept her massive dragon claw through the air, conjuring a black and white contract along with a blue spherical orb. "Young friend, All I ask is that you take little Shui out of this tower of divine connection as your mount. She is so pitiful, having been confined to this small world since birth. What? A mount? Little Shui? Surely, she cannot be referring to Shirley Wei. Lilia gazed around, discovering no trace of Shirley Wei. Indeed, it must be her. After a moment's hesitation, Lilia ultimately chose to accept the contract and orb. There was no other choice. The situation was beyond her control. This was an existence of level 1000. Even the emperor of the human race might struggle against such top-tier power. Even if it was a contract of servitude, she had to grit her teeth and accept it. After all, while typically, death within the Tower of Divine Connection would result in resurrection within the corresponding core city, a god-level powerhouse capable of disregarding such rules could render that notion moot. Death here will be final. Seeing Lilia accept the contract and orb, Zuinelia nodded her enormous dragon head in satisfaction. Then, she opened her massive maw and expelled a small golden orb, which shot into Lilia's body at astonishing speed, startling her greatly. As Lilia frantically checked herself, Zuinelia explained, "Consider this dragon orb a gift from me, a token of my gratitude." A gift? Why didn't you mention it earlier? You nearly frightened me to death. Lilia then settled into a meditative posture to examine the orb's specific effects. Name: Frost Dragon Orb. Quality: SSS. Type: Special Equipment. Level: 200. Base Attributes: Maximum Health Increase, 200,000. Maximum Mana Increase, 100,000. Physical Defense Increase, 5,000. Magical Defense Increase, 5,000. Physical Attack Increase, 5,000. Magical Attack Increase, 5,000. Strength Increase, 1,500. Agility Increase, 1,500. Intelligence Increase, 1,500. Constitution Increase, 1,500. Spirit Increase, 1,500. Effect 1. All ice element magical damage dealt by the owner increases by 50. Effect 2. All ice element magical damage received by the owner decreases by 50. Effect 3. All damage dealt to dragon-type creatures with a bloodline quality inferior to the owner's increases by 50. Effect 4. Damage received from dragon-type creatures with a bloodline quality inferior to the owner's decreases by 50. Effect 5. The orb's level increases with the owner's strength, with no upper limit. Goodness. Another SSS-level piece of equipment. And of this special type. What a boon. Just as Lilia was assessing the orb's attributes within her, a series of system notifications suddenly chimed in. Beep. Detection indicates the challenger possesses both elven bloodline and frost dragon orb, resulting in automatic fusion and evolution. Beep. Bloodline evolution in progress. Beep. Current bloodline evolution progress. 151,020 moments later. Beep. Evolution complete. Beep. Dear Challenger, congratulations on becoming a new species, Frost Elven Dragon. All attributes increased by 100. Beep. Dear Slayer of Gods, congratulations on successfully creating a new species. Completion evaluation level 3. Chapter 70. I have a question. Who is Lilia? What in the world? A new species? Frost Elven Dragon? Good heavens. What are you up to now? As if forcibly changing gender wasn't enough, now you're playing with mutations? Suddenly, Lilia felt an intense itch atop her head and reached up to touch it. Goodness, are those dragon horns? I've truly transformed into a dragon. Seeing Lilia's transformation, Zuinelia's smile grew ever more radiant. Ah, excellent. Having signed a contract, I shall allow your departure. Zuinelia's colossal voice reverberated, exploding in Lilia's ears. Wow, could you lower your volume? This time, Lilia did not hesitate. She bit her finger and pressed it onto the contract. Beep. Congratulations. Successfully signed a contract, acquiring Mount Frost Giant Dragon. Upon witnessing Lilia successfully sign the contract, Zuinelia nodded once more. Now that the contract is signed, I shall await your return when you reach level 900. For now, you may return. Without waiting for Lilia to process her words, Zuinelia waved her claw, and a black vortex appeared, generating a tremendous suction that drew Lilia in. In the Blue Elf Tribe, a massive black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the center of the Blue Elf Tribe, instantly attracting a throng of curious onlookers. Look, what is that? Wow, the sky is breaking. Hurry, call for the Guardian. Seconds later, the black vortex gradually dissipated, and Lilia's figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. That hurt. My dear mother. She was just unceremoniously discarded. However, just as Lilia was preparing to rise, the system notification chimed in her ear. Beep. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the trial of the 13th layer of the Tower of Divine Connection. Beep. Calculating score beep. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 13th layer of the Tower of Divine Connection. Completion evaluation. SSS level. Beep. Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Beep. Congratulations! With an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer of the Tower of Divine Connection, you have received rewards. All attributes 1,000, luck 10, 5 million gold coins. Experience, 400 million. Beep. Congratulations! With an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer of the Tower of Divine Connection, you have received an additional reward. Identity, Solidification Accelerator. What a coincidence, I just cleared it. Subsequently, a more grand and authoritative announcement resonated from the pinnacle of the Tower of Divine Connection, instantly echoing throughout the entire world. Congratulations to player, Slayer of Gods, for achieving an SSS level evaluation in the 13th layer. Congratulations to player, Slayer of Gods, for achieving an SSS level evaluation in the 13th layer. In Huayong Cloud Summit, in her villa, Lurian was enjoying dinner when she heard the system notification, her eyes widening in shock as she spat out her food. What? Slayer of Gods achieved an SSS level clearance? Slayer of Gods, isn't that Jiang Chen? This is the second time, isn't it? It has only been 4 or 5 days. And he has astonishingly cleared it again with an SSS rating? How terrifying. Somewhere in the imperial capital, a woman dressed in a flowing red gown stood beneath a pine tree, murmuring to herself. The Godslayer has cleared it with an SSS rating once more. This time, the myriad races are bound to take action. No, I must make a trip to the border. However, before the woman could take any action, a voice suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Hong Lian, there's no need. Yi Wuhan has already gone ahead. Amid the anticipation of all humanity, the Tower of Divine Communication finally announced the full server rewards for this SSS-rated clearance by the Godslayer. Congratulations to the player Godslayer for successfully clearing the 13th level of the Tower of Divine Communication with an SSS rating. The system rewards all human players with the buff, Elven Saintus. Temporary buff, Elven Pact, during the challenge from the 10th to the 20th levels of the Tower of Divine Communication. The base favorability of the Elven race towards humanity is increased by 50, lasting for 1 week. Temporary buff, Dragon Guardian. During the challenge from the 10th to the 20th levels of the Tower of Divine Communication, all humans are protected by an unknown dragon power, increasing final damage dealt by 20 and reducing final damage taken by 20, lasting for 1 week. Temporary buff, Tower Spirit's Blessing. During the challenge from the 10th to the 20th levels of the Tower of Divine Communication, all humans receive a blessing from the Tower Spirit, gaining a buff that increases all attributes by 20, lasting for 1 week. Elven Saintus. During the challenge from the 10th to the 20th levels of the Tower of Divine Communication, all humanity receives a blessing from the Elven Saintus Lilia. With a comprehensive increase of 20 to base attributes, a 20 increase in drop rate, and a 50 increase in experience gain rate, lasting permanently. Immediately after the announcement of the full server rewards, all chat channels across the world crashed into a state of chaos. Suddenly, someone led the way with an exclamation. No way. Incredible. Following that, the chat channels erupted in excitement. Godslayer, incredible. Everyone look, the buff effects can actually last a week. No way. No way. This buff is so incredible. Not only is it long-lasting, but it's also tremendously powerful. No way. No way. Just as everyone was astonished by the formidable buff effects, someone raised a question. Esteemed leaders, I have a question. Isn't the Elven Saintus referred to as Cecilia and Alicia? Who is Lilia? Indeed. Who is Lilia? I have never heard of her. Same question. I have not heard of her either. Same question. Same question. Same question. 1. 1. 1. 10,010. At the head of the Myriad Races Alliance, a man in black spoke. What? Dragon Guardian? Does this mean that, apart from our kind, there are dragon-like creatures in this world? No, I cannot wait any longer. Tianlang, hurry to the human race and find out the whereabouts of the Godslayer. As you command, Master. Just as all humanity was reveling in joy, Lilia dusted herself off and stood up, a cascade of golden light flashing around her. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! Your level has increased. Ding! Your level has reached the maximum, level 200. Please proceed to the 21st level to surpass the level limit. How exhilarating. Already level 200. In this lifetime, I have only spent about a week in the Tower of Divine Communication, right? Hee. Suddenly filled with confidence about her future. Time to head back. Chapter 71. The Summer Kingdom Ahead, God's Halt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, at the border of the human race, ancient trees towered, shrouded in mist, resembling nature's most formidable barrier, safeguarding this ancient and mysterious land. The sunset bled crimson, painting the sky in a resplendent purplish red. Yet within this tranquility lay an undercurrent of unease. The outlines of the mountains were faintly discernible in the evening glow. With a meandering river flowing quietly from north to south, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the lush trees on both banks and the towering city walls in the distance. This is the gateway to the Summer Kingdom, Yunin Pass. At this moment, the air was thick with a subtle tension and oppression, as if even the wind had stilled, leaving only the occasional roar of beasts from afar to shatter the momentary peace. At Yunin Pass, lights blazed, and the soldiers stationed their donned armor, brandishing long spears. Their gazes resolute and sharp. Their figures cast long shadows on the city walls, standing like guardians in unwavering defiance. At the highest point of Yunin Pass stood a middle-aged man clad in black robes, a long sword slung across his back, arms crossed behind him. He was Yi Wuhan, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity. His features were stern, his eyes as deep as the night sky, as if able to perceive all things in the world. His long black hair flowed freely, gently swaying in the wind, exuding an air of untamed authority. Beside him, a young general clad in silver armor, holding a command token, nervously reported the latest intelligence. Your Majesty, according to reports from our spies, the Myriad Races Alliance has dispatched the Tianlang clan's leader, Tianlang, to seek the God-Slayer. They are currently approaching the border. The young general's voice carried a hint of concern. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan's lips curled into a slight smile. His gaze distant, as if piercing through layers of cloud to lock onto the Tianlang. Tianlang, is it? No matter. Merely a 1,000-level beast dares to tread upon our human territory. After a moment, a silver flash suddenly streaked across the distant horizon, followed by an earth-shattering roar that rent the air, heralding the arrival of the Tianlang clan's leader, Tianlang, bearing an overwhelming aura of beasts, akin to a meteor descending upon Yunin Pass. His massive form crackled with lightning and fire, his eyes a blood red, brimming with frenzied bloodlust. Seeing Yi Wuhan standing in his path, Tianlang's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire Yunin Pass. Yi Wuhan, you had better step aside. The one I seek from the Tianlang clan is never out of reach. Yi Wuhan remained unmoving, merely raising a hand, an invisible force emanating from him, forming a black barrier that effortlessly neutralized Tianlang's assault. Within the borders of the Summer Kingdom, no deity may proceed. Tianlang, you're no exception. With that, Yi Wuhan stepped forward, his right hand sweeping through the air, and his sword unsheathed on its own, instantly engaging in battle with Tianlang. Tower of Divine Communication. Second Core City. A flash of white light enveloped Jiang Chen as his figure materialized in the central square of the Second Core City. Phew, finally out. This challenge was truly perilous. The pressure from the old dragon was overwhelming. As a level 1,000 divine powerhouse, she certainly wielded the power of the laws. Thus, should she have been careless enough to be slain by her, it would have meant certain death. Previously, there had never been any mention of such a level of existence within the first 20 layers. What should I do about climbing the tower now? No, I must seek out Luo Shi for assistance. It seems my second identity is quite significant, after all, as it equates to a second life. Inside the mysterious space of the third layer of the Tower of Divine Communication. Luo Shi, are you there? Are you there? Do not shout, I am here. As the words fell, Luo Shi instantaneously appeared in the enigmatic space of the third level. What is the matter? Did you summon me for something? Upon seeing Luo Shi, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved the identity fixation acceleration agent from his backpack and began recounting the revelation of his dual identities. It is like this. After listening to Jiang Chen's account, Luo Shi's expression transformed into one of sheer delight, unable to suppress a laugh. Huh, are you attempting to kill me with laughter so you can inherit the Tower of Communication? As a grown man, why not choose a male elf? Have you overindulged to the point of selecting a female elf? Furthermore, more importantly, you have managed to acquire the rare SSS grade item, the identity fixation agent. My, what eccentric you are. Jiang Chen's face flushed at her remarks, and he helplessly spread his hands. Well, at that moment, I didn't think too much about it. Hence, I have come to seek your assistance. Luo Shi chuckled softly. Fear not. With me here, all shall be well. Yunin Pass. Half an hour later, after a fierce battle, Yi Wuhan finally discerned the flaw in the celestial wolf's defense. With a swift strike, the sword light surged forth like a dragon, instantly piercing through the celestial wolf's defenses and severing one of its forelimbs. The celestial wolf emitted a pained groan, its massive form tumbling in the air several times before ultimately transforming into a streak of silver, hastily fleeing the human borders. Observing the celestial wolf's defeat, Yi Wuhan waved his hand, collecting the severed limb. Well, dinner is assured. He then turned to the legion of soldiers behind him and declared, "All soldiers, heed my command. Maintain a strict vigil at the borders. No mistakes allowed." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes." Following this, Yi Wuhin's figure flickered and vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his departure. In the third level of the Tower of Communication, in the mysterious space, Lilia wore a face of despair, gazing hopelessly at Luo Shi before her. Can this really work? Indeed, just moments ago, Lilia had followed Luo Shi's instructions and consumed the identity fixation acceleration agent. And then Jiang Chen had instantly transformed into Lilia. "Trust me, there's absolutely no issue," Luo Shi reassured, patting her chest and creating ripples of excitement. "Once the effects wear off, you'll be able to revert to your male form freely. However, for the ensuing week, you must adapt to life as a girl." With that, Luo Shi, taking advantage of Lilia's momentary distraction, suddenly teleported in front of her and gently pinched her cheek. "Not bad. The texture is delightful. I didn't expect you to be quite so well endowed." At the moment of contact, Lilia's face turned crimson, and she swiftly swatted at Luo Shi's hand. "Ah, what are you doing? I'm a man." In response, Luo Shi grinned mischievously at Lilia. "Heh, that was in the past. The you of now is undeniably a genuine girl." Chapter 72. "Come, join me for some wolf leg." With a wicked grin, Luo Shi looked at Lilia and swiftly pinched her again a few more times. "Ah, not again, you shameless woman." After being pinched several times, Lilia felt her body weaken, hastily activating her back tattoo to escape the clutches of this mischief maker and return to the real world. Huayang Cloud Summit. Inside the villa. Bang! A flash of light erupted as Lilia descended, landing directly on a grand bed towering at 8 meters. At that moment, a blush still lingered on her cheeks. "Damn it, that shameless woman. You." After venting her frustration towards Luo Shi, Lilia promptly rose and approached the mirror to inspect her reflection. "What the hell? How is this possible? I thought I had exited the Tower of Communication. Why do I still appear as a female elf? Could it be that when Luo Shi mentioned a week, she meant a week in the real world? Oh no, in 2 days, I must participate in the Divine Seed training program. How can I go like this?" The thought of the impending training program drained the color from Lilia's face. "Perhaps I could attend as a female elf. If anyone inquires, I can say that Jiang Chen did not arrive. After all, no one recognizes my female elf identity. This way, I can participate in the training program on time, while effectively concealing my identity. What a perfect plan." Resolving her thoughts, Lilia stood before the mirror, swiftly organizing her ideas for the upcoming training program. Suddenly, she felt a dizzying sensation wash over her, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the rooftop of Tianhong Tower. What the heck? What is happening? How did I end up here again? Is it Yi Wuhan again? In this ridiculous state, I must be the laughingstock. Then it struck her. He seemed to know it was her. Help! This is social death. Why? Despite my transformation into a female elf, does he still recognize me? Come, join me for some wolf leg. Just as Lilia was grappling with her shock, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from behind her. What? Eat wolf legs? Big brother, you summoned me here just to eat wolf meat? However, judging by the voice, it was indeed Yi Wuhan. She swiftly turned to face the source of the sound, only to see Yi Wuhan a short distance away, setting up a barbecue grill, flames dancing as he roasted a wolf leg. Oh no, he truly did bring me here to eat wolf leg. But wait, this wolf leg seems unusual. Let me take a closer look. Lilia immediately activated her insight skill, directing her gaze toward the wolf leg. Name: Celestial Wolf Leg Meat. Quality: SSS. Type: Ingredient. Level: None. Effect: Consuming it grants a probability increase to numerous attributes. What? Celestial Wolf Leg Meat? This is an SSS grade ingredient. Goodness. Big brother, did you slay a deity? Lilia exclaimed, her excitement surging. It seems today is my lucky day. Enough staring, come, join me. Seeing Lilia remain unresponsive, Yi Wuhan urged her again. Don't just stand there like a fool, come over. Hearing his insistence, Lilia decided against being coy and quickly approached Yi Wuhan, casually sitting beside him. Once seated, Yi Wuhan handed her a piece of the roasted celestial wolf leg. Here, inhaling the savory aroma of the meat, Lilia could no longer contain herself, swiftly taking the wolf leg from Yi Wuhan's hand and biting into it eagerly. How does it taste? Is it good? Yi Wuhan inquired softly. Hearing his question, Lilia continued devouring the meat, her words muffled. Yes, delicious. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan smiled faintly and continued. This is the exquisite meat of the heavenly wolf's leg that I procured with great effort. Of course, it is delicious. Not only does the meat possess a delectable flavor, but also enhances one's attributes. However, your current level is insufficient to indulge excessively. After saying this, as if struck by a sudden thought, Yi Wuhin tapped his forehead. Oh, by the way, how did you end up in this state? You nearly evaded my detection. At these words, Lilia stood momentarily stunned, slowly lowering the wolf's leg meat in her hand. Indeed, the inevitable has come. Alas, there is no escaping it. Nevertheless, as the emperor, Yi Wuhin likely possesses a way to assist her. Thus, Lilia quickly organized her thoughts in her mind and began to narrate, here's what happened. Half an hour later. Ha ha, ha ha ha. This is simply too amusing, Lilia exclaimed. I must say, Your Majesty, could we perhaps refrain from laughing? It's rather embarrassing. After a brief pause, Yi Wuhin stifled his laughter and addressed Lilia. I see. So what do you intend to do? Will you participate in the training program in this guise? Lilia bit her lip and nodded helplessly, replying, for now, it seems I have no choice. I can only hope no one recognizes me. Yi Wuhin stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, perhaps I can be of assistance. Lilia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Wuhin. Finally, the word she longed to hear had been spoken. Oh heavens! Oh earth! This is precisely what I wished for. Yi Wuhin smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a mysterious light enveloped Lilia. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Lilia glanced down at her toes. Why can I still not see? There's no change. Your Majesty, this is rather disappointing. Noticing Lilia's perplexed expression, Yi Wuhin spoke again. All right, no need to keep looking. It's merely a little trick. He then produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere and held it in front of Lilia. Wow, how beautiful. Truly, I am remarkable. She giggled. But why do I still resemble a female elven dragon? Wait, something feels different this time. She observed closely and was astonished to discover that her ears had transformed into those of a human woman. Moreover, the pair of pink-blue dragon horns atop her head had vanished. Wonderful. This way, I can smoothly participate in the training program. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lilia exclaimed excitedly. Yi Wuhin waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's but a trifling matter, no need for gratitude. However, be cautious, ensure that no one uncovers your secret. Lilia nodded in agreement and resumed enjoying the delectable heavenly wolf's leg with Yi Wuhin. Chapter 73. This wretched talent has finally proven useful. All right, mission accomplished. Now, I shall return you home, Yi Wuhin declared after finishing the last piece of wolf meat, smiling at Lilia. I appreciate your assistance, Your Majesty, Lilia replied, standing up gratefully. Yi Wuhin smiled gently, grasped Lilia's arm, and together they vanished from the rooftop. When Lilia opened her eyes once more, she found herself back in her own room. Ugh, that meal was truly satisfying. Plus, it enhanced my attributes significantly. The great Yi Wuhin is simply magnificent. First, he provided equipment. Then, he treated me to a grand feast. He is even more caring than my own parents. She chuckled. Time for sleep. Life is precious. With that, Lilia blissfully lay down on her bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. In her dreams, she beheld her future self, transformed into a formidable awakener, safeguarding those she cherished. The next morning, Lilia slowly opened her eyes and stretched lazily. However, what is this? So soft? The texture is divine, she exclaimed, quickly pinching it a few times. So bouncy. Just then, realization struck her, and her face began to flush. Without a second thought, Lilia swiftly lifted the covers, only to find a beautifully disheveled girl glaring at her, anger radiating from her wide eyes. What the heck? It's Sherry. How did she end up here? In that fleeting moment of shock, Sherry suddenly spoke up. What are you staring at? Haven't you had enough fun? Hurry and let go of your hand. My face is all swollen from your pinching. Embarrassed, Lilia withdrew her hand, her cheeks burning crimson as she hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I thought. Before she could finish, the realization struck her. She was still in bed, and Sherry was right beside her, leaving her utterly confounded. What happened last night? How did you end up here? Lilia queried, straining to recall the events of the previous night, but her memories were hazy. Huh? I have no idea. I just opened my eyes and found myself here. Sherry replied, her eyes wide with confusion. What? You don't know either? Are you joking with me? Oh, I remember. Before we exited the 13th level, the old dragon compelled me to sign a contract. If I recall correctly, the agreement stated that Sherry would be brought out of the Tower of Divine Communication as my mount. So, she actually emerged from the mount space? With this thought, Lilia hastily opened her character panel, and to her astonishment, she noticed a new mount section below the equipment tab. She quickly clicked to view. Mount name, Sherry juvenile form, level, 200 character limit, gender, female species, frost dragon grade, SSS max health, 25,000,000 max mana, 15,000,000 physical attack, 150,000 magical attack, 250,000 physical defense, 115,000 magical defense, 185,000 skill 1, Dragon Claw skill 2, Dragon Might skill 3, Dragon Roar skill 4, Dragon Species, Lock skill 5, Frost Breath skill 10, Dragon's Reverse scale, goodness. How could you be so powerful? A level 200 mount. Her attributes likely surpass my own significantly. But why is Sherry's 4th skill, Dragon Species, locked? Just as Lilia pondered this in confusion, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen, are you in there? Oh no, it's Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen, are you in there? Why is there a woman's voice coming from your room? Damn it, it's over. She heard us talking. What should we do now? If we're discovered, we'll be utterly humiliated. Wait, my talent. My talent is a unique rule-level skill. It should be useful, right? Subsequently, Lilia closed her eyes and silently recited in her heart, transform me back. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than a bold yellow numeral floated in front of Lilia. Magic. 500,000. First time, tenfold consumption. In an instant, a flash of light enveloped her, and Lilia transformed into Jiang Chen's likeness. Success. How wonderful. Oh heavens. Earth. This wretched talent has finally proven useful. Hee hee. Since my talent is effective, I no longer need to wait a week. Moreover, this means that in the future, I can effortlessly change my identity by expending a certain amount of magic points. Oh, right. There's Sherry Wei. I should directly put her in the mount space. Knock. Knock, knock. Jiang Chen, are you in there? Damn it. Why the urgency? Jiang Chen waved his hand, and Sherry Wei turned into a beam of white light, vanishing from the room in an instant. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Jiang Chen slowly opened the door, revealing a sleepy expression, and said to Lu Rian outside, it's Rian. Good morning. Is there something you need? Lu Rian furrowed her brows in confusion at Jiang Chen's appearance. I heard voices inside and thought something might have happened to you. Why do you look so tired? What were you doing last night? Jiang Chen yawned, feigning the demeanor of someone just awakened. Oh, I was engrossed in researching a new skill last night, so I ended up sleeping a bit late. What's going on? Is there something you need? Seeing this, Lu Rian seemed still a bit unconvinced, nodding slightly. It's nothing. Just a bit worried about you. If all is well, then I'll go climb the tower. All right, no problem. Hearing Lu Rian say she was leaving, Jiang Chen felt as if he had been saved and promptly replied perfunctorily. Once Lu Rian departed, Jiang Chen immediately closed the door and let out a long sigh. Phew. Quite exhilarating. Chapter 74. The Beast Forest. After Lu Rian left, Jiang Chen sat back on his bed, contemplating what he needed to accomplish today. Currently, he had only cleared the 13th level of the Divine Tower. However, both his elven character Lilia and human character Godslayer had reached the level cap for the top 20 layers of the Divine Tower. This meant that if he continued to challenge the Divine Tower, there would be little opportunity for significant advancement in the short term. Moreover, only 2 days remained until the commencement of the God-level Seed training program. Therefore, if he wished to make substantial progress within these 2 days, perhaps it was time to venture into the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest, a realm steeped in mystery and danger. Each Beast Forest is situated on the fringes of every city. This place was specially established by the human emperor to cultivate awakeners of the 9th rank and below. Every inch of the Beast Forest is imbued with unknown challenges and opportunities, making it the preferred sanctuary for countless awakeners who have hit a bottleneck below the 9th rank and seek to hone themselves for a breakthrough. According to records, during the early days of the Divine Tower's arrival, a significant amount of unknown energy suddenly permeated the air across the globe. This unknown energy had no significant effect on the human body, but caused various bizarre transformations in flora and fauna. For instance, trees suddenly grew to towering heights. Flowers emitted strange luminescence. Animals' sizes and strengths expanded. Once docile creatures turned ferociously aggressive, and some weaker beings gained unimaginable power. It is said that during the initial arrival of the Divine Tower, the number of human warriors was alarmingly limited, and as many plants and animals acquired formidable powers, they began to assault human cities, plunging human life into unprecedented chaos. The impact at that time was so immense that it surpassed the turmoil of the myriad races. Of course, with the subsequent emergence of the Celestial Emperor, the human side's strength surged dramatically, not only altering the situation, but nearly driving these mutated plants and animals to extinction. Ultimately, the remaining superpowered flora and fauna were captured, and the Beast Forest became one of the captive locations. Now, within this forest, a multitude of beasts roam freely. Some are captured by strong individuals, while others fled here after being hunted in human territories. The beasts within this forest are diverse, with varying levels, ranging from low to high ranks, encompassing the full spectrum. Furthermore, it is rumored that the highest level beast in the forest has reached a staggering level of 999, just a step away from divinity. However, these high-level beasts seem to have entered into a pact with the human strongholds, promising not to appear. Otherwise, it could potentially reignite a racial war within the Blue Star. Additionally, the entrance to the beast forest is generally guarded by human forces, and only awakeners who meet specific criteria are permitted to enter. This measure serves both to ensure a degree of safety for the awakeners and to prevent the powerful beasts within from escaping and causing unnecessary disturbances to ordinary human life. The interior of the beast forest is divided into 3 major regions, each accommodating different levels of beasts to suit various tiers of awakeners. The first region is suitable for awakeners from 0 to 3 ranks, where the beasts can reach a maximum level of 400. The second region caters to awakeners from 4 to 6 ranks, with beasts capable of reaching a maximum level of 700. The third region is designed for awakeners from 7 to 9 ranks, where the beasts can attain a maximum level of 900. The beasts in these regions not only possess formidable strength, but are also numerous. Some lurk in dense thickets, while others hide in deep caves, always prepared to launch an attack on intruders. It is worth mentioning that the beasts in the beast forest differ from the monsters within the Divine Tower. Comparatively, they possess a more complex ecological system, fighting for territory, food, and reproduction. Thus, the ecological balance within the beast forest is exceptionally intricate. Moreover, due to the perpetual conflicts, the beasts of the beast forest have rich combat awareness, making them considerably stronger than their counterparts in the Divine Tower of the same level. Another point to note is that due to the complex ecological balance, awakeners here must not only contend with the beast attacks, but also learn how to survive in the forest, seeking food, water sources, and coping with various unexpected situations they might encounter. Rumor has it that deep within the beast forest lies legendary special beasts, not only possessing immense power, but possibly harboring unique abilities, representing the ultimate challenge of this trial ground. It can be said that the beast forest is not merely a test of the awakener's strength, but also a challenge to their wisdom and strategy. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen resolved to cease his hesitations and began to pack his belongings, embarking on an impromptu journey. Once he had prepared his luggage, he decided to leave a note for Lu Ruyin, simply stating that he had some matters to attend to prevent her from worrying if he returned late. As he was writing, Jiang Chen suddenly paused. Damn it, this is a smart villa. Do I still need to write a note? Truly a habit of living in poverty. Thus, he called out for the villa's intelligent butler. Xiaoru. Master, I am here. How may I assist you? The voice of the intelligent butler soon echoed. I will be out for a while. Please take care of the house. If Lu Ruyin returns, inform her that I have gone out for business, Jiang Chen instructed. Understood, master. Wishing you all the best, Xiao Lu replied. Phew, all set. That was too easy. Living in a villa is truly different. Subsequently, Jiang Chen hurriedly exited, first descending to purchase some provisions, and then acquiring essential tools in preparation for his expedition to the beast forest. Although the beast forest was located outside the city, there was a direct bus service available. After buying the provisions and tools, Jiang Chen spent approximately 10 more yuan to take the bus directly to the beast forest. This was, after all, his first venture into the beast forest. In his previous life, he had never managed to come here due to various peculiar reasons. Beast Forest, District 1. Soon, the bus Jiang Chen boarded came to a gradual halt at a remote station in Suang City, which was also known as the Suang City Beast Forest District 1 bus stop. Indeed, in consideration of his own safety, Jiang Chen decided to first test the waters in District 1 of the Beast Forest. After all, should he wish to enter District 2, he could delve deeper from District 1. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, Jiang Chen disembarked and, after surveying his surroundings, made his way directly to the human officer stationed at the entrance. Hello, please present your identification. As Jiang Chen approached, a burly soldier reminded him. Jiang Chen promptly retrieved his ID from his pocket and handed it to the officer, who then placed it on a designated card reader. Beep. Card read successfully. Soon, a series of text appeared on the large screen nearby, displaying Jiang Chen's identity information. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 19. Gender, male. Talent, A-class. Result, passed. Jiang Chen blinked in surprise at the information displayed on the screen. Huh, A-class, not SSS class. It seems someone at the top has deliberately obscured my information. Nonetheless, that's for the best. No fear of identity disclosure. Hee hee. Dear magical beasts, here I come. Chapter 75. Snake King? A Canon to Deal with Mosquitoes. Beast Forest, District 1. After his identity was verified, Jiang Chen received his ID back from the soldier, stepped forward, and entered the confines of the Beast Forest. However, just as he crossed the threshold, a rough voice belonging to a middle-aged man called out from behind. "Hey, young brother, please wait a moment." "What? Young brother? Is he calling me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned to look back, only to see a bald man smiling and waving at a teenager who appeared to be around 16 or 17. Damn, how embarrassing. That was quite presumptuous of me. I thought he was addressing me. Continuing on, 20 minutes later, as Jiang Chen walked, he suddenly stopped and pulled out a map from his backpack to examine it closely. Strange. Why have I not encountered a single magical beast yet? Could it be that the information on the map is inaccurate? Shouldn't this be the territory of the Azure Water Spirit Snake? If I recall correctly, the Azure Water Spirit Snake evolves from the bamboo leaf green and becomes more aggressive after its evolution. How is it possible that I haven't seen one yet? Could it be that before my arrival, someone had already cleared them out? That seems likely. The Azure Water Spirit Snake is a second-tier magical beast, typically above level 200, and has already developed a core. It's entirely plausible that it had been preemptively cleared by a mercenary group. There is no choice but to use the snake scent. If they still don't appear, then I must proceed to the next location. Thereafter, Jiang Chen extracted a small blue vial from his pack, uncapped it, and a peculiar fragrance wafted into the air. Carefully, he placed the vial on the ground before him and stepped back a few paces, waiting in silence. After a few minutes of stillness, the grass ahead began to rustle. And soon, a massive Azure Water Spirit Snake with 3 eyes slowly emerged, flicking its tongue and watching Jiang Chen warily. Indeed, it has arrived. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it appears to be a 3rd-tier Azure Water Spirit Snake. Hee, you've encountered misfortune by crossing paths with me. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned a staff into his hand and aimed it at the Azure Water Spirit Snake, unleashing a standard version of falling stars. Countless celestial energies swiftly converged in the sky, gradually forming a small sphere of light, which shot forth a blue beam towards the Azure Water Spirit Snake. Sizzle, sizzle. The Azure Water Spirit Snake, struck by the celestial energy, twitched a few times before succumbing to its fate. Oh yeah, success. My first harvest of the day. Jiang Chen quickly approached to collect his spoils. However, upon reaching the side of the Azure Water Spirit Snake, he noticed that its corpse was emanating a faint glow. Jiang Chen quickly crouched down for a closer inspection and discovered that the light was emanating from a small hole in the snake's head. Could this be the core? Remarkable. I didn't expect to find a core on my very first catch. Elated, Jiang Chen carefully used a small knife to pry open the snake's brow and extracted the core, swiftly placing it into his backpack. This is a core from a 3rd-tier magical beast. Not only is it incredibly valuable, but it also holds great benefits if used for cultivation. After securing the core, Jiang Chen prepared to depart for his next destination. However, just as he stood up, he felt a gust of wind rush from behind, startling him into a quick sidestep. What the hell? An ambush! Before him loomed an even larger Azure Water Spirit Snake, releasing clouds of distinctly toxic green gas from its mouth. Goodness, this is it. It's enormous. This must be the Azure Water Spirit Snake King. Moreover, judging by the color of its eyes, it's likely nearing the 4th tier. This level is nearly at the upper limit of District 1. Wait, something's off. Why does this snake have an injury on its tail? Could it be? Before Jiang Chen could contemplate further, the Emerald Water Serpent King launched a sudden attack, spewing a thick stream of verdant liquid directly at him. Ugh, the stench. It's overwhelming. I can't endure this. In that instant, Jiang Chen waved his staff and unleashed an SSS-level spell. Forbidden Spell, Abyssal Light Beam Array. A mass of dark clouds swiftly coalesced above his head, ultimately forming an enormous swirling black vortex. As the black hole twirled, a beam as thick as a barrel shot forth, striking the Emerald Water Serpent King with precision, obliterating both the serpent and the land beneath it into nothingness. Boom! However, the moment the spell was cast, Jiang Chen immediately regretted it, letting out a wail of despair. It's over. My 3rd-tier inner core. Gone. All gone. Not a trace left. Sigh. Never mind. Time to tidy up and prepare to venture to the next location. Since I've already slain the Serpent King, it's likely there are no other Emerald Water Serpents left in this vicinity. After defeating the Emerald Water Serpent King, Jiang Chen consulted the map and headed straight towards the Great Bear Ridge. Along the way, he encountered various peculiar little beasts, such as bees with long legs and giant butterflies devoid of wings. Yet, the levels of these creatures were far too low. Some hadn't even evolved into beasts. Thus, Jiang Chen dispatched them with a single strike. He wielded his staff like a club, knocking them away effortlessly. According to the map, 2 giant bears resided within the Great Bear Ridge, both around 3rd tier, equating to over 300 levels. Furthermore, the map indicated that it was a forested area, abundant with wild fruits growing on trees and a water source nestled in the valley. Continuing forward as per the map, Jiang Chen soon stepped into a dense thicket. With a chirping of insects filled the air, he stowed the map and surveyed his surroundings. Insects, flea, water sources, it's definitely a jungle. Everything checks out. Surely, the 2 giant bears must be nearby. Subsequently, Jiang Chen cautiously scanned the area, seeking traces of the bears. Suddenly, a massive paw emerged from behind a tree, swiping at him. Realizing this, Jiang Chen nimbly sidestepped, swinging his staff in response, unleashing a beam of light directly at the giant bear. The bear howled in pain, its roar shaking the leaves around them. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance, and marveled at the bear's resilience. Goodness, it survived my rage normal attack. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as a giant bear. Its defense is unparalleled, far superior to that Emerald Water Serpent King. But this is the end of the line. Chapter 76. A family of bears must be well organized. Jiang Chen raised his staff high, aiming at the giant bear, preparing to cast an enhanced version of Falling Stars. However, this bear evidently exhibited greater intelligence than the Emerald Water Serpent, as it sensed the imminent threat and, without a moment's hesitation, bolted in the opposite direction, leaving Jiang Chen bewildered in its wake. It's fleeing. Oh, what is happening? I haven't even cast my spell yet, and it's already running so fast. But the direction it's fleeing towards, if I'm not mistaken, it's likely heading home. Regardless, I must pursue. Activate talent. Boost my speed to 10 times. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen felt his feet grow lighter, and he was enveloped in an ethereal sensation. Goodness, this feeling, it's exhilarating. I'm about to soar. Alas, there are too many trees around to actually take flight. Otherwise, I would certainly try. Bear, wait for me. Here comes Jiang. Jiang Chen unleashed his full potential, his speed akin to lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the giant bear. As he drew nearer, Jiang Chen raised his staff, chanting an incantation, ready to deliver a lethal blow. Yet, just then, the giant bear abruptly halted, turning to face him, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing an enraged roar, sending a powerful gust towards Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly conjured a shield for protection, but he was still knocked back several steps by the force of the blast. What on earth is this skill? Bear roar technique? To think this bear possesses such prowess. While the damage wasn't substantial, the intimidation was undeniable. Observing Jiang Chen stagger, the giant bear showed no inclination to engage further, turning tail and fleeing once more. Oh, what is going on? It's running again. Even after gaining the upper hand, it chooses to retreat. Wait, there appears to be a cave ahead. Could it be that cave is the bear's den, and the other giant bear is likely within? Is it returning to fetch reinforcements? If that is the case, this could be splendid. I might just achieve a 2-for-1 deal today. Jiang Chen closely followed the giant bear, contemplating the immense rewards of defeating both bears in one fell swoop. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, and indeed, as he surmised, there was another bear within, even larger in size. Goodness, my guess was spot on. This is incredible. Bear, prepare to meet your end. Now that I've located both giant bears, there's no need to hold back. I shall take them down immediately, and perhaps tonight I can enjoy some bear paw soup. Heh. Jiang Chen then raised his staff, expending nearly 1/10 of his magical energy, and unleashed the enhanced falling stars. Countless red star energies rapidly converged in the sky, gradually forming a 5-meter-wide crimson meteor, which hurtled towards the entrance of the bear's cave with tremendous force. Boom! 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 The moment the red meteor struck the cave, it produced a deafening roar, causing Jiang Chen to stumble back nearly 100 steps in shock. My goodness, this is terrifying. This is akin to the power of a small missile. Truly fearsome. This is my first time using such a potent skill in the real world. I didn't expect the destructive force to be so immense. It seems I must be more cautious with my magical energy in the future. Not to mention, the destruction has already far surpassed my capabilities at the 4th tier in my previous life. Oh no, I hope the bear is unharmed. Jiang Chen peered into the cave, furrowing his brow. Alas, it's too smoky to see anything clearly. Wait, I still possess my talent. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's thoughts shifted, and he directly activated his innate ability. Smoke dissipate. In an instant, the lingering smoke within the cave was entirely cleared away by Jiang Chen's talent. Once the haze had lifted, a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him swiftly towards the cave entrance to assess the situation within. What a delight! This ability, it has become increasingly useful. Indeed, utilizing this talent in the real world is far more advantageous. Within the Divine Tower, there is always a sense of engaging in a turn-based game, where one strikes, then the other responds. There is scarcely an opportunity to wield talents. After the smoke had completely dissipated, Jiang Chen cautiously stepped into the cavern, only to find two enormous bears pinned beneath a massive boulder, their vitality extinguished. Phew! Fortunately, the bear cub is still alive. I almost feared it had been obliterated into nothingness. But how could it be trapped beneath the stone? Observing the two colossal bears firmly crushed by the boulder, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Thereafter, he activated his talent once more, using its power to shift the massive stone aside. He then retrieved a small knife from his backpack, meticulously slicing open the bears' foreheads to extract two glistening, pale purple third-tier bear cores. Success! I have obtained them. Selling these two cores in a market could fetch a sum of several 100,000 gold coins, I presume. Haha, this profit comes swiftly. Subsequently, Jiang Chen manipulated his thoughts, first transforming the small knife into a large cleaver, then splitting it into approximately 10 smaller cleavers, which he aimed directly at the bears' carcasses, bringing them down in swift succession. Moments later, the bears were reduced to mere chunks of meat, which Jiang Chen collected into his storage wristwatch, leaving behind only a pool of blood. After disposing of the bears' remains, he carefully stowed the cores away, preparing to vacate the cave. After all, this was a jungle, rife with numerous dangers. Lingering too long could potentially attract unnecessary trouble. However, just as he turned to leave, a subtle disturbance emanated from the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen halted, alert, attuning himself to the ambient energies surrounding him. He slowly raised his staff, bracing himself for any imminent danger. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from the cavern's depths. Jiang Chen swiftly dodged to the side, and from the shadows emerged a diminutive figure. To his surprise, it was a bear cub, its eyes brimming with fear and unease, evidently shaken by the earlier commotion. Wow, this bear cub is utterly adorable, but that is not a reason to soften my heart. It must be noted that this cub is a beast, likely possessing a modicum of intelligence, and it could very well harbor a grudge. If 2 bears were to be slain, then 3 bears would be no different. With this thought, Jiang Chen approached the bear cub with his staff, aiming a low-tier version of Falling Star at its head. A starry bolt streaked through the air, striking the cub squarely atop its head. The bear cub perished. Haha, excellent. Since they are all bears, they ought to be dealt with uniformly. Chapter 77. Huh? You also have an A-level talent. Although this bear cub was indeed a beast, it was evident that it had been born only recently, not even qualifying as a first-tier beast, and thus, it naturally possessed no beast core to obtain. However, if utilized for roasting, the flavor would surely be exquisite. After dispatching the bear cub, Jiang Chen casually pulled out his phone to check the time. It is almost noon. Then I shall set up a barbecue right here. Delicious roasted bear paws. I have only heard tales of them before, but never tasted them myself. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled gently, deciding to relish this delightful moment. After all, once I attend university, I might not have such freedom again. Thus, he gathered some branches and dry grass, constructing a rudimentary barbecue rack. Subsequently, he skillfully cleaned the bear cub's paw, seasoned it, and placed it upon the grill. Next, Jiang Chen conjured a miniature version of fireball, using it as the flame to ignite the branches and grass. Waiting, as the cooking progressed, the bear paw gradually emitted an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Just then, a flash of white light appeared beside Jiang Chen, revealing a beautiful young woman. Holy cow, what is this? How frightening. The sudden appearance of a lovely maiden startled Jiang Chen, prompting him to quickly grasp his staff and sidestep. However, upon realizing who the girl was, he exhaled in relief. For the enchanting figure before him was none other than his mount, Sherry. Well, this one is beyond my capabilities. Truly beyond. But why has she come out on her own again? Upon recognizing Sherry, Jiang Chen hastily lowered his staff, a smile gracing his face. Hey, Sherry, what brings you out? Sherry smiled faintly. Oh, I was drawn here by the aroma of your barbecue. Jiang Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ah, well, I just happened to hunt a little bear and thought I'd roast it for a taste. Would you care to join me? Sherry nodded, moving closer to sit beside Jiang Chen. Sure, I'm hungry too. Jiang Chen offered her half of the roasted bear paw. Here, try my cooking. Sherry took the paw, taking a delicate bite, her eyes immediately lighting up. This is truly delicious. As they savored the roasted bear paw, they chatted amiably, the atmosphere warm and joyful. Jiang Chen felt that such moments were truly precious, and he hoped to experience them often in the future. 2 hours later. At this point, the entirety of the bear cub had been reduced to a mere pile of bones by the two of them. After satisfying their hunger, Sherry yawned, lazily leaning against Jiang Chen's shoulder. Burp, Jiang Chen, I'm feeling sleepy. I'm going to take a rest in the mount space for a bit. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. All right, go ahead. I'm also preparing to enter the second major area. Sherry stood up, clapped her hands, and then transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight, directly entering the mount space. Watching Sherry disappear, Jiang Chen quickly rose, tidying up his possessions and checking his equipment. Once everything was in order, Jiang Chen pulled out a map from his backpack and, following its directions, set forth towards the second major area. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen continued to navigate according to the map, skillfully avoiding beasts as he advanced towards the second major area. However, as he walked, he suddenly spotted a petite girl rushing towards him with great urgency. Huh? Why does this person look so familiar? This is Wang Shirshir. Yes, she's Wang Shirshir, my classmate, the one who often assists me with homework. But she too must have fallen victim to the memory erasing spell, right? Thus, it is highly probable that she does not remember herself. However, why does her expression appear so frantic? It seems as though she has been utterly terrified. Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, Wang Shirshir also noticed him and urgently called out, "Classmate, run. There's a man-eating treant behind me." Huh? What? A man-eater? A treant? That must be at least a tier 3 creature, right? Well, bring it on. I relish encounters with man-eaters. I can hardly be bothered to act against anything that doesn't consume humans. Jiang Chen secretly reveled in his thoughts, yet outwardly feigned tremendous fear, hastening to follow Wang Shirshir as they fled. Once they reached a safe haven, Jiang Chen pretended to pat his chest, gasping as he addressed Wang Shirshir. Phew, classmate. Where's that treant? How did you come across it? This is utterly terrifying. I can't believe there are actually man-eating trees in this world. Wang Shirshir's face flushed slightly, her heart still racing as she patted her own chest, creating quite a stir, before pointing in a certain direction. It's right over there. I accidentally brushed against its roots, and it has been pursuing me ever since. Fortunately, I ran fast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen promptly thumped his chest, hurriedly offering words of reassurance. Classmate, do not be afraid. My talent is classified as a rank 10-fold damage. It is exceedingly powerful. If it comes after us, I shall help you vanquish it. However, Wang Shirshir immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. What is so impressive about that? As if no one else has an A-rank talent. Oh wait, you two possess an A-rank talent. Oh, speaking of which, I nearly got tangled up in my own words. I actually don't have an A-rank talent, but rather the uniquely rule-level talent. But that is something I cannot disclose to you. Wang Shirshir then cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, seemingly assessing whether he truly had the capability to confront the man-eating treant. Noticing her subtle actions, Jiang Chen secretly chuckled, deciding to withhold the revelation of his true prowess for the moment and observe Wang Shirshir's reaction. Indeed, since we both possess A-rank talents, shall we venture forth to fell that tree together? Jiang Chen said, feigning composure. Upon hearing this, Wang Shirshir raised an eyebrow, doubting Jiang Chen's ability as she perceived him to be not only fair of face, but also rather frail, suspecting he lacked the strength for such a confrontation. Classmate, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. That level of beast cannot be dealt with by just the two of us. It would be best for you to leave here sooner rather than later. After speaking, Wang Shirshir turned to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Chen could not help but call after her. Classmate, wait. How about we go check it out together? Perhaps we can resolve it collaboratively. Wang Shirshir halted, casting a glance back at him before shaking her head. No need. If you wish to go, then go alone. I have no desire to perish here. With that, she quickened her pace, vanishing in an instant into the woods.